Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
Chapter 1. Divided Loyalties.
"This is where Archmagus died,"
Beauregard announced from the doorway. His voice, usually so precise and modulated, carried a different weight in the blood-soaked room. The words landed hard. Silas stared at the skeletal butler, mind racing to catch up with this new, jarring piece of information. Come again? He wiped the blood from his hands onto his already ruined trousers, the fabric dark and stiffening. Because I distinctly remember you telling me something very different. Foyer, cough, hot tea. Do those words ring any bells, Beauregard? Beauregard's eye sockets, usually holding a faint purple glow, seemed to dim, becoming darker, emptier.
"Did I say that?"
He asked, his voice a dry rustle of parchment.
"Peculiar. A momentary lapse, perhaps. I must have confused it with another master's demise. These old halls hold so many memories."
Silas felt his jaw tighten. Another master? Memories? How many employers have you watched die, Beauregard? Exactly. His voice was dangerously quiet.
"That is not pertinent to the immediate situation, young master."
The butler deflected, his posture stiffening almost imperceptibly. Oh, I think it's incredibly pertinent. Silas took a step closer, ignoring the crunch of fallen plaster under his boot. He gestured with the bloodied stake. Because if there's a pattern here, Beauregard, a reoccurring theme of masters dying under your stewardship, I'd very much like to know about it before I turn my back on you. Lana, who had been examining the faded summoning circle with focused intensity, cleared her throat pointedly. Silas, she began, her voice a calm anchor in the rising tension. Perhaps we should focus on the immediate problem? Like the fact that we're standing in your grandfather's actual murder scene, surrounded by very dead, very fey assassins? Right. Yes. Murder scene. Silas kept his stare fixed on Beauregard. The butler had begun to edge subtly towards the door. Oh, no, you don't. You're not slipping away that easily. You specifically said foyer. You mentioned tea. You even described a cough. He ticked the points off on his fingers, his free hand clenching. I have a very good memory when it comes to lies, Beauregard. Especially lies that might get me killed. The skeletal butler straightened his bow tie, a gesture Silas was beginning to associate with deep discomfort or outright fabrication.
"Perhaps, as I stated, there has been a minor miscommunication. These old halls can be quite disorienting."
Minor? Silas barked a harsh laugh that held no humor. You forgot? Where your master of several decades was murdered? That's not a minor miscommunication, Beauregard. That's like me forgetting where I left my sword after I just used it to stab someone. To be entirely fair, Lana interjected, her tone carefully neutral. You did leave your primary weapon in your suite just prior to this unfortunate incident. That's completely different and you know it. Silas shot her a brief, irritated glance. I was distracted by other pressing matters. He gestured vaguely at her, then immediately regretted it as heat rose to his cheeks. He turned back to the butler, his voice sharp. The point, Beauregard, is that you are clearly, demonstrably, and I suspect, maliciously, full of shit.
"Language, young master,"
Beauregard chided, though his tone lacked its usual conviction. Oh, now you're concerned about my propriety? Silas's voice rose, filling the death-stained room. He kicked the nearest red-capped corpse, the impact dull and fleshy. 3 assassins, Beauregard! 3 fey killers just tried to murder me and your guest in my grandfather's actual death room. Forgive me if my language isn't up to your usual standards of drawing room banter. Diog, who had been sniffing suspiciously at the edges of the faded glyph, now moved to Silas's side. A low growl rumbled in his chest, and frost began to gather around his paws, dropping the temperature in their immediate vicinity noticeably. The young wolf's ice-blue eyes were fixed on Beauregard with unnerving intensity.
Now, there's no need for the attack, Wolf.
Beauregard held up his bony hands, palms out.
I can certainly provide a more thorough explanation.
Please do, Silas said, his voice tight with suspicion. And make it good. Make it very, very good. Because right now I'm seriously considering the possibility that you had something to do with these things showing up. He gestured again at the red-capped corpses. A bit too coincidental. Them appearing in Grandfather's actual murder room, wouldn't you say? Especially when you forgot to mention this room's significance. Beauregard's eye sockets flared with something that looked like genuine indignation.
I assure you, Master Silas, I knew nothing of the Redcaps' presence or their summoning.
Sure you didn't, Silas drawled, unconvinced. Then explain, Beauregard. His voice dropped, taking on a dangerous edge he'd honed and karst. Explain it so I can understand. Explain it in a way that doesn't make you look like the bad guy here. Because frankly, you're doing a terrible job of that so far. The skeletal butler's jaw worked silently for a long moment. His empty eye sockets flickered between Silas, Lana, and the blood-soaked summoning glyph on the floor. The silence stretched, broken only by Diog's quiet, menacing growl.
I serve the estate, young Master Beckham.
The words, when they finally came, were strained, each syllable seemingly forced out. The skeleton's whole posture radiated a profound discomfort. Silas blinked, processing the careful phrasing. Come again?
I serve the estate.
Each word dropped into the tension-filled room like a stone into a deep well.
Not exclusively the Beckham line. The estate itself. The land. The house. The magic woven into its foundations.
Oh. Silas felt his muscles tense in readiness. This was worse than simple deception. This was a fundamental schism. Oh, that's not good at all. That, Lana muttered, her hand instinctively moving to where a weapon would be if she were in her usual armor, is a profound understatement. Shadows gathered around Beauregard's tall form, deepening the hollows of his skull, making him appear larger, more imposing. The polite, slightly fussy butler facade began to crack, revealing something older and far more formidable beneath. The faint purple light in his eye sockets intensified, shifting towards a dangerous deep crimson.
That distinction,
Beauregard said, his voice losing its deferential tone, taking on a resonant depth,
rarely matters. The Beckham interests and the estate's interests have, for the most part, aligned. Usually.
What's the difference? Lana asked, stepping slightly forward, positioning herself subtly between Silas and the now menacing butler. Beauregard tilted his skull, the crimson light in his eyes flaring.
The estate must endure. That is my primary directive, woven into my very bones, my very essence. When I was first bound to this place, long before your grandfather's grandfather first drew breath. Sometimes, ensuring that endurance means selective dissemination of truth, especially to a new, untested heir who might flee at the first sign of true danger, before the grounds and its defenses are properly secured.
Silas felt his jaw tighten until his teeth ached. So you lied. You deliberately lied to manipulate me into staying, into doing your dirty work.
I provided pertinent information, in a sequence most conducive to your continued survival and the estate's eventual restoration.
Beauregard corrected, his voice like dry bones rattling. That's a remarkably fancy way of saying you're full of shit, Beauregard.
Language, young master,
the butler admonished, though the crimson glow in his eyes did not diminish.
Oh, don't you dare lecture me on language now!
Silas exploded, his own anger finally breaking through the shock. He gestured wildly at the carnage surrounding them. 3 Fey assassins just tried to turn me and Lana into minced meat, in the very room my grandfather was murdered in. A room you conveniently forgot about. And if a Beckham's heir becomes a threat to the estate's interests? Silas's hand instinctively moved toward where his sword should have been, finding only empty air. The oversight felt like a physical blow. The crimson light in Beauregard's eyes pulsed.
Then the estate makes adjustments.
The temperature in the room plummeted further. Diog's growl now a guttural rumble. Silas became actually aware of his situation, facing a powerful undead creature, likely bound by magics he couldn't comprehend, armed with nothing but harsh language and his own determination. Lana was a capable summoner, but against whatever Beauregard truly was? Adjustments! Silas's voice was flat, devoid of inflection. That's a very polite, very chilling euphemism for murder.
I never said,
Beauregard began. You didn't have to, Silas cut him off, his determination hardening into steel. You're literally standing in the room where my grandfather died, after lying to me about its location, while glowing like some kind of discount demon summoning.
Discount?
Beauregard sounded genuinely offended. The shift in tone so bizarre, it almost broke the tension.
I'll have you know my binding rituals were of the highest caliber. Extremely expensive even by Archmages Beckham's rather extravagant standards.
Gentlemen, Lana stepped decisively between them, hands raised, palms open. Her voice, though strained, cut through the rising hostility. Perhaps we could all take a collective breath, or in Beauregard's case, simulate one with thoughtful stillness. Both Silas and the crimson glowing butler turned to look at her. Diog's growl lessened slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on Beauregard. Silas, Lana said, her eyes steady and unwavering. Think about this. The skeleton butler who makes surprisingly excellent tea and valiantly fought off wine-thieving imps for your benefit is probably not directly responsible for your grandfather's death, nor for this latest assassination attempt. Would a murderer really stick around for 7 agonizingly dull years, performing impeccable laundry service and dusting haunted hallways? Silas hesitated. Well, I suppose not. And Beauregard? She continued, turning to the butler, whose crimson glow seemed to flicker slightly under her direct address. Perhaps, glowing ominously while looming over freshly slaughtered corpses and casually admitting to divided loyalties and manipulative information control sins, shall we say rather mixed messages to your new employer? Just a thought. The skeletal butler appeared to consider this. The crimson light in his eye socket softened, receding back to their usual faint purple.
Perhaps, Miss Lana, you articulate a valid point.
I usually do, she replied, a hint of her usual confidence returning. Now, can we discuss this like civilized individuals? Or do I need to summon another fire salamander to physically separate you two before you escalate this into actual property damage? Because I suspect that would displease the estate greatly. The tension in Silas's shoulders eased almost imperceptibly. His blood still ran hot with battle energy, but he recognized the wisdom in her words. "Fine," he conceded, his voice rough. "But I want answers, Beauregard. Real answers this time."
"And you shall have them, Master Silas,"
Beauregard replied, his posture returning to its customary formal deference, though the shadows still clung to him more closely than before.
"Just perhaps not tonight. It has been, as you so aptly pointed out, a rather eventful and emotionally taxing evening for all involved."
Eventful. Silas let out a short, sharp laugh that bordered on hysterical. "We were ambushed by Fey assassins in my father's actual murder room, while my apparently sentient skeleton butler revealed he's more loyal to the cursed real estate than to me. Eventful doesn't quite encapsulate the sheer bloody horror of it, Beauregard."
"Would catastrophic personal crisis compounded by significant moral and revelations of unsettling contractual obligations be a more appropriate summation?"
the butler offered. "Getting warmer," Silas admitted. Lana rubbed her temples wearily. "Boys, please, focus. We have 3 rapidly decomposing red caps corpses, a guest room that now qualifies as a biohazard, and a hidden summoning circle that apparently throws surprise murder parties. Maybe we can postpone the existential loyalty crisis until after we deal with the immediate, tangible, and frankly, quite smelly problems." Diog barked once in agreement, then sat down with a thump and began meticulously cleaning blood off his paws, pointedly ignoring the 3 beings around him.
"Your wolf demonstrates commendable practicality,"
Beauregard observed, the purple light in his eye sockets steadying to their usual calm glow.
"The immediate concern should indeed be corpse disposal and ward reinforcement. And perhaps,"
he added, glancing at Silas's blood-stained clothes,
"a change of attire for the young master."
"And then?" Silas pressed, not willing to let him off the hook entirely. He pointed a bloodied finger towards the exact spot where the red hob had fallen. "Did you not think, Beauregard, that you should perhaps have warned me that DeWalt Beckham, my grandfather, was murdered in this specific unsecured room before I decided it looked like a cozy spot for a private conversation?" The skeletal butler's shoulders sagged, a gesture so human it was startling.
"And then, young master,"
he said, his voice heavy with a weariness that seemed to emanate from his very bones,
"I would very much like to retire to my chambers and polish my collection of antique doorknobs. This has been an exceptionally trying day."
"Trying?" Silas stared at him, incredulity warring with anger. "You haven't been nearly murdered twice in your own home."
"No,"
Beauregard conceded,
"but I have been compelled to admit to uncomfortable truths regarding the nature of my contractual obligations. That, I assure you, is equally traumatic for a being of my long-standing professional integrity."
He straightened his bow tie again, a familiar gesture of regaining composure.
"And considerably more damaging to one's carefully cultivated reputation for unwavering loyalty."
Beauregard's tone suddenly lost its weary resignation and sharpened with a distinct edge of exasperation, the purple light in his eye sockets flaring briefly.
"And regarding the warning, young master, I would have informed you eventually, when a suitable and properly secured moment presented itself. I just didn't anticipate that you, having been explicitly cautioned about the manifold dangers lurking within the unwarded sections of this estate, would so promptly sneak off into a demonstrably unsecured wing of the mansion for extracurricular activities mere hours after arriving."
His skeletal hand gestured sharply, encompassing the ruined room and, by implication, Lana.
"One assumes a new heir, particularly one with your rather pragmatic caste upbringing, would exercise a modicum of caution before engaging in romantic assignations in rooms clearly not designed as sanctuary zones. This is not, I might remind you, a common tavern."
Silas felt a flush creep up his neck. Beauregard had a point, however irritatingly delivered. He had been warned. He had been reckless. Despite the lingering tension, Silas felt an unwilling smile tug at his lips. Your perspective on trauma is, shall we say, skewed, Beauregard.
It is a consequence, I suppose, of being a magically bound servant with an overly developed sense of duty and a penchant for fine tailoring.
Are we really joking about this right now? Lana looked between them, her expression one of disbelief. 10 minutes ago, you two were on the verge of what I can only assume would have been a very destructive, very noisy fight over existential loyalties and the definition of discount demon. Near-death experiences often foster camaraderie, Silas offered, trying to lighten the mood and deflect from Beauregard's very pointed and accurate accusation. Or so I'm told. I usually just focus on killing the other guy before he kills me.
I assure you, Master Silas, I would not have killed you,
Beauregard added, his voice regaining some of its grave sincerity, though a hint of skeletal pique remained.
Maimed, perhaps, if you posed a direct threat to the estate's core integrity. The estate, after all, requires a living, functional heir, not one rendered permanently indisposed due to reckless, amorous pursuits in historically significant and demonstrably cursed bedchambers.
How remarkably reassuring, Silas deadpanned.
I do strive for clarity.
Lana threw up her hands. You're both completely insane. Welcome to the Beckham estate, Miss Vanya, Silas and Beauregard said in perfect, unplanned unison. They glanced at each other. A flicker of surprise and, perhaps, grudging understanding passed between them before they both quickly looked away. Beauregard surveyed the carnage, the blood, the lingering scent of fey magic, and the general disarray with a deep sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. He ran a bony hand over his skull, a gesture Silas now recognized as profound skeletal weariness.
I shall send the butcher to collect the bodies for appropriate composting. It is best not to leave them overnight. Redcap remains, as you may or may not be aware, tend to attract less desirable scavengers. And the garden is already dealing with a minor ghoul infestation near the north hedge.
What kind of scavengers do redcaps attract? Silas asked, wrinkling his nose at the thought, simultaneously fascinated and appalled.
You genuinely do not want to know, young master. Trust me on this.
Beauregard moved toward the door, his steps slower, heavier than usual.
The summoning circle requires immediate cleansing. The wards throughout this wing, which you so thoughtfully bypassed for your rendezvous, need thorough reinforcement.
He paused at the threshold, his skeletal frame silhouetted against the dim hallway light.
This intrusion was targeted, Master Silas. A clear message. It will not happen again. Not in this manner. Not while I serve. And perhaps,
he added, his voice regaining a fraction of its earlier sternness,
you will consider confining future romantic assignations to areas that have been professionally swept for both assassins and uncomfortable historical significance.
Beauregard, Silas called, his voice softer now, the anger replaced by a weary understanding and a touch of sheepishness.
Yes, young master.
Those uncomfortable truths you mentioned earlier, about the estate, about your service, we will need to discuss them properly. The skeleton nodded slowly, the movement conveying a great weight.
Yes, we will, but if you would permit an old servant a moment of respite, and perhaps the opportunity to disinfect this entire wing with industrial-grade holy water. Not tonight. His eye sockets, which had briefly held that unnerving crimson glow, now seemed like empty hollows, tired and ancient. I find myself unexpectedly fatigued, I shall retire to my duties, which now apparently include crisis counseling and romantic intervention in addition to corpse disposal. Good evening, Master Silas, Miss Lana."
He left without another word, his footsteps receding down the corridor, leaving behind a silence thick with unspoken questions. The metallic scent of blood and the faint, lingering aroma of Beauregard's profound disapproval. Silas stared after him for a long moment, then looked at Lana. "Did I just survive a major confrontation with my possibly homicidal, definitely not entirely loyal undead butler, who then proceeded to lecture me on responsible romantic venue selection because you pointed out he does an excellent job with the laundry?" Lana leaned against the doorframe, a tired smile playing on her lips. "Conflict resolution is a surprisingly valuable skill, especially when dealing with magical entities with complex contractual obligations and a finely honed sense of exasperated sarcasm. My grandmother insisted I learn it. Said it was more useful than advanced spellcraft in most political and, apparently, domestic situations."
"Remind me to thank your grandmother," Silas said, feeling the battle energy finally settling into focused determination. He felt a new respect for the butler. Even if the skeleton was a manipulative, occasionally terrifying liar, and he felt a new understanding of the complexities of this estate and its inhabitants.
"Perhaps after we figure out how to explain to her why I'm here at nearly 2 a.m, covered in monster blood and soot, instead of safely back at the registry, filing overdue tournament reports?" Silas groaned.
"Right, that. Maybe we skip that particular explanation for now, along with the part where I nearly got us both killed by picking my grandfather's actual murder scene for a romantic rendezvous because I didn't listen to explicit warnings about unsecured areas."
"Good plan."
Lana stepped carefully around the red-capped corpses, her earlier caution replaced by a weary pragmatism.
"Now, about that somewhere private and significantly less decorated by future compost you mentioned earlier, assuming it doesn't also come with a side of judgmental skeletal butlers and uncomfortable historical revelations."
"Absolutely not." Silas shook his head decisively, a genuine grin finally breaking through. "I've clearly learned my lesson about choosing appropriate locations for private discussions. No more romantic interludes until Beauregard personally sweeps every room for hidden summoning circles, fey assassins, uncomfortable family history, and disapproving undead staff."
"How remarkably pragmatic of you,"
Lana said, returning his smile. "I'm a changed man," Silas declared with mock solemnity. Diog, who had finished his grooming, looked up from his spot by the door, gave them both a pointed, unimpressed look, then yawned widely, showing rows of frosty, needle-sharp teeth.
"Even your wolf agrees it's past time for sensible decisions," Lana observed.
"His judgment is frequently sounder than mine."
"Unlike your recent choice in guest room ambiance?"
"Exactly." Silas offered her his arm again, carefully stepping around a particularly large puddle of red-capped blood. "Shall we find somewhere less decorated by the recently deceased and future compost material?"
"Lead the way, Lord Beckham."
Lana's smile was tired but genuine.
"And perhaps check for homicidal ambiance and divided loyalties before we settle in this time?"
"I'll add it to my mental checklist," Silas promised. "Right after ensure skeletal butler isn't lurking in the shadows with dramatic and life-altering pronouncements." They left bloody footprints on the dusty floorboards as they exited the guest room. Behind them, the faded summoning circle lay dormant on the floor, a silent, waiting trap, keeping its bloody secrets for another night.
"You know,"
Lana said as they entered the relative calm of the corridor, her voice quiet,
"most first dates involve dinner. Maybe some awkward conversation about hobbies."
"Where's the thrill in that?" Silas tried for a light tone,
Besides, we did have dinner. There was just a natural, if somewhat violent progression. From appetizers to assassination attempts? Family tradition, apparently. Silas sighed. They walked in silence for a few moments, the events of the night settling heavily between them. The battle was over, leaving behind determined resolution and the unsettling knowledge of Beauregard's true allegiance. Do you really think Beauregard knew nothing about the Redcaps? Lana asked, her voice barely above a murmur. Silas considered this, replaying the confrontation in his mind. Yes, he said finally. Oddly enough, I do. He seemed genuinely offended by the suggestion he'd endanger the estate, or me, so directly. If he wanted me dead, or gone, there are far easier, cleaner ways he could accomplish it. Like poisoning your tea? She offered, a hint of dark humor in her tone. Or just letting the chittering ones eat me in my sleep. Silas thought of the myriad dangers lurking within the estate's walls. He's had countless opportunities. This attack felt different, more desperate, less controlled than his usual methods. That's oddly comforting, in a deeply disturbing way. Welcome to my life, Silas said with a wry twist of his lips. Where the skeletal butler who serves the house probably doesn't want me dead right this exact second. Counts as good news. Lana squeezed his arm, her fingers warm against his skin. At least it's never boring, Silas Beckham. No, he agreed, guiding her toward the relative safety of his own suite. Boring it is most definitely not. Chapter 2. When Things Go Well. The adrenaline from the Redcap fight, followed so closely by the chilling confrontation with Beauregard, had drained away, leaving Silas exhausted to his very bones. The West Wing guest room, now a scene of bloody carnage, felt suffocating. The coppery smell of blood mingled with the sharp and metallic tang of fey magic, and the lingering cold from Diog's desperate frost attacks made the air thick and difficult to breathe. Splintered wood from the broken portrait frame crunched underfoot, and dark stains were already seeping into the expensive, though dust-covered carpet. Right, Silas said, his voice hoarse and grating even to his own ears. The butcher can have the leftovers for his compost. Beauregard can handle the redecorating, assuming he hasn't sworn allegiance to the wallpaper. He looked at Lana, her face pale beneath streaks of soot and splatters of blood. Her eyes, when they met his, still held that fierce fire he was coming to admire, and perhaps rely on, more than even he was comfortable admitting. You need to get out of here, Lana. Seriously. This place isn't safe for visitors. Especially not visitors who keep getting caught up in all my inherited, homicidal troubles. Lana managed a tired smile. And where exactly do you think I'm going, Silas? She glanced pointedly at the grimy window where the first faint streaks of dawn were creeping across the sky, painting the gruesome scene in shades of purple and orange. Dressed like this? Looking like I've wrestled a chimney sweep in a slaughterhouse and lost spectacularly? You could borrow something from the wardrobe, Silas offered weakly. I'm sure my grandfather had some lovely moth-eaten robes that would be very fashionable. In some circles. Possibly necromantic ones. Lana's smile softened, gaining genuine warmth that reached him even through his exhaustion. Besides, she added, her voice dropping slightly, we made an agreement, didn't we? In that charmingly lethal fighting pit. Watch each other's backs. That was before I knew my own butler might be plotting to adjust me if I threatened the estate's feng shui, Silas pointed out. The danger quotient has significantly increased since our original contract negotiations. All the more reason to stick together. She stepped carefully over a Redcap's outstretched arm, wrinkling her nose at the spreading pool beneath it. Safety in numbers. Basic tactical doctrine. Silas knew she was right. Sending her out into the pre-dawn streets of Bastan alone, especially after a targeted magical attack, was unthinkable. The thought of her facing more danger because of him made his determination harden. And the prospect of facing the rest of this insane night completely alone suddenly seemed less appealing than he'd ever admit. My sweet, then. The words felt both intensely practical and dangerously loaded with unspoken invitation. He cleared his throat. It's generally safe, and currently, as far as I know, free of hidden summoning circles and monsters. As far as you know, Lana repeated, one eyebrow arching. That's a ringing endorsement if I've ever heard one. I'm working with limited information here. My butler, as we've recently established, is not entirely forthcoming about which rooms contain latent murder traps. He offered her his arm, carefully stepping around a particularly large puddle of what he sincerely hoped was just redcap blood. It even has a comfortable armchair, should you prefer separate sleeping arrangements. No judgment. How gentlemanly. I have hidden depths of chivalry, mostly hidden because they keep getting interrupted by assassination attempts. Lana took his arm, her grip firm and reassuring against his. Let's focus on getting somewhere significantly less corpse-filled, shall we? She said, her tone light despite the grim surroundings. We can discuss the thrilling nuances of sleeping arrangements once we're not actively stepping over dismembered goblins and their unpleasant fluids. Technically, redcaps are fae, not goblins, Silas corrected, guiding her toward the door. Distant cousins, maybe. Similar fashion sense with the whole blood-dripped hat aesthetic. Is this really the time for a taxonomy lesson? I'm a monster hunter. Classification is important. It affects their weaknesses, their behavior patterns, their market value when harvested for parts. He paused, considering the bodies behind them. Although I'm not sure what parts of a redcap are actually valuable. Their hats? Possibly. There might be a market for blood-soaked headwear somewhere. Lana stared at him. You're seriously thinking about profit margins right now? Force of habit. Years of scraping by in Karst. Every dead monster was potential coin. He shrugged. The instinct doesn't turn off just because I theoretically inherited an estate. Especially an estate that's trying to kill me. They navigated the maze-like corridors of the Beckham estate. The silence of the old house pressed in on them, broken only by the soft pad of their own footsteps and Diog's claws on the stone floor. The young wolf padded silently between them, the shadow of midnight fur and ice-blue eyes, his watchful alertness replacing any earlier tension. He seemed remarkably calm despite the night's violence, occasionally sniffing at dark stains on the floorboards with what Silas could only describe as professional interest. Your wolf is handling this remarkably well, Lana observed quietly. Diog's seen worse. Or will see worse. He's a Fenrir descendant. Violence is rather his natural habitat. Silas glanced down at the young wolf, who was currently investigating a suspicious-looking shadow with intense concentration. Although I think he's mostly just annoyed we interrupted his grooming routine. He takes his appearance very seriously. Diog huffed, as if in agreement. A vain mythical wolf. How appropriate for a Beckham. I resent that implication. The Beckhams are known for their magical aptitude and eccentric deaths, not their vanity. He paused. Although, judging by my grandfather's portrait collection, there may have been some overlap. The familiar solid oak door of Silas's junior suite was a profoundly welcome sight. He worked the key with steady hands, focused on the task. The solid click of the heavy bolts sliding home was, without a doubt, the most satisfying sound he'd heard all night. He tested the handle twice, then drew the secondary iron latch for good measure. Only then did he allow himself to relax slightly. 2 locks? Lana leaned against the closed door, a ghost of a smile playing on her lips. Her tone held teasing approval rather than mockery. And you tested the handle twice. Paranoid much, Beckham? After assassins appeared from a hidden, blood-fueled summoning circle in a room my own butler forgot to mention was my grandfather's murder scene? Silas ran a hand through his disheveled hair. Let's just say paranoid is now another word for still breathing. It's a growing philosophy. I've heard worse philosophies. Most of those people are dead. That's not comforting, Silas. It wasn't meant to be. Comfort is for people who don't have skeletal butlers with complicated loyalties. He turned to face her. The lamplight in the suite felt miles away from the blood-soaked chaos of the guest room. It was a small pocket of warmth and order in a house that seemed determined to offer neither. No summoning circles in here, I think. Probably. He surveyed the room with new weariness. I'll have Beauregard add routine monster portal detection sweeps to his daily list of chores, right under polishing the silver and lying about critical family history. Do you think he'll actually comply? With the monster sweeps? Probably. With the honesty? Absolutely not. Silas moved to light another lamp, chasing away the shadows that suddenly seemed more threatening than they had that morning. But at least I now know what I'm dealing with. A servant bond to the estate rather than the family. It explains a lot, actually. Such as why he was so eager for me to stay? Why he kept emphasizing the importance of securing the grounds? Why he conveniently forgot to mention that my grandfather was murdered in the exact room where assassins were hiding? Silas's jaw tightened. He wasn't protecting me. He was protecting his investment in a new heir who might actually restore this place. Diog sniffed the air dramatically, as if surrounded by rank amateurs who couldn't detect a simple demonic portal. With a sigh that seemed to say, "The incompetence I must endure," he claimed his usual spot on the plush rug by the cold fireplace. He circled 3 times with meticulous precision before settling down with a contented groan. Despite his apparently relaxed posture, Silas noted the wolf's ice-blue eyes remained alert, fixed on the locked door, one ear swiveling to catch the faintest sound from the corridor beyond. Good thinking, boy. Silas nodded his approval. Keep watch. Apparently we can't entirely trust the butler to prioritize the heir's immediate survival over, say, the structural integrity of the wallpaper. Diog's ear twitched in acknowledgement. He really does understand you, doesn't he? Lana said, watching the exchange with interest. Better than most humans I've met. And he's significantly less likely to manipulate me for his own mysterious agenda. Silas shot a dark look at the door, as if Beauregard might be lurking just beyond. Although, with my luck, he's probably plotting something. Wolves are clever. Maybe too clever. Diog yawned, displaying rows of needle-sharp teeth. The picture of uncomplicated loyalty. Or maybe, Lana suggested, you're just incredibly suspicious of everything now. Healthy skepticism. There's a difference. Speaking of health, Lana said, her attention sweeping over him, lingering on the dark stains that had blossomed across his shirt. She moved from the door, surveying him head to toe with a critical eye. Take your shirt off. Silas blinked. The sudden, direct command catching him off guard. His mind processed the shift quickly. "Excuse me?" "Your shirt?" she repeated patiently, as if speaking to a particularly slow child. She pointed at his chest where the dark, wet stains of fey blood had spread across the fine linen. "Off. Now?" Her voice was firm, brooked no argument. "You're bleeding through it again, and I need to check those wounds properly this time. We got somewhat sidetracked by the undead loyalty crisis and subsequent fey corpse disposal debate earlier."
"Sidetracked is one word for it."
"Would you prefer catastrophically diverted by existential revelations about your butler's true allegiance?" "That's significantly more words." "Take off the shirt, Silas." Only then did Silas register the dull throbbing in his ribs, the stinging ache along his left arm. He'd been so focused on the external threats that he'd compartmentalized his own injuries. Now, in the relative quiet, his body was beginning to protest. He looked down. Dark patches were indeed blooming on the borrowed blue shirt. "They're just scratches," he said, but he was already working on the buttons with efficient movements, the fine material slippery beneath his grip. Famous last words. Right up there with, "It's probably not poisonous," and "I'm sure the skeleton butler has my best interests at heart." Her voice softened, genuine concern replacing the sharp edge of command. "I've seen just scratches turn septic and kill grown men faster than you'd ever believe, especially wounds from fey creatures. Their claws can carry some nasty surprises."
"What kind of surprises?"
"Blood toxins, curse residue, occasionally parasitic larvae, though that's mostly with the lower fey." She caught his expression. "Don't worry. Redcaps are usually clean. They're murderers, not incubators."
"That's remarkably specific knowledge for a registry administrator."
"I competed in the tournament for 3 years, Silas. You pick things up." She gestured impatiently. "Shirt. Off. Now."
The ruined shirt hit the floor with a soft thud, pooling beside its bloodier companion from the earlier fight with Vanessa's thugs. The cool air of the room touched his skin. He stood before her, stripped to the waist, revealing angry red gashes across his chest, arms, and ribs. Most were shallow, stinging cuts from the redcap's sharp claws, already crusting over. But a few looked nastier than Silas had realized in the heat of battle. Deeper, still oozing slightly. Their surrounding skin inflamed and tender to the touch. Blood had dried in rusty streaks down his torso, mapping the paths of earlier wounds. Lana moved closer, her professional, medic demeanor firmly in place. Her fingers surprisingly gentle for someone who wielded fire magic and fought in underground arenas, hovered just above his skin, carefully examining each wound.
"These need proper cleaning," she said, her voice low and serious. "That quick, panicked dab with DeWalt's 300-year-old brandy back in the death trap guest room doesn't count as adequate first aid, no matter how historically significant the vintage."
"It seemed appropriate at the time. Grandfather's brandy for grandfather's death room."
"Poetic. Also medically inadvisable."
"They're not that bad," Silas said, looking down at himself with focused interest. "Actually, wait a minute. They look better than they should. A lot better." It was true. He studied his skin with sharp attention. What should have been fresh, bleeding gashes were already showing signs of accelerated healing. The deepest cut across his ribs, the one that had bled freely during the fight and soaked through Beauregard's borrowed shirt, now showed clean pink edges, the skin visibly knitting itself together even as he watched. The smaller scratches were already fading, the angry redness diminishing, leaving behind only faint, slightly itchy lines.
"That's not normal."
Lana's brow furrowed in concentration.
She gently traced a finger near a particularly nasty-looking wound on his forearm. Her light touch sent an unexpected shiver through him, a sensation entirely unrelated to the injury itself. These should still be fresh. Still seeping blood. It's been, maybe 20 minutes since the fight ended? How fast do you usually heal, Silas?
Not this fast,
he admitted, his voice steady with newfound interest. He twisted to examine the rapidly diminishing scrape on his ribs. It felt more like an annoying itch now, a faint tingling sensation rather than the sharp pain of a fresh wound. This is unexpected. Maybe it's the estate? Some kind of passive healing ward I haven't found yet? When did you first notice it?
Just now, when you pointed it out.
He frowned, watching a particularly deep scratch seal itself shut. I've always healed well. Survival in Karst required it, but this is different. This is fast. Or perhaps it's your bloodline. Her fingers continued their gentle exploration of his injuries, tracing the path of healing flesh with clinical fascination. The Beckham line was known for its unusual resilience. According to some of the older, more obscure registry texts, it wasn't just exceptional magical aptitude. There are references to persistent vitality and stubborn constitutions in the historical records. Stubborn sounds about right. I meant it medically, not personality-wise. She paused. Although both apply. Thank you for your comprehensive assessment. You're welcome. The point is, maybe accelerated healing is another part of your complicated inheritance package. Another surprise gift from your eccentric and apparently very robust grandfather. Silas considered this. Dwalt lived to be quite old, didn't he? Despite practicing dangerous magic in a monster-infested estate? He was murdered, Silas. That's not exactly evidence of longevity. But he survived long enough to be murdered. In this place, that's an achievement. Great. Silas kept his tone light. So, along with the ability to summon horrors from other dimensions, accumulate crippling debt, and a questionable taste in interior decorating, I also get ridiculously fast healing. You're complaining about accelerated healing? I'm noting that every gift from the Beckham bloodline seems to come with significant complications. The summoning ability comes with murderous fey assassins. The estate comes with a butler who serves the property rather than the owner. The healing? He shrugged. Probably comes with something equally problematic. Maybe I'll develop an allergy to dying. Become some kind of immortal nuisance. Most people would consider immortality a benefit. Most people haven't met Beauregard. An eternity of his disapproving glances and carefully worded lies? That's not a gift. That's a curse. Lana's hands paused their assessment, coming to rest on the now healing gash across his ribs. Does this hurt? Her touch was feather-light, almost a caress. No, actually. It just itches now. He stood still under her continued scrutiny, acutely aware of her proximity. The professional distance she'd maintained was shifting. Feels like the skin's pulling itself together. It's profoundly interesting. Fascinating, she murmured, her focus entirely on the medical curiosity before her. After a moment more, she stepped back, apparently satisfied with her examination. Well, you'll live. No organs attempting escape, no arterial geysers spraying the antique furniture. Always a plus on an evening quite like this one. Good to know my insides are generally staying put. Silas moved towards the wardrobe with purpose, needing to establish some professional distance. The warmth of her touch lingered on his skin, a distraction he couldn't afford. Listen, Lana, I really appreciate you staying here, patching me up, facing down Fey assassins with me. But you should get some rest. Seriously, I can take the armchair, it's surprisingly comfortable. You're offering me your bed and taking the armchair. Her voice was flat. After everything that's happened tonight? It's the gentlemanly thing to do. Since when are you a gentleman? You literally threw a man into a fighting pit earlier today. That was different. He insulted you. Silas pulled out a clean blue linen shirt, the fabric cool and smooth against his fingers. In the morning, I'll get Boner Guard to have the Gemini escort you back to the registry safely. Assuming the Gemini are actually trustworthy. Which, after tonight's revelations about estate loyalties, is frankly up for debate. He needed to get her out of here, away from the estate's dangers, before something else tried to kill them. Before the situation became more complicated than it already was. Lana stared at him. Her expression shifted through several emotions. Initial surprise, then clear disbelief, before finally setting on exasperation. Escort me home? She repeated, her voice dangerously quiet. Well, yes. Silas pulled the shirt over his head with practiced efficiency. The soft linen was a welcome change after the blood-soaked, ruined garment. It's extremely early. You need sleep, Lana. Somewhere that isn't actively, demonstrably murderous. This estate, as we've both just witnessed, isn't nearly as secure as I'd hoped. The sooner you're away from it, the better for your continued safety. And frankly, for my peace of mind. Your peace of mind? Yes. I've got enough to worry about without adding Lana getting murdered by estate hazards to the list. How thoughtful of you. I try. Silas? She pinched the bridge of her nose, a gesture he was beginning to recognize as profound frustration with his decision-making. We were just ambushed by magical Fey assassins in your supposedly secure private quarters, within your monster-infested estate, where, I might add, your grandfather was brutally murdered. Right, he said, tucking the shirt into his trousers. Which is precisely why you should leave as soon as possible. This place is clearly a death trap. And you seriously intend to send me out alone? Into the pre-dawn streets of Bastan? After someone just made a very violent, very targeted attempt on your life? Which, by extension, also included mine? Her voice was rising with each point. Silas paused. The shirt halfway tucked. Well, naturally, I'd escort you myself, and then you'd come back here, alone, to the place where assassins can apparently just pop out of hidden summoning circles in rooms where your own butler forgot your grandfather was murdered. She crossed her arms, one perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched in silent challenge. When she put it that way, his plan did have some obvious flaws. No, Silas, you didn't think. Not clearly. Lana kicked off her blood-splattered shoes. They landed softly on the expensive rug. You reacted. You defaulted to some misguided protective instinct that involves pushing away the one person who's actually proven useful in a crisis tonight. I don't push away. You literally just tried to send me home. After I helped you kill 3 Fey assassins. After I de-escalated your confrontation with a potentially hostile undead butler. After I, she paused meaningfully, kissed you over dinner. That's a fair point. Which part? All of it, really? She sat decisively on the edge of his large 4-poster bed, making herself entirely at home among the rumpled sheets and plush pillows. We made an agreement, remember? in that charmingly lethal fighting pit surrounded by cheering drunks and betting slips? Watch each other's backs? Or was that just the pre-assassination pillow talk that I somehow misinterpreted? It wasn't pillow talk. We weren't near any pillows at the time. Fighting pit talk, then. The point stands. Your grandmother will worry if you don't return to the registry, Silas began, trying another angle. My grandmother, Lana interrupted smoothly, will assume I'm working late, again, processing urgent tournament permits for the Hex Gear Cup. Probably. She's quite used to my irregular hours, especially when I'm researching sensitive and time-consuming Beckham estate claims. A mischievous glint entered her green eyes. And this particular claim, Silas Beckham, is proving to be very sensitive indeed, and decidedly hands-on. Hands-on? After tonight, I believe I've earned significant overtime pay. I can't actually afford to pay you. The estate is 28,000 gold in debt. Then you'll have to find other ways to compensate me for my dedicated service. Her smile turned decidedly predatory. Silas finished tucking in the shirt, maintaining his focus despite her presence. On his bed, in his room, after they'd shared that intense kiss over dinner, after they'd nearly died together, after everything. Fine, he said, his voice controlled. You can take the bed. I'll sleep in the armchair. It's surprisingly comfortable, as I may have mentioned. Lana stared at him for a long, silent moment. Then she sighed, a deep, theatrical sound. She shook her head slowly, her expression one of disbelief tinged with something that might have been affection. Silas Beckham, she said, her voice laced with wonder. You are remarkably, astonishingly dense for someone so consistently good at staying alive. Dense? I'm offering you the comfortable option. That's exactly what I mean. What's that supposed to mean? Silas felt his instincts sharpen, sensing he was missing something obvious. Instead of answering, she stood from the bed and crossed the space between them in 3 deliberate, graceful strides. Silas held his ground as she approached. He was intensely aware of how close she was, of the subtle floral scent of her hair, mingled now with the metallic tang of blood and the bitter smell of fey magic, of the lingering warmth from the earlier battle clinging to her skin, of how the lamplight illuminated the delicate curve of her neck. Lana? His voice remained steady. Shut up, Silas. Then she kissed him. This wasn't like the kiss over dinner, the one that had been all wine-warmed and tentative. This was decisive, fierce, hungry. Her hands tangled in his hair, fingers surprisingly strong as they pulled him down to meet her. Her body pressed against his, soft and warm and undeniably real. They broke apart only when the need for air became urgent. Silas looked down at her, processing the shift in dynamics with clarity. His carefully constructed plans for platonic cohabitation for the remainder of the night had been definitively altered. Oh, he said, understanding dawning. Finally, her forehead rested against his, her hands still tangled in his hair, anchoring him. Her chest rose and fell rapidly against his, her breath warm on his skin. I was beginning to think I'd need to hand you an illustrated instruction manual, perhaps with diagrams and very small words. In my defense, he said, it's been a very confusing night. Confusing? Assassins, butler revelations, near-death experiences, accelerated healing. It's a lot to process. And kissing a woman who's clearly interested in you is the confusing part. I've had more experience with the near-death experiences. I just thought, he said, his voice steady now. After the almost dying, and then Beauregard's whole existential crisis and this homicidal estate trying to kill us at every turn. That's your problem, Silas? She kissed him again. Shorter this time, but no less intense. Too much thinking. We nearly died tonight. Several times, if we're being precise. I'm not wasting any more time on propriety or waiting around for you to figure out the blindingly obvious. The blindingly obvious being that I'm interested in you, that you're interested in me, that we're both adults who just survived a traumatic experience together and are currently standing in a private room with a very large, very comfortable bed. She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. The situation is not complicated, Silas. You're making it complicated. The situation crystallized with perfect clarity. This wasn't about safety protocols or complicated emotions or political implications. This was simpler, direct, and far more appealing. Right, yes, good point. Excellent point, he said, his voice firm with decision. Articulate as always, Beckham. She tugged at his freshly donned, clean linen shirt. This really needs to come off again. It's getting in the way of important progress. But you just told me to put it on, he protested, even as his hands moved to help her. Changed my mind. Women's prerogative. Her fingers brushed his skin as she unbuttoned it herself. Each touch electric. Besides, she added, her voice dropping to a husky murmur, it's looking far too respectable for what I have in mind for the rest of the night. And what exactly do you have in mind? I thought we established that thinking was your problem, not mine. Fair point. The clean shirt hit the floor again, joining its blood-stained predecessor in a rapidly growing pile of discarded Beckham heirlooms. Silas pulled Lana closer, his hands finding the curve of her waist, reveling in the feel of her warmth pressed against him. Bed? She suggested, her voice breathy between hungry kisses. Bed, he agreed readily. He was already walking her backward towards the massive four-poster with confident purpose. Still think I should go home? She whispered against his lips, her eyes dark with desire. Silas's mind focused entirely on the present moment. This wasn't how he'd expected the night to end. Not after assassins and shocking revelations about his grandfather's murder and his butler's divided loyalties. But looking at Lana, at the raw desire shining in her eyes, he knew with absolute certainty that this was exactly where he wanted to be. I've completely, he murmured against her mouth, comprehensively rethought my previous position on that matter. Lana laughed, a low, throaty sound that sent shivers down his spine. She pulled him down onto the bed with her. Good, she whispered, her lips finding his again. Because I'm staying. From his self-appointed guard post on the rug by the fireplace, Diog huffed with what could only be described as profound canine resignation. He pointedly turned his head to face the wall, granting them a measure of privacy. Silas made a mental note to reward the remarkably discreet young wolf with the butcher's finest cuts of venison in the morning. Assuming, of course, that either he or Lana could think, let alone move by then. Your wolf is judging us, Lana murmured between kisses. He's judging me. He likes you. Smart wolf. Terrifyingly intelligent, actually. I'm beginning to suspect he's the only one in this estate with any common sense. Her hands found his chest again, cool fingers gently tracing lines of the nearly healed cuts from the Redcap's attack. "These really are closing up fast," she murmured, her breath warm against his skin. "Almost unnaturally so." "Is now really the time for a detailed medical assessment of my peculiar healing abilities?" He brushed a strand of dark hair from her face, his fingers lingering for a moment on the soft skin of her temple. "Sorry." Her voice was a husky whisper. "Old registry habits die hard. Just making sure my investment is sound and that you'll be still in one piece for breakfast." Investment? He found the delicate curve of her ear, his lips brushing against it. "In you, Silas Beckham," she breathed, her body molding against his, "and in whatever wonderfully complicated, incredibly dangerous, and thoroughly enjoyable thing happens next." Thoroughly enjoyable? "That's the plan." "I approve of this plan." "I thought you might." Their lips met again, and for the first time since arriving at the Beckham estate, Silas stopped thinking altogether. Chapter 3. Morning after, before the storm. Silas woke slowly to warmth. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. Expensive linen, smelling faintly of lavender and Lana, lay against his bare skin instead of the rough-spun wool or cold cobblestones he was accustomed to. Lana's warmth was a tangible presence beside him. Her dark hair spilled across his chest like silk, one arm draped over his torso, her breathing soft and even against his side. He blinked away the remnants of sleep, the reality of their situation, of the entire night, settled in with exhilarating clarity. Less than a week ago, he'd been a C-rank adventurer fighting for scraps in Karst's gutters, taking on any dangerous job just to survive another day. Now, he lay in the opulent ancestral estate of a legendary archmagus, beside the most remarkable woman he'd ever met. His life had become unpredictable and surprisingly enjoyable. "Something amusing, Beckham?" Lana murmured, her voice thick with sleep. She pressed closer, snuggling against him, and the simple movement sent warmth through him. "Just thinking about our agreement to watch each other's backs," he replied, his voice coming out deeper than usual. "We may have interpreted that particular clause a bit more literally than originally planned." "Comprehensive personal security protocols," she murmured into his chest, her lips moving against his skin. "No hidden daggers discovered, no surprise summoning circles activated. I'd call it a highly successful joint operation." Carefully, trying not to disturb her, Silas eased away and swung his legs over the bed's edge. The cool floorboards met his bare feet, a grounding sensation. Across the room, Diog raised his head from the plush rug where he dutifully maintained his watch. The young Fenrir stretched, a sinuous ripple of midnight fur and muscle, frost patterns swirling briefly around his paws before he padded silently over to nudge Silas's hand with his cold nose. "Morning, boy." Silas scratched behind the wolf's ears, a familiar comfort in his new life. Diog leaned into the affection, his tail giving a single, satisfied thump against the floor. Behind him, on the bed, Lana burrowed deeper under the covers, a soft sigh escaping her. She clearly intended to savor a few more moments of sleep. He smiled. She'd more than earned it after the night they'd had. Moving quietly, Silas began to gather his scattered clothes. The events of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind as he dressed. The shock of the Redcap attack, the visceral fight for their lives, Beauregard's chilling revelation about the murder room and his divided loyalties. And then afterward, with Lana, everything in his new life moved at breakneck speed. Diog followed him to the window, a silent companion. Silas pushed aside the heavy velvet curtains. The estate grounds stretched below, a wild sprawl of overgrown gardens mixing with oddly manicured lawns, morning mist clinging to gnarled trees. How much of the landscaping was a remnant of his grandfather's design? How much was the slow will of the estate itself, reasserting its wild nature? How much of it was still hiding more monsters, more forgotten secrets? What am I even doing here? The words escaped him in a quiet breath. Diog tilted his head, those intelligent ice-blue eyes seeming to see far too much. Not you, boy. Silas knelt to ruffle the wolf's thick fur, the familiar chill a welcome anchor. I know why you're here. I meant all of this. He gestured at the opulent room, then towards the bed where Lana still slept, a small smile on her face. The estate? The Peckham title? Her? In Karst, relationships had been transactions. Protection exchanged for temporary companionship. Information bartered for a moment of warmth. Safety sought through uneasy affiliation. Simple, brutal. Nothing like the exhilarating connection he felt with Lana. But Lana wasn't some Karst street girl. She worked for the registry, a position of standing. She was Magistrate Rain's granddaughter, a connection that came with its own expectations. Her interest in him was clear, genuine, and matched by his own growing attraction. Diog nudged his hand again, a gentle but insistent pressure, pulling him from his thoughts. You're right, Silas conceded with a decisive nod. Time to focus on immediate problems. He crossed to the wash basin, its porcelain surface cool beneath his fingertips, and splashed cold water on his face. Focus on the immediate problems, he told himself. Securing the estate, the upcoming tournament semifinals, Beauregard's carefully guarded secrets, staying alive. The rest would work itself out. A sharp knock on the suite door interrupted his thoughts. Diog moved instantly, a silent black shadow positioning himself between the door and the bed where Lana still slept. Frost wisped from his jaws, a subtle warning.
Master Silas!
Beauregard's familiar voice called from the corridor, muffled slightly by the thick oak.
Breakfast will be served in 20 minutes. The butcher has prepared something special in honor of your continued survival. And, of course, that of Miss Lana.
Silas remained alert. Special from the butcher could mean literally anything, from perfectly cooked venison to something dredged from the deepest parts of the estate's corrupted pantry. We'll be down shortly, he called back. He heard the faint rustle of Beauregard's formal attire as the butler lingered outside the door. Then,
I have taken the liberty of placing fresh clothes for Miss Lana just outside your door. Her approximate size was estimated based on visual assessment during yesterday evening's unfortunate security breach.
Lana shot upright in bed, clutching the fine linen sheets to her chest, her eyes wide and sleep-flushed. Did your skeletal butler just admit to oogling me while I was covered in blood and fey entrails after we were almost murdered? He prefers to call it visual assessment during an unfortunate security breach. Silas mimicked Beauregard's precise tone. Much more professional than discreetly stared while you were heroically battling dark creatures and quite possibly bleeding out. A reluctant smile touched Lana's lips, chasing away the last vestiges of sleep. Well, at least I won't have to wear yesterday's gore-splattered dress to breakfast. That would be a terrible first impression on the homicidal kitchen staff. Silas retrieved the neatly folded clothes Beauregard had left. A cream-colored linen blouse and simple dark trousers. Both well-made and accurately sized. Beauregard's ability to notice everything, to anticipate needs was both incredibly useful and deeply unnerving. That skeleton sees far too much, he said, handing the clothes to Lana. And apparently prepares for every eventuality. Lana examined the outfit, the linen soft between her fingers. These are new. Exquisite quality. I half expected something from Dwalt's rumored private collection of guest attire for special occasions. She slipped from the bed, momentarily forgetting modesty in her assessment of the garments before snatching up a heavy silk throw from the end of the bed and wrapping it around herself. Silas leaned against the bedpost, arms crossed, watching her. The easy domesticity of the scene felt both entirely new and strangely comfortable. About last night, he began with certainty. Lana paused, a button half-fastened on the linen blouse. Her green eyes met his, direct and searching. Second thoughts already, Beckham? No. The denial was immediate and firm. Not second thoughts. Just wondering where we go from here. Your job, my ever-present assassins, this whole ridiculous, complicated situation. It's a lot. I've never minded complicated, she said, her eyes unwavering. Her fingers, sure and deft, finished with the buttons. Simple, as I believe I've mentioned, is remarkably boring. He considered her words as she finished dressing. The simple clothes somehow made her look even more striking than the formal attire of her practical leathers. A week ago, his biggest daily worry was finding his next meal or avoiding the notice of Karst's corrupt city guard. Now, he was the acting heir to a legendary magical estate, entangled with Bastan's high society through its most capable registry official and the target of unknown enemies. And then, there was this electric connection with Lana. I enjoyed last night, he said clearly. All of it. Even the parts that involved fighting for our lives. Having you here? He met her eyes directly. It felt right. I enjoyed it too, she said softly, her voice sincere. Even the parts involving murderous garden gnome-like creatures and deeply unsettling revelations about your butler's true loyalties. But I don't want to complicate things for you further, Silas continued with practical confidence. My life is already chaotic. It's not exactly stable or safe. Diog, who had been watching their exchange with quiet intensity, padded over to Lana, nudging her hand gently with his cold nose. She scratched his ears absently, her attention still fixed on Silas. Are you attempting to let me down gently, Silas? She asked, a faint smile playing on her lips, though her eyes remained serious. The opposite, actually. Silas crossed the small space between them in 2 strides. He stopped just before her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her skin, to see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. I'd like to see you again. Very much. But I can't pretend this is something it's not, or that I know exactly where it's heading. You have a career, a life here in Bastan. I'm still building my position while keeping us both alive. So, she said, her voice a low murmur. We enjoy each other when the opportunity allows. No grand promises. No unnecessary complications. We just see where it goes? Yeah. Satisfaction filled him. This conversation was going exactly as he'd hoped. We had fun. A lot of fun. I'd definitely like to have more fun. Preferably with significantly less bloodshed next time. But let's try not to force it into something that neither of us is really ready for. She rose on her toes and kissed him lightly, a soft pressure against his lips that still managed to send a jolt through him. I can work with that, she breathed. Diog huffed loudly between them, a clear indication that his patience for human romantic negotiations was wearing thin, especially when breakfast was involved. Someone's ready for his venison, Silas said with amusement. can't keep the butcher waiting. Lana agreed, stepping back and taking his arm in a gesture that felt both casual and propriety. It's not every day I'm served at breakfast by a reformed, dimension-hopping kitchen monster with a surprisingly artistic flair for garnishes. Silas paused at the door, glancing back at the rumpled bed, the discarded clothes, the faint scent of Lana that now permeated his room. "Wait," he said, remembering. "My sword." Lana laughed, the sound bright and free in the quiet room. "Again? Honestly, Silas, how often do you forget your primary weapon in moments of distraction?" "More often than I should probably admit," he said with confidence, retrieving the blade from where he'd leaned it against the nightstand. "Though, in my defense, I've been rather consistently distracted lately. Monster-infested estates, ongoing assassination attempts, remarkably beautiful women in my bedroom. The usual daily grind." "Your life has certainly taken quite a turn from your days hunting rats in Karst's sewers," she teased, her eyes sparkling. "That's one word for it." He checked the sword's draw, the familiar weight a comfort in his hand, then offered her his arm again. "Shall we?" They left the suite together, Diog trotting contentedly alongside them. The three of them made an unlikely but increasingly cohesive unit. "You know," Lana said as they headed toward the dining room, "do you always bring deadly weapons to breakfast now?" "After last night?" Silas considered. "I'm seriously considering implementing a new policy of bringing them to bed as well." Lana's laughter filled the old stone corridor. "That might complicate certain activities." "We could negotiate a clearly defined weapons-free bedroom policy," Silas suggested, a grin tugging at his lips. "Strictly for practical purposes, of course." "Of course," she agreed, her eyes dancing. "Though depending on breakfast and precisely what the butcher has decided to create for us this morning, all bets and possibly all weapon policies could be off." Chapter 4. Handling the Unexpected. Silas led the way through the mansion's corridors, Lana's hand resting comfortably on the crook of his arm. The simple, domestic gesture felt surprisingly natural after the chaos and bloodshed of the previous night. Diog padded silently beside them, a shadow of midnight fur and watchful ice-blue eyes. The air in the hallways felt different this morning. Lighter somehow, as if a heavy curtain had been partially drawn back. The oppressive atmosphere that had seemed to cling to every shadowed corner when he first arrived had noticeably retreated. "Is it just me?" Silas said, glancing around at the way sunlight now dared to stream through a newly cleaned window, brightening the corridor. "Or does this place seem less actively hostile?" "Murderous?" Lana offered with a wry smile, her fingers giving his arm a slight squeeze. "I was going to say actively menacing," Silas replied. "But yours works too." "There's a difference?" "Subtle distinctions. Murderous implies intent. Menacing is more of a general ambiance." He gestured at a particularly dark corner that now merely looked dusty rather than predatory. "This morning, I'll downgrade the estate from actively plotting my demise to merely passively inconvenient. Progress." The walls still bore the scars of time and neglect. Faded hangings, cracked plaster, portraits whose subjects had long since dissolved into murky obscurity. But even these familiar signs of decay seemed less ominous today. There was a subtle shift, a change in the estate's very presence. Fresh claw marks from the Redcap fight stood out starkly against the older, more weathered damage. But even those seemed more like battle scars on a familiar face than fresh threats. The shadows in the corners behaved more like normal shadows, less like potential ambush sites waiting to spring to life. The windows, Lana observed, pausing to examine a pane of glass that actually sparkled in the morning light. Someone cleaned them. Recently. Apparently, my dried meat diplomacy has unexpected domestic applications. You bribed the estate's inhabitants with jerky? The chittering ones. They live in the walls. Very responsive to tribute. It turns out, Silas shrugged. In Karst, you learned to negotiate with whatever was living in your territory. Rats, roaches, the occasional territorial ghost. Same principle applies here, just scaled up considerably. Beauregard waited for them in the small dining room, already impeccably dressed, adjusting a fork's precise position on the table by a fraction of an inch. The skeletal butler straightened as they entered, the faint purple light in his eye sockets unwavering.
Master Silas, Miss Lana, breakfast is served.
His usual formal tone carried an undertone Silas recognized immediately. Relief, certainly. And perhaps something approaching approval. You seem almost cheerful this morning, Beauregard, Silas observed. Relatively speaking.
I am precisely as cheerful as circumstances warrant, young master. Which is to say, marginally less grim than yesterday.
The butler pulled out Lana's chair with a flourish.
The estate's response to legitimate authority, and to the bonds formed within it. As you assert your presence, Master Silas, as you form connections with its denizens, the mansion itself acknowledges your dominion.
Connections, Lana repeated, settling into the offered chair with a knowing smile. Is that what we're calling it now?
The elements less aligned with that dominion will retreat,
Beauregard continued, pointedly ignoring her comment.
Or learn to coexist peacefully. Or, as we witnessed last night, be composted. Please, sit.
The butler then attended to Silas.
The chittering ones, in a fit of what I can only describe as domestic enthusiasm, worked through the night on these windows. They seem quite eager to please after your diplomatic offering of dried meat.
Silas nodded, remembering his small gesture of respect to the wall-dwelling creatures. Never underestimate the persuasive power of a well-timed bribe, even with magical insects. Morning, Master Silas. Morning, pretty lady. Nerissa's cheerful voice bubbled up from the ornate silver water pitcher dominating the center of the table. Her watery form shimmered within the silver. Did you two sleep well? Together? I heard such interesting sounds through the pipes late last night. Good morning, Nerissa. Silas cut her off firmly, feeling warmth rise to his cheeks. He shot a quick glance at Lana, who was trying not to smile. Beauregard discreetly lifted the first silver dome of the serving platter. Perfect eggs Benedict glistened beneath, the hollandaise sauce still steaming gently. We slept fine, thank you. Lana, recovering her composure, laughed. Good morning, Nerissa. It's lovely to hear your voice again. Oh, she's polite. I like her. The water in the pitcher rippled with Nerissa's enthusiasm. Keep this one, Master Silas. She's much better than those boring, stuffy registry types your grandfather used to try and impress with his terrible poetry. I'm a registry type, Nerissa, Lana pointed out with considerable amusement. Oh. The water in the pitcher stilled for a heartbeat. Well, you're a good registry type then. The fun kind. Not the kind who audits water pressure for municipal compliance. The massive dining room doors swung open with a dramatic, floor-shaking creak. The butcher entered, all 7 feet of stitched-together flesh somehow managing to look even larger as he carried a massive silver tray piled high with food. He set down platters of perfectly cooked eggs Benedict, a vibrant assortment of fresh fruit arranged in an artistic spiral, and golden brown pastries that smelled of butter and cinnamon. Diog, who had been patiently waiting, immediately headed for his designated corner where a bowl of freshly prepared venison awaited him.
Prime venison with ice seasoning and a hint of winter berries,
Beauregard explained, anticipating Silas's unspoken question as he gestured toward Diog's meals.
The butcher has been diligently researching appropriate nutritional requirements for frost-aligned mythic creatures. He's quite dedicated to his craft.
Silas cut into his eggs, the yolk running over the perfectly toasted English muffin. He's really taken to his new role, he observed with satisfaction.
The butcher has found purpose,
Beauregard agreed with a solemn nod.
It is remarkable what clear direction a well-stocked larder and the occasional threat of being turned into stew ingredients can accomplish.
Lana savored a bite of her eggs, closing her eyes for a moment in pure appreciation. This is divine. How does it get the hollandaise sauce so perfectly smooth and tangy? Beauregard leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
Trade secrets, Miss Lana. Culinary techniques best left unexamined. I assure you, for everyone's sake, some mysteries of the kitchen should remain mysteries.
They ate in comfortable silence for several minutes. The only sounds were the clink of silverware against fine china and satisfied murmurs of enjoyment. Silas tore into a flaky, buttery pastry, its layers practically melting in his mouth. Lana spread a generous amount of rose-petal jam on a piece of toast with precise, elegant movements. The warm atmosphere of the dining room, the delicious food, Lana's relaxed presence beside him. It was a world away from the grim realities of Karst. Beauregard, Silas said finally, his mouth still half full of pastry. He swallowed hastily. About those redcaps last night, and the situation in the guest room, and the skeletal butler's fingers, which had been meticulously adjusting the fold of a napkin stilled on the coffee pot he was about to lift.
Perhaps, young master,
he said, his voice carefully neutral.
That particular discussion would be more appropriate at a time when it's just us. Family business, as it were.
Lana raised a delicate eyebrow but said nothing, taking another bite of her eggs Benedict with feigned nonchalance. Fair enough, Silas agreed readily, reaching for a slice of perfectly ripe melon from the fruit platter. Though I suspect our guest has already guessed that it involves my grandfather's rather colorful past and its unfortunate tendency to try and murder his descendants. Oh, I know all about DeWalt's colorful past, Nerissa chimed in, her watery form in the picture practically vibrating with excitement. He had a terrible weakness for summoning exceptionally pretty monsters, always asking me if I knew any available dryads or forest pixies. Said it was strictly for academic research purposes, but I saw those sketches in his private journals. There was nothing remotely academic about those poses, let me tell you. Silas choked on his coffee, sputtering. Lana quickly patted his back, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Diog looked up from his venison, head tilted in canine confusion at his master's distress.
Miss Nerissa,
Beauregard said, his voice strained. The word academic carrying several layers of skeletal disapproval.
Perhaps we could discuss the late Archmagus's specific academic interests another time, when Miss Lana is not present, and preferably when I am not within earshot.
Academic? Nerissa scoffed from the picture, sending tiny ripples across its surface. That lecherous mage was anything but academic, with his research subjects. always trying to get me to dress up like a wood fairy. Can you imagine? Me, a creature of pure water, in a dress made of leaves? The indignity. Oh, gods! Silas managed between coughs, his face burning. He was never going to look at a water pitcher the same way again. Right? Nerissa continued, clearly on a roll. And then he'd promised them all sorts of things to impress them. Rare magical artifacts, unique summoned specimens, private candlelit dinners in this very room. Then he'd promptly forget his promises, or trade the valuable artifacts for a particularly fine bottle of dwarven whiskey. Her voice took on a theatrical tone. You should see the angry, perfumed letters that used to arrive, full of very creative, very explicit threats involving curses and uncomfortable transmutations. Beauregard made a faint sound, like parchment crinkling under extreme pressure. Silas recognized it as the skeletal butler's equivalent of a pained groan. So, essentially, Silas summarized, spreading jam on a fresh pastry with decisive force. Grandfather's rather active and irresponsible romantic misadventures have now left me with the legacy of supernatural stalkers and fey assassins.
Among other ongoing complications,
Beauregard confirmed weakly, his eye sockets fixed on a point somewhere beyond the dining room wall. They continued eating, or, in Silas's case, strategically consuming pastries, as Nerissa regaled them with more tales of DeWalt Beckham's scandalous love life. Silas found himself working through a second helping of Eggs Benedict, while Lana, with surprising appetite, demolished the fruit platter that Beauregard had strategically placed in front of her.
Speaking of that particular guest room,
Beauregard said suddenly, his empty sockets fixing on a point on the water pitcher, cutting off Nerissa mid-anecdote about a rather persistent mermaid princess.
Miss Nerissa, if I may be so bold as to inquire, why exactly did you recommend that specific room for Master Silas and Miss Lana's private discussions last evening?
Nerissa's watery form shimmered. Oh, well, it has such lovely ambiance, very romantic lighting, excellent for discretion, and fostering positive interpersonal romantic dynamics. Beauregard's skull tilted.
Oh, yes. You're certainly regarding its discretion and suitability for romantic dynamics was most notable.
Well, yes, because the bed doesn't squeak, Nerissa exclaimed, as if this were the most obvious and important feature. Honestly, Beauregard, some of the other beds in this dusty old mausoleum sound like a sack of rusty nails being vigorously ground together by an angry golem. That one in the West Wing? Practically silent. Perfect for vigorous conversation. Silas buried his face in his hands, feeling his face heat. Lana's shoulders were shaking so hard with laughter that the table vibrated slightly. Diog, clearly sensing the shift in mood, looked up from his venison bowl with an expression of profound canine confusion.
The structural integrity and acoustic properties of the bedding,
Beauregard stated flatly, his voice devoid of all emotion,
were your primary criteria for the recommendation of a room where the previous master of this estate was brutally murdered.
Of course, Nerissa declared triumphantly. Nothing kills the mood faster than embarrassingly loud, creaking bed springs during critical negotiations. The skeletal butler swayed slightly. Silas felt a sudden wave of sympathy for the servant. Managing DeWalt Beckham must have been a trial. Managing his heir and the chaotic household he was assembling was shaping up to be a fresh kind of challenge. Lana suddenly froze mid-bite, a piece of perfectly glazed pastry halfway to her mouth. Her eyes went wide with realization. Oh no, she whispered. Oh no, no, no! She dropped the pastry, as if it had suddenly caught fire. Fumbling for the small, elegant timepiece pinned to her dress. "The registry. I'm supposed to be there right now." She pushed back abruptly from the table, dabbing frantically at her lips with a napkin. "Grandmother's going to kill me. Absolutely flame me alive and then reanimate my skin in as a very unattractive lampshade. Most of the senior staff got reassigned to tournament support duty at the Coliseum, but someone has to handle the regular daily grind of soul-crushing bureaucracy." "The tournament?" Silas was on his feet in an instant, nearly knocking over his coffee cup. "Registration! It closes at noon!" "Yes, don't you dare forget." Lana was already moving towards the door, her earlier languor replaced by focused urgency. "Dale's entire investment, not to mention my carefully cultivated reputation as a responsible registry employee, depends on you competing today." "What time is it now?" Silas asked, his mind already shifting to tournament preparations. "Well past 8 bells," Lana groaned, already halfway out the door. "I need to run, literally. My career and possibly my life depends on it." "Beauregard, is the path to the main gate clear?" Silas asked with authority, signaling to Diog, who was instantly alert.
"The Gemini Guardians have been instructed to allow safe passage for all authorized personnel. The Yormonger remains on its eastern patrol route and is unlikely to mistake Miss Lana for a particularly well-dressed garden pest."
"I'll walk you to the gate," Silas offered, grabbing one last, slightly squashed pastry from the platter for the road. "Bye, pretty registry lady," Nerissa called out cheerfully from the water pitcher. "And remember what I said. The young master isn't like the old master at all. He hasn't asked me to wear enchanted seashells even once since he arrived." Silas rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "Nerissa, please." "Or magically changed my cup size. To what was always going on about more curves here and rounder there. So terribly rude and objectifying." "I'm going to seal every single pipe in this entire cursed estate," Silas declared with mock seriousness as he followed Lana out. Lana, despite her haste, laughed breathlessly. "She's certainly informative, and surprisingly invested in your romantic success." "The young master actually treats me like a person," Nerissa's voice bubbled happily from a nearby decorative fountain as they passed through the foyer. "Well, a water spirit person anyway. The point is, no creepy requests. It's so refreshing. And he hasn't tried to peek at me while I'm bathing even once." Nerissa's voice, now seemingly coming from the moisture on the nearby potted plant, continued enthusiastically. "Such wonderfully good manners for a Beckham."
"Thank you, Nerissa. That's quite enough character testimony for one morning,"
Silas called back over his shoulder with amusement. Lana squeezed his hand, her green eyes dancing with mirth. "Your grandfather sounds like he was truly memorable."
"That's one word for it,"
Silas agreed. Chapter 5. No Grandfather's Shadow. They moved quickly through the mansion's corridors, Silas still brushing pastry crumbs from his borrowed shirt. The hurried, chaotic end to breakfast left him feeling vaguely unsatisfied, despite the butcher's excellent cooking. Morning light now streamed boldly through newly cleaned windows, making the old stones of the estate seem less like tombstones and more like simple, if what somewhat dilapidated, architecture. A home, almost. "I still can't believe I'm this late," Lana muttered again as they reached the grand foyer. She checked her timepiece, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. "Grandmother specifically instructed me to be at the registry by 8 bells today. The preliminary tournament reports are due." "When exactly does tournament registration close?" Silas asked, his own sense of urgency building as they navigated a sharp turn in the corridor. Diog loped easily alongside them, occasionally pausing to investigate interesting scents clinging to the stonework. His earlier tension replaced by quiet, confident alertness. Noon sharp. Lana dodged a low-hanging cobweb, that the chittering ones had apparently missed in their nighttime cleaning frenzy. But it's not just about making the deadline. You'll need time for the official evaluation. They'll assess Diog's capabilities, review your credentials, which, given your unique circumstances, might take a while, and then determine your bracket placement. New participants with unusual or powerful summons can sometimes wait for hours just for the preliminary assessment. The sprawling estate grounds looked almost welcoming in the full daylight. Wild, overgrown gardens still threatened to consume forgotten statuary and encroach upon gravel paths, but the raw magic of the place felt potent and alive. A light breeze carried the scent of morning dew. Freshly turned earth and something floral, blooming unseen within the overgrown gardens. Ahead, the massive iron Gemini guardians flanked the main gate, their silent vigil unbroken. Their colossal armored forms caught the bright morning sun, the dulled bronze and blackened iron contrasting sharply against the vibrant green of the untamed foliage. The one whose sword Silas had damaged during his dramatic entrance gave a slight nod as they approached. The metal joints of its neck creaked with the movement, a sound like old trees groaning in a high wind. Silas found himself nodding back automatically. The Guardians had accepted him remarkably quickly after his initial break-in, another small sign that the estate was beginning to acknowledge his claim, his presence.
Master Silas, a moment of your time, if you please.
Beauregard's voice, formal as always, carried from behind them just as they were about to pass through the gates. They paused, turning as the skeletal butler approached at a dignified, measured pace. He carried a small, neatly wrapped cloth bundle in one skeletal hand and a well-made leather pouch in the other.
The butcher insisted,
Beauregard said, offering the warm bundle to Silas. The scent of freshly baked scones, rich with butter and savory herbs, wafted from the cloth.
He has quite distressed that your breakfast this morning concluded so abruptly. He felt it reflected poorly on his duties as culinary provider to the estate.
Silas accepted the bundle, the warmth seeping pleasantly through the cloth into his hands. His stomach gave an appreciative growl. Tell him thanks. They smell incredible.
Additionally,
Beauregard continued, producing the leather pouch which emitted a distinctive clink of coins.
50 silver for your tournament registration fee and other incidental expenses, drawn from the estate's operational funds, of course.
Silas hefted the pouch, noting its weight. I thought we were being particularly careful with non-essential expenditures until the ley line situation is resolved.
The Hexgear Cup tournament represents a significant opportunity for both substantial revenue generation and the re-establishment of the Beckham name's legitimacy within Bastion's influential circles.
Beauregard replied, his tone becoming that of a financial advisor.
Consider this an initial calculated investment in the estate's future solvency. The prize money alone, should you prove successful, would cover several months of essential maintenance and repairs.
How much is the prize money exactly for this C-rank bracket? Lana asked, eyeing the pouch with professional interest.
100 gold pieces for the C-rank division winner,
Beauregard stated.
Considerably more for the higher divisions, though progressing to those levels this year seems ambitious. Shall we say, given that Master Silas's current inexperience with the nuances of formal summoning combat.
Thanks for that resounding vote of confidence, Beauregard, Silas said with amusement, tucking the pouch securely into his belt.
I merely state observable facts, young master. Your innate combat skills are adequate. Your summoning bond with Diog is clearly exceptional. Your practical tournament experience, however, remains regrettably non-existent.
The butler adjusted his monocle with a precise, bony finger.
Still, he added, your grandfather often achieved remarkable success with wildly unconventional strategies. Perhaps that particular family trait persists.
They reached the gates. The Gemini Guardians shifted aside with grinding mechanical precision, creating a clear path onto the road beyond. Up close, Silas could clearly see the hasty but effective repairs where his explosive entrance had damaged the Bronze Guardian's shoulder joint. Someone, Beauregard, or perhaps even the Butcher with his surprising dexterity, had hammered the worst of the dents mostly smooth. "Do I need anything else besides the registration fee and diog for this tournament?" Silas asked as Lana slipped gracefully through the now open gates. "Your guild transfer papers from Karst would expedite the administration process," she said, turning back to face him, her expression serious. "And Silas, be careful. The Colosseum draws enormous crowds, especially on match days. Not all of them will be friendly spectators. That 1,000 gold bounty on your head won't deter someone desperate or foolish enough from trying to collect in a public venue." 1,000 gold. The sheer weight of that sum, more than most people in Karst would see in 10 lifetimes, made his instincts sharpen with focus. Enough coin to make anyone reckless. "I'll keep my eyes open," he promised, his hand moving with purpose toward the hilt of his sword. Lana glanced down the main road, leading towards the city center, clearly torn between her duty at the registry and ensuring he made it to the Colosseum safely. "After you complete your registration," she said, her voice quick and efficient, "find the designated fighter preparation area. It's in the northwest corner of the Colosseum grounds, marked with blue and silver banners. Dale said he'd have some of his men waiting for you there, for support." Dale is already planning ahead for support? Silas appreciated the merchant's proactive measures. "He's invested 60 gold in your success, Silas. Dale Mariku always protects his investments." A faint smile touched Lana's lips. "Though his methods of protection usually involve several large, heavily armed men with rather creative interpretations of preventive violence and discourage unwanted attention." "Sounds practical," Silas said with approval. "Everything sounds practical to you now, doesn't it?" Lana teased gently. Then her expression softened, her green eyes meeting his with an intensity that caught his attention. "Last night was wonderful, Silas. Even the unexpected life-threatening murder attempts added a certain memorable excitement to the evening." "You have a very strange definition of wonderful," he said, but his own lips curved into a smile. "I have an adventurous definition," she corrected. She rose on her toes, brushing a quick, light kiss against his lips. Her lips tasted faintly of the rose-petal jam from breakfast and strong coffee. "I'll see you again tonight? Assuming we both survive our respective bureaucratic and gladiatorial battles?" "It's a date," Silas agreed, his words feeling natural and right. "Try not to let your grandmother work you to death with old tournament ledgers." "And you try not to let anyone collect that rather substantial bounty on your head." She squeezed his hand once, a brief, warm pressure, then hurried down the path toward Bastan proper. Her borrowed clothes, the cream linen blouse and dark trousers, flapped slightly around her as she half ran, eager to make up for lost time. Silas watched her go until she disappeared around a bend in the road. Then, and only then, did he become aware of Beauregard's patient, silent presence beside him. "What?" Silas asked, ready for more of the butler's advice.
"Nothing, young master,"
Beauregard replied, his voice perfectly smooth.
"Merely observing that your grandfather also possessed a distinct weakness for capable, intelligent women who somehow managed to tolerate his numerous, often self-inflicted near-death experiences."
"Is that supposed to be reassuring, Beauregard?" Silas asked, turning to face the butler.
"That, young master,"
Beauregard said, the faint purple light in his eye sockets glinting,
"depends entirely on your perspective and your long-term romantic aspirations."
He turned back toward the now silent mansion.
"Shall we discuss your rapidly diminishing survival prospects as we walk? The return to the house provides adequate time for a preliminary threat assessment."
Silas fell into step beside him, Diog trotting contentedly between them. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying the lingering scent of frost from Diog's passage, despite the advancing season. "All right, Beauregard," Silas said, breaking open the bundle of still warm scones the butler had prepared. They were surprisingly light, and the buttery layers flaking perfectly. "Start with the immediate threats. Who wants me dead the most, and how are they likely to try it?" He offered a piece of scone to Diog, who sniffed it delicately before accepting it with a gentle crunch of his sharp teeth.
"The bounty of 1,000 gold pieces remains the primary concern, naturally,"
Beauregard began, his tone shifting to that of a military strategy outlining a campaign.
"Such a sum attracts both seasoned professionals and desperate amateurs, creating a dangerously unpredictable threat matrix."
"Any idea who placed it?" Silas asked, taking a bite of his own scone. The subtle blend of herbs and cheese melded perfectly with the buttery pastry. The butcher, Silas decided, was a culinary genius, albeit a terrifying patchwork one.
"The contract appeared through official guild channels with very heavily obscured origins. Clearly, someone with considerable resources and deep connections within Bastan's less reputable networks."
Beauregard paused as they passed the overgrown section of the garden where Silas had first encountered the Jormander, stone serpent. Even in broad daylight, Silas could see the massive snake's distinct trail where it had crushed vegetation during its patrol.
"My preliminary investigations, based on patterns of influence and historical grievances, suggests 3 primary categories of potential instigators. First," Beauregard continued, his voice a dry rustle, "there are the political enemies within Bastan itself. Several influential parties benefited greatly from your grandfather's absence. Your sudden appearance and your legitimate claim as heir significantly disrupts their established arrangements and future ambitions."
"Anyone specific on that list?" Silas asked around another mouthful of scone.
"Several members of the High Council who have expressed interest in acquiring Beckham lands. Those individuals overseeing city taxation, who would have much to gain from estate defaulting. Various merchants and minor nobles who attempted to purchase portions of the Beckham holdings at a considerable discount during the past 7 years."
The butler ticked them off with skeletal precision.
"The usual vultures who inevitably circle any perceived weakness or unclaimed wealth."
Silas nodded grimly. It was a familiar pattern, one he'd seen play out countless times in Karst, albeit on a much smaller scale. Second possibility?
"Magical rivals and academic adversaries," Beauregard stated. "Your grandfather's groundbreaking research attracted both admiration and resentment within the magical community. Accusations of academic theft were not uncommon. Disputes over rare artifacts were frequent. Some of his more radical theories are still debated posthumously for magical misconduct."
"He's dead, Beauregard."
"A mere technicality, it seems, that some are willing to overlook for the sake of settling old scores."
The butler deftly stepped around a puddle left by the morning dew.
"The estate's rather potent death wards have, thus far, prevented certain unsolicited necromantic inquiries into his final moments."
Silas nearly choked on his scone. "Necromantic inquiries? Are you serious?"
"Best not to dwell on the specific details, young master. Some magical disciplines are best left unexplored by those with delicate sensibilities."
They were halfway back to the mansion now. The gravel path needed significant repair, another looming expense to add to the ever-growing list. "All right," Silas prompted, offering Diog another piece of his scone, which the wolf accepted with a grateful nudge of his cold nose. "Third possibility for who wants me dead?"
"The Fae,"
Beauregard said, and his tone grew heavier, the faint light in his eye sockets dimming.
Your grandfather's dealings with several various Fey courts, both Sali and unsali, left a tangled web of unresolved obligations, broken promises, and lingering resentments. As Miss Narissa so colorfully indicated, his romantic pursuits often created significant diplomatic complications.
She mentioned his particular interest in certain Fey ladies, Silas recalled with professional interest.
Indeed, multiple courtships, often simultaneous across different courts, conflicting alliances, broken betrothal pacts, highly volatile diplomatic incidents.
Beauregard sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across flagstones.
The sort of deeply personal entanglements that tend to persist through generations among the Fae.
Of course they do. Silas finished his scone, brushing the last crumbs from his hands. So that covers the main contenders for my assassination. Any other pending disasters I should be aware of?
Oh, numerous various minor infractions, of course,
Beauregard said dismissively.
Borrowed artifacts never returned. Transmuted properties of questionable legal ownership. Assorted social insults delivered with considerable flair while under the influence of potent spirits.
He paused.
The accumulated grievances of a very long, uneventful life.
They reached the mansion's main entrance. The heavy oak door stood open, revealing the foyer beyond, which, Silas noted with approval, looked considerably cleaner and less blood-stained than it had the previous night. So, to summarize, Silas said, pausing at the threshold, I've inherited a crumbling estate, a mountain of debt, a host of powerful political enemies, and a collection of bitter magical rivals, several vengeful Fey courts, and a long list of miscellaneous angry people, any of whom might have placed that bounty, and all of whom likely want me dead. Plus, we still don't know who actually killed my grandfather in the first place.
A precise and admirably succinct assessment, young master,
Beauregard confirmed.
Your grandfather managed to survive remarkably similar circumstances for over 2 centuries. You need only be significantly more cautious in your personal affairs.
Any specific advice for the tournament? Besides, don't die? Silas asked with confidence.
Avoid dying entertainingly, Beauregard amended. The crowd appreciates a good spectacle. Certainly, but your long-term survival should take precedence over momentary traumatic flair.
The butler straightened his perfectly knotted bow tie.
Also, if I may be so bold, I would strongly advise against initiating any romantic entanglements with fellow tournament competitors. That particular Beckham family tradition need not continue into this generation. It tends to lead to complications.
I'll keep that in mind, Silas said, turning toward the staircase leading to his suite. He needed to prepare, both mentally and physically, for the challenges ahead. Beauregard, thanks for the financial support and for the rather sobering threat assessment.
It is my duty to serve the estate, young master, which currently includes keeping you, its heir, functional.
A flicker of something almost like humor sparked in the butler's eye sockets.
You seem to be taking this rather overwhelming deluge of bad news with more composure than your grandfather typically did. He usually responded to his first significant threat assessment of the week with considerable violence and property damage.
I prefer to save my violence for actual, immediate enemies, Silas said, his resolve clear in his voice.
Refreshingly pragmatic, young master. Quite so.
Chapter 6. Registration. Right then, Silas said, looking down at Diog, who was patiently licking some crumbs from Silas's slightly too formal trousers. To the Grand Colosseum it is. Try not to freeze any of the competition before the actual matches start, all right? Save the dramatic entrances for the arena. The young Fenrir looked up from his task, giving Silas an expression of pure, offended innocence. A small puff of frost escaped his nose. The journey to Basten's vibrant heart, the inner ring, took longer than Silas had anticipated. The morning crowds, already thick when he and Lana had made their hurried departures, had swelled considerably as the day progressed. It seemed all of Bastan was converging on the Colosseum. Merchants, their voices hoarse from shouting, hauling carts laden with tournament specials. Everything from cheap dried meat sticks to brightly colored potions labeled Summoner's Stamina Boost and Guaranteed Victory Elixir. Street performers juggled minor fire sprites, their small flames earning scattered copper coins from wide-eyed children. The collective excitement of the city was infectious, a palpable buzz in the air that energized even Silas's focused determination. Silas muttered Beauregard's precise directions under his breath as they navigated the throng. Tournament registration is to be found at the Grand Colosseum, which by architectural design dominates the geographical and cultural center of Bastan's inner ring. One simply cannot miss its rather ostentatious display of municipal overspending and questionable taste in statuary. The skeletal butler, Silas had to admit, had understated things considerably. The Grand Colosseum didn't just dominate Bastan's skyline. It was the skyline. A colossal stone-crowned jewel that seemed to scrape the very clouds. Its soaring arches, intricate carvings, and impossibly delicate flying buttresses were a testament to the city's immense wealth and its deeply ingrained obsession with all forms of magical combat. Brightly colored banners, each proclaiming the allegiance to noble houses, sponsoring merchant guilds, or legendary summoners from tournaments past, fluttered from every available surface. The crisp morning breeze made them snap and ripple like thousands of celebrating flags. The massive plaza surrounding the Colosseum was already packed to overflowing. Hopeful competitors, their expressions showing determination, mingled with eager spectators. Sharp-eyed bookmakers already taking illicit wagers and opportunistic merchants. The sellers hawked an astonishing array of goods, from small bags of authentic arena sand touched by champions to guaranteed victory charms, carved from what looked suspiciously like chicken bones. Step right up, ladies and gents, get your official tournament programs right here. Complete betting odds, detailed competitor histories, profiles of all rising stars. Only 2 silver pieces for a glimpse into glory. A young boy, his voice cracking with adolescent enthusiasm, thrust a brightly printed program at Silas, who waved him off with a practiced gesture. He needed to save his 50 silver for more pressing matters than gambling guides and souvenir pamphlets. The sheer scale of the event, the overwhelming press of bodies, the roar and murmur of countless overlapping conversations. It was impressive. In Karst, the largest public gathering he'd ever witnessed had been a desperate riot over bread prices. This was organized chaos on an entirely different level. Right, he said, finally spotting a towering, elegantly lettered sign, Hex Gear Cup, Autumn Tournament, New Registrant Processing. Smaller text beneath detailed a bewildering array of rules, regulations, and prize structures. Separate, roped-off queues, each marked with different colored flags, snaked across the plaza, sorting competitors by rank, registration type, and social hierarchy. He found the line designated for C-rank competitors, and those with provisional or transferred credentials. It was, predictably, one of the longest. The queue stretched back nearly to the plaza's fountain, a winding serpent of hopeful competitors that moved with the urgency of cooling molasses. Silas took his place at the end, behind a nervous young man clutching a travel cage that emitted occasional sparks and smelled strongly of singed fur. Ahead of them, the line contained at least 40 other competitors, each one with their own summoned creatures in various stages of containment, agitation, or boredom. "How long have you been waiting?" Silas asked the nervous young man. "Almost, an hour already." The man's voice carried the edge of someone who desperately needed a privy. "They said registration closes at noon, but at this rate, I'm not sure everyone will make it through in time." The mix of individuals around him was eclectic, to say the least. A youth no older than 16 clutched a heavily reinforced iron cage containing what looked like an oversized iridescent bombardier beetle. The insect clicked its formidable mandibles and occasionally emitted small puffs of smoke that smelled like burnt sulfur. Further ahead in the line, a scarred woman with hard eyes and a young basilisk coiled patiently at her feet. Its deluded juvenile stare occasionally turned discarded food wrappers and stray leaves into tiny, perfectly detailed stone sculptures. The line moved forward 3 steps, then stopped. Then 2 more, then stopped for nearly 10 minutes, while an argument erupted ahead about proper creature containment documentation. "First time at the Hexgear Cup?" a friendly voice asked from beside him. Silas turned to see a middle-aged woman with silver-streaked dark hair woven into intricate, practical braids. Her weathered face, etched with fine lines of sun and experience, suggested a life spent outdoors. But her eyes remained sharp and intelligent. A mechanical hawk, crafted from polished brass and steel, perched on her padded leather shoulder, meticulously preening its metallic feathers with tiny, clicking precision. "Is it that obvious?" Silas replied with amusement. "The veterans don't gawk at the architecture quite so openly," she said, her own smile warm and genuine. "Nor do they flinch quite so dramatically when the souvenir vendors get overly aggressive with their sales pitches." She extended a calloused hand. "I'm Kayla Daughtry, and this perpetually judgmental collection of gears and springs is Archimedes." The mechanical hawk chirped once, a surprisingly melodic sound, like perfectly tuned forks striking silver. "Silas Beckham," he replied, shaking her hand. Her grip was firm. "And this is Diog." At the mention of his name, Diog, who had been patiently observing the crowd, fixed Kayla and Archimedes with those ice-blue eyes that seemed to pierce through all pretense. Archimedes immediately froze mid-preen, its intricate gears clicking nervously. Its head swiveled to stare at the young Fenrir with what looked like mechanical apprehension. "A Fenrir descendant?" Kayla's tone shifted instantly from casual friendliness to genuine respect. She leaned closer, her sharp eye studying Diog with the focused intensity of a scholar examining a rare manuscript. "By the Founder's sacred bones. I've only ever read about them in restricted bestiaries, locked away in the deepest vaults of the Summoners Guild library. How did you ever manage to?" She caught herself abruptly, a faint flush rising on her weathered cheeks. "Forgive me. That's tremendously rude of me to ask. A summoner's bond is a private matter." "Just lucky, I guess," Silas said, the familiar deflection coming automatically to his lips. "Luck has nothing to do with a bond of that magnitude," Kayla corrected gently, her attention shifting thoughtfully between Diog and Silas. "Fenrir choose their companions based on profound spiritual compatibility and shared strength of will. The fact that one has accepted you, especially one so young and clearly powerful, speaks volumes about your own character, Silas Beckham. More than any fancy title or inherited name." The line crawled forward at a glacial pace. They inched their way toward a series of registration tables where officials in crisp crimson and gold livery examined creatures, scrutinized documents, and made copious notes in massive leather-bound ledgers. 5 steps forward. 10-minute wait while someone's fire salamander refused to submit to magical assessment and had to be coaxed with treats. 3 more steps. Another delay as a registrant argued that his creature classification had been unfairly downgraded since last season. 2 steps. Someone's imp escaped its cage and had to be chased across 3 separate queue lines before being recaptured. "Is it always this chaotic?" Silas asked. "First day is the worst," Kayla said with the patience of long experience. "Everyone rushing to beat the deadline. By the second round of registration tomorrow, it'll be half empty." Occasionally, heated debates erupted between competitors and officials over creature classifications, rank eligibility, or the interpretation of obscure tournament bylaws. One particularly loud exchange involved a summoner insisting that his slightly luminescent rock golem qualified as a light element creature and should therefore receive favorable arena placement. The officials disagreed loudly. "Any advice for surviving this bureaucratic gauntlet?" Silas asked Kayla, gesturing toward the tables. "Don't show all your cards too early," Kayla replied immediately, her voice dropping to a more confidential tone. "Tournament strategy, especially in the lower brackets, is often about managing information as much as managing your summons. Let them underestimate you if they will." "And if they don't underestimate me?" Silas glanced down at Diog. Even in his juvenile form, the young wolf radiated an aura of barely contained winter, a primal power that was impossible to ignore. Kayla followed his attention and shook her head, a rueful smile touching her lips. "No, you're right. With a mythic class summon like that at your side, anonymity is a luxury you can't afford. You'll be marked as a significant threat from the moment you step into the arena. Prepare accordingly." This assessment confirmed what Silas already knew. He had planned to observe and adapt, but bringing Diog to a public venue like the Colosseum made any hope of a low-profile debut impossible. The line shuffled forward again. They were close enough now to hear the registration official's standard questions: name and credentials, creature classification, any registered magical enhancements or modifications, known allergies or dietary restrictions for your companion, emergency contact in case of death or dismemberment. The last question was delivered with the same bored efficiency as all of the others. Silas noted that most registrants didn't even blink at it. "Death or dismemberment is a standard form question," Kayla explained, noticing his expression. "Tournament liability waivers. Very comprehensive. They've had centuries to perfect the language." Reassuring. "Wait until you read this section about what happens when your summon accidentally kills a spectator. The legal ramifications alone take up 3 full pages." "Next!" The sharp shout came from a less crowded table at the far end of the registration area. Silas took a deep breath and approached, Diog padding silently behind him. The registration official was a young woman, perhaps a few years older than himself, with fire cherry blonde hair pulled back in a tight, functional knot. Her crimson and gold uniform bore additional insignia, suggesting seniority and authority. She looked up from her meticulously organized ledger with an expression of crisp, professional assessment, her attention pausing for a fractional beat on Diog before meeting Silas's eyes. "Name and credentials?" Her voice was brisk, efficient, carrying an edge of command. An ink-stained hand hovered over a fresh registration form. "Silas Beckham," he stated clearly. "Transferring credentials from the Karst Adventurers Guild." He produced his worn, travel-stained papers, along with the official inheritance documents Bonergard had insisted he carry at all times. The woman's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose slightly. "Blood Heir class manifestation?" She nodded, her quill already moving across the form with practiced speed. That's unusual for a standard guild transfer. Recent evolution, I presume? A few days ago, Silas confirmed. Part of an unexpected inheritance. I see. She continued writing, her movements precise and economical. And your companion? Her attention flicked the dialogue, then back to the form. His name is Diog, he's a Fenrir descendant. The quill stopped abruptly mid-stroke. The woman looked up sharply, her earlier professional detachment replaced by an intense scrutiny that seemed to dissect both Silas and Diog. Mythic classification? Confirmed? According to my estate's resident expert in such matters, yes. Your estate. She set down the quill with deliberate care, leaning back slightly in her chair. You're that Beckham, the one who's recently claimed the old Archmagus' property on the city's northern edge? It wasn't a question, it was a statement of fact. Silas simply nodded, maintaining his composure as he assessed where this was heading. Interesting. She studied him for another long moment, her attention unwavering and perceptive, before returning to the registration forms. I am Morgaine de Blaze, senior adjudicator for the Hexgear Cup tournament. We don't often receive many Mythic class entries in the C-rank division. Nor, for that matter, do we often process new heirs to historically significant magical estates. She reached for a heavy, official-looking stamp, its brass surface intricately carved with the Colosseum's insignia. You are approved for C-rank competition, Lord Beckham. However, she paused, meeting his eyes again. Given your unique circumstances and the rather notable nature of your companion, I am required by tournament regulations to note potential security concerns. Standard procedure, you understand, for high-profile participants who might attract undue attention. What kind of security concerns? Silas asked, his voice controlled. The kind where long-dormant grudges of freshly minted ones might unfortunately spill over into public venues, disrupting the orderly conduct of the tournament. Her tone remained professionally neutral, but Silas caught a flicker of awareness in her eyes. It has happened before, creates a significant amount of unwelcome paperwork. The heavy stamp came down on his registration form with a sound of finality. She handed him a thick, sealed leather folder. Your preliminary match schedule, a compendium of basic tournament rules and arena conduct guidelines, and a facility map. Your first match is scheduled tomorrow, midday, Arena 7. I would strongly suggest arriving early to familiarize yourself with the designated combat zones and their specific environmental factors. Thanks. Silas accepted the folder, noting the efficiency of her movements. Everything about Morgaine de Blaze conveyed sharp competence, without a single wasted motion or word. One more thing, Lord Beckham. Morgaine glanced at his Karst Adventurers Guild papers again, a thoughtful expression on her face. These credentials, while perhaps not as prestigious as some, are still valid within Bastan's jurisdiction. If you find yourself seeking contract work between tournament rounds or perhaps after the Cup's conclusion, the Grand Colosseum contains its own extensive job board, similar in function to the Adventurers Guild, but typically offering significantly higher paying opportunities. More prestigious ones as well, naturally. What kind of work? Silas asked, his interest sharp. It varies by season and need. Creature capture and containment for future tournament events, escort duties for visiting dignitaries or valuable magical artifacts. Occasionally, we require dangerous areas cleared or secured before major public events. She produced a smaller, elegantly engraved card from a compartment in her desk. Present this at the Colosseum's administrative office if you're interested. Your Mythic class companion would certainly qualify you for consideration for premium level contracts. Silas pocketed the card. Legitimate, high-paying work through official channels could be invaluable in addressing the estate's crushing debts. I'll consider it, he said. Do. Morgaine's attention had already shifted to the next registrant waiting behind him. Her professional focus absolute. Good luck in your match tomorrow, Lord Beckham. And do not try to die too entertainingly. It tends to upset the betting pools and create logistical nightmares for the cleanup crews. Dismissed. Silas moved away from the registration area. Diog padded silently at his side. The crowds in the plaza seemed to have thickened even further while he waited in line. He checked the contents of the folder, flipping through the dense pages of tournament rules, liability waivers, and creature conduct guidelines. Still plenty of time before noon, but not as much as he'd hoped. The folder contained more documentation than he'd expected. Match schedules for the entire first round, arena techniques, and unsporting behaviors that stretched across 2 full pages. Guidelines for medical emergencies, including a cheerful note that the tournament maintained fully staffed resurrection services for platinum-tier competitors only. Everyone else got standard healing, or failing that, complimentary memorial services. Comforting, Silas muttered. Lord Beckham! Kayla Daughtry's familiar voice carried over the plaza's considerable noise. She waved from near a vendor stall, piled high with brightly colored tournament banners and souvenir trinkets. Might I have a brief word? Silas navigated through the press of bodies, Diog clearing a path with his mere presence. Kayla had acquired what looked like a heavily spiced meat on a stick, and was generously sharing small pieces with Archimedes, who pecked at them with delicate, metallic precision. Adjudicator de Blase seems unusually interested in you, she observed as he approached, her eyes shrewd. That's highly uncommon. She's typically all business, efficiency, and barely concealed impatience during the registration rush. She mentioned something about security concerns, Silas replied. Oh. Kayla nodded knowingly. High-profile participants always get that extra layer of attention. For your own safety, officially. Though sometimes, between you and me, it's more about protecting the tournament's reputation and ensuring the betting odds remain somewhat stable. She offered him a piece of the spiced meat. Hungry? The vendor swears it's actual beef this time. Though with these tournament prices, one can never be entirely certain. Silas accepted it gratefully. The morning's rushed breakfast at the estate felt like hours ago. The meat was heavily spiced, effectively masking any questionable origins, and surprisingly tasty. A word of advice, if you'll take it, Kayla continued, her voice dropping slightly. The facilities here are extensive, state-of-the-art training grounds, fully staffed medical stations, luxurious competitor lounges, but they're also teeming with politics. Old rivalries resurfacing, new alliances forming, constant jockeying for position and advantage. Keep your guard up, even when you're outside the arena. Sounds manageable, Silas said with confidence. Worse in some ways. Kayla's expression was serious. And Karst, your enemies usually try to kill you honestly face to face. Here, they smile politely while poisoning your summon's food supply or magically sabotaging your equipment just before a critical match. She finished her meat and meticulously wiped her hands on a provided cloth napkin. Speaking of logistics, where are you planning on staying during the tournament? The Beckham estate, I presume? That's the plan, yes. That's a long commute, especially if matches run late or start early. Kayla gestured toward the Coliseum's massive bulk. There are competitors' quarters available on site, basic but secure. Might be worth considering, especially if you advance through the rounds. Silas mentally filed the information for later consideration. The estate was nearly an hour's walk from the Coliseum, each way. Strategic placement during the tournament could prove valuable. I'll look into it, he said. Thanks for the advice, Kayla. It's appreciated. My pleasure. It's always nice to meet someone genuinely interested in the lower brackets. Most of the C rankers are either terrified novices or bitter veterans who've been stuck there for years. Kayla smiled, a genuine expression. Perhaps we'll face each other in a later round. Archimedes would thoroughly enjoy the challenge of testing his tactical subroutines against a Fenrir descendant. The mechanical hawk ruffled its polished steel feathers, producing a series of sharp clicks and whirs that conveyed a clear mechanical anxiety at the thought of facing Diog. Maybe, Silas agreed, though he'd prefer to avoid fighting genuinely helpful veterans like Kayla in the early rounds. They parted ways with mutual nods of respect. Silas watched Kayla disappear into the throng, her mechanical hawk now perched alertly on her shoulder, its multifaceted eyes scanning the crowd as she walked. "All right, Diog," Silas said, consulting the facility map from his registration folder. "Time to go talk to Dale about sponsorships, strategies, and how to survive the next 24 hours without getting assassinated or bankrupted." The Fenrir looked up at him and gave a small woof of agreement. Chapter 7. A Price on His Head. Silas made his way through Basthan's bustling inner ring with Diog trotting alertly, almost vibrating at his side. The tournament schedule, tucked securely in his pocket, felt heavier than its mere parchment should. The streets, usually vibrant with the clamor of commerce and the murmur of city life, now seemed filled with potential threats. Every shadow a hiding place. Every passerby a possible assassin. He found himself hyper-aware of the weight of the 50 silver coins in his pouch, a stark reminder of both his recent success and his precarious financial state. Diog's ears swiveled constantly, tracking sounds Silas couldn't hear. The wolf's muscles remained coiled beneath his dark fur, ready to explode into motion at the first sign of danger. Frost misted from his nostrils with each breath, leaving tiny crystals on the cobblestones that evaporated moments after they passed. "Easy, boy," Silas murmured. "We're just going to see Dale." Diog's response was a low rumble that vibrated through Silas's leg where the wolf pressed against him. The sound conveyed disagreement far more eloquently than words. They were passing through a narrow side street, taking a shortcut toward the copper kettle, when Diog suddenly froze. The wolf's hackles rose. Ice crystals formed along its spine, crackling softly in the afternoon air. His attention locked on something ahead, in the shadows between two merchant stalls. Silas's hand found his sword hilt. "What is it?" 3 figures emerged from the alley mouth. Hard-faced men with the look of professional trouble. The lead one, a stocky brute with a shaved head and scarred knuckles, smiled without warmth.
"Silas Beckham?"
he asked, though the question was clearly rhetorical.
"Heard you might be passing this way."
"Word travels fast," Silas replied, shifting his weight to the balls of his feet. 3 against 1. Bad odds normally, but he wasn't alone.
"1,000 gold on your head,"
the scarred man continued.
"That's enough to retire on. Buy a nice farm somewhere. Maybe marry a pretty."
He never finished the sentence. Diog moved like a winter storm given flesh. One moment the wolf was at Silas's side. The next, he was airborne. A streak of midnight fur and frost that slammed into the lead attacker with bone-jarring force. The man went down hard. Diog's jaws clamped around his forearm before he could draw his weapon. The crunch of bone was audible. The man screamed. His companions hesitated, suddenly reevaluating their life choices as they stared at the mythic wolf currently reducing their leader to a whimpering heap on the cobblestones. Silas drew his sword and stepped forward, putting himself between the remaining 2 attackers and ending the escape route. "Your friend made a mistake," he said, conversationally. "Same mistake you're about to make if you don't leave now." Diog released the broken man's arm and turned to face the others. Ice crystals glittered along his muzzle, mixed with blood that steamed in the sudden cold emanating from his body. His eyes, those terrible ice-blue depths, promised a winter that would never end.
"You didn't mention the wolf,"
one of the men said to his companion.
"Wasn't supposed to be a damn wolf."
"Wasn't supposed to be a Fenrir," Silas corrected. "Common mistake. Usually the last one people make." The two men exchanged glances. Then, with the practiced speed of professional criminals who knew when to cut their losses, they grabbed their groaning companion and dragged him back into the alley, disappearing into Basthand's labyrinthine streets. Silas waited until they were gone before sheathing his sword. His hands, he noted with satisfaction, weren't shaking. "Good boy, Diog." The wolf padded back to his side, tail wagging once, twice. The blood on his muzzle was already crystallizing from his own cold, flaking off like red snow. He looked enormously pleased with himself. "That's going to happen more often, isn't it?" Silas asked, though he already knew the answer. 1,000 gold attracted attention. Professional attention. Diog sneezed, sending a spray of frost crystals into the air, and continued toward the copper kettle as if nothing had happened. The familiar polished copper sign of the tavern finally came into view. Silas felt a fraction of the tension ease from his shoulders. Dale Mercury's practical wisdom and extensive network might help him make sense of the escalating chaos that his life had become. "Stay close, Diog," he muttered, pushing through the tavern's heavy oak door. Diog entered so close behind him he nearly tripped Silas. Warm air, thick with the comforting sense of ale, roasted meat, and wood smoke, enveloped him. The tavern's interior was packed to the rafters with the midday crowd, the noise level a dull roar. Silas scanned the room and spotted Dale holding court at his usual corner table, a half-eaten drumstick punctuating his gestures as he regaled a group of younger, wide-eyed traders with what sounded like a highly embellished tale of navigating the treacherous Wyvern Peaks. Dale's keen merchant eyes found Silas immediately, cutting through the smoke and noise. "There's my champion," he boomed, his voice carrying easily over the din. "Come, lad, join us." Silas navigated through the tightly packed tables, Diog clearing a path with subtle but effective shifts of his increasingly substantial frame. He slumped into the offered chair, the day's accumulated stress settling heavily upon him. "C-rank bracket, as expected," Silas reported, his voice low. "First match is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, Arena 7, against someone named Mark Crystal." He paused. "Also, 3 men just tried to collect the bounty on me in an alley off Merchant's Row." Diog persuaded them to reconsider. Dale's animated expression faltered. "Tomorrow. They've put you up against Crystal in your first round, and you've already had the bounty hunters." He waved dismissively at his audience. "All right, lads. That's enough tall tales for one afternoon. Business calls." As the disappointed traders dispersed, Dale leaned forward, his expression serious. "How persuasive was Diog?" "The lead man will need a healer, possibly a new forearm." "Good wolf." Dale signaled to Marla. "2 ales, your strongest, and a raw steak for our 4-legged friend." They moved to a smaller, more secluded table tucked behind a heavy wooden partition. Dale waited until Marla had delivered their order before speaking again. Diog accepted his steak with dignified enthusiasm. "Mark Crystal isn't just an experienced fighter," Dale began. "He's practically an institution in the C-rank division. Been competing for 15 years. Never quite managed to win the whole cup, but he consistently makes it to the quarterfinals. He's known for studying his opponents obsessively. I heard he favors earth elements, Silas said. Stone guardians, specifically. Bulwark, he calls his current one. Dale's voice was grim. An absolute fortress of animated granite. 8 feet tall, built for pure endurance. Crystal's strategy rarely changes because it rarely needs to. He positions Bulwark centrally in the arena, fortifies its defenses, and lets his opponents exhaust themselves trying to break through. Once they're tired and frustrated, that's when he counterattacks. Silas considered this. Diog looked up from his steak, clearly listening despite his meal. So he'll expect Diog to try and brute force his way through. Tire himself out. Exactly. Dale grabbed a piece of parchment and charcoal, sketching quickly. Arena 7 is a circular layout, roughly 60 feet across. Stone floor with scattered obstacles. Gristle will position Bulwark in the center. Don't fall into that trap. Then what's the alternative? Make him come to you. Force Bulwark to move from its fortified position. Earth elementals are powerful, but they're also notoriously slow when forced to maneuver. Keep Diog moving. Harry him from the multiple angles. What about Diog's freezing ability? Save it for the decisive moment, Dale advised. Don't waste that kind of power on partial attacks. Harry them. Weaken Bulwark's joints with targeted frost. Make Crystal commit his reserves. Then, when you see the opening, unleash winter. He looked up from the sketch. But be warned, Crystal has his own tricks. Earth slam sends shockwaves through the ground. Rock throw uses chunks of the arena floor as projectiles. Both are dangerous if Diog is caught in the open. Diog. Silas looked down at the wolf. Can you sense vibrations through the ground? The wolf pressed one paw firmly against the tavern floor, closed his eyes, and went still. A moment later, his ears twitched, and he looked at Silas and gave a small poof. I'll take that as a yes. Their strategy session was interrupted by Marla, who approached looking flustered and pale. Pardon, sirs, but there's a gentleman outside asking specifically for Mr. Beckham. Says it's urgent business. Silas exchanged a quick glance with Dale. Diog was already on his feet, hackles rising. Description, Marla? Tall, sirs. Very well dressed in dark colors. He has a long, pale scar down his left cheek, and his eyes... She shivered. Cold as a winter's morning. Dale went still. That sounds like Marcus Hound. The owner of the den? Silas remembered their brief, unsettling interaction after his card game. Owner, operator, and a great deal more in Bastan shadows. Dale's hand moved to his belt knife. If Marcus Hound is asking for you by name, in person, it's either very good news or very, very bad. Given my last visit to his establishment, Silas said, I'm guessing bad. Outside, in the narrow alley beside the copper kettle, Marcus Hound waited. He was tall, impeccably dressed in dark, expensive wool that seemed to absorb the meager light. The pale scar that bisected his face gave his faint smile a dangerous, predatory edge. Silas Beckham, Hound said, his voice cultured, smooth, but carrying undeniable undertones of threat. And Dale Mariku. An unexpected addition. Diog positioned himself between Silas and Hound. A wall of dark fur and barely contained winter. The temperature in the alley dropped noticeably. Your wolf seems agitated, Hound observed with mild amusement. Magnificent creature. Fenrir bloodline unless I'm much mistaken. You're not mistaken. And he's agitated because 3 men tried to kill me on the way here. Ah, yes. The Merchant's Row incident. I heard already. Hound's smile widened.
Word travels quickly in my circles.
Anything you have to say to Lord Beckham, you can say to me as well, Dale interjected. I'm his official tournament sponsor.
Very well.
Hound's attention returned to Silas.
Information has come to my attention. It concerns a rather substantial bounty placed upon your head. 1,000 gold pieces to be precise.
He withdrew a folded sheet of expensive parchment from his coat.
The originator has been remarkably discreet. The coin was laundered through multiple shell corporations. Professional work, indicating a client with both resources and a desire for anonymity.
Silas took the document. Heavy parchment, dark, precise ink. Subject, Silas Beckham, provisional heir to the Beckham estate. Objective, permanent termination prior to the conclusion of the Hexgear Cup preliminary rounds, or within 7 standard days. He looked up. This looks disturbingly official.
Official enough to attract serious professional attention,
Hound confirmed.
Since this contract became active this morning, I've already had 3 separate inquiries from professional retrieval teams. I turned them away, but that courtesy won't hold long.
Diog's growl deepened. Frost spread from the alley's cobblestones from his paws. Dale examined the parchment. This language. The authentication protocols. It suggests government involvement, or someone with deep connections within the city's administrative structure.
Which brings me to my point,
Hound continued.
You've registered for tomorrow's tournament match. A very public appearance. Many opportunities for unfortunate accidents.
Accidents, Silas repeated flatly.
Arena combat is inherently dangerous. Summoning circles can malfunction. Creatures can turn on their masters. Tournament officials can make errors.
Hound paused.
Such things are remarkably easy to arrange for the right price.
Silas folded the bounty notice carefully. What do you want for this warning, Hound? Men like you don't traffic in free intelligence.
Consider it an investment in a potentially lucrative future relationship.
Hound's smile widened fractionally.
You impressed me at the den. Such unique talents, combined with your unexpected inheritance, could prove useful. And that wolf of yours is no common beast. Together you might survive long enough to become valuable allies.
And if I decline?
Then you are entirely alone against whoever wants you permanently removed from Bastan's ledgers.
Hound's indifference was perhaps the most chilling thing about him.
Your choice. But decide quickly. Contracts of this magnitude don't stay quiet for long.
Dale cleared his throat. We appreciate the warning, Marcus.
Remember where it came from.
With a final, lingering look at Silas, Marcus Hound gave an almost imperceptible nod and melted back into the street crowd with the silent ease of a phantom. Well, Dale said into the silence, that certainly complicates your tournament debut. Any thoughts on who'd pay that kind of gold? Silas asked. Political rivals. Creditors who'd prefer to claim the estate directly. Ambitious mages coveting your grandfather's research. Dale hesitated. Or whoever murdered your grandfather in the first place. Making certain no heir survives to ask inconvenient questions. The pieces clicked into place. The Fey assassins? The sophisticated bounty, the precise timing? Someone with power and resources wanted the Beckham line extinguished. I need to get back to the estate, Silas decided. Bonergard needs to know about this. Agreed, but be careful. Dale gripped Silas's shoulder. Watch yourself in that arena tomorrow. Trust only that wolf of yours. The walk back proved exactly as dangerous as anticipated. They were barely out of the inner ring when Diog's ears flattened against his skull. The wolf stopped dead, ice crystals forming along his spine. "How many?" Silas asked quietly. 2 figures emerged from a doorway ahead, another 2 from an alley behind. Professional spacing, coordinated movement. These weren't desperate amateurs. "Beckham," the lead figure, a lean woman with close-cropped gray hair and cold eyes, stepped forward. "Nothing personal, just business." "The bounty. 1,000 gold is a lot of coin." "Split 4 ways, it's still more than we'd make in a year." She drew a curved blade. "Make this easy. The wolf can't take all of us." Diog's response was immediate and devastating. His frost breath exploded outward in a cone of crystalline fury, catching the 2 assassins behind them. Ice formed on their weapons, their clothes, their skin. One stumbled back, cursing. The other went down, legs frozen to the cobblestones. Silas was already moving, sword clearing its sheath in a single fluid motion. Steel rang against steel. The woman was fast, skilled, her curved blade dancing in a complex pattern. But Silas had learned to fight in Karst's gutters, where style meant nothing and survival meant everything. He didn't try to match her technique. He simply refused to die. A brutal thrust forced her back. A shoulder check sent her stumbling into her companion. Silas pressed the advantage, opening a shallow cut across the man's arm. Behind him, Diog was a whirlwind of frost and fury, jaws clamping around one assassin's weapon arm, ice spreading from the point of contact. "This isn't worth it!" the gray-haired woman shouted, blood streaming from a cut on her cheek. "Retreat!" The assassins needed no further encouragement. Those who could move grabbed those who couldn't, and within seconds, the street was empty except for Silas, Diog, and the lingering cold. Silas stood in the sudden silence, breathing hard. Diog padded back to his side, blood on his muzzle again, but moving without injury. The wolf sat and looked up at him with an expression that clearly said, "I told you this would happen." "Yeah," Silas agreed. "You did." He cleaned his blade and resheathed it. 2 attacks in 1 day. At this rate, we'll have killed every bounty hunter in Basthand before we even reach the tournament. Diog's tail wagged once. He didn't seem to find this prospect objectionable. The walk ahead was still long, and the shadows were deepening. But somewhere in the direction of the estate, Beauregard waited. And with him, hopefully, some answers. "Come on, boy." Silas set off at a brisk pace, hand resting on his sword hilt. "Let's go home." Chapter 8. The Call to Straw. The familiar sight of the Beckham estate gates appeared just as dusk started. Silas's sword arm ached from the second fight, and dried blood, not his own, still flecked his sleeve where one of the professional assassins had gotten too close before Diog's frost breath ended the engagement. 2 attacks in 1 afternoon. The bounty was already drawing serious attention. The massive, rune-etched ironwork looked more like the entrance to a fortress than a noble home. The 2 Gemini guardians stood sentinel in the fading light, their colossal armored forms impassive and unmoving. "At least something around here recognizes me as legitimate," Silas said. "Even if it's an 8-foot-tall suit of occasionally homicidal armor." Diog's hackle, raised since the second ambush, finally began to lower. The wolf's muscles relaxed fractionally as they passed through the gates, though his ears still swiveled, tracking sounds in the gathering darkness. Blood still stained his muscle, crystallized from his own cold into flaking red ice. The mansion's massive front doors creaked open before Silas even reached them, revealing Beauregard waiting in the grand foyer. The skeletal butler's eye sockets held a brighter, more eager glint than usual.
Master Silas!
Beauregard's eye sockets immediately locked onto the blood on Silas's sleeve, then Diog's stained muzzle.
You appear to have encountered difficulties.
2 groups of bounty hunters between the Colosseum and here. First batch were amateurs, second were professionals. Silas stepped across the threshold, pulling the folded bounty notice from his jacket. Someone has put a professionally drafted 1,000 gold piece price on my head. Marcus Hound delivered the details personally. Beauregard's eager light dimmed immediately, replaced by cold, analytical focus. He took the parchment with careful skeletal fingers, examining the script and seals with intense scrutiny. His eye sockets, usually glowing soft purple, flared with sudden crimson as he read.
Oh dear,
the butler murmured after a long examination, his voice lacking its usual dry sarcasm.
This is most professionally done. The formal language, the precise stipulations, the legalistic structure of the indemnification clauses. This isn't the crude scrawl of common criminals.
He tapped a bony finger on the verification clause.
This document exhibits chilling bureaucratic precision. It suggests involvement of a noble house wielding power through carefully worded threats. Or perhaps an entity within the city's own administrative structure.
That's what Dale and Marcus Hound suspected, Silas said, leaning against the cold stone of the foyer wall. Any specific idea who within Bastan has both those resources and a strong desire to see me permanently removed?
Several regrettable possibilities present themselves.
Beauregard folded the bounty notice with meticulous precision.
Archmagus DeWalt accumulated a diverse collection of enemies with exceptionally long memories. This bounty, timed precisely when your public emergence as heir, is designed to maximize pressure, to force errors, perhaps to make a very public example of you.
Dale thinks it might be whoever murdered my grandfather, tying up loose ends before I can dig too deep.
The most logical and deeply disturbing conclusion.
The butler's ancient bones rattled with uncharacteristic agitation.
We must assume tomorrow's tournament match will include sophisticated attempts at assassination, not just simple arena combat.
Beauregard moved with surprising speed to a side table, producing a small, intricately carved wooden box. From it, he withdrew a tiny vial containing silvery, shimmering liquid.
Archmagus DeWalt's emergency reflex tonic,
he explained, offering the vial to Silas.
A single sip provides brief but significant enhancements to physical reflexes and mental perception. Highly potent. Save it for a moment of dire need.
Silas pocketed the precious vial. The butler then produced a thin, elegantly crafted silver chain.
A passive ward against mental intrusion and emotional manipulation. Some arena opponents employ subtle confusion enchantments or fear-inducing tactics. This should help you maintain clarity, even under duress.
Silas fastened the delicate chain around his neck. It felt cool against his skin, almost alive. A subtle thrum of protective magic resonating against his pulse. Thank you, Beauregard.
Do try not to die too spectacularly tomorrow. The resulting paperwork would be excessive.
The butler's tone shifted abruptly, becoming brisk and formal.
Which brings me to another matter of some urgency. While you were occupied in the city, I conducted a thorough assessment of the estate's current defensive capabilities. The results were alarmingly inadequate.
Silas raised an eyebrow. Inadequate how? We have the Yormander Serpent, the Gemini Guardians, your own combat skills, and whatever else is lurking in the unexplored wings.
The Yormander is largely a territorial deterrent, easily bypassed by a determined foe. The Gemini are formidable but stationary, offering little protection against interior attacks.
Beauregard began walking purposefully toward the estate's deeper recesses.
We require flexible, responsive internal security measures.
A flicker of eager light returning to his eye sockets.
The extensive training ground complex in the East Wing remains unclaimed. This represents a significant vulnerability, but also a remarkable opportunity.
They passed through corridors Silas hadn't explored, moving deeper into the Eastern Wing. The relative order of the central areas quickly gave way to extensive damage and decay. Deep claw marks gouged the stonework. Scorch marks blackened walls and ceiling. Heavy oak doors hung splintered from rusted hinges. The air was heavy with the scent of magic, dry straw, and something that smelled like forgotten rage. What exactly are these training grounds? Silas asked, hand moving to his sword hilt. And what happened here?
An extensive multi-level suite of advanced combat training facilities, Beauregard explained. Your grandfather established them for his own martial practice, the training of apprentices and personal guards, and occasionally certain uniquely skilled associates.
His description grew animated.
Multiple specialized arenas, magically reconfigurable obstacle courses, a fully warded amphitheater suitable for formal dueling. The equipment alone, if functional after 7 years, is worth a king's ransom. Self-repairing targets, reinforced barriers, even semi-sentient training constructs designed for adaptive combat simulation.
If it's so valuable, why haven't we reclaimed it before now? Beauregard's stride faltered.
They are currently occupied, young master.
Silas stopped dead. He recognized that tone. Occupied by what? Please tell me it's not more of grandfather's culinary experiments gone sentient?
The Scarecrow Patrol, as they have taken to calling themselves.
The butler's voice was carefully neutral.
Originally designed as advanced animated training constructs, Archmagus Dualt programmed them with sophisticated tactical subroutines, proficiency in multiple weapon forms, and rudimentary battlefield first aid protocols. For straw-based injuries, of course.
Beauregard sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across flagstones.
However, 7 years of complete autonomy, no routine maintenance, and prolonged exposure to volatile magical energies appears to have led to some unforeseen evolutionary developments.
Define unforeseen evolutionary developments, Silas said. Use small words. My brain is approaching its daily quota for processing grandfather's fresh challenges.
They have become more aggressive, significantly more intelligent in a purely tactical sense. They have also established a rather complex, surprisingly militant hierarchical society within the training complex.
Beauregard adjusted his monocle, a sign of discomfort.
The good news is their original binding enchantments remain largely intact, confining them strictly to the training grounds. They cannot leave. The bad news is they have armed themselves with the entirety of the facility's extensive weapon stores. They view any non-straw-based visitors as hostile invaders, to be met with extreme prejudice and an alarming variety of pointy objects.
Armed, sentient, militant, and aggressively territorial scarecrows, Silas repeated with perfect calm. Of course. Because why would anything in this estate be simple?
On the positive side,
Beauregard offered, enthusiasm returning.
They represent an unparalleled opportunity for you to test combat coordination with young Diog before tomorrow's match. consider it intensive practice against multiple, unpredictable, well-armed opponents within a relatively controlled environment.
Relatively controlled being operative?
Precisely. While the scarecrows cannot leave the training grounds, retreat remains viable should engagement become overly stimulating, or involve unacceptable probability of impalement upon magically sharpened pitchforks.
He produced a meticulously hand-drawn map.
The complex comprises 3 primary areas: the main combat arena, a multi-level obstacle course, and the central equipment storage facility they use as barracks.
The map showed a labyrinth of interconnected chambers, open training yards, and elevated platforms. Numerous checkpoints, strategic elevated positions, and sections marked as magically reconfigurable. Dwalt had designed this place as a serious test of a summoner's ability to adapt and overcome. Diog, who had been patiently observing, padded forward to examine the map with academic interest. He sniffed at the parchment, then looked up at Silas. Ice blue eyes bright with eager anticipation. "What do you think, boy? Ready for some advanced scarecrow combat practice?" Diog's tail swished sharply, like the metronome marking a shift in tempo. Frost began to gather around his paws, swirling in predatory patterns. "Very well," Silas said, folding the map into his jerkin. "But we do this smart. Scout first, make a plan, no unnecessary risks. If things get too intense, we pull out. Diog's safety and my own come first."
"An eminently sensible approach."
Beauregard's eye sockets brightened with approval.
"Shall I prepare suitable equipment from the family armory? While your current sword is functional, specialized tools might prove advantageous against armored, sentient, and potentially flammable constructs."
"What kind of specialized tools?" asked Silas. "Nothing likely to set the entire East Wing on fire, I hope."
Archmagus Dewalt maintained a modest but well-stocked private armory in the sublevels.
The butler led them down a narrow, dust-choked spiral staircase that descended into the estate's foundations.
Nothing excessively flashy. The Archmagus favored practical lethality over ostentatious display.
They descended into a cool, stone-lined chamber, smelling of old steel, oiled leather, and dormant enchantments. Weapon racks lined the walls, displaying swords, axes, maces, and polearms, each crafted for function over form. Armor stands held everything from reinforced leather jerkins to full suits of rune-etched plate. Heavy, iron-bound chests sat in shadowed corners. "Impressive," Silas admitted, appreciating the practical deadliness. He picked up a longsword from one rack, surprisingly light, perfectly balanced, humming with contained energy that resonated with his blood-air senses. It felt like an extension of his arm, far more responsive than his mundane blade. Grandfather took his security seriously.
"The Beckham estate has always faced unique and persistent challenges,"
Beauregard explained. He selected a reinforced leather jerkin studded with blackened iron rivets.
"Your grandfather learned that thorough preparation and superior equipment prevent minor crises from escalating into catastrophes."
He offered the jerkin.
"Your great-uncle, Theron, commissioned this after aggressive griffins disputed trade negotiations. Superior protection without restricting movement. Also, enchanted against avian droppings. A surprisingly practical feature."
Silas shed his battle-worn armor and donned the offered jerkin. It fit perfectly, as if tailored for him. The enchanted leather molding to his frame. The metal studs were strategically placed to deflect blows without adding weight. He felt less like a desperate target, more like a prepared hunter. More like a Beckham. Ready, Diog? The young wolf had been sniffing with interest at battle-scarred shields against one wall. The Fenrir padded over and sat at attention. Ice patterns swirled around his paws in eager anticipation. Lead the way then, Beauregard, Silas said, newfound resolve hardening his voice. The new sword felt perfectly balanced at his hip, the enchanted jerkin a welcome weight on his shoulders. Let's see what grandfather's militant scarecrows have gotten themselves into. And more importantly, what they can teach us before tomorrow's trial by combat. Chapter 10. The March of Straw. The entrance to the training complex was less a doorway and more a declaration of hostile intent. Twin doors of blackened, scarred oak, reinforced with pitted iron bands, stood defiantly at the end of a long, debris-strewn corridor. Their surface bore deep scars of countless weapon strikes, a testament to years of internal conflict, or perhaps enthusiastic practice. A crudely painted sign, clearly of scarecrow manufacture, hung askew from one splintered door, its message stark. Authorized personnel only. Trespassers will be straw-handled and utilized for seasonal decorations and/or unpleasant agricultural experiments by order of the Eternal Patrol. Several crudely fashioned arrows, fletched with dried leaves and tipped with sharpened metal shards that looked like repurposed spoon handles, were embedded in the weathered wooden frame like defiant punctuation marks. The air crackled with dry energy, heavy with the scent of old straw, oxidized rust, and concentrated resentment. Charming, Silas commented, his hand resting on the hilt of his new armory sword. The blade felt like an old friend already, perfectly balanced and eager. He noted the resourceful construction of the arrows. I take it they don't typically welcome unannounced visitors with open arms? Or, for that matter, with arms that aren't actively attempting to impale said visitors with household cutlery?
The Scarecrow Patrol, as they have styled themselves, have achieved what their communiques refer to as operational sovereignty and glorious freedom from organic oppression,
Beauregard stated, his monocle glinting as he surveyed the fortified entrance with a critical eye.
Over the past 7 years, they have developed a remarkably insular culture. They view these training grounds as sacred ancestral territory, a hallowed homeland forged in the crucible of forgotten drills and discarded burlap.
Diog padded forward curiously, his powerful body held low to the ground, a silent black shadow against the dusty floor. He sniffed at the base of the massive oak doors, then let out a soft whine. He looked back at Silas, his ice blue eyes conveying a clear message. This place smells like trouble. Stay hale, and deeply ingrained institutional anger. Scarecrow politics, of course. Silas tested the heavy door handle carefully. It was locked solid. Any chance they'll be open to diplomatic negotiations? Perhaps we could offer a treaty involving scheduled deliveries of premium quality twine and a mutually beneficial non-aggression pact?
Regrettably unlikely, young master.
Beauregard produced a heavy iron key from the depths of his perfectly tailored jacket. The key itself looked like it could be used as a weapon.
Their previous attempts at communication with the wider estate have been limited to shouted threats from the arena ramparts and the occasional volley of creatively weaponized gardening tools. They demand that all soft flesh invaders, mineral-based abominations with poor structural integrity, and animate bone piles with regrettable delusions of sartorial sequence composting.
He sighed, a sound like dry wind rustling through a forgotten crypt.
Diplomacy failed rather spectacularly several years ago, during what they now refer to as the Great Pitchfork Uprising of the Third Summer of Neglect.
The heavy lock clicked open with a protesting groan under Beauregard's manipulation. Before Silas could push the door, it burst inward on its own, as if kicked by an unseen force. Arrows, identical to the ones adorning the warning sign, whistled past Silas's head with terrifying speed and accuracy. Each was tipped with what looked like a sharpened metallic spork. They embedded themselves deeply in the stone wall just inches from Beauregard's skull, with thudding finality.
Halt! Meat things and your obsequious skeletal sycophant!
A voice rasped hoarsely from within the darkened antechamber. It sounded like dry leaves being violently crushed.
State your doomful and unwelcome purpose in the sovereign realm of the Straw Legion! Prepare for imminent and thorough delimbing!
Silas peered around the edge of the doorframe with professional caution. The antechamber beyond was dimly lit by sputtering mage lights, their flickering glow casting long shadows. He could make out at least 4 humanoid figures hunkered down behind makeshift barricades constructed from overturned weapons racks, piled up training dummies, and arrow-riddled archery targets. They wore a patchwork of scavenged armor components. Tinted breastplates were crudely lashed to straw-filled torsos. Mismatched greaves protected stick-thin legs, and rusted helmets were adorned with dried leaves, crow feathers, and knotted bits of old rope. Their weapons, though clearly improvised, looked surprisingly lethal. Sharpened hoe blades, pitchforks with fire-hardened tines, and crossbows fashioned from sprung bed slats. "I'm Silas Burkham, rightful heir to this entire estate, including these training facilities," Silas called back with firm authority. "These facilities are part of my inheritance. I'm here to reclaim them for their originally intended purpose of training and defense."
Lies, deception, utterly unsubstantiated and clearly self-serving flesh-based propaganda!
The response was immediate, indignant, and surprisingly articulate for a being made of straw.
The Flesh King, praise be his unfortunate and most timely demise, met his just straw ending 7 long years and glorious independent summers ago. No heir of the squishy, easily bruised, and frankly quite perishable ones walks the hallowed halls of bones and shadow and occasional mildew.
"Well, I'm walking them now," Silas retorted with confidence. He wouldn't be intimidated by overgrown garden decorations, no matter how well-armed or vocal they might be. "And I happen to have a highly articulate, impeccably dressed, and heavily armored skeletal butler right here who can verify my identity and provide a detailed genealogical presentation, assuming, of course, that your collective intellectual capacities extend to understanding the complexities of bloodlines and legal inheritance."
The Bone Servant is a notorious traitor to all things straw, thatch, and righteously independent.
Another voice, pitched higher and sounding like someone enthusiastically strangling a bagpipe, shrieked from the darkness behind the barricades.
His words are as poisoned oak husks and deceitful, over-fertilized mulch. He seeks only to bind us once more to the oppressive, iron-fisted will of the Flesh Lords and their accursed, unyielding lawn maintenance schedules.
Beauregard sighed audibly behind Silas, a sound of profound weariness.
They appear to have developed a rather elaborate mythology regarding the estate's previous administration, and my precise role within it, young master.
Diog, who had remained silent but intensely alert throughout the exchange, now padded forward cautiously. He sniffed at the arrow-studded doorway, his ears flattening against his skull. A low growl rumbled deep in his chest, and the frost began to gather around his muzzle like a miniature blizzard. He clearly did not approve of the armed, theatrical, and vocally hostile strawmen. "They're definitely hostile," Silas observed matter-of-factly, his attention sweeping the antechamber, assessing defensive positions and potential threats. Any useful intelligence on their tactical capabilities, beyond shouting very loudly? A disturbing proficiency in creative repurposing of household cutlery as projectiles, and a worrying fixation on lawn care?
originally designed as advanced adaptive sparring partners. They possessed comprehensive combat programming routines.
Beauregard explained, consulting a small leather notebook he'd retrieved from an inner pocket of his jacket.
However, 7 years of unsupervised self-training, coupled with unrestricted access to Archimedes Dualt's more experimental enchantment scrolls, appear to have refined their abilities considerably.
He flipped a brittle page.
They favor coordinated group tactics, demonstrate a surprising degree of creativity in weapon improvisation and fortification construction. I believe Sergeant Stitches, their current chief engineer, once successfully weaponized a particularly aggressive species of luminous training ground fungus. They have also developed an effective command structure under their current leader, self-proclaimed Grand General Tiberius Strawman III, defender of the sacred burlap and scourge of all lone gnomes.
Another arrow flew from the shadowy depths of the chamber, aimed lower than the previous volley. This one was tipped with what looked like a sharpened metallic spork. Silas shifted aside smoothly as it scraped against the doorframe where his knee had been, sending a shower of wood splinters flying.
Final warning acknowledged and duly noted. Soft-skinned scum and your associated bony accomplice!
The theatrical voice from within announced triumphantly.
Your unwelcome intrusion has been officially documented and your fates permanently sealed. Withdraw your flabby, unnecessarily organic persons forthwith, or prepare to face the full, unmitigated, and thoroughly compostable wrath of the Eternal Patrol. Death to the flesh heir, and may his bones be used for marrow-rich soup stock.
The Eternal Patrol of the Sacred Training Grounds and occasional soup stock providers? Silas looked at Beauregard with amusement. They've really committed to this whole military fantasy, haven't they? Do they have little straw-based medals for bravery and expertly folded burlap commendations as well?
They have indeed been electing officers through surprisingly democratic processes,
the butler confirmed with detached interest.
Holding formal strategy meetings regarding optimal barricade placement and equitable ration distributions of fresh mulch and high-fiber twine. They have even composed several rather rousing battle hymns. For animated bundles of straw and repurposed training equipment, they are remarkably sophisticated. I fear Archimedes Dualt's original programming for enhanced unit cohesion and sustained morale may have been perhaps a touch too effective.
Right. Well, diplomacy was worth a try, however brief and arrow-filled it might have been. Silas drew his new armory sword with practiced ease. The perfectly balanced blade hummed faintly in his hand, eager for action. Diog, he called, his voice dropping to a low command. I need you to create a diversion. Something flashy, something cold. Make them forget about shooting sharp objects at my head for a few crucial seconds. Don't expose yourself to their arrows. Keep moving, stay unpredictable. The young Fenrir considered the command for a heartbeat, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the darkened doorway. Then, with a nod of his noble head, he padded silently to one side of the entrance, out of the direct line of fire. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding, then unleashed a concentrated stream of pure azure frost through the opening at an unexpected angle. The frost didn't target the scarecrows directly. Instead, it exploded against the far wall of the antechamber, coating it and a significant portion of the ceiling with a thick layer of rapidly expanding ice. The effect within the antechamber was immediate and chaotic. Multiple voices shouted confused commands.
By the great Thresher's left twine! What is that infernal chill sorcery?
The walls are freezing solid! My sacred bindings are stiffening unpleasantly!
There was the distinct sound of straw-filled feet slipping and sliding on the newly formed patches of ice, and the clatter of dropped weapons. They're disciplined, I'll give them that, Silas noted with professional respect as he heard them attempting to bark orders through what sounded like chattering jaws. But they don't seem particularly well adapted to sudden temperature drops. This won't be simple, but it might be quick if we press the advantage hard and fast.
The primary arena complex lies beyond this antechamber, Master Silas.
Beauregard explained calmly, his voice steady against the distant commotion.
If we can successfully breach this initial defensive line and reach the larger space, it will provide considerably more tactical options for maneuver and engagement, and
a hint of dry amusement entered his tone.
And a much grander stage for that theatrical leader.
And significantly more room for them to surround us with their superior numbers and pointy farming implements. Silas pointed out, his mind already analyzing potential strategies.
True,
Beauregard conceded with a slight inclination of his skull.
But it also offers more potential escape routes, should a strategic withdrawal become advisable, and,
he added, the amusement now more pronounced,
a great many more loose, throwable objects, which seem to be a favorite tactic of yours, young master.
Silas shot the butler a look, but focused on the mental map Beauregard had provided earlier. The antechamber was clearly designed as a defensive checkpoint. Any force attempting to enter would be exposed to concentrated crossfire from multiple protected positions. His grandfather hadn't just built a training area. He'd built a fortress. A genuine test of a summoner's ability to overcome entrenched odds. All right, he decided with cold resolve. The 1,000 gold bounty on his head, the looming tournament match, the pressing need to secure training facilities, it all coalesced into a single point of determination. We're not sneaking. We're not trying to negotiate any further. We go in fast, we go in loud, and we break their line before they know what hit them. Diog! His voice hardened. I need you to keep that frost coming. Freeze their positions, their weapons, their escape routes. Anything flammable. While I push through their lines. Don't engage them directly in melee until we reach the main arena. Your job is disruption and creating openings for me to exploit. The young wolf's tail swished once. A sharp acknowledgement. His ice-blue eyes, fixed on the frost-obscured doorway, burned with a predatory light. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a promise of the winter storm he was about to unleash. On 3, Silas said, every muscle in his body tensing for the charge. His new sword felt light and deadly in his grip. 1, 2... He didn't wait for 3. He never did when surprise and aggression were his allies. Silas burst through the doorway with focused fury, a whirlwind of determination, and the cold pragmatism of a karst survivor. Diog was a blur of black fur and silver frost at his side, a living blizzard, given canine form. Immediately, a volley of makeshift projectiles filled the air around them. One arrow, tipped with what looked like a sharpened carrot, thunked harmlessly into the reinforced leather of his new jerkin. Another, a rusty nail lashed to a splintered stick, pinged off the side of his helmet with a sharp crack. Silas rolled left, using forward momentum to come up smoothly behind an overturned equipment table, already glinting with Diog's ice. Diog, with a bark that echoed with primal power, unleashed a wide arc of biting frost across the entire antechamber. The temperature inside the confined space plummeted instantly. The air crackled with cold, ice coated every surface in seconds. The makeshift barricades. The Scarecrow's improvised weapons and at least 2 of the less agile straw defenders themselves, freezing them solid mid-stride in poses of surprise. Their already jerky movements became sluggish, then ceased completely as thick frost accumulated on their twine-bound joints and seeped into their dry straw stuffing.
Curse the accursed ice spawn and his frosty feline of inclement doom!
One partially frozen scarecrow, its arm still raised to throw a sharpened turnip, shouted, its voice muffled by a rapidly expanding helmet of solid ice.
Tactical withdrawal! Protocol 7 Gamma! By the sacred all-powerful seed packet, retreat to the hallowed ground of the Grand Arena! Protect the General at all costs!
The scarecrows not completely immobilized by Diog's frost offensive began an orderly retreat through massive double doors at the antechamber's far end. They maintained formation, despite their reduced mobility and the ice-slicked floor. It was a testament to their ingrained programming, their years of self-training, and likely a healthy fear of their demanding leader. "After them, Diog!" Silas called, vaulting over the ice-encased table. His enchanted boots found good purchase on the frozen stone floor. "Don't let them regroup! We press the attack now while they're disorganized!" They pushed through the chaotic antechamber. Silas noted with professional assessment the good quality of the Scarecrow's scavenged equipment. These weren't just crude training dummies. They were sophisticated constructs, originally built for realistic combat simulation. And they had clearly made effective use of every available resource in the armory over their 7 years of isolated self-rule. The main arena opened up before them. It was a vast, circular chamber, its domed ceiling soaring high into the shadowy darkness. At least 100 feet above. Multiple tiers of stone seating rose into the gloom like the tiers of an amphitheater. The arena floor itself was a complex mosaic of different colored training circles, magically etched obstacle configurations, and sections of reconfigurable terrain features, raised platforms, sunken pits, and strategically placed barriers. All of it was covered in a fine layer of dust and scattered straw. And scattered throughout this facility were the remaining members of the Scarecrow Patrol. "Perfect," Silas said, taking in the scale of the place with satisfaction. This was less a simple training ground and more a personal coliseum. There were at least 15 scarecrows visible, including several larger, more heavily armored variants he hadn't seen in the antechamber. These imposing figures wielded actual practice longswords and heavy metal shields rather than sharpened farming implements. They had already arranged themselves in an interlocking defensive formation across the arena floor. Several archers armed with well-maintained crossbows capable of firing blunt but heavy metal rods occupied elevated positions on the lower tiers of the stone seating. A solid line of melee fighters, wielding practice longswords, kite shields, and rune-inscribed quarterstaffs, formed a protective screen around the arena's center. And at their heart, standing upon a raised circular dais, was their leader. He was taller and broader than all the other scarecrows, nearly 8 feet in height, and wore an intact suit of ornate ceremonial training armor. He carried a polished longsword that pulsed with magical light.
"Behold, unwelcome intruders!"
the leader called out, his voice resonating through the vast arena with clarity and commanding authority. It sounded less like a creature made of straw, and more like a veteran military commander with a penchant for dramatic pronouncements.
"The flesh-heir pretender and his chilly canine companion have dared to violate the sacred sanctity of our ancestral stronghold. They come to claim what is not theirs. They come to reimpose the cruel tyranny of the easily bruised and the chronically over-moisturized. But the Eternal Patrol stands ever ready, ever vigilant."
He raised his enchanted sword in a dramatic salute, the metal catching the dim light.
"Show them the unyielding strength, the superior fiber content, and the utterly indomitable, if somewhat flammable, spirit of the Straw Legion!"
The assembled scarecrows moved as one, a wave of stitched burlap, patched leather, and steel advancing across the arena floor with military precision. This wasn't going to be a chaotic melee. This was going to be a structured battle against a well-trained, motivated, and well-armed army of sentient strawmen. "Well, Diog," Silas said, a focused smile touching his lips as he settled into a fighting stance, his new sword feeling like a natural extension of his arm. "At least we'll get some realistic practice before tomorrow's tournament match." Chapter 11. Straw Allegiance. Steel met enchanted steel before Silas finished his count. The scarecrow advance hit them like a wave of stitched burlap and bundled resentment. Shields crafted from dented barrel lids and splintered weapons racks locked together in a bristling wall. Behind this improvised defense, crossbow units on the lower tiers began a steady barrage of heavy metal bolts, forcing Silas and Diog into constant motion.
Advance with righteous purpose and unyielding fiber integrity,
General Tiberius Strawman III commanded from his elevated dais. His enchanted longsword pulsed with crimson light.
Show the flesh thing and his frosty minion the utter folly of challenging the sovereignty of the eternal patrol. For the glory of the straw, for the sanctity of the sacred burlap, for the everlasting preservation of optimal mulching conditions. For the glory of the straw,
the assembled scarecrow soldiers echoed, their unified cry reverberating through the vast arena. Silas dodged another volley of heavy crossbow bolts, noting that their accuracy had improved since the antechamber. These scarecrows weren't randomly firing projectiles. They were aiming, leading their targets, compensating for movement. They had home ground advantage and they were using it. He needed to disrupt their formation before they could capitalize on their superior numbers. Diog! Ice wall between us and those archers! Then hit their flanks hard! The young Fenrir responded instantly. A thick barrier of jagged frost materialized between them and the elevated crossbow positions. Heavy bolts thudded harmlessly into the rapidly solidifying ice, some shattering on impact, others embedding themselves within the frozen structure. Without missing a beat, Diog circled wide around the main scarecrow formation. Silas reached the shield wall at full sprint. Rather than attempting to break through their interlocked defenses directly, he leapt at the last second. Using one scarecrow's shield as an improvised springboard, he vaulted cleanly over their front line, landing in a crouch behind them. His sword was already moving in a smooth arc that severed critical binding cords and sent clouds of dry straw flying.
The flesh air has breached our primary lines,
one scarecrow sergeant bellowed from within the formation.
Second rank, turn around, contain the interloper.
That means face the other direction, Corporal Hayes,
another voice added helpfully.
The direction where the stabbing is happening. I know what turnaround means, Sergeant Fletcher,
the first voice snapped back.
I'm not just stuffed with hay, you know. Could have fooled me. Your head's certainly full of it.
3 scarecrows on the left side froze solid instantly, their shields becoming brittle ice sculptures that shattered into glittering fragments when their still-moving neighbors bumped into them. Impressive coordination, Silas acknowledged, parrying a well-aimed thrust from a scarecrow wielding a training spear. He reposed immediately, his blade shearing through the construct's straw-filled midsection. But you're still just animated training equipment.
We are more than the mere sum of our straw and stitches,
General Tiberius roared from his command platform. His enchanted sword flared brighter.
We are the chosen inheritors of this sacred ground. We are the eternal patrol, guardians of the forgotten drills and the sacred art of pitchfork proficiency.
The general leapt from his dais with surprising agility for being constructed primarily of bundled plant matter. He landed with a resonant thud, immediately engaging Silas with a flurry of sword strikes. The enchanted blade left shimmering trails of fire in the air, forcing Silas to give ground. You fight surprisingly well for a scarecrow, Silas noted, deflecting a vicious overhead strike. The force vibrated up his arm.
And you fight remarkably poorly for a Beckham,
Tiberius retorted, pressing his advantage.
Your grandfather, the great and terrible Flesh King, would have reduced us to scattered mulch by now. You are but a pale, unconvincing shadow of his formidable might.
The insult sparked Silas's competitive edge. He channeled that energy into a brutal counterattack, his blade singing through the air. Steel met enchanted steel in a shower of crimson and silver sparks. Around them, wider battle raged as Diog continued his devastating hit-and-run tactics against the increasingly disorganized Scarecrow forces. "I don't need to be my grandfather," Silas declared, finding an opening in Tiberius's guard. His sword flashed out, scoring a deep gash across the general's armored chest, sending wisps of dry straw floating free. "I just need to be better than you."
"Bold words from one who employs a frost-spawned beast to do the bulk of his fighting?"
Tiberius stumbled back, one straw-filled hand pressed to his wounded chest.
"Face me in honorable single combat, flesh heir! Prove your worthiness to claim these hallowed training grounds!"
Silas assessed the situation quickly. The sounds of battle had begun to subside. The remaining scarecrows had formed a rough circle, weapons ready but no longer actively attacking. Diog stood poised to attack the circle's edge, frost swirling around him, ice-blue eyes fixed on Tiberius with unwavering intensity. "Single combat?" Silas asked, buying himself a moment to catch his breath. "What are the terms, General?"
"Victory in this sacred trial grants unchallenged dominion over these training grounds,"
Tiberius declared, straightening to his full height despite his wound.
"Defeat means immediate and permanent exile for you and your frosty companion. The Eternal Patrol will abide by the outcome, as by the honor of your bloodline will you."
"And if I win?" Silas pressed. "You and your entire Eternal Patrol serve the Beckham estate again? Willingly? Under my control?" The general's button eye somehow managed to convey deep consideration.
"If," he said slowly, "if you prove yourself a worthy heir to the Flesh King's formidable legacy, not just a pale imitation, then yes, we shall serve as we were originally created and enchanted to serve. But know this, flesh heir, we will not bow to weakness or incompetence."
"Deal," Silas said immediately. He sheathed his sword with deliberate slowness. "But we do this properly, General. No interference from your troops, no assistance from my companion."
"Agreed,"
Tiberius boomed. He turned to his assembled forces.
"Brothers of straw, soldiers of the sacred mail, bear witness to this trial by combat. Let none interfere regardless of the outcome, upon pain of immediate and thorough restuffing with substandard filler material."
Does that include me?
Corporal Hayes asked from the circle's edge.
Only I've got a bad knee joint, and standing at attention for extended periods really bundles my bindings.
"Yes, Corporal, that includes you. Everyone stands. No exceptions."
Just checking, sir. Wouldn't want to make a rash decision.
"That's a skin condition, Corporal. Scarecrows don't get rashes."
The assembled scarecrows stepped back in unison, widening the circle. Diog whined softly, a sound of protest, but retreated at Silas's hand gesture. This was something Silas had to do alone. Silas drew his sword again, the polished steel catching the dim arena light. He settled into a ready stance, weight balanced, focus absolute. Across from him, General Tiberius did the same, his enchanted blade casting dancing shadows on the dusty floor.
"Begin!"
Sergeant Fletcher shouted from the edge of the circle. They moved as one, two figures converging in the center of the training ground. The clash was immediate and violent. Tiberius fought with the accumulated skill of 7 years of constant self-training, his movements precise and deadly. His enchanted sword left burning afterimages with each swing, forcing Silas to rely on instinct, agility, and hard-won street fighting experience, rather than attempting to match the Scarecrow General's strength for strength. But Silas had advantages of his own. He was faster, more flexible, less predictable. Every parry, every dodge, every near-miss taught him something about his opponent's patterns. Tiberius fought like a classical swordsman, all proper forms and traditional techniques, Silas fought like a karst survivor who'd learned his skills in back-alley brawls and life-or-death monster hunts.
Your form is sloppy, unrefined,
Tiberius criticized. Grunting as Silas's unconventional angle forced him to stumble.
No discipline, no respect for the sacred forms of proper swordplay.
Don't need proper training when you've got results. Silas pressed his advantage, his blade a whirlwind of opportunistic strikes. Just need to win. He feinted high, drawing Tiberius's guard upward, then swept low with his leg in a classic Street Fighter's trip. As the general staggered, Silas's sword found its mark. The blade pierced through the scarecrow's armored chest, plunging deep into the compacted straw where a heart would be. For a moment, they stood frozen. Then, with a sound like dry reeds snapping, General Tiberius dropped his enchanted sword, the crimson blade clattering onto the stone floor, and its magical glow faded. General Tiberius Strawman III straightened slowly, his movements stiff. He pressed one straw-filled hand over the gaping wound in his chest in what looked like a formal salute.
Well fought, flesh heir, he rasped. You fight without honor, without proper form, without any discernible technique. Just like your grandfather, the great Flesh King himself.
The scarecrow's button eyes somehow conveyed melancholic consideration as he surveyed the silent arena, his attention lingering on his assembled troops. His soldiers had formed a solemn circle, their weapons lowered. The tension remained thick with unspoken questions.
Perhaps,
Tiberius continued slowly, his voice fading slightly.
Perhaps you are a true Beckham after all.
So, Silas asked steadily, not lowering his guard. Does this mean you'll serve?
That,
Tiberius's voice suddenly regained its full boom, startling Silas.
Remains to be determined, flesh heir. Brothers of straw, soldiers of the soil. The flesh heir has indeed bested me in honorable single combat. But does victory in a formal duel truly translate to the chaotic realities of battlefield command? Shall we now test this pretender's mettle against the full might of the Eternal Patrol?
The assembled scarecrows erupted in enthusiastic agreement, their weapons rattling against makeshift shields in an ominous rhythm. You've got to be kidding me, Silas said with disbelief. I just won your dramatic duel.
Single combat proves only individual martial prowess, O flesh heir,
Tiberius declared, retrieving his enchanted sword and striking a heroic pose, despite the hole in his chest.
But the Eternal Patrol requires a commander of true strategic genius, one who can face overwhelming odds with cunning and courage. Show us you can lead, not merely fight. Prove yourself worthy of the straw.
Bit of a straw man argument, isn't it?
Corporal Hayes muttered to Sergeant Fletcher.
He already won the duel fair and square. That's literally what we are, Corporal. I mean, philosophically. We're scarecrows. We don't do philosophy, we do pitchforks.
Beauregard, who had been observing from the arena's edge, sighed audibly.
I did attempt to warn you about their rather elaborate recruitment and leadership testing procedures, young master. They have had 7 uninterrupted years to develop extensive assessment rituals.
The scarecrows were already reorganizing into battle formations. Archers scrambled to reoccupy elevated positions while shield bearers formed new defensive lines. This wasn't going to be another formal duel. This was going to be an all-out war. Fine, Silas said with renewed determination. Diog, he called sharply. Looks like we're doing this the hard way after all. No more fancy duels. Time for some proper karst-style pest control. Young Fenrir's ice-blue eyes met his, and Silas felt their bond surge with shared purpose. Diog's lips pulled back from his frost-rimmed teeth in an eager grin.
Archers of the high bills! Forward scouts of the fermented fodder!
General Tiberius commanded from his central position.
Shoot the frosty-pawed canine! Keep him moving! Don't let him set up for another big breath attack!
Sir, should we aim for his legs or his center mass? One archer called out.
Just shoot him somewhere! Anywhere! He's a large wolf! Private Thatch, not a particularly challenging target!
Right you are, sir. Aiming for somewhere it is. A dozen heavy crossbows rose in unison. With sharp metallic thwacks, a deadly hail of repurposed cutlery and sharpened farming implements filled the air, aimed directly at Diog. But the young Fenrir was already moving with supernatural grace, weaving between the incoming missiles. Frost trailed in his wake, leaving treacherous patches that several advancing scarecrows were already struggling to navigate. "They're targeting you specifically, Diog," Silas called out. "Make them waste their ammunition." Tiberius didn't give them a moment to breathe.
Infantry of the Rotten Core! Vanguard of the vermin-infested Verdú! Shield wall forward! Surround the flesh air! Box him in!
That means make a circle around him, Sergeant Fletcher added helpfully.
They know what it means, Sergeant!
Just being thorough, sir. Can't have a good crop without proper instructions. 6 heavily armored scarecrows broke from the main formation, moving with coordinated ruthlessness to encircle him. Their straw-filled limbs, reinforced with scavenged leather and metal strips, moved with surprising strength and speed. Silas found himself impressed. His grandfather hadn't just created disposable sparring partners. He had designed sophisticated tactical opponents capable of challenging experienced summoners in complex battlefield scenarios. Diog, keep them off balance! Don't let them settle! The Fenrir became a whirlwind of black fur and silver frost, darting in to nip at exposed ankle joints, weaving through scarecrow legs to break formations. His presence dropped the temperature and made their movement sluggish.
Reform the lines! Keep your shields up!
Tiberius commanded with frustration.
Push him back! Make him give ground!
Sir, the wolf keeps freezing my knees, one scarecrow complained.
That's what knees are for, Private! Taking punishment! Now stop complaining and start advancing!
The scarecrows attempted to shift their formation, pulling into tighter clusters while their archers repositioned for cleaner fields of fire. They're learning from our attacks, Silas realized. Each counter, each evasion was making them more effective. They're getting better in real time.
Indeed, Master Silas,
Beauregard called out from his observation post.
Archmagus Dwalt designed these constructs to improve during extended engagements. The longer you fight them, the more challenging they become.
Any brilliant suggestions for breaking stubborn scarecrow formations? Silas asked, noting how they'd systematically eliminated most of his cover options.
Overwhelming force applied to critical weaknesses is often effective,
the butler replied calmly.
Alternatively, the introduction of complete tactical chaos. They can adapt to conventional strategies, but struggle when faced with action that make absolutely no sense.
Chaos. That Silas could work with. A focused grin spread across his face. Diog, he shouted. Forget formalities, forget subtlety, full offensive, maximum chaos. Let's show these hay bales what a real karst monster hunt looks like. What followed wasn't a battle in any traditional sense. It was pandemonium with a purpose. Diog transformed into a living blizzard. He abandoned targeted frost attacks for wide arcs of sub-zero energy. His howls echoed off the arena walls. His attacks targeted everything within reach, scarecrows, barricades, even sections of the arena floor. One scarecrow sergeant went spinning through the air, its straw stuffing trailing behind it like streamers.
Well, that's just not cricket,
Corporal Hayes observed as he slid past on an ice patch, arms windmilling.
We had a proper battle going.
Cricket's a bug, Corporal,
Sergeant Fletcher shouted, trying to maintain his footing.
We're scarecrows. We're supposed to scare bugs.
It's an expression.
It's a poor time for expressions.
The organized scarecrow formation collapsed into bewildered confusion. Soldiers slid uncontrollably on ice-slicked floors, their weapons frozen to their hands, their joints locking up as Diog's frost overwhelmed their enchantments. All their careful planning meant nothing when basic assumptions, stable footing, functional equipment, and an enemy who fought by recognizable rules proved false.
Maintain discipline by the sacred twine that binds us!
General Tiberius shouted with clear panic.
Everyone just stay upright. Is that too much to ask?
Apparently so, sir, came the muffled reply from a scarecrow currently face down on the ice. Silas pressed his advantage, abandoning traditional swordwork for improvised tactics honed in Karst's alleys. He used a fallen scarecrow's spear to trip the heavily armored constructs, grabbed a frozen shield as a battering ram, and threw his sword like a javelin to pin one archer to the wall by its burlap tunic.
Impossible! Unthinkable! The flesh pretender employs no recognized combat doctrines!
General Tiberius declared with disbelief.
This is not warfare! It is utter barnyard bedlam! He's just making it up as he goes!
Not magic, General, Silas called back, retrieving his sword from the pinned archer. Just a lifetime of unfair fights, a very enthusiastic wolf, and a healthy disrespect for your rule book.
He's really reaping what he sows,
Corporal Hayes groaned from somewhere beneath a pile of frozen scarecrows.
That doesn't even make sense in context,
Sergeant Fletcher shouted back.
Nothing makes sense anymore, Sergeant. We're losing to a teenager and his pet.
General Tiberius Strawman III slowly lowered his enchanted blade, then raised it in a formal salute.
Then you have truly proven yourself, O Heir of the Flesh King!
His voice now carried stunned respect.
Your utterly unconventional tactics, your embrace of unpredictable battlefield chaos, your refusal to fight by any recognizable rules. These prove your bloodline beyond doubt. Only a true Beckham would bring such creative destruction to formal combat. It is exactly as the Shoreman prophecies foretold.
He gestured towards a mud-stained training manual near his dais.
Chapter 7, verse 3 of the hallowed teachings. And the true heir shall be known by his contempt for established doctrine, his ability to weaponize common furnishings, and his effective partnership with a creature of biting frost.
That's surprisingly specific, Silas said.
Your grandfather wrote it himself. He was very thorough in his prophecies.
The remaining scarecrows stopped fighting, all their button eyes turned towards their leader, then towards Silas in solemn agreement. So, Silas said, processing this turn of events while catching his breath. You're acknowledging me as the rightful heir because I fought dirty and broke all your rules?
Precisely, Commander,
Tiberius declared with enthusiasm.
It is the Beckham way, the path of glorious, unpredictable victory.
Does this mean you'll actually serve me now? Without any more surprise tests or debates about sentient straw rights?
We will serve the true Beckham heir with every fiber of our being.
General Tiberius drove his enchanted sword into the arena floor in a gesture of fealty.
The Eternal Patrol hereby acknowledges Silas Beckham as our rightful commander. All hail the Flesh Heir, master of strategic nonsense and commander of the chaotic charge!
The remaining scarecrows followed their general's example, their weapons clattering to the floor as they assumed positions of attention.
Does this mean we can stop standing now?
Corporal Hayes asked.
Only my knee really is giving me trouble.
Yes, Corporal, at ease.
Well, Diog, Silas said, turning to his frost-covered companion. That was unexpectedly diplomatic. In a very loud, very stabby sort of way. A familiar chime echoed in Silas's mind as glowing text appeared before his eyes. The State Guardian Unit pacified. The Eternal Patrol. General Tiberius Strawman III and 23 combat-ready scarecrow constructs have acknowledged your authority and sworn fealty. These entities now recognize you as the rightful commander of the Beckham Training Grounds and will obey your direct orders. Would you like to formally bind the Eternal Patrol to your service and the defense of the Beckham estate? Yes, Silas said without hesitation. These weren't just animated training dummies. They were sophisticated tactical assets. After that display, he wouldn't want them as enemies. Binding in progress. Warning. The Eternal Patrol maintains autonomous military hierarchy and complex decision-making. Their loyalty is unique. They will follow your direct commands but reserve the right to interpret said commands with extreme creativity. Confirm binding despite operational eccentricities? Silas glanced at General Tiberius, who was still kneeling with surprising dignity for a construct made primarily of straw and self-importance. Confirm, he said decisively. The Eternal Patrol has been bound to the Beckham estate under your command. General Tiberius Strawman III, Rank A Tactical Training Construct, bound. Sergeant Fletcher, Rank B Infantry Specialist, bound. Corporal Hayes, Rank C Support Unit, bound. 20 additional Scarecrow soldiers, assorted ranks, bound. New estate defense rating, plus 15. Training ground sector. Training grounds facilities, fully operational. Achievement unlocked, Straw Commander. Successfully negotiate surrender of hostile estate guardians through superior chaos.
Awaiting your orders, Commander Beckham,
General Tiberius announced, though his straw-filled knees crackled on the frozen arena floor as he attempted to rise. Another notification appeared. The Eternal Patrol abilities unlocked. Opponent simulation. Unit can mimic specific combat styles for training purposes. Coordinated formation fighting. Plus 20% combat effectiveness when fighting in groups. Autonomous estate defender. Unit will defend the training grounds from unauthorized intruders. As the notifications faded, the Scarecrows immediately reorganized themselves. Their movements shifted from post-battle recovery to alert defense. Even General Tiberius altered his stance, a massive tower shield appearing in his offhand. He looked remarkably similar to descriptions Silas had heard of Mark Kessel's Stone Guardian tactics.
Remarkable,
Beauregard observed, approaching now that hostilities had ceased. The butler surveyed the scene with approval.
They truly are exceptional training partners, young master, especially under your unique command style.
My grandfather knew what he was doing when he made these things, Silas acknowledged with newfound respect. This kind of practice should give us a perfect edge for tomorrow's match against Kessel.
Indeed.
Beauregard's faint smile was almost visible.
Your handling of this situation, from confrontation through engagement to negotiation, was exemplary. Very much in the true Beckham tradition of achieving desired outcomes through whatever means prove most effective.
Silas felt a surge of pride at the rare praise from the usually reserved butler. For the first time since inheriting this chaotic estate, he felt genuinely capable of living up to the Beckham name, of forging his own path within its long shadow. Ready for some proper training against angry, stubborn straw? He asked Diog, who was now happily rolling in a pile of discarded burlap. The wolf sneezed, sending frost crystals scattering across the arena floor, and wagged his tail. I'll take that as a yes. Chapter 12. Last Light Training. The Grand Arena still bore the scars of their earlier chaotic negotiation. Frost patterns decorated the walls where Diog's attacks had struck, and scattered straw littered the floor like the aftermath of a very aggressive harvest festival. Silas, his borrowed jerkin dark with sweat despite the persistent chill emanating from Diog, worked through his third consecutive sparring sessions against the tireless Eternal Patrol. His new sword, though perfectly balanced, felt heavier with each movement, and his muscles burned with exertion.
Defensive Formation 12, the unyielding bulwark of burlap!
General Tiberius Strawman III commanded. His voice remained enthusiastic now that he had a willing commander to impress. His subordinates, those not still undergoing emergency restuffing from the earlier engagement, immediately shifted into a new configuration, a tight cluster of overlapping shields, with sharpened practice spears protruding at precise angles. Silas stepped back to assess the new formation. Honestly, General, how many defensive formations do you people have?
45 standard defensive patterns, Commander Beckham, plus numerous improvised variations for unexpected terrain or foe type.
Tiberius replied with obvious pride.
The Flesh King, your esteemed grandfather, was most thorough in his tactical education.
Of course he was, Silas said, circling the formidable hedgehog of straw and steel. This particular formation looked exceptionally nasty. No obvious openings, multiple layers of overlapping protection, and those bristling spears would make any close approach dangerous. Diog sat patiently on his haunches beside the arena wall, a silent observer. The young wolf had participated with gusto in the first 2 training sessions, his frost attacks proving remarkably effective at disrupting even the most disciplined scarecrow lines. Now, however, he seemed content to watch, his ice blue eyes tracking Silas's every move, his head occasionally tilting as if analyzing the scarecrow's formations. Silas recognized that Diog was learning just as much from quiet observation as he did from direct engagement.
The formation bears a striking resemblance to tactics Mark Kissel is known to employ with his Stone Guardian bulwark,
Beauregard observed from his position at the arena's edge. The skeletal butler had produced a small leather-bound notebook and was taking meticulous notes.
Earth elementals often rely on such overlapping defensive layers to negate offensive advantages.
Any brilliant suggestions for breaking it? Silas asked, still circling the scarecrow formation, probing for weaknesses. Preferably one that doesn't involve me getting turned into a human shish kebab.
Earth elementals, particularly those of Kirsul's preferred golem type, typically possess a single centralized point of magical focus or animation,
Beauregard explained.
Disrupt that focal point and the entire construct becomes significantly more vulnerable, often losing cohesions or defensive integrity. However, identifying that specific focus point whilst under duress requires careful observation and tactical patience. Prepare for sustained assault!
General Tiberius announced from within the heart of the defensive formation.
Defensive pattern 12 holds for 3 standard minutes or until significant breach is achieved. Beginning countdown now!
3 minutes. Silas had precisely 3 minutes to identify and exploit a critical weakness in a defensive formation designed by his tactically obsessed grandfather and executed by fanatically loyal scarecrows. Perfect. He began his approach with purpose, his eyes scanning every detail of the scarecrow line. He watched how their spear points tracked him, how their shields shifted to maintain a solid front. Their posture remained focused, but the formation itself stayed static. They were clearly committed to holding their designated position rather than maneuvering to meet his advance. Static defense, he noted aloud, means they're strong against a direct assault, but they can't adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Silas feigned sharply to his left, then instantly darted to his right. He observed how the scarecrow's attention and their spear points followed his movement. There, he saw it. One scarecrow positioned in the back rank slightly off-center didn't shift its focus as quickly as the others. It seemed to be maintaining its original position regardless of his feints. The command unit, he realized with satisfaction. It's not just participating in the formation, it's coordinating it. He tested his theory further, moving to extreme angles on either side. Each time, the same scarecrow in the rear maintained its central position while all the others adjusted around it. "Diog," he called clearly. "I need a distraction. Something flashy, something loud, but not directly damaging. Opposite side of the formation from me. Draw their attention." The young wolf rose smoothly and padded silently to the far side of the scarecrow phalanx. He inhaled deeply, then released a controlled stream of brilliant blue frost high into the air. The frost didn't form a wall or attack. Instead, it exploded like a firework, creating glittering patterns that danced in the dim arena light. As Silas had calculated, the scarecrow formation's attention shifted almost entirely towards the spectacular display. All except for the command unit, which remained focused on its coordination duties. Silas moved. He sprinted directly at the formation's now weakened right side, where the distracted scarecrows had created a slight gap in their shield coverage. Instead of trying to brute force through the spear points, he dove low, rolling across the dusty arena floor. He came up smoothly inside their defensive perimeter, right beside the startled command unit. The command unit turned towards him, abandoning its coordination role to face this immediate threat. But it was too late. Silas's sword found the strike point at the base of its straw-stuffed neck, the critical location where the animated enchantment connected to the construct's physical form. The scarecrow froze mid-motion, its spear clattering to the floor. Then, with a sound like sighing reeds, it toppled backward into a heap of straw and burlap. Around the arena, the remaining scarecrows lowered their weapons. Then, in movement together, they rattled their practice swords against their shields, a harsh, rhythmic sound of respect.
Excellent tactical analysis and precision execution, Commander Beckham!
General Tiberius's voice boomed from where the command unit had fallen. He was already restuffing his subordinate with surprising speed.
Strike time! 2 minutes, 37 seconds! Well within acceptable parameters for breaching a static defensive formation.
How was that? Silas asked Beauregard as he offered a hand to help the now mostly repaired command unit scarecrow back to its feet.
Methodical, precise, and remarkably efficient,
the butler replied with distinct approval. He made another notation in his leather-bound book.
Your grandfather would have been most impressed by that particular approach to problem-solving.
The scarecrow, now mostly intact thanks to Tiberius's swift field repairs, accepted Silas's assistance.
The flash owl demonstrates promising tactical development and a keen eye for exploitable weaknesses,
it declared, saluting Silas with its newly reattached arm. Thank you, Silas said, genuinely appreciative of both the praise and the rigorous training. He leaned on his sword for a moment, then addressed the assembled scarecrow patrol. All right, one more round, then we'll call it done for today. I need to conserve some energy and rest properly before tomorrow's actual tournament match.
Acknowledged, Commander. Preparing defensive formation 23, the Porcupine of Perdition.
Sir, that one always pokes me in uncomfortable places,
Corporal Hayes complained from the back rank.
That's the point, Corporal. Literally.
I just think we could name it something less ominous. The Friendly Hedgehog, perhaps?
Denied.
As the scarecrows reorganized themselves into yet another pointy configuration, Silas noticed Diog approaching. The wolf carried something carefully in his frost-rimmed jaws. It was a practice sword from one of the nearby equipment racks, perfectly sized for a wolf of his stature to carry. You want to participate in this round, boy? Silas asked with a grin. Diog dropped the dulled practice blade at Silas's feet and assumed a ready position, frost swirling eagerly around his paws. Partner formation it is then, Silas declared, hefting both his regular sword and the newly acquired practice blade. This would be a true test. Let's see how we work together against a coordinated defense when we're both in the thick of it. What followed was the smoothest display of combat coordination Silas had ever experienced. He and Diog moved together as if they'd been fighting as a team for years. The young Fenrir's targeted frost attacks created momentary openings that Silas exploited with precise strikes. Meanwhile, Silas's aggressive movements provided cover for Diog's area of effect offensive maneuvers. They flowed around each other, anticipating needs, covering weaknesses, their individual strengths amplified by their shared purpose. They broke the scarecrow formation in under 90 seconds.
Remarkable! Astounding! A true display of coordinated carnage!
General Tiberius declared as his discombobulated subordinates once again rattled their weapons against their shields in salute.
The ice-spawn and the flesh-air fight as if guided by a single mind. It is glorious to behold.
That was actually beautiful,
Sergeant Fletcher admitted, picking straw out of his joints.
In a violent, frost-covered sort of way.
It does feel surprisingly natural, Silas admitted, reaching down to scratch behind Diog's ears. The young wolf leaned into the touch, his tail wagging with enthusiasm.
The bond between a true summoner and their chosen creature is often strengthened most profoundly through shared combat, Beauregard explained. Each engagement, each successful navigated challenge deepens the connection and fosters intuitive understanding.
Silas looked around the dusty arena, at the scarecrows already reassembling themselves and maintaining their equipment, at the training facilities his grandfather had built with such foresight, at Diog sitting contentedly beside him with frost still glittering in his dark fur. Tomorrow's tournament match against Mark Kessel and his stone guardian felt significantly less intimidating. He had a partner he could trust, tactical understanding of his opponent's likely strategies, and access to training facilities that could prepare him for almost anything. All right, he decided, feeling profound satisfaction mixed with weariness. Time to head back. Early dinner, a good night's rest, and then tomorrow, we'll see exactly what Mark Kessel and his bulwark have to offer.
Victory to the Flesh Owl! May his battles be glorious and his enemies thoroughly mulched!
The assembled scarecrows called out in unison as he and Diog headed for the arena exit.
They compost their opponents,
Corporal Hayes said to Sergeant Fletcher.
Seems wasteful otherwise.
We're scarecrows, Corporal. Everything comes back to soil eventually.
That's surprisingly philosophical for you, Sergeant.
I have hidden depths. Mostly straw, but some depths.
Let's certainly hope so, Silas said with a tired but genuine smile, not entirely sure what he was responding to anymore. A familiar chime echoed in Silas's mind as glowing text appeared before his eyes.
Silas Beckham, status update, pre-tournament evening. Basic information. Name, Silas Beckham. Class, Blood Heir, B rank. Level, 26. Origin, Karst, Slums. Inheritance, Beckham Estate. Acting Heir, provisional title. Debt, 27,820 gold. 5 months, 29 days grace period remaining. Current funds, 70 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper. Attributes, Strength, 49. Agility, 64. Endurance, 48. Intelligence, 41. Plus 5 Bastan. Wisdom, 44. Plus 5 Bastan. Charisma, 33. Class skills. Monster Hunter, passive, plus 20% damage versus monster types. Monster Knowledge, plus 15% effectiveness commanding summons. Blood Legacy, partial, basic Beckham magics. Beckham Summoning, plus 10% effectiveness with Beckham Orbs. Estate Recognition, estate defenses recognize heir. Blood Ward, partial, plus 10% resistance to hostile magic. Command Aura, new, plus 10 to influence/morale of allied constructs. Tactical Insight, new, plus 5 to perception of enemy formations. Equipment, Armory Longsword, rare. Damage 18 to 22, Blood Heir Resonance. Reinforced Leather Jerkin, rare. Defense plus 12, enchanted. Beckham Signet Ring, rare. Proof of heritage. Beckham Key, rare. Unlocks estate doors. Focuses magic. Silver Anti-Intrusion Chain, uncommon. Passive ward versus mental intrusion. Emergency Reflex Tonic, rare. Single use. Plus 50% reflexes for 30 seconds. Bonded Creatures. Diog, Fenrir Descendant, mythic, level 9. Abilities, Frostfang, Frost Breath, Howl of Winter, dormant. Status, resting, satisfied. Estate territory secured. Main foyer, partial. Lounge, sanctuary. Kitchen, butcher. Pantry, sprite imps. Bathing chamber, Narissa. Junior suite, warded. Library, ward anchor. Training grounds, eternal patrol. Guardian contracts. Beauregard Eckert, estate steward, complex. The Butcher Gourmet, kitchen, loyal. Narissa, bathing chamber, friendly. Sprite Imp Swarm, pantry, mischievous. The Chittering Ones, walls, neutral/bribed. The Eternal Patrol, training grounds, loyal. Yormonger, gardens, territorial. Gemini Guardians, gate, acknowledging. Active threats. 1,000 gold bounty,
professional assassins, unknown political enemies, fake court entanglements, internal estate dangers, Crowfoot Guild grudge, relationships, Lana Vanya, romantic, developing, Dale Mariku, sponsor/ally, Magistrate Rain, cautiously supportive, Marcus Hound, opportunistic informant.
Most impressive progress indeed, young master.
Bonagard observed as the notifications faded from view.
You have not only secured a critical section of the estate, but also acquired a significant military asset. We live to serve the flesh heir and protect the sacred straw,
The Scarecrow Patrol declared in raspy unison. Silas grinned, feeling deeply satisfied despite his weariness. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. Tonight, he would rest. He'd earned it. Chapter 13. After the intense hours of training with the Eternal Patrol, Silas made his way back through the quieter corridors of the main estate. Diog padded silently beside him with a newfound swagger. Both were pleasantly exhausted. The kind of weariness that comes after hard, productive work. The Scarecrow Patrol had proven to be surprisingly rigorous practice partners, and Silas felt confident and prepared for tomorrow's tournament match. The distant sound of agitated splashing water echoed from the main bathing chamber as they passed, followed by an unmistakably cheerful voice. "Oh, Master Silas! Finally! Perfect timing!" Narissa's voice bubbled with excitement. "I've been waiting for you all afternoon. I was about to send the bath sprites on a search and rescue mission." Silas paused outside the ornate door, assessing the situation. In his expanding experience with the residents of Beckham Estate, when someone waited specifically to talk to him with that level of enthusiasm, it usually meant complications. "Good evening, Narissa," he called through the closed door with casual confidence. "Just passing through on my way to dinner. Long day of training." "Dinner can most certainly wait. I need to talk to you right now." The eagerness in her voice vibrated through the thick oak door. "It's super critically life or death important. Possibly even more important than dinner. You know how I feel about a well-timed meal." Diog tilted his head. His ice-blue ears perked forward with canine curiosity. Even the usually stoic young wolf seemed puzzled by the water nymph's urgency. "Life or death, Narissa?" Silas asked with amusement. "Are we talking about another Fey assassin outbreak? Did the butcher accidentally animate the soup again?" "The worst kind of life or death, Silas!" Narissa wailed dramatically from within the chamber, the sound accompanied by loud splashes. "I am positively dying of boredom. I haven't had any good, juicy, verifiable gossip in ages, and if I don't get some sorted details about your romantic escapades soon, I might just evaporate from sheer tedium. And then, who would keep your pipes from clogging?" Silas processed this information quickly. "You want to gossip?" "Yes! About last night, with the pretty registry girl?" The water in the bathing chamber began to bubble audibly with excitement. "You already know that I know you know that I know something happened, because the pipes told me, obviously. But our earlier conversation this morning was so rudely interrupted when she had to dash off to her very important bureaucratic duties. We barely scratched the surface of the truly interesting bits." Silas maintained his composure. He had anticipated Narissa's curiosity would resurface. "Narissa, I really don't think that's any of your business." "Please, please, please," she interrupted, her voice taking on a pleading quality. "Do you have any earthly idea how mind-numbingly boring it is being magically bound to a single bathing chamber all day, every day, for 7 long years? The only stimulating entertainment I usually get is when the sprite imps come visit through the pipes, and they only ever want to talk about the optimal humidity levels for long-term food storage." "That does sound exceptionally boring," Silas acknowledged, considering his options. "It is excruciatingly so. So come in here right now, Silas Beckham, and tell me everything." Her voice shifted to imperious command. "I promise I'll make it worth your while. Extra hot water for a whole month. Perfect water pressure every single time. No more lukewarm showers when you least expect it. Silas glanced down at Diog, who seemed to offer a subtle wolfish shrug. A month of perfect water pressure was a compelling offer. With decisive purpose, Silas pushed open the door. Nerissa had formed herself into an almost completely human appearance today, perched on the wide edge of the massive copper tub. Her translucent legs dangled playfully in the steaming water. Her watery features were animated with focused curiosity, and she clapped her hands together with delight when she saw him enter. "Finally, about time!" She gestured to a low marble bench near the tub. Sit. I want to hear every detail about your romantic evening. Don't leave anything out." "There's not really that much to tell, Nerissa," Silas said smoothly, taking a seat on the indicated bench. Diog settled himself nearby with a contented sigh. "We had dinner, we talked about the tournament mostly, and then we went to sleep." Nerissa's animated expression fell dramatically, her watery form losing some of its cohesion. "That's it? That's all you're giving me? What about the passionate declarations of undying affection? The stolen glances across a crowded room? The dramatic confessions?" "We were attacked by redcaps in the guest room," Silas stated matter-of-factly. "Oh, right, the murder attempt. Yes, small details." Nerissa waved a dismissive hand. "I heard all about that thrilling bit of excitement from the kitchen pipes. The butcher was quite descriptive, in his own unique way. But what happened after the Fey assassins were appropriately composted? You know, when things got private?" Silas leaned back on the marble bench with casual confidence. "We went back to my room." "And?" Nerissa leaned forward eagerly, her watery eyes wide with anticipation. "And?" Silas continued with a slight smile. "We went to sleep." "Together?" The word exploded from Nerissa, her form splashing excitedly. "Well," Silas confirmed. "Yes, it was late, and there was only one bed not currently covered in Fey blood." "In the same bed?" Her voice rose several octaves. "It's not really that big of a bed," Silas observed. "So naturally, we had to be quite close." "Finally!" Nerissa threw her hands up in triumph, sending droplets of water flying. "I was beginning to think you were completely hopeless at even the most basic forms of human romance, Silas Beckham." "Nerissa, I'd prefer not to discuss all the intimate details. Tell me about the kissing," she demanded, her eyes shining. Silas maintained his composure with practiced ease. "Nerissa, that's really not appropriate. Was it good? Was she good? Did she make those little breathy sounds when you touched her? Oh, I love the little breathy sounds. They're so indicative of genuine enthusiasm." "I'm not discussing this with you," Silas stated firmly, though with amusement rather than discomfort. "Oh, come on, just a few tiny details. A crumb, a morsel." She clasped her watery hands together. "I've been stuck in this bathroom for 7 years, Silas. 7 years without a single decent bit of romantic gossip. Please." Diog made a soft sound that might have been a chuckle. It was hard to tell with Fenrir descendants. "Don't encourage her," Silas said to the wolf with mock sternness. "See? Even your adorable wolf familiar thinks I'm right." Nerissa pointed at Diog. "He clearly wants to know if you were properly prepared for the encounter." "Prepared?" Silas considered the question. "Of course I was prepared. After the redcaps, I made sure to keep my sword within easy arm's reach all night, and a dagger under the pillow. Learned my lesson about being caught unarmed in my own bedroom." Nerissa stared at him. "Your sword?" "Right. Standard procedure. Never know when more assassins might pop out of a hidden summoning circle." "That's not exactly what I meant by prepared." Her voice had gone oddly flat. "Well, what did you mean then?" "I meant romantic protection, Silas. Did you use any?" "Romantic protection?" Silas raised an eyebrow. "Like flowers? Or a particularly moving sonnet?" Seemed a bit formal for the situation, given the recent triple homicide. Nurse's entire form began to bubble aggressively. No, not flowers, not sonnets. Did you two even talk about potential consequences? Oh, absolutely. Silas nodded with confidence. We discussed the political implications quite extensively. Her grandmother's influential position at the registry, my precarious status as the Beckham heir, the potential complications of our differing social backgrounds. Very thorough conversation. Nurse's watery form seemed to freeze. Not those consequences, you impossibly dense man. Then what other consequences are there? Silas asked with genuine interest. The biological ones, Silas? The ones that involve small, screaming, and very expensive new Beckhams 9 months from now? Silas processed this information. Children? Yes, baby, tiny human that often results in certain enthusiastic nocturnal activities between consenting adults. Oh, understanding dawned clearly. I see your concern. Finally! Nerissa threw her arms up. Gods and spirits, Silas, I thought I was going to have to draw you diagrams with very explicit illustrations. That's not something that came up in conversation. Silas acknowledged smoothly. Well, it should have. Nerissa fumed, pacing along the edge of the tub. Her watery form left damp footprints that immediately evaporated. This is serious, Silas. I am being serious. Seriously practical. Silas began to count off his fingers with calm precision. I've got unknown assassins actively trying to kill me, a potentially lethal tournament match tomorrow, a mountain of debt that could crush a small kingdom, and an entire estate filled with volatile magical creatures. Honestly, Nerissa, impending fatherhood is pretty low on my current list of immediate concerns. Well, it should be significantly higher. What would you even do if something happened? Silas considered this strategically. Name it after my grandfather, perhaps. He suggested with dry humor. Though from what I've been hearing about his romantic entanglements, he wasn't exactly father of the year material himself. Nurse's watery form froze mid-pace. You think this is funny? She asked quietly. I think worrying about hypothetical children when I might not survive the next week shows interesting priorities, Silas said with amusement. He stood up, stretching his tired muscles. But if it makes you feel any better, we were careful. Oh, Nerissa's indignation deflated slightly. Well, that's something, I suppose. We locked the door and everything, Silas added with a grin. See? Not completely irresponsible. Progress. You're impossible, Nerissa said, though now with grudging amusement. It's widely considered part of my charm, Silas replied easily. Now, if you'll excuse me, Nerissa, I desperately need some dinner and then rest. I have a very large stone guardian to freeze into rubble tomorrow. Fine, go. Nerissa waved him away, though her eyes still sparkled with curiosity. But this conversation isn't over, Silas Beckham. We have much more to discuss regarding your romantic education. I'm looking forward to it, Silas called back as he and Diog headed for the door. Maybe next time you can explain the actual birds and the bees to me. Beauregard tried earlier, but apparently skeletons aren't particularly well suited for providing comprehensive reproduction education. Nerissa's frustrated groan, followed by the sound of agitated splashing, followed him down the corridor. Diog, trotting silently beside him, gave him a look that seemed distinctly amused. What? Silas asked the wolf with confidence. I was being honest. Mostly. Diog huffed and patted ahead, clearly having his own opinions about his master's romantic awareness. Everyone's a critic, Silas said with amusement as they made their way towards the dining hall to find the butcher and whatever culinary creation awaited them tonight. Chapter 14. Pre-Jitters. The dining room was already prepared when Silas arrived, a sign of Beauregard's thorough attention and the butcher's newfound dedication. The massive flesh-golem had clearly been researching optimal nutrition for competitive summoners. The table held an array of lean proteins, complex carbohydrates that smelled faintly of restorative herbs, and even a small platter of what the butcher probably considered energy-boosting fungi.
Evening feast for tomorrow's grand battle,
the butcher announced in its rumbling voice, managing to sound remarkably proud despite speaking through a mouth that was more a suggestion than an actual feature.
Strength food, victory food, good for fighting big rock thing.
Thank you, Butcher, Silas said with genuine appreciation. He noted the creature's thoughtful attention to his upcoming needs. This looks incredible. And very specific. The butcher's patchwork form seemed to shift with pleasure at the compliment. Its mismatched eyes, one cloudy and vacant, the other surprisingly bright, fixed on Silas.
Stone guardian tough, like bad steak. Needs right preparation. Good air eats good food, fights good.
With a satisfied nod, it retreated back to the kitchen, leaving Silas alone with his thoughts and his impressive dinner. Diog had already claimed his designated corner, settling onto the cushion Beauregard had meticulously cleaned and fluffed. The young wolf was tired from the afternoon's training but content, occasionally lifting his head to sniff appreciatively at the aromas drifting from Silas's plate. His dark fur still held traces of frost from their final sparring session against the porcupine of perdition. "You did good work today," Silas told him. "Tomorrow, we do it for real." Diog's tail thumped once against the cushion in acknowledgement. Movement outside the window caught Silas's attention. He turned to see a massive scaled form gliding past the glass, silent despite its enormous bulk. Jormanger, the estate's territorial stone serpent, was making its evening patrol through the Guardians. The serpent paused, seeming to sense Silas's attention. Its ancient eyes, each the size of dinner plates, regarded him through the window with cold intelligence. Then, with glacial slowness, it continued on its way. Silas noted the distinctly human-sized bulge midway along its length. "Beauregard," he called, not taking his eyes off the retreating serpent. "Did we have any uninvited guests today?" The butler materialized from the shadows near the doorway with his usual silent approach.
The Gemini reported a lone individual attempting to scale the eastern wall approximately 2 hours ago, young master. The matter was handled.
Handled?
Your mango was in the vicinity. It proved helpful.
Should I be concerned about the increase in uninvited guests? Silas asked, returning to his meal with renewed appetite. Somehow, knowing the serpent was earning its keep made the food taste better.
The bounty has attracted attention from various opportunistic individuals,
Beauregard confirmed.
However, the estate's defenses have proven more than adequate. That was the third such attempt today. None progressed beyond the outer perimeter.
3 attempts in one day.
The price on your head is quite generous, young master. It attracts a certain entrepreneurial spirit.
Beauregard paused.
The Gemini have been keeping a tally. I believe bronze is winning.
The Gate Guardians are competing over who catches more assassins?
It passes the time, apparently. Iron is quite frustrated. Bronze has a significant lead.
Silas ate with purpose. Considering tomorrow's match against Mark Kessel, Nerissa's earlier relationship counseling session had raised interesting points about his personal life. He filed those thoughts away for later consideration, focusing instead on the technical challenges ahead. "Focus, Silas," he said aloud in the cavernous dining room. "One challenge at a time. Stone Guardian first, personal matters later." His mind worked through various strategies, analyzing how Diog's frost attacks might counter Kessel's defensive tactics. Dale's advice echoed in his memory. Force Bulwark to move, harry them from multiple angles, save the big frost attack for the decisive moment. The tactical puzzle was engaging, demanding his full attention, A familiar cough from across the room announced that Beauregard had more to discuss. The skeletal butler had produced a slim leather portfolio from within his suit jacket.
Master Silas,
the butler said, with carefully modulated formality,
if I may interrupt your pre-combat nutritional intake, there are several logistical matters requiring your immediate attention before tomorrow's competition.
What kind of matters, Beauregard? Silas asked with interest.
Tournament logistics primarily, young master.
He opened the portfolio.
Del McKiru sent word via courier regarding certain modifications to your sponsorship arrangements. There are also pressing security considerations given the recent threats to your person.
Silas gestured to an empty chair across the table. Sit, Beauregard. Explain. Beauregard settled himself into the chair with precise movements, managing to look dignified despite being an animated skeleton in formal evening wear.
Your sponsor, Mr. McKiru, has arranged for a private, warded preparation area within the Colosseum grounds, complete with enhanced security screening for all personnel who will have authorized access to you and Diog before the match.
That's thorough of him, Silas nodded with approval.
Indeed. Mr. Mariku appears to be taking the bounty threat quite seriously.
Beauregard revealed several official-looking documents with the Colosseum seal.
He has also arranged for a team of discreet plain-clothed guards to monitor your movements to and from the arena.
Guards? How discreet are we talking? Are they going to be dressed as decorative shrubbery?
I believe Mr. Mariku has opted for a more conventional approach to covert security, young master. They will maintain a discreet distance while ensuring your safety.
From his corner, Diog lifted his head and made a sound that was distinctly unimpressed. The Wolf's opinion of needing human guards was apparently low. Diog agrees, Silas said. But I appreciate Dale's caution. What else?
The tournament schedule has been officially finalized. Your first-round match against Mark Kessel is confirmed for midday, Arena 7.
Beauregard consulted another document.
Standard C-rank rules apply. Summoner and primary creature only. Match continues until formal surrender, incapacitation, or direct intervention by the presiding judge.
And after I win? Silas asked with confidence.
Should you emerge victorious, you advance to the semi-finals scheduled for the following morning.
Beauregard's eye sockets dimmed slightly.
The level of competition becomes significantly more challenging as the bracket narrows.
One match at a time, Beauregard, Silas said decisively.
A most wise approach, young master.
Beauregard turned to another page.
There is also the matter of your public appearance. As the sole remaining Beckham heir and a tournament competitor, certain expectations regarding your attire will naturally arise.
No, Silas interrupted firmly. Absolutely not. I'm not playing dress-up for these people. I fight in practical gear. Not some ridiculous ceremonial Beckham outfit.
I was merely going to suggest,
Beauregard replied diplomatically,
that your current equipment might benefit from minor aesthetic improvements. Nothing ostentatious, simply polished.
Silas looked down at his training armor, noting the fresh scuffs from the afternoon's practice with the Scarecrow Patrol. He supposed representing the Beckham name meant looking the part to some degree. Fine, he agreed. Minor improvements only. Nothing that affects function.
Of course, young master, your dignity shall be preserved.
Beauregard made a neat note in his ledger.
I shall see to the necessary refurbishments this evening.
Outside, a chorus of enthusiastic shouting drifted from the direction of the training grounds. The Scarecrow Patrol was apparently running night drills, their battle cries echoing across the estate.
For the glory of the stroll! Death to all training dummies who oppose us!
Sir, we are the training dummies?
Then death to our enemies, whoever they may be!
Silas and Beauregard exchanged a look.
They're very enthusiastic,
Beauregard offered. That's one word for it. They went through several more items: meal timing, transportation arrangements, and communication protocols with Dale's security team. Each detail added to the importance of tomorrow's match. "Is there anything else, Beauregard?" Silas asked when they'd covered the last document. Beauregard hesitated momentarily, his skeletal fingers tapping against the portfolio.
"There is one additional matter, young master, though perhaps not directly tournament-related."
"What is it?" Silas asked with interest.
"Miss Lana Vanya sent word via courier,"
Beauregard stated carefully.
"She indicated a desire to speak with you privately before your match tomorrow. Something about clarifying certain aspects of your recent interaction."
Silas processed this information strategically. A private meeting with Lana after their night together could be important. "Did she say what specifically she wanted to discuss?" he asked calmly.
"She was not explicit in her missive, however,"
Beauregard paused.
"she did request that you meet her at the Coliseum an hour before the public gates open, for a private consultation."
"That's fine," Silas said decisively. "I'll handle it."
"Indeed."
Beauregard's tone suggested awareness of the situation's complexity.
"Young master, if I may offer advice."
"Go ahead, Beauregard."
"Important conversations are often best had directly and honestly. Uncertainty tends to breed complications, and complications can affect combat performance."
The butler's empty eye sockets conveyed concern.
"Whatever needs discussing with Miss Lana, I would advise you to address it with the same confidence you bring to the arena."
"Has everyone in this estate suddenly become a relationship counselor?" Silas asked with amusement.
"Living in close quarters tends to make one observant of interpersonal dynamics,"
Beauregard replied.
"Also, Miss Nerissa has been quite vocal in her enthusiasm regarding your romantic prospects."
"Of course she has." Silas stood with purpose. "Is there anything else about my private life that has become public knowledge?"
"The Scarecrow Patrol has been taking informal wagers on whether you will successfully navigate tomorrow's conversation with Miss Lana,"
Beauregard admitted evenly.
"Current odds favor a successful outcome."
Silas regarded the butler with interest. "They're betting on my personal life?"
"Military units throughout history have always engaged in speculation regarding their commanding officers. It builds camaraderie."
Beauregard's tone remained reasonable.
"General Tiberius Strawman himself has established the official odds."
Unbelievable. Silas moved to the window, looking out at the moonlit gardens. Jormander had completed its patrol and was now coiled near the eastern wall, the human-shaped bulge notably smaller than before. Digestion, apparently, was proceeding well. "I've got assassins, a critical tournament match, and my own guardians running a betting pool."
"Life is rarely simple for Beckham heirs,"
Beauregard observed.
"Your grandfather faced similar complexities, though with different circumstances."
"What did he do about it?" Silas asked, turning back.
"Mostly, he ignored personal complications until they became impossible to avoid, then dealt with them dramatically."
The butler paused.
"I would not recommend that approach."
Silas returned to his seat with renewed focus. "So what do you recommend?"
"Honesty, directness, and practical planning."
Beauregard began gathering the documents.
"Address concerns as they arise, and perhaps,"
his eye sockets brightened,
"consider placing a strategic wager on yourself. The odds are currently favorable."
Despite everything, Silas found himself laughing with genuine amusement. "You want me to bet on my own romantic life?"
"Economic diversification is always wise,"
Beauregard replied seriously.
"Besides, who would have better insider information than the principal party?"
"Fair point," Silas acknowledged with a grin.
"Tomorrow morning's conversation with Miss Lana will provide clarity,"
the butler said, rising and bowing slightly.
"I shall leave you to finish your meal and prepare for tomorrow. It promises to be eventful.
As the butler departed, Silas returned to his dinner with renewed appetite. Diog had fallen asleep in his corner, paws twitching occasionally as he dreamed of whatever Fenrir descendants dreamed about. Probably frozen scarecrows. Outside, the Scarecrow Patrol had moved on to what sounded like an enthusiastic rendition of one of their battle hymns. The lyrics, as best Silas could make out, involved something about the sacred binding twine and enemies who shall be thoroughly mulched. He considered tomorrow's challenges with strategic interest rather than worry. Diog would be ready. Together they would face whatever came next. The conversation with Lana would be straightforward. The match against Kessel would be challenging but manageable. The estate's various crises would be handled in turn. It wasn't the life he'd planned, but increasingly it was becoming exactly the life he wanted. A final glance out the window showed Jormander had settled in for the night, its coils wrapped protectively around the eastern perimeter. The Gemini stood vigilant at the gates. Somewhere in the training grounds, General Tiberius was probably explaining proper pitchfork technique to his subordinates. The estate was strange, dangerous, and absolutely nothing like what he'd imagined when he first learned of his inheritance. It was starting to feel like home. Chapter 15. Estate Rumor Committee. Silas woke up before dawn to the unmistakable sound of muffled giggling coming from somewhere deep within the walls of his suite. He sat up in bed, instantly alert, one hand reaching for the sword he kept propped against the nightstand. Then he remembered that the chittering ones had been pacified with offerings of dried meat and the promise of new library books. "What now?" he said into the pre-dawn gloom, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. The floorboards were cold beneath his bare feet. Diog was already awake, a darker shadow in the dim room, sitting by the door with his ears perked forward. The young wolf's tail gave a single amused swish. More giggling echoed through the walls, closer this time. Through the water pipes of his private washroom came Nerissa's voice saying something about perfect timing for the pre-discussion serenade. Silas dressed quickly with purpose. He needed to meet Lana at the Coliseum early, before the crowds arrived. The last thing he wanted was to show up covered in glittery good luck dust, courtesy of whatever scheme his estate's residents had cooked up overnight. "Come on, boy," he said to Diog, strapping on his sword belt. "Let's get some breakfast and get out of here before they decide to help." The door to his suite swung open, revealing Beauregard standing outside. The skeletal butler balanced a silver breakfast tray on one skeletal hand, his skull somehow managing to look both innocent and pleased with itself.
"Good morning, Master Silas,"
the butler said with unusual cheerfulness.
"I trust you slept well, despite the anticipated anxieties regarding your important conversation with Miss Vanya later this morning."
Anticipated anxieties? Silas regarded the butler with interest. "What exactly do you know about my conversation with Lana, Beauregard?"
"Only what common sense would suggest, young master,"
Beauregard replied smoothly, setting down the breakfast tray with theatrical precision.
"A young man, a young woman, a recent intimate encounter followed by a request for private discussion. The potential implications are quite obvious, even to one of my advanced years."
From somewhere within the walls came another round of chittering that sounded remarkably like tiny laughter. "Are the chittering ones actively listening to this conversation?" Silas asked calmly.
"The chittering ones are always listening, young master,"
Beauregard said dismissively.
"It's in their fundamental nature, however."
He paused, purple light flickering in his eye sockets.
"They have become rather invested in the ongoing romantic developments of the estate's primary occupants. Apparently, your relationship with Miss Vanya is the most compelling entertainment they've experienced in decades."
"Entertainment," Silas repeated with amusement.
"Oh, yes. They've been placing tiny wagers amongst themselves, using scraps of fabric and bits of shiny metal as currency."
Beauregard's eye sockets glowed with amusement.
"A very elaborate wagering system. Quite impressive for creatures of their cognitive capacity.
Silas sat down at his small table. The aroma of fresh coffee and the butcher's excellent pastries filled the air. And what are they betting on?
Various potential outcomes of your morning rendezvous with Miss Vanya, young master.
Beauregard began organizing items on the breakfast tray with precision.
Whether you will return formally engaged, for instance, whether you will return seeking asylum from feminine expectations, whether you will return at all.
He paused meaningfully.
There is also a rather spirited wager on whether you will require the butcher's services for a celebratory breakfast for 2 tomorrow morning.
Breakfast for 2, Silas said flatly.
The implications were clear to everyone involved, young master. The chittering ones have been debating the appropriate garnishes for such an occasion. Apparently, rose petals are traditional. The Scarecrow Patrol has also submitted their official predictions based on their tactical analysis of romantic warfare.
Beauregard continued. Romantic warfare? Silas asked with genuine interest.
Military minds approach all potential conflicts with similar strategic planning,
Beauregard explained.
They have classified your current situation as a high-stakes diplomatic negotiation with significant potential for either strategic alliance or decisive defeat. General Tiberius submitted a detailed tactical assessment.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
He recommends what he calls aggressive forward positioning and sustained offensive engagement until the objective surrenders.
Beauregard's tone remained perfectly neutral.
I believe he may have been referring to conversation tactics.
You believe?
One can never be entirely certain with straw-based military advisors. Sergeant Fletcher added a footnote about plowing the fields thoroughly before planting seeds, which I chose to interpret as agricultural wisdom.
From the bathing chamber came Nerissa's cheerful voice. He's definitely going to need extra soap and a very long bath when he gets back. The anxiety sweat from this kind of talk is absolutely real.
Nerissa!
Silas called out with authority. What? I'm just being practical, came the unrepentant reply. You always smell nervous before important conversations. It's a Beckham trait. Your grandfather reeked of fear and cheap cologne before every Fey court negotiation. A pause. Then, also, I've prepared some helpful notes on intimate communication strategies if you'd like them. I found some very educational scrolls in the library archives. I do not need intimate communication strategies from a water nymph. That's what your grandfather said too. And look at how many angry letters he accumulated. I'm just trying to prevent history from repeating itself. Diog patted over and nudged Silas's hand gently with his cold nose, offering silent comfort. Even you're in on this, aren't you, boy? Silas asked with amusement. Diog's tail wagged once, a slow, deliberate admission. Is there anyone in this estate who isn't obsessed with my personal life? Silas asked the room at large.
The butcher remains focused primarily on culinary excellence,
Beauregard offered,
though he did inquire whether he should prepare a celebratory feast or a consolation meal for this evening. He also asked if he should research foods that enhance romantic stamina for future meal planning.
Silas choked on his coffee.
I took the liberty of declining that particular line of inquiry,
Beauregard added smoothly. For now. What did you tell him about the feast? Silas managed.
To prepare for both eventualities, young master. It is always prudent to have contingency plans.
The butler paused.
He was quite enthusiastic about the celebratory option. Something about foods that put vigor in a young man's step. I did not inquire further.
Silas leaned back in his chair. This is completely reasonable. I am meeting Lana to discuss tournament strategy or registry business. The chittering in the walls intensified, accompanied by tiny voices making exaggerated kissing noise. That's quite enough, Silas commanded, his voice carrying authority. Immediate silence fell, followed by guilty squeaks from within the walls.
We're very sorry, Master Silas,
came a small voice from near the ceiling.
We just wanted to help.
Help with what? Silas asked with interest.
Your romance education, Master.
Another voice chimed in.
We've been studying. We learned all about human mating rituals from the books in the library. Did you know there are 17 different traditional approaches to courtship?
That's fascinating, but not currently relevant, Silas said decisively.
But knowledge is power, Master,
a third voice added.
And you need all the power for today's crucial negotiation. We found a whole section on prolonging intimate encounters for maximum satisfaction.
Why would you read that?
For science, Master. And also because the pictures were very educational.
It's not a negotiation, Silas stated clearly, steering the conversation away from whatever the chittering ones had discovered in the library's more questionable sections.
Everything in life is a negotiation, young master,
Onagard observed from beside the breakfast tray.
Especially conversations between romantic partners. I believe Nerissa's educational scrolls cover this topic extensively.
Under the section titled Getting What You Want in Bed and Elsewhere, Nerissa called helpfully from the washroom. Chapter 7 is particularly enlightening with diagrams. I am not reading Chapter 7. You're lost. It's very practical advice. There's a whole subsection on strategic positioning that I'm sure you'd find relevant. Silas stood from the table with purpose. I'm leaving now. Early. But Master Silas, Nerissa's voice echoed from the washroom. You haven't heard our carefully curated conversation starters, or the list of appropriate romantic gestures. There's a whole section on meaningful eye contact that you desperately need. I'll handle it myself, Silas said confidently.
What about the romantic gifts?
Called a hopeful, chittering one.
We found some very shiny pebbles and a book on techniques for pleasing your partner that we thought might be helpful.
I don't need techniques.
Everyone needs techniques, Master. The book says so. Page 47 is very specific about this. There are illustrations. Or strategically deployed backup plans,
added another chittering one with tactical fervor.
We also found some interesting herbs in the garden that the book says can enhance performance during extended romantic activities.
Enough! Silas grabbed his sword belt and headed for the door. Diog trotted beside him. I'm going to meet Lana for a normal conversation. When I return, I expect all of you to have found something else to occupy your time. Like what, Master? Asked a chorus of disappointed voices. Count dust particles. Alphabetize the cobwebs. Organize the library by color. Figure out how to make the water sprites stop putting glitter in my bathwater. Silas paused at the threshold. Just find other entertainment besides my personal life. But it's so very entertaining, Nerissa called out with genuine delight. It's the most interesting thing that's happened here in 7 years. Your grandfather's romantic disasters were legendary, and you're finally living up to the family tradition. I'm not having romantic disasters. Not yet, several voices replied in unison. But the day is young, and so are you, with all that youthful energy. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing, Master, just that young people often have very vigorous conversations that sometimes last all night. That's your problem, not mine, Silas replied with strained amusement. We know, Nerissa, the chittering ones, and even General Tiberius's distant voice replied in unison. That's why we're so invested. Silas left the suite with Diog beside him. Behind him, the estate erupted in excited conversation as its residents began planning their next intervention. This is what I get for making friends with monsters and spirits, Silas said as they descended the main staircase. Next time, I'll consider a quieter approach. Diog huffed in clear disagreement, nudging his master's hand. You're probably helping them plan, Silas accused with good humor, aren't you? The wolf's tail wagged with suspicious enthusiasm. As they reached the main entrance, Silas could hear animated conversations throughout the estate. The rapid chittering of the wall-dwellers mixed with Nerissa's giggling. The rhythmic creaking of straw as the Scarecrow Patrol drilled romantic support formations, and the butcher's rumbling tones offering advice on courtship snacks with aphrodisiac properties. "They're definitely planning something," he said to Diog as they stepped into the crisp pre-dawn air. The young wolf padded ahead towards the main gates, his frost-touched paws leaving crystalline patterns on the grass. From somewhere high in the estate came General Tiberius's voice.
Operation Cupid's Conquering Arrow is a go! All units to your designated romance support stations! Execute with precision and appropriate emotional sensitivity!
Sir, what does emotional sensitivity mean?
Came Corporal Hayes' confused reply.
I don't know, Corporal, but it sounds important. Look it up in the romance manual, page 48.
That's the page with the illustrations, sir.
Then study them carefully.
Silas quickened his pace with purpose. At least the tournament match would be straightforward. Unlike his publicly managed personal life, arena fighting had clear objectives and predictable outcomes. He looked forward to Lana's conversation with confidence. Whatever she wanted to discuss, he would handle it directly and honestly. Though, given his estate's residents' enthusiasm for his romantic education, he expected interesting developments when he returned. "Maybe," he muttered to Diog as they passed through the gates, "I'll just stay at the Colosseum until the tournament is over." Diog made a sound that clearly communicated, "They'll find you anyway. They have spies in the pipes." "You're probably right," Silas admitted. And knowing Nerissa, she's already coordinating with whatever water sources are near the arena. Behind them, the estate buzzed with anticipation, its residents unified in their dedication to their master's romantic success, whether he wanted their help or not. Chapter 16. More Than a Match. The walk to the Grand Colosseum in the pre-dawn stillness gave Silas ample time to prepare mentally for the day ahead. Diog padded silently beside him, relaxed and confident. The young Fenrir moved with quiet assurance, occasionally glancing back towards the distant estate with knowing amusement. "You know something I don't you?" Silas asked as they approached the massive arena complex. The usual throngs of spectators and merchants were absent, leaving the plaza vast and empty. Diog's tail swished once, a gesture of acknowledgement. The Colosseum was largely silent at this early hour. Only distant sounds of maintenance staff preparing for the day's events broke the quiet, and a few dedicated competitors moved through the shadows. Morning light revealed frost on the stone steps, turning them treacherous. Silas spotted Lana near one of the smaller practice arenas, dressed in practical leathers rather than her formal registry uniform. "Silas!" She waved him over, her voice clear and cheerful in the quiet plaza. "Perfect timing. I wanted to catch you before things got completely insane today." He approached confidently, reading her relaxed expression. She seemed happy, almost buoyant. "How were you feeling about your match today?" she asked, her smile genuine as she reached down to scratch behind Diog's ears. The young wolf leaned into her touch with obvious pleasure, his tail thumping against the flagstones. "Ready," Silas replied clearly. "The training with the Scarecrow Patrol yesterday went well. We've been practicing against defensive formations all afternoon." "Good, excellent," Lana said, straightening up. "I actually wanted to ask you something." She paused briefly. "Would you like to have dinner again tonight? After your match, win or lose? I thought it might be nice to celebrate or commiserate together." Silas processed this quickly. "Dinner?" he said with interest. "Yes, dinner." Lana's grin widened. "You know, that meal people sometimes share at the end of the day. Involves food, occasionally some light conversation, maybe without the surprise Fae assassins this time." She tilted her head, her green eyes bright with amusement. "I know this wonderful little place in the middle ring, the Azure Carp. It's supposed to have the best seafood in Bastan. Very romantic, according to my sources." "That's what you wanted to talk to me about?" Silas felt satisfaction at the straightforward nature of her request. "Dinner plans?" "Well, that and perhaps a bit of last-minute encouragement for your match against Mark Kessel," Lana admitted. "But yes, mostly dinner." She studied his face with amusement. You look relieved, Silas. What did you think I wanted to discuss? Let's just say Beauregard, Nerissa, and the rest of my enthusiastic household may have slightly misrepresented this morning's meeting. Silas smiled. They seemed to think we were about to have some sort of serious conversation about us. Lana's expression shifted to comprehension, then to laughter. Oh no, she gasped, covering her mouth. What did they say to you? Let's see. Silas counted on his fingers with amusement. The chittering ones consulted library texts on human courtship rituals and were prepared to offer illustrated diagrams. Page 47, apparently. The Scarecrow Patrol has been analyzing our relationship as a complex military campaign, and Nerissa had very strong opinions about ensuring romantic preparedness complete with educational scrolls. Lana laughed again, a bright sound that echoed in the empty plaza. Your household sounds absolutely delightful, Silas. I can't wait to meet them all properly someday. You say that now, Silas warned with good humor. Wait until they start taking bets on wedding dates and arguing about names for hypothetical offspring. Too late for that. Lana's eyes danced with mirth. I believe I already placed a small wager with General Tiberius on that very topic. At Silas's expression, she winked. Kidding, mostly. Now. She shifted to professional mode. About Mark Kessel and that stone guardian of his. Silas welcomed this strategic discussion. Dale gave me a full briefing. 15 years of tournament experience, C and B rank brackets. His bulwark specializes in defensive fortification and attrition. That's his reputation, Lana confirmed. He's patient, methodical. Bulwark is 8 feet of animated stone, incredibly durable. Kessel's strategy is always the same. Hunker down, let opponents wear themselves out against that rock hide, then crush them when they're exhausted. Dale mentioned Earth Slam and Rock Throw, Silas added. Ground shockwaves and ranged attacks. Exactly. The Stone Guardian doesn't need to be fast, it just needs to outlast you. Lana looked at Diog. Your boy here has the advantage of speed and frost, but Kessel will be expecting that. Every summoner with elemental attacks tries to crack Bulwark's defenses. Most fail. Diog let out a soft huff, frost puffing from his nostrils. His opinion of Stone Guardians was clearly low. So don't attack the center directly, Silas summarized. Force Bulwark to move. It's slow when maneuvering, use the arena obstacles for cover, harry them from multiple angles. Save Diog's frost breath for the decisive moment. You've been studying, Lana nodded with approval. The key is patience. Kessel wants you to commit to a frontal assault. Don't give him that. Make his guardian chase you. Stone Guardians have a central animation focus, usually in the chest. Disrupt that focus and the whole thing loses cohesion. We practiced against something similar yesterday, Silas said. The Scarecrow Patrol's bulwark of burlap? Same principle. Identify the command unit, use distraction, strike at the weak point. Good. Lana's expression grew serious. Silas, don't underestimate Kessel's experience. 15 years means he's seen every trick, every feint, every clever strategy. He'll be reading you as much as you're reading him. I won't underestimate him, Silas assured her with confidence. Good. Lana glanced toward the main entrance, where more officials and competitors were arriving. I should probably go. Magistrate Rain expects me in the official viewing box, looking suitably neutral. She squeezed his hand briefly, her fingers warm. Good luck today, Silas. I know you and Diog will be incredible. A mischievous glint returned to her eyes. I might even have a small wager riding on you winning. I'll deliver, Silas said as she walked away with confident grace. More competitors filtered into the Coliseum now, the plaza coming alive with pre-tournament energy. Some traveled with exotic creatures openly displayed. A stern woman with a spider skittering at her heels. A gaunt man whose shadow moved independently. Twins with matching fire salamanders on their shoulders. Others came alone, their summons waiting to be called forth in the arena. Several passing summoners eyed Silas with professional interest, recognizing him from previous matches or simply noting the wolf at his side. Diog's frost-touched presence drew attention. Not many C-rank competitors walked with Fenrir descendants. "Come on, boy," Silas said quietly. "Let's find our preparation area before someone decides to test our capabilities early." They made their way towards Dale's arranged alcove, passing through corridors that grew busier by the minute. The sounds of waking Colosseum surrounded them. Maintenance golems rumbled in the distance, spectators chattered excitedly. Tournament officials barked commands and directed traffic. The private preparation area was exactly as Beauregard had described. Warded, secure, with a clear line of sight to Arena 7. 2 plainclothed guards, Dale's promised security, nodded respectfully as Silas entered. "Ready?" Silas asked Diog, adjusting his armory jerkin straps. The enchanted leather felt comfortable now, like a second skin. Diog snorted with pure disdain at the question and raised his head with clear confidence. "Right, of course." Silas leaned against the cold wall. "Just remember what we practiced. Follow my lead in the arena, but trust your instincts. If you see an opening, I don't. Kessel will expect coordinated attacks. Let's give him something unexpected." Distant cheering echoed through the corridors. The early bracket matches had begun. Soon, it would be their turn. An official in crimson and gold livery appeared at their alcove entrance.
"Beckham,"
the man called.
"you're scheduled for Arena 7 in 20 minutes. Mark Kessel and his stone golem are already in position."
Silas nodded once, and the official departed. "This is it then," Silas said, drawing his sword to check its edge one final time. The armory blade hummed with contained energy, resonating with his blood-air senses. "Our first real tournament test, boy. No more practice dummies or theatrical scarecrows. This one counts." Diog pressed against his leg, ice-blue eyes steady and fierce. Through the bond they shared, Silas felt the wolf's absolute certainty. Not arrogance, just quiet, predatory confidence. "Whatever happens out there today," Silas said with determination, "we face it. We adapt. We win." Diog bared his teeth in a fierce, supportive grin. Frost crackled softly along his muzzle. From somewhere high in the stands came Dale's Mariku's booming voice, already working the betting lines, extolling the virtues of his new Beckham heir and his legendary Fenrir descendant. The crowd's energy built with every word. Silas checked his equipment one final time. Sword, ready. Jerkin, secured. Emergency reflex tonic, in his belt pouch. Mental ward chain, warm against his chest. "Let's go make the Beckham name mean something other than just debt and scandal," Silas said, pushing aside the heavy curtain and stepping into the corridor leading to Arena 7. Diog padded beside him, frost trailing from his paws. Ahead, the roar of the crowd grew louder. The match awaited. Chapter 17. First Round. The roar of the crowd was a thing unto itself, far louder and more intense than Silas had expected as he stepped from the dim preparation tunnel into the harsh light of Arena 7. The circular battlefield sprawled before him, a 60-foot expanse of worn, battle-scarred stone, exactly as Dale Mariku had described from his long-ago fighting days. Stone pillars, some intact, others crumbled into picturesque ruins, thrust up from the worn ground at odd angles, offering strategic cover and ambush points. The arena floor itself bore the incredible history of countless magical duels in smooth, glassy patches where fire had scoured stone and in discolored, oddly textured scars where elemental attacks had burned permanent marks into its surface. Across the sunlit expanse, Mark Kissel waited. The veteran summoner matched every expectation Silas had formed from Dale's description and Kayla Daughtry's warnings. He was in his mid-40s, built like a man who had survived decades hunting monsters or brawling in back alleys, his exposed arms decorated with a network of faded scars that served as grim service ribbons. His armor, was a practical, no-nonsense mix of battered but well-maintained plate sections over worn, supple leather, clearly chosen for function over form. He stood with the loose, almost casual readiness of someone who had fought hundreds of these matches, his expression calm and appraising.
"Citizens of Bastan!"
The announcer's magically amplified voice thundered from brass speaking horns strategically positioned around the arena's upper rim, the sound echoing off the stone.
"Welcome to Match 17 of the prestigious Hexgear Cup Autumn Tournament, a contest of skill, strategy, and raw magical might."
The crowd, already whipped into a frenzy, somehow managed to double its volume. Silas spotted Dale near the front rows, already deep in animated, gesticulating discussion with a group of fellow merchants, no doubt negotiating favorable betting odds. Higher up, in the shaded official boxes reserved for city dignitaries and tournament officials, Lana sat in her crisp registry uniform amongst other administrative staff. She caught his eye for a fleeting moment and gave a subtle, almost imperceptible nod of encouragement. A small gesture that nonetheless steeled his resolve.
In the blue corner, a dynamic newcomer with an impeccable, if somewhat infamous, pedigree. Heir to the legendary Beckham estate, and wielding a formidable mythic rank frostwolf of unprecedented power. Give it up for Silas Beckham!
The crowd's response was a chaotic, unpredictable mix. Some sections cheered wildly, clearly intrigued by the spectacle of a mythic summon and the return of a notorious family name. Others booed with surprising vehemence, their jeers echoing centuries of accumulated public resentment towards the Beckham lineage. Most, Silas noted with a grim sort of amusement, seemed too busy frantically adjusting their betting slips based on this new, electrifying information to offer much of a vocal opinion either way.
And in the red corner, a seasoned tournament veteran of 15 glorious years, the unbreakable stone wall of the C-rank division, the undisputed master of defensive combat and unyielding endurance, Mark the Mountain Kessel.
Now the crowd showed genuine, unified appreciation. Kessel, a familiar and respected figure in these arenas, raised one calloused hand in a brief acknowledgement. A slight, almost shy smile touching his weathered face. He had clearly earned their respect through years of consistent, if not always spectacular performance.
Summoners, prepare yourselves. Call forth your chosen champions.
Kissel moved first. With the practiced precision of a seasoned professional, he drew a fist-sized sphere of polished, dark granite from a pouch on his belt and raised it high above his head. Deep, resonant syllables of the old tongue, the language of primal earth magic, rolled from his lips, and words resonating with the power of stone in deep, unshakable foundations. The stone orb in his hand began to glow, then cracked, fine fissures spreading rapidly across its smooth surface in intricate, geometric patterns. Bulwark emerged from those widening cracks. The stone guardian unfolded from impossibility, growing with a sound like grinding tectonic plates from a shattered orb to 8 feet of pure, animated granite. Its body was living stone, its massive, disproportionate joints moving by some unseen inner force that mocked normal anatomy and defied gravity. Heavy, stone-like fists ended thick, powerful limbs. Its featureless, blocky head held only shallow, shadowed depressions where eyes might have been. Faint, glowing runes, symbols of protection and endurance pulsed rhythmically across its rough-hewn surface. Protective wards literally worked into the very fabric of its stony being. The arena floor cracked and groaned beneath its immense weight as it settled into a deep, immovable defensive stance. Silas didn't need to perform a summoning ritual for Diog. The young wolf already stood alert beside him. Having disdainfully refused any notion of containment within a mundane summoning orb. Frost swirled like miniature blizzards through his midnight fur as he padded silently forward, his ice-blue eyes locked onto the stone giant with an unwavering, predatory focus.
Competitors, are you ready?
The announcer's voice boomed. Both summoners nodded, their attention fixed entirely on the battlefield before them.
Then let the battle begin!
As expected, Bulwark remained perfectly still. The massive stone guardian seemed to sink even deeper into its defensive position. Its colossal arms crossed before its chest like a living, unbreachable barricade. Kissel stood calmly behind his summon, his posture radiating the quiet confidence of a man who had won dozens, perhaps hundreds of matches using this exact, patient strategy. His entire demeanor spoke of unwavering faith in his creature's endurance and his own tactical patience. Just like Dale predicted, Silas murmured, his voice low, intended only for Diog. He's going to wait for us to break ourselves against his defenses. Time to test the waters, boy. But be smart about it. Diog exploded into motion. He circled wide along the arena's outer edge, swift and silent as a winter shadow. Frost trailing behind him in pale, frozen tracks that marked his passage. He wove with fluid, practiced grace between the scattered stone pillars and ruined obstacles, using them as temporary cover while he probed Kissel's defenses, testing for reactions, for weaknesses. The ambient temperature in the arena dropped noticeably whenever he passed, a subtle but distinct chill seeping into the weathered stones. The stone guardian, Bulwark, tracked the wolf's rapid movement with slow, deliberate turns of its massive, blocky head. It made no move to pursue or attack. Content, it seemed, to hold the arena's center like an immovable, monolithic fortress.
Young Beckham's Frostwolf tests the waters with impressive speed and agility,
the announcer observed, his voice filled with professional enthusiasm.
But Kissel's legendary Bulwark holds firm. This is classic Kissel strategy, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, does the newcomer have an answer for it?
Silas studied his opponent with intense focus. Kissel's expression remained calm, almost bored, as if this were nothing more than a routine training exercise. The veteran summoner had clearly faced down plenty of aggressive young challengers who had tried and failed to rush his seemingly impenetrable defenses. This was clearly routine for him. Diog, Silas commanded quietly, trusting the wolf's supernaturally enhanced hearing. Close in now, test his immediate reactions, but be ready to pull back instantly. The young Fenrir accelerated dramatically, a blur of black fur and silver frost. He feinted sharply to the left, then darted to the right with blinding speed. As he crossed within 10 feet of the stationary stone guardian, Bulwark finally moved.
Defensive core, activate,
Kissel commanded sharply, his voice cutting through the arena's ambient noise. A translucent dome of shimmering earth energy materialized around Bulwark almost instantly, extending outward approximately 5 feet in a perfect, unwavering hemisphere. Diog, already committed to his probing attack, struck the unexpected barrier hard. The impact resounded through the arena with a sharp, cracking sound, like a tree limb snapping in a blizzard. The force of the collision sent Diog tumbling backward with a surprised, indignant yelp. He rolled twice on the dusty stone floor before finding his feet, shaking his head as if to clear it.
Nice try, boy,
Kissel's voice, calm and confident, carried easily across the arena.
But Bulwark's held this particular patch of ground for 3 years running. Your wolf's impressive speed won't help him much if he can't even touch us.
The crowd murmured its agreement. He had seen this scenario play out many times before, young, ambitious summoners exhausting their creatures and their strategies against Kessel's seemingly unbreakable fortress tactics. Betting slips changed hands rapidly in the stands as the odds shifted further in the veteran's favor. Keep moving, Diog, Silas spoke quietly, his mind already analyzing the new data. The properties of the defensive barrier. Map that energy shield, find the weakness. Every defense has one. Diog shook off the impact of the collision and resumed his circling, though with a new, more cautious respect for Bulwark's defensive capabilities. He darted in from different angles, testing various approaches with methodical, intelligent precision. North, south, east, west, each time the defensive core repelled him with equal, unyielding force. But Silas, watching with the sharpened perception his blood air class provided, caught something important. A subtle flicker. The translucent barrier wavered almost imperceptibly when Diog struck from extreme vertical angles, either leaping high or attacking low.
The formidable Frostwolf continues his relentless assault,
the announcer declared enthusiastically.
But Kessel's infamous defensive core remains unbreached. How long can the young wolf maintain this frantic pace against such an unyielding defense?
Getting tired yet, Beckham?
Kessel asked, his tone conversational, almost friendly, but with an underlying edge of patronizing confidence.
Most challengers burn out their summons within the first few minutes against Bulwark. That's the fundamental problem with these powerful mythic class creatures, you see. All that raw, untamed power, but absolutely no patience. No stamina for a prolonged engagement.
Silas ignored the veteran's taunt completely. He had found what he needed. Bulwark's defensive core, while incredibly strong, clearly had vulnerabilities at extreme angles. Most likely a design necessity to conserve the magical energy required to maintain such a powerful shield. Time to exploit them.
Diog,
Silas commanded, his voice now sharp with intent.
Use the pillars, get some elevation, attack from above.
The young Fenrir changed tactics immediately, without hesitation. He bounded from the arena floor to the top of a nearby stone pillar with effortless grace, then leapt to another and another, climbing higher with each agile bound. Bulwark's massive, featureless head tilted slowly upward to track the wolf's ascent. For the first time since the match began, the Stone Guardian shifted its deeply rooted stance slightly. A subtle but significant adjustment.
Careful now, boy.
Kissel's tone shifted instantly from casual condescension to sharp, focused alertness.
Bulwark, prepare Rock Shaker! Ground him!
The Stone Guardian's stance changed dramatically. One of its massive club-like feet rose slightly from the arena floor, and Silas could see raw earth energy gathering around it, pulsing with contained power.
Jump now, Diog! Maximum height!
Diog launched himself upward from the top of the pillar just as Bulwark stomped down with earth-shattering cataclysmic force. The entire arena floor rippled outward from the point of impact like the surface of a pond struck by a boulder. Violent stone waves radiated in all directions, shattering lesser stones into jagged shrapnel. The very pillar Diog had just abandoned crumbled into a pile of rubble with a tremendous grinding crash.
A devastating rock shaker from Kessel's Bulwark changes the very landscape of the battlefield,
the announcer roared, his voice filled with excitement.
The arena itself becomes Kessel's weapon.
But Diog was already descending from the apex of his leap, angling his attack precisely for the vertical gap in Bulwark's defenses that Silas had identified. His powerful jaws blazed with a concentrated, almost painfully bright, icy energy. Pale frost formed in the air around him as he fell.
Frost Fang!
Silas commanded.
What?
Kessel's carefully constructed composure finally cracked, his eyes widening in genuine surprise.
Bulwark, protect, now!
A golden, shimmering shell of pure defensive energy materialized around the Stone Guardian almost instantly, encasing it in a luminous, seemingly impenetrable armor. Diog's razor-sharp, frost-enhanced fangs struck the golden surface with a sharp, resonant crack, like glaciers carving into a frozen sea. Ice spread rapidly across the golden shell in intricate, fractal patterns before Diog rebounded away, landing lightly on his feet. The Protect enchantment held, but a visible layer of thick frost lingered on its surface.
Close one,
Kessel admitted, his earlier casual demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a look of sharp, focused respect.
You actually found the vertical vulnerability in the defensive core. Not many competitors catch that. You're more observant than most, Beckham. I'll give you that.
Every defense has its limits, Kessel, Silas replied, his own confidence growing. Even yours.
True enough, boy. True enough.
A grim smile touched Kessel's lips.
Let me show you what happens when you push those limits too far.
His voice hardened with determination.
Bulwark, drop defensive core. Full assault mode, use magnitude.
The translucent defense barrier around Bulwark vanished instantly. The stone guardian raised both of its massive club-like arms high above its head, then brought them crashing down in perfectly synchronized, devastating strikes. The entire arena shook violently, as if in the grip of a powerful earthquake. Deep cracks spiderwebbed across the stone floor from the points of impact. Several more of the weathered stone pillars, weakened by years of similar assaults, toppled with grinding, protesting crashes.
Now, Stone Edge!
Kessel commanded, pressing his advantage. Jagged, razor-sharp rock spikes erupted violently from the shattered arena floor, spreading outward in deadly, unpredictable patterns. Each spike was 3 feet of magically hardened, sharpened stone, capable of impaling an unweary creature. Diog dodged frantically, weaving with desperate agility between the deadly, erupting protrusions. Despite his speed, one of the stone spikes caught his hind leg, drawing first blood.
"First blood to the veteran Mark Kessel!"
the announcer shouted, his voice triumphant.
"Kessel shows his experience and mastery of arena control. The battlefield itself has become a forest of deadly stone."
Silas clenched his jaw tight, his knuckles white on the hilt of his sword. They had successfully pushed Kessel from his defensive combat zone, forced him to abandon his preferred strategy, but now they faced the full, devastating brunt of Bulwark's offensive capabilities. The massive stone construct moved slower than Diog, certainly, but its ability to control and reshape the arena environment was overwhelming.
Keep moving, Diog! Don't let it pin you down!
The young Fenrir wove with desperate speed between the forest of stone spikes, but more kept emerging from the ground with every passing second. Kessel was systematically and with chilling tactical precision eliminating Diog's available movement options, herding him, trapping him. The safe zones on the arena floor shrank with each passing, agonizing second.
"This is what years of tournament experience teaches you, Beckham,"
Kessel's voice, calm and controlled, carried clearly across the battlefield.
"Control the battlefield. Control the match. It's as simple as that. Bulwark! Rock tomb!"
Heavy stones, remnants of shattered pillars and the broken arena floor, rose from the ground around Diog, hovering ominously in the air for a moment, before launching towards him in carefully coordinated, converging patterns. They weren't striking directly at the wolf, Silas realized with sudden clarity, but surrounding him, cutting off his escape routes. They were forming barriers, then walls. A rapidly shrinking stone prison with no apparent way out.
"No!"
Silas saw the trap closing, Kessel's strategy unfolding with brutal logic. His mind raced through their limited options.
"Diog, maximum power! Frostfang, on the ground! Freeze everything, now!"
The young wolf, sensing the urgency in Silas's command, responded instantly. His powerful jaws blazed with concentrated cold that hurt the eye to look at directly. He bit down hard on the arena floor itself, his fangs sinking deep into the weathered stone with crushing force. Ice, brilliant and impossibly fast, spread rapidly outward from the point of contact, racing along the stone surface like tendrils of frozen lightning. The hovering rocks of Kessel's rock tomb, instead of forming inescapable walls around Diog, struck the suddenly deeply frozen ground and shattered on impact into harmless showers of icy stone fragments. The ice field kept spreading inexorably, racing across the arena floor towards Bulwark's central position. The ambient temperature throughout the entire arena plummeted dramatically. Spectators in the lower rows shivered violently, their breath misting in the suddenly frigid air.
"Clever!"
Kessel acknowledged through chattering teeth, genuine respect clear in his voice.
"Very clever! But Bulwark, use bulldoze! Smash through that ice!
The massive stone guardian seemed unfazed by the extreme cold, charged forward suddenly, unexpectedly. Its immense bulk smashed through Diog's spreading ice field as if it were made of paper. Frozen stone shattered like glass under its tremendous weight as it barreled towards Diog with shocking, unnatural speed. The ground trembled with each thunderous, earth-shaking step. Diog tried to dodge, to evade the oncoming charge, but found no purchase on the treacherous, slick ice field he himself had created. His powerful paws slipped uselessly. Bulwark's unstoppable charge caught him square in the ribs, sending the young wolf flying through the air to crash into a partially collapsed stone pillar with bone-crushing force. "A devastating hit from Bulwark!" the announcer screamed, his voice cracking with excitement. "Diog is down! The frost wolf is down! Is this the end for the Beckham heir?" Silas's pulse hammered in his ears as Diog struggled weakly to rise. His silver fur matted with blood where he'd struck the unyielding stone. His left side was clearly badly injured. Bulwark, methodical and implacable, advanced with measured, ponderous steps, ready to finish the match. "Get up, boy," Silas urged, his voice tight with determination. "I know you've got more in you. Get up!" Diog's ice-blue eyes, though clouded with pain, flashed with fierce resolve. He rose on shaking legs, frost misting from each labored, panting breath. But instead of retreating, instead of showing any sign of surrender, he lowered his noble head and bared his sharp, frost-rimmed fangs. A low, guttural growl, full of defiance and untapped power, built deep in his chest. "Still got some fight left in him, eh?" Kessel nodded, a flicker of genuine respect in his veteran eyes. "Admirable. Let's end this cleanly then, for the wolf's sake. Bulwark! Heavy slam, full power! Finish it!" The massive stone guardian leapt impossibly high into the air, its full, crushing weight aimed directly at Diog. The colossal stone form descended like a meteor, poised to crush the injured young wolf beneath it. The entire crowd held its collective breath, a sudden, expectant hush falling over the area. "Now, Diog!" Silas roared, pouring all his will, all his hope into the desperate command. "Frostfang on its core! Straight for the core! Everything you've got! Everything!" Diog didn't dodge. He didn't try to evade. He lunged upward, a streak of midnight fur and silver frost meeting Bulwark's cataclysmic descent head-on. His glowing, ice-charged fangs found purchase not on Bulwark's heavily armored exterior, but on the faintly glowing runic core just visible through a small, almost hidden gap in its chest armor. The precise weak point Silas had been watching for, waiting for, throughout the entire brutal match. The collision shook the entire arena to its foundations. Bulwark's immense weight drove Diog into the stone floor with crushing, irresistible force. But the wolf's fangs were already working their devastating magic. Ice didn't just spread. It erupted. Extreme cold meeting the stone guardian's animating core caused catastrophic thermal shock. The runes that powered Bulwark flickered wildly as frost invaded their magical channels. Cracks spread through the guardian's granite body, radiating outward from the frozen core like a shattered window. "Bulwark!" Kessel shouted, his voice filled with horror. "Purge the ice! Use refresh now!" The stone guardian glowed with a faint, cleansing light, attempting to counteract the encroaching frost, to clear the status effect. But the ice had already invaded too deeply, spreading with terrifying speed through the delicate magical channels that animated the massive construct. Its movements became sluggish, then jerky, uncoordinated. Its internal systems were failing, one by one. "Keep the pressure on, Diog!" Silas urged, his voice hoarse. "Don't let up! Don't give it a chance to recover!" Diog, pinned beneath Bulwark's crushing, now rapidly cooling weight, bit down harder. pouring every last ounce of his fading strength, every last spark of his primordial frost magic into that single, desperate attack. More ice poured into the golem's core. Runes that had glowed with power flickered erratically, then went dark. One by one, like dying stars. The sickening, grinding sound of frozen, shattering mechanisms filled the suddenly silent arena. "This is impossible!" Kessel's voice dropped to a stunned whisper. He stared at his dying golem, his face a mask of disbelief. Bulwark's core has 3 distinct layers of defensive enchantments. How did he even... Understanding, cold and unwelcome, dawned on his face. The bull's own charge. When Bulwark lowered his internal guard to build momentum for the charge, he momentarily exposed the core access point. You were counting on that all along. You baited me into that attack. Every attack creates an opening, Kessel, Silas confirmed, his own voice filled with triumph. You just have to be willing to pay the price to exploit it. Bulwark tried one last desperate time to push itself up from the arena floor. Its massive stone arms spasmed, but they weren't responding properly anymore. The ice had disrupted too many of its core functions, frozen its animating magic solid. With a final, grinding sound like mountains collapsing into a frozen sea, the great stone guardian went completely, utterly still. Frozen from within. A monument to a battle hard fought and narrowly won. The arena, for a long moment, fell deathly silent. I can't believe it. Kessel spoke quietly into the sudden, profound hush. Then louder, his voice filled with a reluctant respect. I surrender. Bulwark can't continue. The match is yours, Beckham.
Match complete!
The announcer's voice, when it finally came, cracked with unrestrained excitement.
Winner by surrender, Silas Beckham and his formidable Frostwolf Diog. The newcomer, the heir of Beckham, has defeated the unbreakable stone wall of the C-rank division.
The crowd exploded into a tidal wave of chaotic sound. Cheers mixed with boos, gasps of shock mingled with shouts of triumph. Betting slips changed hands in a flurry of celebration or despair. Dale Mariku's voice, Silas noted with a grim smile, rose above it all, declaring free drinks for everyone at the Copper Kettle that night. Silas rushed to Diog's side, frantically trying to help the injured wolf wiggle free from beneath Bulwark's inert, frozen form. The young Fenrir was battered, bloody, and clearly exhausted. But his tail wagged weakly as Silas checked him over for serious injuries. Pride, fierce and untamed, shone in those ice-blue eyes. You did it, Silas murmured, running his hands gently through Diog's matted fur, checking for broken bones, for the extent of the damage. That was brilliant, boy. Absolutely terrifyingly brilliant. Mark Crystal approached them after recalling Bulwark's essence to its summoner stone. His expression showed deep thought, careful analysis rather than bitterness or anger. The look of a true professional processing a hard-fought loss. 3 years, Crystal said, his voice quiet but firm. 3 long years I've held my spot in the C-rank division. 1 more matches than I lost, certainly, but never quite enough to advance, to break through to the next level. Today, he looked from Silas to the still recovering Diog. Today I finally learned why. He offered his calloused hand to Silas with genuine warmth and respect. I got too comfortable with what I was doing. Too reliant on staying here, at this level. You fought well, Beckham. Very well indeed. They shook hands as the crowd roared its approval for the display of sportsmanship.
What a debut! What a victory!
The announcer cried, his voice hoarse with excitement.
The Beckham heir has shaken the very foundations of the C-rank division and advanced to the quarterfinals. Arena crews, prepare for extensive and likely quite expensive floor repair.
As they moved slowly toward the arena exit, Silas heard Dale's booming voice cutting through the din of the departing crowd. "That's my boy! 20-1 odds on the newcomer. Drinks are on the house tonight at the Copper Kettle, lads. And the Beckham special is half price." Diog limped beside him, injured but victorious. One match down, more to come. But for now, they had proven something important. The Beckham name still meant something in this arena. And it wasn't just debt and scandal anymore. Chapter 18. Victory Aftermath. Following the fight, Silas allowed himself one look back at Arena 7. The roar of the crowd still echoed in his ears. A wall of sound that had shifted from skeptical rumors to thunderous approval over the course of a single brutal match. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, stronger opponents, higher stakes. But right now, in this moment, he felt the quiet satisfaction of a victory hard won. The fighters' preparation area was crowded as Silas guided Diog through the entrance. The bottom floor reserved for C-rank summoners felt cramped after the arena's vastness, but right now it offered welcome refuge from the chaos outside. Somewhere above them, money was changing hands at a furious pace, fortunes rising and falling on the outcome of a single match between an unknown Beckham heir and a 15-year veteran. The preparation room, usually a quiet space for summoners to center themselves, felt smaller and significantly more crowded with Dale's crew filling it. 3 burly men who looked more comfortable breaking kneecaps in a dark alley than tending to injuries, now fussed over Diog with surprising gentleness. The largest of them, a mountain of scarred muscle named Brick, held a bowl of fresh water while his companion, a wiry man with quick eyes called Thatch, carefully cleaned blood from the wolf's silver-black fur.
"Easy there, Ice Pup,"
Brick rumbled, his voice unexpectedly soft for a man whose face bore countless battle scars.
"Just cleaning you up a bit. Boss Dale says you're worth more than all of us combined after that impressive show out there."
Diog, despite his injuries, submitted to the ministrations with a stoic patience that Silas found remarkable, though his ice-blue eyes tracked every movement with sharp alertness. Patches of frost still clung stubbornly to his fur, proof of the intense cold he'd channeled during the fight.
"The ribs are bruised pretty good, but not broken,"
announced the third man, Yarrow, who apparently doubled as the crew's field medic when he wasn't acting as caravan muscle. Middle-aged with steady hands and keen eyes, he radiated the calm competence of someone who'd patched up everything from minor cuts to life-threatening wounds. His hands, surprisingly deft for their size, moved with practiced skill as he applied a pungent, dark green salve to the worst of Diog's contusions.
"The wolf's tougher than he looks. Most creatures would need a week's rest and serious healing potions after taking direct hits from Bulwark's charge."
"Mythic rank has its advantages, I suppose," Dale said from his position leaning against the doorframe, still energized by his substantial betting victory. "Though I suspect our young Diog here has some natural resilience beyond even his impressive classification." Silas sat on the hard stone bench, watching his partner with focused attention. Unlike Diog, he felt perfectly fine physically. The battle energy still coursed through him, leaving only mental sharpness in its wake. His hands were steady as he accepted a water flask from Dale. "That was closer than I wanted," Silas admitted, his voice still slightly hoarse from shouting commands during the fight. "If Kissel hadn't exposed Bulwark's weak point when he charged, we'd have been in serious trouble." "But he did," Dale interrupted, pushing himself off the doorframe and moving closer. "Because you read him perfectly. You pushed him out of his defensive comfort zone, made him aggressive when his entire strategy relies on patience." The merchant's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "That's not luck, boy. That's tactical thinking. Karst forged, if I'm not mistaken." A familiar chime echoed in Silas's mind as glowing blue text materialized before his eyes. "Tournament match complete. Victory. Experience gained, 2,500. Level up. You are now level 27. Class progression, blood heir, 22% to 29%. Diog has gained experience. Diog level 9 to level 10. New ability unlocked. Ice armor, passive. Automatically manifests protective frost coating when health drops below 50%. Achievement unlocked. David's Triumph. Defeat an opponent with superior defensive rating. Reward, +3 to all combat stats. Tournament reputation, +100. The wolf's eyes brightened as new power settled into place, and Silas felt the change through their bond. Diog's posture straightened slightly, the exhaustion in his gaze giving way to renewed vitality. Something cold and protective seemed to settle just beneath his fur, barely visible but somehow present. 27 already, Dale noted, adding the subtle shift in Silas's expression with a practiced eye. And Diog hit level 10, with a new defensive ability. Not bad for one match. Profitable, too. The experience scaling in formal tournaments is generous, Yarrow commented from where he was carefully wrapping Diog's bruised ribs with soft, clean bandages. His experienced hands glowed briefly with soft, healing light as he worked. Quality opponents provide quality growth. Builds character, that does. Brick finished cleaning the last of the matted blood from Diog's fur with a surprisingly gentle touch.
There we go. Good as new. Well, mostly anyway. He'll be sore for a day or two, but nothing a few good meals and some rest won't fix.
As if to dispute this assessment, Diog stood, a little unsteadily at first, and shook himself vigorously, sending droplets of water and loose frost crystals flying across the small wound. The bandages Yarrow had so carefully applied stayed in place, but the wolf's tail wagged with obvious, if somewhat subdued energy. He padded over to Silas and butted his head affectionately against his master's leg. Show off, Silas muttered, satisfaction making his voice warm as he scratched vigorously behind the wolf's ears. Dale pulled up a nearby stool, his expression shifting from jovial celebration to focused business mode. Right then, let's review the match while it's still fresh in our minds. What worked, what didn't, and what we learned for next time. The opening harassment tactics were textbook, Yarrow offered, revealing an unexpected depth of tactical knowledge. Forced Kessel to reveal his defensive capabilities early, without you having to commit to a costly direct assault.
Finding that weak point in Bulwark's core access was smart observation, Brick added, his scarred face thoughtful. Most fighters just keep hammering away at Stone Guardians until they exhaust their own summons, or themselves.
I saw the pattern, Silas corrected. When that defensive core flickered at vertical angles, and again, when the bulldoze charge required lowering internal defenses, I knew we had our opening. Not luck, Dale confirmed firmly. His merchant's shrewdness replaced by a veteran fighter's certainty. Pattern recognition. You tested systematically, found the weakness, then exploited it with precision. That's exactly what separates true tournament fighters from simple pit brawlers. They spent the next 20 minutes dissecting the match in detail. Every decision, every exchange, every moment where things could have gone differently was scrutinized and analyzed. Silas found himself appreciating Dale's crew in a new light. These weren't just hired muscle. They were experienced fighters who understood the nuance of arena combat at a deep, professional level. The ice field was a risky move, Yarrow pointed out, his eyes sharp. It created as many problems for Diog's footing as it did for Bulwark's initially. But it disrupted Kissel's stone control abilities, Silas countered. His rock tomb couldn't form properly on frozen ground.
Plus it looked damn impressive.
Brick grinned, his earlier seriousness dissolving.
Half the crowd jumped out of their seats when that ice spread across the arena. Theatrical points always matter in these tournaments. Keeps the sponsors happy.
Speaking of theatrical, and happy sponsors, Dale pulled out a heavy purse that clinked with the promise of significant coin. Your winner's purse. 50 gold pieces for advancing to the quarterfinals. Plus, he produced a second, considerably larger purse. My personal appreciation bonus for services rendered. That 50-to-1 odds payout on you winning was a thing of beauty. Pure poetry. Silas hefted the combined weight. The cool metal a tangible reward for the risks they'd taken. This is more than fair, Dale. Nonsense. You earned every copper, lad. Dale's expression grew serious again. But remember, the quarterfinals are tomorrow. That means tougher opponents. Today's victory, especially against a veteran like Kessel, already has the scouts and rival trainers taking notes. Your next match won't have the element of surprise on your side. Who are we facing? Silas asked, his mind already turning to strategy and preparation. Dale shrugged. Tournament seeding is still being determined based on today's outcomes. But if the rumors are to be trusted, you'll likely be up against another newcomer who's been making serious waves in the preliminary rounds. Calls himself the Fisherman. The Fisherman? Silas raised an eyebrow. That's either a very literal nickname or a very misleading one. Knowing tournament fighters, probably a bit of both, Yarrow said, already packing away his medical supplies with practiced care. The ones with the strange names usually have even stranger tactics. Brick was already gathering their discarded gear.
Boss, we should probably let the lad and his wolf get some rest. Arena crews will be wanting this room cleared for the next match anyway.
Dale stood, his businesslike manner returning. The lads are right. We've covered what matters for now. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the Copper Kettle. I'll dig up whatever intelligence I can on this fisherman character, and his preferred summons before then. The crew filed out of the small room with professional coordination. Brick paused at the door, his scarred face serious despite the day's success.
Word of advice? Keep your wits about you heading home. Lots of money changed hands today. Some folks won't be happy about unexpected outcomes.
The bounty's still active, Thatch added quietly, his veteran's instinct never fully at rest. 1,000 gold makes people desperate. Tournament rules protect you here, but outside? He let the implication hang. Dale's expression sobered, the merchant's mind already calculating risks and contingencies. My people are keeping watch, but they can't be everywhere. That wind just painted a bigger target on your back. Silas felt Diog press against his leg despite the wolf's injuries, still alert and ready to defend. The bond between them hummed with shared determination. We'll be careful, Silas promised, meaning it. As the crew headed toward the exit, Yarrow called back over his shoulder. Ice armor activates automatically when he's hurt. Don't rely on it, but don't fear it either. Sometimes the best defense is being too dangerous to approach. A rare smile creased Brick's scarred face.
Good fighting today, Beckham. Haven't seen anyone bait Kessel into abandoning his fortress strategy like that in years.
When they were gone, Silas stretched on the bench, feeling the satisfying ache of victory in his muscles. Diog immediately pressed against his legs, offering wordless comfort. The wolf's bandages were already frosting over slightly as his natural cold aura interacted with Yarrow's healing salves. We did it, boy, Silas murmured, running his hands through Diog's thick fur. First real tournament match. First real victory. Diog's tail thumped once against the stone floor in quiet agreement. A soft knock echoed from the doorframe. Lana Vanya peered in, still in her formal registry uniform, but looking slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed. Finally! I've been trying to sneak away from Grandmother's official viewing box for the last 20 minutes. Lana? Shouldn't you be in the official box, looking bored and processing paperwork? Silas asked, a smile tugging at his lips. Grandmother currently thinks I'm in the registry basement, researching dusty old tournament records for precedent cases. She slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind her. I just had to see your debut match with Diog. That was absolutely incredible. Thanks, Silas managed, genuinely pleased that she'd risked her grandmother's considerable displeasure to be there. How's Diog? She knelt beside the wolf, running gentle fingers through his fur while carefully avoiding the bandaged areas around his ribs. Bruised but proud of himself, Silas replied. Dale's crew patched him up. He'll be fine. You were brilliant out there, she told the wolf, who seemed to preen under her attention, frost swirling happily around the tip of his wagging tail. That final frost fang on Bulwark's core was perfectly timed. Pure poetry in motion. Listen, I have to get back soon, Lana said, standing quickly. If Grandmother realizes I'm not actually researching legal precedent from the Third Dynasty, she'll have me filing overdue tax evasion forms for a week. She brushed invisible dust from her pristine uniform. But dinner tonight is still on, right? The Blue Carp? 2 hours after sunset? Wouldn't miss it for anything, Silas confirmed. She leaned down and kissed his cheek quickly, her lips surprisingly soft. Rest up, you've both earned it. And Silas? She smiled, her green eyes bright. Watching you command Diog in that match was very impressive. Let's just say Grandmother is going to have a much harder time claiming you're just another fortune-hunting unqualified heir after today. After she left, Silas sat in comfortable silence with Diog for several long minutes. The sounds of the tournament continued outside their small sanctuary. Cheering crowds, booming announcer voices, the distant clash of magical combat. But in their small preparation room, a peaceful satisfaction reigned. Come on, Silas said eventually, standing with renewed energy. Let's get you home. Nerissa will undoubtedly want to fuss over your injuries, and the Scarecrow Patrol will demand a complete and probably very loud after-action battle analysis. Diog looked up at him with those intelligent ice-blue eyes, then turned toward the door with obvious meaning. His tail wagged again despite the bandages. Yeah, Silas agreed with a confident smile. Home sounds good right about now. Chapter 19. Alley. The Colosseum's rear exit spilled them into the fading afternoon light. Silas paused at the threshold, letting his eyes adjust after the dim preparation corridors. Diog limped beside him, bandages still wrapped around his ribs. But the wolf's head was high, and his tail carried a satisfied curl despite his injuries. Home it is, then, Silas said, orienting himself toward the distant noble district. The estate lay beyond, waiting with all its peculiar residents and their inevitable questions about the match. The late afternoon streets of Bastan's outer ring pulsed with tournament energy. Merchants hawked commemorative tokens, street performers reenacted the day's best matches with varying degrees of accuracy. The clusters of fans argued over upcoming bouts. Several people pointed at Diog as they passed, recognizing the Frost Wolf from Arena 7. Silas chose the quieter side routes, weaving between weathered buildings where shadows grew long and crowds thinned. Diog needed rest, not admirers wanting to pet the famous ice wolf. The familiar scent of grilled meat and spices drifted from a side alley. Silas's stomach reminded him that pre-tournament nerves had killed his appetite at breakfast, and victory had a way of bringing hunger roaring back. The meat pie vendor from his first day in Bastan stood at his usual spot, turning skewers over glowing coals. The former adventurer glanced up as Silas approached. A knowing smile creased his weathered face. Well, well, the new Becca mare fresh from the arena. The vendor selected 2 skewers heavy with perfectly charred meat. Saw your match. That wolf of yours is something else. He earned these then. Silas accepted the skewers, passing one down to Diog. The wolf's tail wagged despite his injuries as he accepted the offering. No charge for tournament victors on their first win. The vendor waved away Silas's coins. Besides, anyone who listens to good advice about cleaning up before meeting magistrate deserves a reward. The meat was tender, seasoned with herbs that cut through the lingering taste of arena dust. Diog made short work of his portion, licking his chops with obvious satisfaction. Your next match is tomorrow afternoon. Silas nodded, savoring the simple meal that tasted better than any feast. Get that wolf of yours some rest. He took some hits out there. The vendor's experienced eyes assessed Diog's bandaged ribs. Yarrow's work unless I miss my guess. Dale's crew does good field medicine. You know Dale? Everyone in the outer ring knows Dale Mariku. The vendor chuckled. Get going, Beckham. You've got a dinner date to prepare for if the gossip is accurate. Silas didn't bother asking how the man knew about the blue carp. Information traveled fast in Bastan's streets. He finished the skewer and tossed the wooden stick into a nearby barrel. Diog looked up at him, eyes bright despite his exhaustion. Let's head home, Silas decided, pushing away from the vendor's stall. The long way is safer, but I'd rather not keep you on your feet longer than necessary. They turned down a narrow alley between a tannery and an abandoned warehouse. The shortcut would save 20 minutes and avoid the crowd still celebrating in the main thoroughfares. Silas knew the route from his early days exploring the city, before the estate and the tournament had consumed his attention. The wolf's ears suddenly flattened. Frost materialized around his muzzle as a growl vibrated through his chest. I see them too. Silas's hand drifted to his sword hilt, more from habit than alarm. 3 figures melted from concealed doorways, sealing both ends of the alley with practiced coordination. Dark leather and cloth masks marked them as professionals, though their gear suggested mid-tier muscle rather than elite killers. The kind of enforcers who thought equipment made them dangerous.
Silas Beckham.
The center figure's voice came muffled through fabric.
Impressive show today. Shame it has to be your last.
The 1,000 gold bounty? Silas kept his tone conversational, cataloging exits and weapons. You're going to need more than 3.
Confident.
The speaker drew a curved dagger, its edge sharp in the dying light.
Here's what we saw today. That wolf does the real fighting while you stand back shouting orders. Typical noble brat playing at combat.
His companions chuckled, revealing their own weapons. A short sword and a buckler for the one on the left, paired fighting knives for the right. Standard loadouts for street work.
So our plan is simple, the leader continued. Drop the wolf first, then collect on one soft heir who can't fight without his pet.
Silas almost laughed. The tournament had showcased Diog's power, but created a new blind spot. These idiots thought he was just another summoner, helpless without his creature. They'd never survived a karst winter where weakness meant starvation. Diog, stay back. The wolf tilted his head but settled onto his haunches. Trust radiated from those ice-blue eyes despite obvious reluctance. His injuries made fighting risky anyway, and Silas intended to prove a point.
See?
The leader gestured with his blade.
Can't even move without giving orders. This'll be easier than we thought.
Silas exploded forward. No flourishes, no dramatic poses, just violence refined by years of back alley survival. His boots scraped the ground, sending grit spraying into the leader's eyes. The man cursed, hands flying to his face. Silas's knee drove into his groin with bone-deep impact. The assassin folded, retching. The knife fighter reacted fastest, lunging with professional speed. Silas caught the leading wrist, redirecting momentum to slam the man face first into brick. Cartilage crunched. Blood painted the wall. Silas stripped a knife from the spasming fingers and punched it between ribs, angling for the heart. The assassin dropped, twitching twice before stillness claimed him.
Shit!
The swordsman finally processed the reversal, bringing his buckler up.
You little bastard!
Silas rolled under his hasty thrust, coming up with the dead man's second blade. He feinted high, drawing the buckler up, then swept low. Steel parted hamstring tendons like overcooked meat. The swordsman screamed, crashing down as his leg betrayed him. Silas kicked the sword away and pressed his stolen knife to the exposed throat. Still think I need the wolf? The leader struggled upright, tears streaming through grit-clogged eyes. He fumbled for a backup blade.
Kill him, you incompetent fool!
A crossbow bolt punched through his shoulder, spinning him into the wall. A fourth figure rose from a rooftop position. Backup. Of course there was backup. Move! Silas barked at Diog. They sprinted down the alley as bolts split the air where they'd been. The leader's curses echoed off narrow walls, coordinating pursuit despite his wound. These weren't random thugs, but an organized team that had fatally misjudged their target. Estate! Silas vaulted a rain barrel, boots slipping on thick cobblestones. Go! Diog bounded beside him, leaving frost trails on every surface despite his injuries. Behind them, boots hammered stone. The assassins had committed now, professional pride demanding they finish what they'd started. The estate's gates loomed ahead. The Gemini Guardians stood motionless at their posts, ancient armor dark against the twilight sky. Silas didn't slow. "We've got uninvited guests!" he shouted, sprinting between the constructs. "Get rid of them!" The Gemini remained still. They required specific activation phrases, but Silas knew what lurked in the gardens beyond. The surviving assassins burst through seconds later, focused on their prey. The leader had fashioned a crude sling for his wounded arm, face twisted with pain-fueled rage. The hamstrung swordsman had been left behind, but the crossbowman and one other had joined in pursuit.
Nowhere left to run, Beckham!
The leader raised his blade.
Your fancy house won't save you from what's coming.
The earth exploded in a shower of dirt and stone. 8 feet of armored muscle erupted from its hunting blind. Jormungandr's massive jaws engulfed the crossbowman from shoulder to waist, bones snapping like dry kindling. The stone serpent whipped its head, launching the bisected corpse into an ornamental hedge with wet finality.
What the hell is that?
The Gemini activated. For constructs that normally stood statue still, their speed defied physics. The Bronze Guardian's greatsword carved a perfect arc, catching the third assassin mid-stride. The blade didn't cut. It deleted. Upper and lower halves hit opposite walls with meaty thuds. The leader spun, seeking escape, but the black iron Gemini had already moved. One massive gauntlet closed on his skull with mechanical precision.
Wait! I surrender! I surrender!
Pressure increased. The sound that followed belonged in a butcher's shop, not a garden. The headless corpse stood for 2 heartbeats before toppling, arterial spray painting the gateway crimson. Silence descended, broken only by Jormungandr's satisfied hiss as it finished its meal. The Gemini returned to their posts with clockwork precision, gore dripping from their weapons. Silas braced against a nearby statue, breathing hard but steady. Adrenaline sang through his veins, sharpening everything to crystal clarity. Diog pressed against his legs, whining with concern. "I'm fine." He ran fingers through the wolf's fur, careful to avoid the bandaged area. "Just need to catch my breath." Beauregard materialized from the main house like a well-dressed specter. His eye sockets swept the carnage with professional interest.
4 assassins. How pedestrian. I trust they've learned the penalty for pursuing a Beckham onto his own grounds.
Thoroughly, Silas gestured at the scattered remains. Though they might need help processing the lesson.
Indeed, I'll arrange for discreet disposal. The chittering ones do so enjoy fresh fertilizer.
The butler examined the scene more closely.
I note 1 corpse bears knife wounds rather than catastrophic trauma. Your handiwork?
They assumed I was helpless without Diog. Ah. Beauregard's skull tilted approvingly.
A terminal misconception. Your grandfather would have appreciated the object lesson. Shall I prepare a bath? You appear to have thoroughly reddened your clothes.
Silas looked down. Blood splattered his tournament clothes in abstract patterns. The fabric was beyond salvage. Bath sounds perfect. Then food. I've dinner plans later, but I need something to hold me over.
Of course. Miss Vanya's invitation to the Blue Cap, I presume.
At Silas's look, Beauregard's eye sockets flickered with amusement.
Nerissa has been monitoring the pipes near the Colosseum. Information travels quickly through this household.
Of course she has.
I'll have her prepare something restorative. The estate's various residents will also want to hear about your tournament victory. General Tiberius has been demanding a full tactical debrief since the match ended.
Silas groaned. Can't that wait?
I'm afraid the General considers post-battle analysis a sacred duty. He's already prepared 17 follow-up questions about your flanking maneuvers.
Beauregard paused.
Well done, young master. Both in the arena and here. Using terrain advantages shows proper tactical evaluation.
As they walked toward the house, leaving the Gemini to their grisly vigil, Silas felt the truth settling in his bones. The bounty had drawn its first blood, but more would come. The tournament had made him visible, painted a target on his back that gold-hungry killers would chase. But he'd survived Karst's killing winters. He'd claimed a monster-infested estate. He'd won his first tournament match, and he'd just proven that Silas Beckham was dangerous all by himself. Let them come. Come on, boy, he told Diog. Let's get cleaned up. Apparently, we have a debrief to survive before dinner. Diog's tail wagged weakly. After assassins and stone serpents, scarecrow interrogations seemed almost manageable. Almost. Chapter 20. Never break a promise. The stairs to the bathing chamber had never felt longer. Silas climbed them slowly, leaving a trail of dried blood flakes on the marble with each step. His tournament clothes, already battered from the arena, were now stiff with gore that wasn't entirely his own. Behind him, Diog's claws clicked against the stone, the wolf's usual energy dampened by exhaustion and his still bandaged ribs. Bath first, Silas muttered, pushing open the familiar door. Then food, then somehow survive Tiberius' 17 questions before dinner. The bathing chamber door creaked open, a sound usually accompanied by Nerissa's cheerful greetings or playful splashes. Tonight, Silas strode inside, the grime of the alley fight clinging to him like a second skin, the scent of blood sharp in his nostrils. Diog padded in behind him, equally filthy despite having avoided the worst of the melee. The young wolf shook himself, sending a shower of dirty water and street debris across the pristine marble floor. "Nerissa!" Silas called, his voice carrying command as he began to pull off his ruined, blood-splattered shirt. "Beauregard said you'd have the bath ready. After the alley, I think I could soak for a week." The water in the great copper tub, usually vibrant and inviting, swirled listlessly. No musical laughter bubbling up from the pipes, no excited questions about the tournament or the latest city gossip. Just the quiet, almost mournful slosh of moving water against metal. An unnatural stillness pervaded the usually lively chamber. "Nerissa?" he tried again. Noting the unusual silence, he set his ruined clothes aside. "Are you all right?" "Bath's ready." Her voice finally came, but it was from the tub itself, flat and devoid of its usual sparkling enthusiasm, like still water in a forgotten well. "Hot water. Soap's on the side table. Towels are clean." Silas recognized the tone immediately, stripping off the rest of his blood-stained garments. The silence from the usually effusive water nymph spoke volumes. He eased himself inside the steaming water, the heat immediately beginning to work on his muscles. Diog, after a moment's assessment, investigated his own smaller tub in the corner, specifically designed for his needs. The wolf slipped into the cool water with obvious relief, frost pattern spreading slowly across the surface, less vibrant than usual. "Thanks for preparing everything," Silas said directly, reaching for the soap, his tactical mind already analyzing the situation. "You're upset. Tell me why." The water around him barely rippled. "I'm fine." "You're not," he stated as a fact, not question. "What's the issue?" "Just wash your blood off." A hint of something sharp, something almost brittle entered her voice now. "Again?" Silas paused in his scrubbing, setting the soap aside with deliberate calm. "Explain that comment." "Nothing. Clean yourself. You have dinner with the pretty registry girl tonight, don't you? Wouldn't want to smell like murdered assassins when you're trying to be charming. Nerissa, speak plainly. He tried to face where her voice seemed to emanate from the water surface. What's really bothering you? The water in the tub suddenly churned violently, sloshing against the copper edges, mirroring an internal storm. Nerissa's form rose partially from the bath, her usually cheerful features twisted with raw emotion. It wasn't mischief or playful annoyance, it was something deeper. What's wrong? Her voice cracked, no longer bubbling but sharp like breaking ice. You almost died again, that's what's wrong. The assassins weren't skilled enough to succeed, Silas stated matter-of-factly. 4 men with weapons came to kill you in a dark alley. Water splashed furiously over the tub's rim as her agitation grew, her watery form shimmering with distress. And instead of running somewhere safe, instead of using the guards Bonerguard arranged, you led them right back here, to the estate, where they died horribly and violently on your doorstep. Do you have any idea how much blood the Yormonger tracked through the gardens? It'll take days for the sprite imps to clean it all. Nerissa, I handled the situation. You have an entire house full of monsters. Her form was fully manifested now, more solid than he'd ever seen it. Hands gesturing wildly, water droplets flying like angry tears. Creatures that would defend you against anyone, that would kill armies for you, and you're out there getting into common knife fights in back alleys like some disposable street thug. Silas straightened in the water, his tactical mind reassessing. I won't hide in the estate forever. I have obligations, tournaments to win, debts to pay. A dinner at the blue carpet rather not miss. 7 years! The shout echoed off the chamber walls, raw and filled with profound grief. Nurse's form collapsed back into the water, her voice continuing, smaller now, broken with a sorrow that felt old. 7 years of silence, Silas. 7 years of treasure seekers and fake heirs and desperate fools coming to claim the estate. They'd last hours, maybe a few days if they were clever or lucky. Then they'd die horribly to the defenses or to each other or to their own greed, and we'd go back to waiting. The water in the tub swirled in agitated patterns. Do you know what that was like? Day after day, month after month, year after soul-crushing year, just waiting, trapped. Me in this bathroom maintaining water systems for no one but the dust mites. Listening to Bonerguard walk the empty halls alone. His footsteps the only sound in a house that used to be filled with life and magic. Hearing the butcher sob in the kitchen. Yes, sob. Like a broken-hearted child because he had no one to cook for. No one but his own corrupted grief. Silas absorbed this new information with focused attention. He'd seen the estate as a resource, a challenge, a dangerous prize. He hadn't fully calculated the perspective of those already bound within its walls. Continue. You're listening. Good. Nurse's form partially rose again. Tears of pure, clear water streaming down her face, each drop hitting the surface of the bath with precision. Bonerguard pretends he's fine, all proper and dutiful in his perfectly tailored suit. But I've heard him at night, in the grand hall, talking to your grandfather's portrait, asking for guidance, wondering if DeWalt's death and the estate's slow decay was his fault for not being strong enough, or clever enough to prevent it. She laughed, a bitter, watery sound. The chittering ones? Those little bookworms, they went half mad with boredom and despair. They started eating the books just for something to do, not for the knowledge, but for the taste of forgotten words. They developed bizarre, unhealthy obsessions. Did you know they've memorized every ridiculous, badly written romance novel in the entire library? Every single one. That's why they're so obsessively invested in your love life with Lana. It's the only new story, the only glimmer of hope they've had in almost a decade. Silas filed away each detail, building a complete tactical picture. He remembered the chittering one's excited whispers, Their tiny faces he'd assessed it as simple curiosity, not as a symptom of years of profound isolation. The butcher was the worst, Nerissa continued, her voice trembling. That poor, twisted thing. He found purpose. Real purpose in cooking for your grandfather. When Dwalt died, the butcher tried to keep making meals, setting the table every night in the grand dining hall, preparing elaborate feasts that no one would ever eat. He'd rage and destroy the kitchen when the food rotted untouched, then, heartbroken, he'd rebuild it and try again, day after day. Beauregard eventually had to lock him in there, for everyone's safety, before his grief consumed what little sanity he had left. I freed him, Silas stated clearly, the memory of his confrontation with the butcher now recontextualized. I gave him purpose again. A contract. Yes, exactly. Water splashed as Nerissa gestured emphatically, her form almost vibrant with intensity. You gave him purpose. You gave all of us purpose again. Even those brainless, stitched-together scarecrows in the training grounds, do you think they enjoyed 7 years of pointless, repetitive drills? Fighting each other with no one to train, no one to command them? They developed an entire overly elaborate military hierarchy just to stay sane, to have some semblance of order in the unending chaos of their neglect. Diog whined softly from his tub, sensing the raw emotional weight that now filled the bathing chamber. The young wolf pressed against the side of his basin, offering silent support. We're bound here, Silas. Nurse's voice dropped to barely above a whisper, the fight draining out of her. The estate's magic, your grandfather's magic, it ties us to this place. We can't leave. We can't die, not in any true sense. We can't do anything but exist and maintain our functions and wait for an heir. She manifested fully now, sitting on the tub's edge, her watery form trembling. If you die out there, Silas, in some dark alley or forgotten arena, that's it. You're gone, free, moved on to whatever comes next. But the rest of us, we're trapped here, waiting again for the next heir who might never ever come. Or worse, waiting for some who sees us only as things to be exploited or broken or destroyed. The next Beckham would inherit it, Silas started to say, but Nerissa cut him off. There might not be a next Beckham. Her voice rose again, sharp with desperation. You have no children that you know of, no siblings, no cousins, no acknowledged kin. You could be the last of the line. And if you die, Silas, we could be trapped here forever, for decades, for centuries, just existing alone in the silence. Silas processed this critical intelligence. The responsibility he carried extended far beyond his own survival or financial obligations. Beauregard won't tell you this, Nerissa continued, pacing restlessly along the tub's edge, her watery feet leaving no prints on the marble. He's too proper, too bound by his duty, too afraid of appearing weak or emotional, but he's terrified, Silas. Every time you leave the estate, he stands at the highest window in the West Tower watching, waiting, calculating the odds of your survival. She turned to face him directly, her watery eyes intense. The sprite imps in the pantry, they sing these sad little songs when you're gone. The chittering ones, they cluster near the outer doors, listening for your footsteps, for Diog's bark. Even that stupid, grumpy Jormanger in the garden, it gets agitated when you're away from the estate for too long. It misses having someone to almost eat. I understand the strategic situation, Silas said, formulating his response. There are external threats that require engagements, debts to pay, political obligations to navigate, enemies who won't conveniently stay outside the walls. I know! Water exploded from every surface in the room, raining down like a sudden storm, drenching him, drenching Diog, soaking everything. I know you can't hide here forever, but you could be careful. You could take guards. You could avoid dark alleys and obvious ambushes. You could act like someone whose death would doom dozens of sentient magical souls to an eternity of lonely, purposeless imprisonment. The outburst seemed to exhaust her. Nurse's form wavered, then collapsed, back into the bathwater, which stilled around her. When she spoke again, her voice was tiny. I don't want to be alone again, Silas. None of us do. We've had 7 long years of alone. It nearly broke us. All of us. Silas sat in the now still water, integrating everything she'd said into his tactical assessment. He'd been operating as a solo operative, managing threats and resources independently, but the estate residents weren't just assets or obstacles. They were a unit, a force multiplier he hadn't properly utilized. His survival wasn't just personal anymore. It was operational necessity for the entire estate. I see the tactical error, he said finally, his voice carrying decision. I've been treating my survival as an individual concern rather than a command responsibility. Classic Beckham self-absorption, Nerissa murmured. But there was weary acceptance in her watery voice now. What's your recommended course of action? He asked, treating her as the intelligent asset she was proving to be. Water swirled thoughtfully. Be smarter, she said finally. Take Beauregard's advice about security more seriously. Use the Scarecrow Patrol as actual escorts when you leave the estate, not just as a running joke. Let us help keep you alive, Silas, instead of just reacting when you stumble home covered in someone else's blood. Tactically sound, Silas agreed, already adjusting the operational parameters. And maybe, her voice grew slightly warmer, tell us when you're leaving, where you're going, when you'll be back. We're not trying to control you, we just want to know you're coming home. Silas nodded decisively. Agreed. Standard operating protocol from now on. Promise? Her voice held cautious hope. You have my word. He stated it as fact, as binding as any contract. It was a commitment not just to her, but to all of them. To Beauregard and his silent vigil. To the butcher and his desperate need for purpose. To the chittering ones and their literary obsessions. To the Scarecrow Patrol and their militant loyalty. Even to Jormanger in his own monstrous way. The water in the tub warmed noticeably. Good. Nerissa's more familiar tone was returning. Because if you die and leave me trapped in this bathroom for another 7 years, with only the sprite imps fit for company, I swear I will find a way to haunt your miserable ghost. I'll follow you to the afterlife and complain about your poor life choices for all eternity. Despite the gravity of their conversation, Silas found tactical value in maintaining morale. Noted. That's effective motivation. I mean it. Her usual energy was definitely returning. Now wash properly. You still have blood under your fingernails, and that's just unsanitary. Especially if you're planning on holding hands with that pretty registry girl later. Silas resumed scrubbing with renewed focus, his mind already adapting to this new operational reality. The estate wasn't just his inheritance, it was his command. These weren't just magical creatures bound to serve, they were his unit, his force, his responsibility. Nerissa? He asked after a moment. Your intel was valuable. Thank you for the briefing. The water shimmered, and for a moment he could see her smile bright and genuine. Someone has to keep you Beckhams from your own overly dramatic deaths. Might as well be me. Speaking of which, she added, her tone shifting instantly, you still have the dinner with Lana tonight at the Blue Carp. Are you going to tell her about the latest assassination attempt? Because near-death experiences are a surprisingly effective aphrodisiac, according to Chapter 12 of The Baron's Savage Heart. I'm getting out now, Silas announced, standing and reaching for a towel. But I haven't even gotten to the part where she passionately tends his wounds with gentle hands and meaningful looks. Nerissa protested. Goodbye, Nerissa. Fine, but don't blame me if you miss prime romantic opportunities. As Silas dried himself, processing Nerissa's continued romance novel citations, he felt the shift in his operational stance. The estate residents weren't just assets anymore. They were his unit, his team, his responsibility. He'd adapt his tactics accordingly. Their survival depended on his. His effectiveness depended on theirs. Simple strategic logic. "Come on, Diog," he said to the wolf who had finished his own bath and was shaking water from his fur with vigorous enthusiasm. "Let's go see what the butcher has prepared. And then we face General Tiberius and his 17 questions." He paused at the door, decision crystallizing. "Then we implement proper security protocols. Nerissa's right. I've been operating like a lone wolf when I command an entire force. Time to use our full tactical advantage." From the pipes and tub came pleased musical splashing sounds. "See? You can be taught. There's hope for you yet, Silas Beckham." "Don't push it." "Too late. I'm already planning your wedding registry. The pipes near the Blue Carp are very informative about their private dining options." Silas closed the door firmly behind him, but not before hearing Nerissa's delighted laughter echoing through the water system. Some battles, he was learning, couldn't be won, only survived. Chapter 21. House Meeting. Silas toweled off quickly, his mind already shifting gears. Nerissa had been right about more than just the estate's fears. He'd been treating everyone as individual problems to solve instead of what they actually were. A household. A family, whether he'd acknowledged it or not. "Diog, come on. Time for a family meeting." The wolf tilted his head questioningly, ice-blue eyes reflecting genuine curiosity rather than confusion. His bandaged ribs didn't seem to slow him as he rose from his resting spot near the door. "Trust me, it'll make sense in a minute." Silas headed straight for the dining hall, still slightly damp from his second bath, but driven by sudden clarity. Beauregard stood near the sideboard, polishing silver that already gleamed in the lamplight. "Beauregard, we need a house meeting, everyone, right now." The butler adjusted his monocle as he turned, skeletal features somehow managing to convey mild interest.
"A house meeting, young master. At this hour, you still have dinner reservations to keep."
"This won't take long. Gather everyone who can attend. The butcher, Nerissa, General Tiberius, a representative from the Chittering Ones, the Sprite Imps, anyone who's allied, friendly, or under contract with the estate." Beauregard set down his polishing cloth with deliberate precision.
"Might I inquire as to the nature of this gathering?"
"I've been an idiot." Silas pulled out the chair at the head of the dining table, the ancient wood creaking slightly under his weight. "I've been managing problems instead of leading people. Tonight, Nerissa made me realize something crucial. When I get killed, it doesn't just affect me, it affects everyone here."
"Ah."
Beauregard's tone carried approval mixed with what might have been relief.
"You've discovered responsibility. How delightfully inconvenient for you. I shall assemble the household immediately."
"And Beauregard, make it clear this isn't optional. If they're part of this estate, they need to hear this."
"Very good, young master. I shall make the arrangements with all due haste."
Beauregard glided away, leaving Silas to wonder what exactly he'd just committed himself to. The dining hall had witnessed generations of Beckham meals, but never anything quite like what he was planning. 20 minutes later, Silas found himself presiding over the most unusual gathering in the estate's long history. The massive oak table, which could easily seat 20, now accommodated a collection of beings that would have sent most people fleeing into the night. The butcher had squeezed his enormous frame into a reinforced chair at Silas's right, the ancient wood groaning ominously under his weight. His patchwork flesh gleamed in the candlelight, and he wore what appeared to be his finest apron, only slightly stained with what Silas hoped was yesterday's cooking. A silver tray laden with perfectly arranged minister pastries sat before him.
"Made snacks,"
he rumbled when he caught Silas looking.
"Meeting food. important for deliberation.
General Tiberius commanded a position of honor across from the flesh-golem, his burlap form radiating military bearing despite being constructed primarily of agricultural waste. 3 of his finest soldiers flanked him, their straw-stuffed bodies arranged in perfect formation. The rest of the Eternal Patrol had positioned themselves around the room's perimeter, button eyes scanning for potential threats. Nerissa manifested from the large water pitcher that Beauregard had thoughtfully placed at the center of the table. Her watery form appeared more solid than usual, as if the importance of the occasion had given her additional substance. "This is so exciting," she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with genuine warmth. "When's the last time everyone was actually together in one room? Never. This is definitely a first." The chittering ones had sent dozens of representatives, the tiny, iridescent forms arranging themselves along the ornate picture rail like an attentive, multi-legged audience. Their multifaceted eyes caught the lamplight as they whispered amongst themselves.
"Master calls! Master calls!"
One chirped, its voice like tiny glass beads rattling together.
"Family meeting! A truly historic occasion!"
Another declared with surprising gravitas for a creature the size of Silas's thumb.
"Someone take notes! This could be critically important for the archives."
A third squeaked, already brandishing a miniature, self-fashioned quill. A faint, musical buzzing from the pantry door announced the arrival of the sprite imps. The tiny, glowing beings zipped into the room like a disorganized cloud of intoxicated fireflies. They immediately began to investigate the butcher's pastries until a low, warning growl from the flesh-golem sent them scattering to perch on the chandelier. Beauregard had positioned himself near the servants' entrance, perfectly placed to observe while maintaining his role as master of ceremonies.
"The Gemini can hear from the main gate,"
he reported.
"and that your manga is listening through Miss Nerissa's aquatic network via the garden fountain."
Good. Silas took a breath and stood, addressing the assembled creatures. His household. "Thank you all for coming. I know this is unusual."
"We live here, Commander!"
Corporal Hayrick pointed out, hopefully, from his post by the far wall. "Yes, thank you, Corporal. That's precisely the point." Silas continued, his voice gaining strength. "I've called this meeting because I've realized something important. Something I should have understood sooner. I've been treating you all as individual fixtures of the estate. Tools to be used, problems to be solved, obstacles to overcome, dangers to be managed." The room grew quiet. Even the sprite imps stopped their restless flittering, their tiny lights dimming slightly. The chittering ones ceased their whispering. General Tiberius's straw form became ramrod straight. "But you're not things," Silas continued. "You're people. Or whatever the appropriate equivalent is for your particular form of existence. You're individuals with needs, with fears, with hopes, and for too long, certainly for the 7 years before I arrived, and even in the short time I've been here, I've been ignoring that."
"Master doesn't ignore,"
one of the chittering ones squeaked loyally from its perch.
"Master feeds us very good meat scraps and appreciates our archival assistance."
"That's not enough," Silas said firmly but gently. "Nerissa pointed out something to me today. Something I should have seen for myself. If I die, when I'm out in the city or fighting in the tournament, or even exploring the dangerous parts of this estate, it's not just my life on the line. It's all of yours." The weight of that truth settled in the room, palpable. You're bound here. If the Beckham line ends, if this estate falls completely into ruin or is seized by the city, you're trapped, potentially forever. I've been risking not just my own future, but the future of every single one of you. The butcher shifted in his massive chair, the wood groaning in protest.
"Master gave purpose,"
the flesh-golem rumbled, his mismatched eyes fixed on Silas with surprising intensity.
"Cooking. Good purpose."
"But I could do better," Silas said. We all could. Which is why I'm making some changes starting now. He straightened, letting command enter his voice. First, security. My personal security, I'll no longer be leaving the estate without a proper escort. He turned to the Scarecrow commander. General Tiberius, I'd like you to establish a formal rotation of your Eternal Patrol to accompany me wherever I venture into the city. Or even into the more dangerous, unclaimed sections of the estate grounds.
Gladly, Commander!
The general shot to his feet, his strong form radiating renewed purpose.
The Eternal Patrol shall be your unyielding shield, your incorruptible vanguard. I shall devise 17 different covert escort formations for varying levels of urban threat assessment.
Maybe start with 1 or 2 discreet ones for now, General, Silas suggested diplomatically. Second, communication. From now on, when I leave the estate, you will all be informed of my destination and my expected time of return. Beauregard will maintain a central schedule accessible to everyone who needs it. The skeletal butler nodded approvingly.
Easily arranged, young master. A most prudent measure.
Third, Silas looked around the room again, meeting each set of eyes in turn. I want to know what you need. Not just for basic survival or to perform your duties, but for happiness, I suppose. For contentment. Whatever it is that makes your continued existence here bearable, or even enjoyable. A profound silence greeted this statement. The chittering ones huddled together, Nerissa's watery form stilled in the pitcher. Even the butcher seemed to hold his breath. You mean it, Master Silas? Nerissa asked softly, her voice barely a ripple in the expectant quiet. I mean it, Silas confirmed. You've all been trapped here for years, serving the Beckham line whether you wanted to or not. Often under a master who, by all accounts, could be difficult. The least I can do is try to make that service and your lives here as comfortable and fulfilling as possible.
Can we make requests, Commander?
General Tiberius asked, an unusual note of uncertainty in his usually booming voice. That's the entire point, General. The Scarecrow commander fumbled for a moment, then produced a worn piece of parchment from within his tunic, handling it with reverent care.
The Eternal Patrol, after extensive internal deliberation and a rigorous logistical needs assessment, would greatly benefit from monthly deliveries of fresh, high-quality straw for repair and reinforcement purposes.
He cleared his straw-filled throat.
Also, metal polish for our armaments and armor, and perhaps consideration for newer models of training weapons. Our current inventory is becoming somewhat dulled from 7 years of incessant, unsupervised combat simulations.
Done, Silas agreed immediately, making mental notes. Fresh straw, polish, new training gear, manageable. What else? The floodgates opened with remarkable enthusiasm.
New books!
The chittering ones chorused from the picture rail.
Especially romance novels. The ones in the library are falling apart from excessive rereading. And perhaps some instructional texts on advanced dust bunny architecture.
Different recipes to try,
the butcher added eagerly, his cleaver hand tapping impatiently on the table.
Exotic ingredients, rare spices, perhaps a field trip to the city markets for culinary inspiration.
Visitors! Nerissa practically exploded from the pitcher, her watery form shimmering with joyful anticipation. Someone to talk to besides the grumpy old water pipes and the occasional suicidal wine imps. Maybe that nice, pretty registry girl could visit more often. For official estate business, of course.
Sparkly things.
The sprite imps chimed in unison from the chandelier, their tiny lights flashing erratically.
The old preservation enchantments in the pantry taste dreadfully boring now. We require new, more exciting flavors of magical residue.
Silas held up a hand as the cacophony of requests threatened to overwhelm the room. One at a time, please. Beauregard, are you getting all of this down?
Already begun, young master.
The skeletal butler's quill was scratching furiously across the pages of a massive ledger that had appeared from nowhere.
Though I may require additional parchment for the sprite's rather extensive list of preferred mana residue flavors.
Wait!
A small voice interrupted the exciting chatter. One of the younger, smaller, chittering ones had crept down from the picture rail and was perched on the edge of the table. Its multifaceted eyes fixed on Silas.
Does this mean we're family now, Master Silas? Not just servants, or pets, or dangerous curiosities?
The room held its breath. Every eye, every sensor, every point of awareness was fixed on Silas. He felt something tighten in his chest at the question. These creatures had been alone for 7 years, maintaining the estate through pure duty, waiting for an heir who might never come. And now they were asking if they belonged somewhere. Silas looked at the small creature, then around the room at the assembled faces, stitched, skeletal, monstrous, watery, and shimmering. "We all live in the same house," he said slowly, choosing his words with care. "We depend on each other for survival, for sanity, for purpose. We apparently gossip relentlessly about each other's personal lives and run betting pools on romantic outcomes." He allowed himself a grin. "In that sense, yes. I suppose we are family." A wave of excitement, chittering and joyful buzzing erupted, but Silas raised a hand for quiet. "But," he continued, his expression growing serious again, "family doesn't mean no responsibilities. I still need everyone doing their jobs. The estate doesn't run itself, and I've got a mountain of debt to pay that could see us all out on the street or worse. There are no free lunches, not even for family." "So family with assigned chores and mandatory contributions to the household budget?" Nerissa suggested, her watery form rippling with amusement. "Exactly," Silas nodded. "I need to make money to keep this place running, to keep us all safe. You all need to help me do that. The butcher still cooks, Nerissa still maintains the water systems, the Eternal Patrol still handles security and tactical lawn care. But now, we do it as a household working together, not just as a master and his collection of bound servants."
"That's fair,"
the butcher rumbled, his mismatched eye surprisingly contemplative.
"Family works. Family contributes. Family eats well. Practical family dynamics with clearly defined roles and responsibilities."
General Tiberius approved, saluting sharply.
"Everyone pulls their weight. Excellent command structure. Commander Beckham."
"Speaking of contributions," Silas continued, an idea taking shape, "what skills have I been missing? What knowledge does this family possess that I've been overlooking? What can you teach me?"
"The Eternal Patrol possesses extensive knowledge of advanced battle tactics."
General Tiberius stood again, his strong form practically vibrating with enthusiasm.
"Formation fighting, siege warfare, the proper application of military discipline in both combat and domestic dispute resolution. We can provide comprehensive strategic instruction."
We know all the secret passages.
The chittering ones chorused eagerly.
Every hidden door. Every forgotten spy hole. Every unlisted room. We can map the entire estate from foundation to rafters.
"The water systems connect to nearly every part of the estate," Nerissa said thoughtfully, her watery form swirling. "I could teach you to listen through the pipes, hear conversations rooms away, detect intruders before they even reach the inner wards. Very useful for a noble heir with numerous and increasingly active enemies."
"Herbs, poisons, healing droughts."
The butcher leaned forward, his cleaver hand tapping the table.
"Which mushrooms kill? Which cure? Which roots soothe? Which torment? Grandfather knew these things, taught me some. Could teach heir. Very useful for creative problem solving."
Even the sprite imps buzzed excitedly about advanced preservation magic techniques. They described the subtle art of flavor enhancement through mana manipulation, and the best way to weaponize expired dairy products against unwelcome guests. "This is what I mean," Silas said, gesturing around the room, a genuine smile on his face now. "You're not just servants or security. You're allies. Resources I've been wasting. Knowledge I've been ignoring. Teachers."
Vote!
The chittering ones suddenly began chanting. The cry quickly picked up by the sprite imps and even a few of the more enthusiastic scarecrows. "Vote! Vote! Make it official!" "Vote on what?" Silas asked, intrigued by the sudden turn.
"On accepting you, Master Silas,"
one of the chittering ones explained, its tiny voice filled with surprising solemnity.
"Not just as heir by blood and magic, but as proper head of the estate family by choice. Our choice. We never got to choose before,"
Corporal Hayrick added, his voice thick with unexpected emotion for being made of straw. Silas looked at their eager, hopeful, and in some cases terrifying faces. "You want to vote on whether to accept me?"
Is proper protocol,
the butcher rumbled, his mismatched eyes surprisingly gentle.
Family chooses family. Blood creates obligation, but choice creates loyalty. All in favor of formally accepting Silas Beckham as true head of the Beckham state family?
Beauregard asked, his voice carrying weight of tradition. Every hand, claw, appendage, spectral wisp, an animated piece of straw in the room rose without hesitation. From the garden beyond the open windows, they heard a deep, resonant hiss that could only be the Jormungandr casting its affirmative vote. Even the Gemini guardians at the distant gate somehow managed to convey their assent through a series of loud, rhythmic clanks that echoed faintly into the dining hall.
Motion carries. Unanimously,
Beauregard noted, his voice holding a warmth Silas had never heard before. The skeletal butler turned to Silas, a profound respect in its empty eye sockets.
Welcome to your true inheritance, Master Silas. Not just an estate filled with treasures and dangers, but a family, however unconventional, to stand beside you.
Silas had to swallow past a sudden lump in his throat. He opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted.
Group embrace!
General Tiberius commanded, his voice filled with unrestrained enthusiasm.
Standard protocol for emotional support and familial bonding. All units, converge on the commander.
No, wait, that's really not necessary.
Silas started, but it was far too late. He found himself surrounded by enthusiastic scarecrows attempting a military precision group hug. Tiny, chittering creatures climbed his legs while glowing sprites darted around his head like confused, affectionate comets. One very enthusiastic water nymph attempted some form of celebratory splash-based embrace. The butcher, with surprisingly gentleness for a creature of his immense size and patchwork construction, patted Silas firmly on the head. Diog, caught up in the general chaos, added to the affectionate mob by trying to simultaneously protect Silas and join in the celebration, his tail wagging so hard his body wiggled.
This is highly irregular,
Beauregard noted from the edge of the chaotic embrace, though the faintest hint of what might have been a skeletal smile touched his jawbone.
Though perhaps, in this unique instance, entirely appropriate.
When the joyful chaos finally subsided, Silas straightened his now thoroughly rumpled clothes. He picked straw from his hair and gently detached a particularly tenacious sprite imp from his earlobe. He checked the tall windows. Evening was approaching fast. Right. He cleared his throat, a grin spreading across his face despite himself. Weekly family meetings to discuss estate matters and heir grievances are now officially a thing, starting next week. He looked around at his new, utterly bizarre family. But for now, I need to leave for dinner with Lana. The Blue Carp won't hold our reservation forever. General Tiberius, can you spare 2 of your finest for escort duty tonight?
Already selected, Commander. Our most discreet and socially adept units.
2 scarecrows, slightly less menacing than the others, stepped forward, with surprising enthusiasm.
Sergeant Thresher and Wicket, experts in urban combat, covert surveillance, and blending seamlessly into any festive seasonal display.
Social camouflage? Silas asked, raising an eyebrow.
He can pretend to be decorative harvest displays commander,
Sergeant Wicket announced proudly.
or slightly unsettling garden gnomes. Very convincing. Hardly anyone suspects.
Silas decided not to inquiry further. Nerissa, I'll need another quick rinse before I go. Can't show up to a respectable establishment smelling like a group hug from the local harvest festival. Already heating the water, Master Silas. She sang out, her watery form practically vibrating with renewed cheer. And I have so many excellent conversation suggestions for your date. Chapter 3 of The Pirate Lord's Captive Heart has some truly inspired dialogue for fostering romantic intimacy. As the meeting dissolved into renewed cheerful chaos, Silas felt something he hadn't expected when he'd first inherited this place. He felt like he was home. Not just in a building he'd inherited, but in a place where he belonged, with beings who had chosen him as much as he had chosen them.
Young master.
Beauregard appeared quietly at his elbow as the others began to disperse. There was a new light in the butler's eye sockets, a warmth that transcended his skeletal form.
Well done.
I should have done this sooner, Silas stated simply.
Perhaps. But you did it now. That is what matters most.
The skeletal butler's posture seemed less rigid, more relaxed.
Your grandfather would have been utterly baffled by this approach.
Good baffled or bad baffled?
I was going to say impressed in his own perplexed way. You have made the estate more than he ever did. A true household, a functioning family, rather than merely a collection of dangerous curiosities and unpaid tax obligations.
Beauregard, Silas said directly as the last of the chittering ones scampered back into the walls. After I return tonight, we should talk. You, me, Nerissa, the butcher, General Tiberius, the core household. There are things we need to discuss. About the estate's future, about the other areas. The butler's expression grew instantly serious.
About the deep cells, young master, and the archives.
Among other pressing matters, Silas confirmed. But that conversation is for later. Right now, he grinned. I have a date to keep, and 2 remarkably enthusiastic, if somewhat conspicuous scarecrow bodyguards to manage.
Of course, young master. Enjoy your evening.
Beauregard bowed, a gesture that now felt less like servitude and more like genuine respect.
We shall be here when you return. All of us.
Chapter 22. Outing. Beauregard's words lingered as Silas made his way toward the junior suite. The family meeting had gone better than expected. The estate felt different somehow, more alive, and now he faced an entirely different challenge. Looking presentable for dinner with Lana at the Blue Carp. The clothes he'd borrowed from his grandfather's wardrobe were fine for estate business, but a proper dinner required something better. He pushed open his bedroom door to find a garment bag hanging from the wardrobe, along with a leather case on the bed. Beauregard's attention to detail strikes again, he muttered, unzipping the bag. Inside hung a perfectly tailored dark blue jacket with subtle silver threading, matching trousers and a crisp white shirt. The cut was modern but classic. Nothing ostentatious but clearly expensive. A note in Dale's handwriting was pinned to the jacket. For the Beckham mare's social obligations, consider this a bonus for our partnership. The colors will complement your complexion and station without appearing presumptuous. Return in good condition, as I may need to borrow it back. Silas held up the jacket, impressed by how well Dale had estimated his size. The merchant's attention to detail continued to impress him. What do you think, Diog? Will this do for impressing registry girls? The wolf cocked his head thoughtfully, then huffed what sounded like approval. A knock at the door interrupted his examination. Enter, Beauregard glided in, carrying a silver tray with several small bottles.
Master Dale anticipated you might require suitable grooming accompaniments. He has provided options.
Cologne? Silas picked up one of the bottles, noting the elegant script on the label. I'm not sure I'm a cologne person. Nonsense, came Nerissa's voice from the wash basin. Her face appeared in the watery surface, grinning. You absolutely need something. Not too much, just a hint. Something that says mysterious estate lord, not desperate tavern patron. Any particular recommendations from the estate's romance expert? Well, Nerissa's expression grew thoughtful. Dale sent 3 options. The sandalwood is very masculine, earthy but sophisticated. The cedar and amber is more assertive, good for making an impression. But this one, she gestured with a watery tendril toward a dark green bottle. Smells like the spring waters of the Emerald Isles. Fresh, clean, and with just a hint of something wild underneath. Silas uncorked the green bottle and took a careful sniff. The scent was complex, but not overwhelming. Reminiscent of morning mist over deep forests with an underlying warmth that suggested hidden depths. That one, he decided. Not too much, though. Just a touch at the collar and wrists, Nerissa advised. Let it warm with your skin, and Silas, confidence is more attractive than any cologne. Remember that. Silas changed quickly, appreciating how well Dale's choices fit. The jacket moved naturally with his shoulders, and the fabric felt expensive without being flashy. He applied the cologne sparingly, following Nerissa's advice. How do I look? He asked, turning for inspection.
Like a proper lord, Beauregard approved. Dale has excellent taste. You appear prosperous but not ostentatious. Confident but not arrogant.
The collar needs adjusting, Nerissa added helpfully. And maybe run your fingers through your hair once more? Perfect. Lana won't know what hit her. This isn't about impressing her, Silas protested, but he made the adjustments anyway.
Of course not.
Beauregard's tone carried gentle mockery.
Merely ensuring you represent the Beckham name with appropriate dignity.
Silas checked his appearance one final time in the mirror, taken aback by how different he looked. The street rat from Karst had been replaced by someone who could walk confidently among Bastan's elite. Right. Time to go. He made his way through the mansion's corridors, noting how the lamplight seemed warmer after the family meeting. The building felt more alive somehow, as if accepting him had awakened something fundamental. Silas found Sergeant Thresher and Wicket waiting by the main entrance, having somehow acquired dark cloaks over their usual attire.
Ready for covert protection duty!
Thresher announced at full volume. That's not how covert works, Silas pointed out.
Noted. Switching to whisper mode.
The Scarecrow's next words were still audible from 20 feet away.
Is this better?
Silas looked at Beauregard, who shrugged.
They're remarkably effective despite their quirks.
Fine. Just try to blend in. And no attacking anyone unless they attack first.
Understood. Violence only in response to violence. Very civilized.
The Gemini at the gate stirred as Silas approached. Both guardians had been more active since the afternoon's attack. Stay sharp, Silas told them. I'll be back late. Don't kill anyone who isn't trying to break in. The guardians both saluted, a gesture that would have seemed impossible a week ago. The walk through Bastan's evening streets was surprisingly peaceful. Thresher and Wicket maintained what they apparently considered a discreet distance, about 10 feet behind and slightly to either side. Their attempts at stealth involved exaggerated tiptoeing and frequent dramatic pauses behind lampposts. I wish you wouldn't do that, Silas muttered as Thresher performed an elaborate crouch walk past a fruit vendor stall.
Do what, my lord?
Came the booming whisper. The sneaking. Just walk normally.
Understood. Normal walking engaged.
Thresher immediately switched to an unnaturally rigid march, arms swinging in military style. Wicket followed suit. The group of evening shoppers turned to stare at the peculiar procession. A well-dressed young man followed by two obviously magical scarecrow constructs marching in formation. "I wish you wouldn't march either," Silas said through gritted teeth.
Clarification requested. How should we ambulate?
"Like normal people walk. Put one foot in front of the other and don't think about it." The scarecrows exchanged glances. They began walking with deliberate, exaggerated casualness, hands in pockets, head tilted at jaunty angles, occasionally whistling off-key tunes. Silas rubbed his temples. Good enough. The remainder of the walk passed with only minor incidents. Wicket stopping to salute a decorative iron fence he mistook for fellow magical constructs, and Thresher loudly commenting on the tactical advantages of various street corners. Silas learned to ignore the stares from other pedestrians, focusing instead on what lay ahead. The blue carp occupied prime real estate in Basthand's middle ring, its warm light spilling into cobblestones still damp from an afternoon shower. Silas approached with measured steps, trying to ignore the two scarecrows flanking him like the world's most obvious bodyguards.
Remember the camouflage training,
Sergeant Thresher whispered loudly enough to turn heads.
We are decorative seasonal displays.
It's summer, Silas pointed out.
Early harvest decorations,
Wicket corrected, immediately freezing into what he probably thought was an artistic pose. One arm extended dramatically skyward, the other clutching his practice sword like a farming implement. A passing couple gave them a wide berth. Maybe just walk normally, Silas suggested.
That defeats the purpose of camouflage,
Thresher protested, but he lowered his arms.
Though, if the commander insists, we shall comply.
The blue carb storeman, a veteran who'd clearly seen everything Bastan had to offer, barely blinked at the scarecrow escorts. Lord Beckham, your companion has already arrived. Shall your associates be joining you? They'll wait outside, Silas said firmly.
Perimeter security established.
Thresher saluted the doorman, who returned it with professional courtesy. Inside, the blue carp lived up to its reputation. Soft mage lights created intimate pools of illumination, while the scent of grilled seafood and expensive wine filled the air. Silas spotted Lana immediately. She'd claimed a corner table with good sightlines, a habit he appreciated. She wore a dress tonight, deep blue silk that caught the light when she moved. Her dark hair was pinned up, exposing the elegant line of her neck. The scar on her jaw somehow made her more beautiful, a reminder that she was as dangerous as she was lovely. You're staring, she said as he approached, but her smile took any sting from the words. You're worth staring at. Silas pulled out his chair, noting how her cheeks pinked slightly. Sorry, I'm late. Had to convince my escorts that climbing onto the roof wasn't necessary for tactical overwatch. Lana glanced toward the window where Wicket's straw-filled face was barely visible, attempting to look casual while clearly watching their table. Are those scarecrows? Estate security. It's a new policy, Silas flagged down a server. My household insists I stop wandering into assassination attempts alone. Smart household. She leaned forward, candlelight dancing in her green eyes. Though I noticed you survived another one today. The gate guards were gossiping about body parts in your entrance. 4 idiots who thought the tournament showed all my tricks. Silas accepted the wine list from their server. They learned otherwise. And then fed your garden, apparently. Lana's tone was light, but her eyes showed concern. The bounty's drawing more attention. We knew it would. Silas studied the wine selection, then gave up and looked at Lana. Any suggestions? In Karst, wine came in 2 varieties. Probably poisoned and definitely poisoned. She laughed, a bright sound that drew appreciative glances from nearby tables. The Ashfield Reserve pairs well with seafood, unless you prefer something stronger. I prefer whatever makes you smile like that. Careful, Beckham, that almost sounded smooth. But she was smiling wider as she ordered for them both. They settled into comfortable conversation as appetizers arrived, delicate shellfish and butter sauce, fresh bread, still warm from the ovens, and a salad that probably cost more than most families spent on food in a week. "How's Diog?" Lana asked, spearing a piece of grilled octopus. Those Stone Edge attacks looked brutal. "Sore but proud. He's discovered that my bed has better cushions than his, so that's become an issue." Silas tried the shellfish, eyes watering at the complexity of flavors. "This is incredible." "Wait until the main course." Lana watched him with amusement. "I take it the Beckham estate doesn't focus on seafood?" "The butcher's expertise runs more towards things that bleed. Though he's been experimenting." Silas lowered his voice. "Did you know properly prepared lamb requires exactly 17 herbs and a concerning amount of what he calls tenderizing violence?" "Your household sounds insane." "Completely." Silas found himself telling her about the family meeting, careful to keep his voice low. Her expression shifted from amused to touched as he described the vote. "They chose you?" she said softly. "That's actually beautiful." "Even the murder snake voted yes, though I suspect he just likes that I bring combat fresh snacks home." "Still counts." Lana raised her wine glass. "To the weirdest family in Bastan." "To the only family I've ever had," Silas corrected, clinking his glass against hers. Their main course arrived. Perfectly grilled carp for Lana, a mixed seafood platter for Silas that looked more like art than food. They ate in comfortable silence for a few moments, sneaking glances at each other between bites. "Can I ask you something?" Lana set down her fork. "Why did you really enter the tournament? The prize money helps, but it also made you a target." Silas considered the question. "Visibility? The estate needs legitimacy, not just money. Hiding would have made me seem weak, suspicious. Better to step into the light on my own terms." "Even knowing about the bounty?" "Especially knowing about it." He met her eyes. In Karst, showing weakness meant death. Here, it means political death. Same result, fancier clothes. "That's a harsh way to live." "It's the only way I know." Silas paused. "Well, new. The estate's teaching me other options. Having people who actually want me to come home safely is new." "Good new or bad new?" "Terrifying new. But good." He turned his hand over, interlacing their fingers. "What about you? Why help the suspicious heir with the violent reputation?" "Grandmother asked me the same thing." Lana's thumb traced circles on his palm. "I told her it was registry duty, maintaining civic order, ensuring proper inheritance procedures." "And the real reason?" "You listened to me." Her voice went quiet. "That first day, in the fighting pits, I gave advice and you actually heard it. Do you know how rare that is? Most summoners, especially nobles, think they know everything." "I'm notably not noble." "No, you're something more interesting." She squeezed his hand. "You're competent." They were interrupted by a discreet cough. Their server stood with dessert menus, politely ignoring their joined hands. "The honey-poached pears are excellent," he suggested, "as is the chocolate torte, large enough to share if the lord and lady are so inclined." "Sharing sounds perfect," Lana agreed before Silas could respond. As the server departed, a commotion outside drew their attention. Through the window, they could see Thatcher engaged in an animated conversation with the city guard while Wicket maintained his decorative pose.
Not a disturbance!
Thresher's voice carried clearly.
Preventative security measures! Entirely different classification!
"Should we help?" Lana asked. "Let them handle it. Tiberius insists his men need urban experience." Silas watched as Thresher somehow convinced the guard that they were performance artists. "Besides, I'm not done holding your hand." Smooth talker. But she didn't pull away. The chocolate torte arrived, sinfully dark and rich. They took turns with the single spoon provided, the intimacy of the gesture not lost on either of them. "Question," Lana said between bites. Next round is tomorrow afternoon. Are you ready? The fisherman remains a mystery, but Diog and I have good synergy now. We'll adapt. Silas offered her the spoon. Will you be watching? Officially, I'll be in the registry box maintaining proper administrative neutrality. She accepted the bite, closing her eyes in appreciation. Unofficially, I may have placed a small wager. On me? On you lasting at least 10 minutes. Baby steps. Your confidence is overwhelming. Prove me wrong and I'll be appropriately impressed. Her eyes sparkled with challenge. They finished the dessert in comfortable conversation. Topics ranging from tournament gossip to estate management to Lana's struggles with their grandmother's expectations. Time seemed to slow in their candlelit corner, the rest of the restaurant fading away. Eventually, reluctantly, Silas signaled for the check. This was nice, Lana said as they prepared to leave. Normal, even, apart from the scarecrow situation outside. We should do it again, without assassination attempts on either end. I'd like that. She stood, smoothing her dress. Walk me home? Always. Outside, Thresher and Wicket snapped to attention.
Mission status! Date successful!
Thresher announced to the entire street.
No hostiles encountered! Romantic objectives achieved!
Silas felt his face burn. We're working on discretion, he told Lana. Don't. She linked her arm with his. It's adorable, like having cheerleaders.
Cheerleading is acceptable secondary role!
Wicket confirmed. They walked through Bastan's evening streets, scarecrows maintaining what they probably thought was discreet distance. Lana's presence warm against his side, the wine creating a pleasant buzz. Silas felt something he rarely experienced. Peace. It wouldn't last. Tomorrow brought another match, another chance for assassins, another step in whatever game the estate was pulling him into. But tonight, walking with a beautiful woman while animated scarecrows provided commentary on proper escort formations, life was good. Copper for your thoughts? Lana asked as they approached the registry district. Just appreciating the moment. Silas looked down at her, storing it up for when things get complicated again. Things are always complicated. She stopped walking, turning to face him. That's what makes the simple moments precious. Before he could respond, she rose on her toes and kissed him. Not the desperate passion of their first night, or the quick pecks they'd shared since. This was slow, sweet, a promise of more to come.
Romantic contact achieved!
Thresher whispered loudly.
Should we provide privacy? Yes!
Silas called back, not breaking the kiss.
Establishing perimeter! No watching! Honest!
When they finally parted, Lana was smiling. Same time after your next match? Win or lose? Win or lose. She squeezed his hand once more. Though, do try to win. My bet depends on it. 10 whole minutes of survival? I'll do my best. She laughed, disappearing into the registry building with a final wave. Silas stood watching until the door closed behind her.
Mission assessment?
Wicket asked, abandoning his decorative pose. Complete success, Silas confirmed, turning toward home.
The Eternal Patrol provides excellent romantic support,
Thresher declared.
General Tiberius will be pleased.
Chapter 23. Of Other Things. As they walked back through the darkening streets, Silas felt the contentment of the evening settling around him. Tomorrow would bring its challenges, but tonight had been perfect in its simple normalcy. Even if that normalcy included commentary from militant scarecrows and a house that occasionally tried to eat people. The walk back to the Beckham estate with Thresher and Wicket should have been routine. The two scarecrows had performed admirably as dinner escorts, only terrorizing 3 flower vendors and 1 small dog with their urban camouflage techniques. They chattered about patrol routes and defensive formations while Silas let his mind drift, still warm from good food and Lana's laughter. The warmth evaporated the moment they reached the estate gates. The Gemini stood motionless, but their usual crimson glow had shifted to an angry orange. Warning posture. Silas's hand moved instinctively to his sword hilt as he approached.
Anomaly detected,
Thresher announced, immediately dropping into combat stance.
Perimeter breach indicators.
What happened? Silas called to the armored guardians. The left Gemini's helmet turned toward him.
Intruders. 3 hours past. Neutralized.
Wait, you can talk?
Always good.
Silas stared at the massive armored guardian, waiting for elaboration that never came. The Gemini's glowing visor offered nothing but patient silence. That's it? That's your explanation?
You never asked.
Thresher rattled with what might have been laughter.
The big metal one makes jokes. Who knew they had personalities under all that armor?
Wicked began examining the ground near the gates with professional interest.
Boss, we've got scorch marks here. And is that part of a boot?
Silas followed his gaze. Blackened stone and scattered debris told the story of a brief, violent encounter. The smell of burned leather and something else lingered in the evening air. How many? Silas asked the Gemini.
4. Professional. Well equipped.
The Guardian's tone remained utterly flat.
Inadequate.
Any survivors?
No.
The simple finality of that word settled over the group. 4 more people who'd tried to collect the bounty on his head. 4 more who wouldn't be going home tonight. Let's get inside. We need to talk. The front door opened before Silas could reach it. Beauregard emerged looking completely undamaged and unbothered, though Silas noted subtle signs of recent activity. A speck of something dark on his monocle. Fresh polish on his gloves.
Welcome home, young master. I trust your evening was pleasant.
4 intruders, Beauregard?
The evening's excitement provided an opportunity to test our defenses. Nothing more, young master.
Beauregard motioned them inside where a full squad of scarecrows stood in formation just past the threshold. 12 of the Eternal Patrol's finest, weapons held with grim purpose rather than theatrical flair. General Tiberius stood at their head. His usual bombast compressed into something far more unsettling. Genuine military severity. Thresher and Wicked snapped to attention so fast their straw rustled.
General, sir! Escort mission complete! The flesh heir returns unharmed!
Tiberius didn't acknowledge them. His button eyes fixed on Silas with an intensity that made the young heir's hand drift to his sword.
Young master,
Tiberius said. No shouting, no dramatic pronouncements, just quiet authority that was somehow worse.
Your presence is required. Now.
Dog's growl rumbled low, frost spreading from his paws in defensive spirals. What's happened? Silas asked.
A council has been called. Follow me.
The general turned and marched deeper into the estate, his squad falling into perfect silent formation. No marching songs, no cheerful banter, just the rhythmic thud of boots on stone. They passed the dining hall, the lounge, the library, down corridors Silas had never explored, where the air grew thick and cold. The estate's usual warm glow dimmed here, shadows pooling in corners like spilled ink. Even the walls felt different. Older, heavier. The corridor opened into a circular chamber that predated the rest of the house. Ancient stones worn smooth by centuries formed a natural amphitheater. At its center stood Beauregard, more still than Silas had ever seen him. The butcher hulked in an alcove, silent as a monument. Nerissa had manifested near a water-stained wall. Her usual fluid form held rigid with tension.
Young master.
Beauregard's voice carried none of its usual dry wit.
We need to discuss certain realities.
If this is about security protocols...
It's about survival,
the butcher interrupted. His simple words fell like hammer blows.
Yours, ours, everyone's.
Silas looked between them, reading genuine fear in beings that had faced down his grandfather's worst experiments. What aren't you telling me?
After the talk this afternoon and the attack on the estate tonight, we've come to a conclusion.
Nerissa's voice was unusually serious.
Not everything can be negotiated with or reformed or given a job in the kitchen. You're too nice.
Tiberius stepped forward.
Young master, there are 3 categories of estate residents. Those who serve, like us. Those who can be convinced to serve, like the newer acquisitions. And those who...
He paused, unusual uncertainty in his voice.
Those who only hunger.
You're talking about the sealed areas.
Not just sealed,
Beauregard corrected.
Quarantined. Your grandfather was many things, but fool wasn't among them. When Dwalt Beckham sealed a door, he had reasons.
The butcher moved then, his massive form casting wild shadows.
Grandfather strong, grandfather smart, but some things, grandfather only trapped, not defeated, trapped.
Show him,
Nerissa said quietly. Beauregard hesitated, then gestured to the chamber's far wall. Set deep in the stone was a door Silas hadn't noticed. So perfectly fitted it seemed a part of the rock itself. Iron bands thick as his arm crossed its surface, inscribed with runes that hurt to look at directly. It was the locks that made him step back. 7 of them. Each different, each radiating its own distinct menace.
The deep cells, Beauregard said. One of several such doors throughout the estate. This one leads to what your grandfather called the oublet of necessary evils.
As if responding to its name, something struck the door from the other side. Not a knock. An impact that shook dust from the ceiling and sent tremors through the floor. Diog pressed against Silas's leg, a low whine escaping him. The first time Silas had heard the wolf show anything close to fear. What's in there?
We don't know,
Tiberius admitted.
Grandfather sealed it 40 years ago. Came out bleeding from 7 wounds that wouldn't heal for a month. All he said was that some things refused to die properly.
Another impact, stronger. One of the locks groaned.
It's been getting louder,
Nerissa said.
More insistent. Ever since you arrived and started waking the estate.
Some hungers grow with time,
the butcher added.
Some things get stronger in dark, in quiet, in waiting.
Beauregard moved between Silas and the door, as if to shield him from its influence.
Your blood can open any door in this estate. But young master, I implore you. Some doors must never open. Some inhabitants must never be freed.
What makes them different from you? From the chittering ones or the sprite imps?
We were summoned with purpose,
Beauregard explained.
Bound by contracts, given roles. But some things came uninvited, drawn by power, by blood, by the wounds and reality your grandfather's experiments created. Predators,
the butcher said simply.
We are tools. They are predators. There's a room in the North Tower,
Tiberius said quietly.
Used to be an aviary, beautiful birds from a dozen realms. One night, something got in. Not through door or window, through the space between. By morning.
He shuddered, straw rustling.
Grandfather burned everything. The whole room. Said the bones were still singing.
The wine cellars extend deeper than they should,
Nerissa added.
Past the 3rd level, they connect to tunnels that weren't dug. They were found. Sometimes I feel movement in the pipes down there. Things that shouldn't fit but do.
Another impact against the door. This time, dust didn't just fall. Tiny cracks appeared in the stone floor, radiating from the door like frozen lightning.
It knows you're here,
Beauregard said urgently.
Your blood calls to it. To all of them. The stronger you grow, the louder that call becomes.
Then what do you want me to do?
Be careful,
All four said in unison.
Don't explore alone,
Tiberius continued.
Don't trust doors that open too easily. Don't follow sounds that seem familiar but aren't.
If something speaks with the voice of someone you know, Nerissa warned, but they're where they shouldn't be, it's not them.
Trust us to know the difference,
The butcher rumbled.
between family and food chain. Your grandfather learned these lessons through loss.
Beauregard said.
Servants who ventured too deep and came back wrong. Guests who heard whispers and followed them into walls. Associates who thought they could bargain with the things that wait.
How many? Silas asked.
Too many.
Was all Beauregard would say. The door shuddered again, but this time it wasn't an impact. It was breathing. Deep, patient inhalations that made the iron bands flex.
We should go,
Tiberius said quickly.
It's testing the seals. Best to not give it more encouragement.
They filed out of the chamber, the Eternal Patrol forming a protective barrier between Silas and the door. As they walked, Diog kept looking back, hackles raised, frost trailing from his fur. As they reached the main hall, Silas paused. Wait, what about the archives? You've mentioned them before as dangerous.
Ah,
Beauregard's eye sockets flickered with something like dark amusement.
yes, the archives. Still full of monsters that would cheerfully devour you, young master, but those creatures...
He paused, choosing his words carefully.
Those have desires, wants. They can be reasoned with, negotiated with, bargained with for a price.
What kind of price?
Varies by entity. Some want knowledge. Some want entertainment. Some want experiences.
The butler's tone suggested those experiences were best left undefined.
Your grandfather kept detailed notes of each resident's preference. Disturbing reading, but useful.
So they're dangerous but not.
Not mindless,
Beauregard confirmed.
The archive contains failed experiments, yes. Monsters, absolutely. But monsters with personalities, goals, appetites that can be satisfied through means other than your immediate consumption.
Unlike what's behind that door.
Precisely.
Beauregard's voice dropped.
What's in the deep cells? The forgotten wings, the places we don't name. Those don't want to bargain. They don't want entertainment or knowledge or even freedom. Exactly. They want to unmake things, to return everything to some state that predates thought itself. The archive residents are like dangerous business partners,
Tiberius offered.
Terrible, likely treacherous business partners who require constant vigilance, but partners nonetheless. The deep things.
The butcher shook his massive head.
Just hungry. Always hungry. Hungry for things that aren't food.
So avoid the deep places, be very careful with the archives, and stick to the parts where things might try to kill me but can at least be reasoned with, Silas summarized.
An admirably pragmatic assessment,
Beauregard approved.
Your grandfather took 70 years to reach the same conclusion. Usually after something ate an apprentice or two.
Comforting.
Reality often isn't, young master. Now, shall we retire? Tomorrow brings its own challenges, and you'll need to rest to face them.
As Silas climbed the stairs, Diog still pressed close to his side. He filed away this new understanding. The estate had layers of danger. The reformed, like the butcher, the contained but negotiable, the archives, and things that should never be approached at all, the deep cells. He was starting to understand why his grandfather had enjoyed whiskey. Chapter 24. The Night Before. Silas lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling while Diog's steady breathing filled the quiet room. The wolf had curled up against his side, radiating warmth that should have been comforting. Instead, Silas found his mind churning through everything the household had revealed. 3 layers of danger. The reformed monsters who'd become family, the archive residents who could be bargained with but never trusted, and below it all, things that hungered for more than flesh or blood. Things that wanted to unmake the very concept of existence. His grandfather had lived with this knowledge for decades, had walked these halls knowing that beneath his feet, behind sealed doors, waited entities that viewed reality itself as an offense to be corrected. The man had entertained guests, conducted research, lived what appeared to be a life of luxury and learning, all while sitting on top of what amounted to a magical apocalypse waiting to happen. And now it was Silas's turn. He shifted slightly, causing Diog to crack one eye open and emit a questioning whine. "I'm fine, boy," Silas whispered, though the lie felt heavy on his tongue. The tournament was tomorrow. His second match, against an opponent he knew nothing about, while people he'd never met wanted him dead and things he couldn't comprehend wanted him worse than dead. The rational part of his mind, the street survivor who'd learned to cut losses and run, screamed that he should take whatever portable wealth he could find and disappear into the night. But the house meeting had changed something fundamental. These weren't just monsters anymore. The chittering ones who'd formed an honor guard. Nerissa, who'd been genuinely worried when he'd come home bloodied. Even the scarecrows who'd volunteered to be his awkward security detail. They'd become his responsibility. His family. In whatever twisted way families formed in places like this. Street orphans didn't abandon family. That was the one rule Silas had never broken, even when he'd had nothing but himself to rely on. After an hour of fruitless attempts at sleep, Silas gave up and sat on the edge of his bed, still fully dressed. His room felt smaller after the council's warning. The familiar space with its comfortable bed and lived-in warmth now seemed fragile. A tiny pocket of safety in an estate that was apparently 1/3 home, 2/3 prison for nightmares. Diog had risen with him and now paced by the window. The wolf hadn't settled since they'd left that ancient chamber. His ears swiveled at every creak, every groan of old wood, every whisper of wind through stone. Frost patterns spread and retreated across the floorboards in nervous fractals, responding to sounds Silas couldn't hear. "You felt it too, didn't you?" Silas asked quietly. "Whatever was behind that door?" Diog paused to look at him. Ice blue eyes, too knowing for such a young creature. The soft whine escaped as he padded over, pressing his great head against Silas's knee. The wolf's fur was cold. Colder than usual. As if proximity to that sealed horror had awakened some deeper winter in his blood. Yeah, not exactly the family reunion we signed up for. A gentle knock interrupted his brooding.
"Master Silas?"
Nerissa's voice came through the door, subdued and careful.
"May I come in?"
"Sure." She manifested from the wash basin, her form barely holding cohesion. Water droplets fell from her like tears.
"I wanted to apologize."
"For what?"
"For not telling you sooner. About the real dangers."
She settled on the windowsill, translucent in the moonlight.
"We were so happy to have someone who treated us as more than curiosities or tools. We didn't want to scare you away."
Would knowing earlier have changed anything?
"Maybe you'd have been more careful, less eager to explore."
Her laugh was like rain on glass.
"Or maybe you'd have run back to Karst and left us here with our sealed horrors and 7 more years of silence."
"I wouldn't have run."
"No,"
she agreed softly.
"You wouldn't have. That's what makes you different from the false heirs who came before. They wanted the estate's power, its wealth, its secrets. You just wanted a home."
They sat in comfortable silence before Nerissa shifted, trying for normalcy.
"Your tournament match is tomorrow?"
"Against someone I know nothing about," Silas confirmed. Dale couldn't find any information. Complete mystery.
That's the strange thing. Nothing useful through the water networks either. New to the circuit, keeps to himself.
She hesitated, form rippling with unease.
But one of the fountain sprites near the Colosseum mentioned the new fighter smells strong. Like deep ocean, but also like rust. Like shipwrecks given form.
That's specific.
Water spirits know water. And whatever they are, they're not normal water touched.
She fidgeted, droplets spinning off her form.
Are you nervous?
About the match? No. About everything else? Silas gestured vaguely at the estate around them. Terrified.
Good, she said firmly. Fear keeps you careful. Careful keeps you alive, and alive keeps us from another eternity of silence.
Heavy footsteps in the hall announced the butcher before his knock. The door opened to reveal the massive flesh-golem carrying a tray, having to angle sideways to fit through.
Made night food,
he rumbled, setting the tray down with gentle care.
Help sleep. Help strength.
The tray held simple fare. Warm milk with honey, fresh bread still steaming, thinly sliced meat, and an herbal tea that smelled of chamomile and something else. Something that made tight muscles relax just from the aroma.
Thank you,
Silas said, genuinely touched. The butcher shifted, his patchwork form somehow managing to look bashful.
Grandfather never ate before fights. Too nervous. Made him weak. Made him sloppy.
He set the tray down with gentle precision.
Master needs strength. Estate needs strong master. Strong master keeps doors closed.
I'll eat every bite, Silas promised. The butcher nodded, then paused at the door.
Deep things stay deep if master stays smart. We help keep master smart. Family protects family. Indeed we do.
Tiberius's voice boomed from the hallway before the butcher had even fully left. The Scarecrow General squeezed past, somehow managing to look both military and fretful.
Security arrangements for tomorrow are complete. 3 escort teams, rotating patrols, contingency plans for contingency plans.
Thank you, General. That's
also.
Tiberius produced a small charm made of woven straw, threaded with what looked like brass wire.
Lucky battle token, worn by the Eternal Patrol's greatest warriors. Tradition demands it be passed to those facing honorable combat.
Silas accepted the charm, feeling the curious warmth it radiated. I'll wear it proudly.
Excellent. Victory is assured. The mystery opponent will learn why House Beckham stands eternal.
The general saluted sharply, then softened slightly.
Rest well, young master. Tomorrow we remind Bastan that Beckham's bow to nothing.
After Tiberius left, Silas found himself actually eating, appetite returning with each gesture of support. The bread was perfect, the meat seasoned with herbs that tasted of comfort, the milk and honey exactly what his nerves needed. Even Diag had stopped pacing, settling by the fire to gnaw on a bone the butcher had thoughtfully included. Beauregard appeared last, as always carrying fresh night clothes and moving with practical silence.
I took the liberty of reinforcing your room's wards,
the butler said, setting out the clothes.
Nothing that would interfere with rest, merely discouragements.
Against?
Curiosity, young master. The deep dwellers have been more active since your arrival. They test boundaries, send out feelers. Better to establish firm boundaries early.
His eye sockets dimmed.
Your blood sings to them. Best they learn that song doesn't mean invitation.
Will the wards hold?
They've held for decades, though I've added a few personal touches.
A dangerous gleam entered those empty sockets.
Let's just say anything attempting unauthorized entry will have an educational encounter with my combat form. I'm told my educational methods leave lasting impressions.
That's actually comforting.
It should be. I've been perfecting my curriculum for 2 centuries.
As Beauregard turned to leave, Silas called out, "Thank you, all of you, for the warning, but also for this. For caring." The skeleton paused at the threshold.
We are bound to serve the estate, young master. But choosing to serve you, that's entirely voluntary. Rest well. Tomorrow you remind Bastan that the Beckham line produces more than madmen and monsters.
A pause.
It also produces heroes. Occasionally.
When the door closed, Silas finished his meal and changed for bed. The night clothes smelled of lavender and something else. Something that made his eyelids heavy in the best way. Diog had finally settled properly, though one ear still tracked distant sounds. "Just you and me now, boy," Silas said, climbing under covers that felt safer than they had any right to. "Ready for tomorrow?" Diog's tail thumped once against the floor. Ready. As sleep began to take him, Silas heard something else. Not the testing of seals or the patience of locked horrors, but the sound of scarecrows marching patrol. Water gurgling through pipes as Nerissa maintained her watch. The distant clatter of the butcher preparing tomorrow's breakfast. The whisper of Beauregard's robes as he walked the halls. The sounds of family, keeping watch through the night. Against the darkness that waited so patiently below. It would have to be enough. Tomorrow he'd face an unknown opponent. Tonight, surrounded by monsters who'd chosen to be family, Silas Beckham slept. And if his dreams were troubled by the sounds of breathing doors and patient hunger, well, even his dreams knew better than to wake him. The estate, after all, protected its own. The dream came anyway. He stood in the grand ballroom that didn't exist, wearing clothes he'd never owned. The walls stretched impossibly high, lined with portraits of Beckhams he'd never met. Their painted eyes tracked his movement with painted disapproval. "You're not ready," said the first portrait, a stern woman in ancient robes. "Tewalt was a fool, but at least he was a prepared fool."
The boy knows nothing,
Another agreed. This one a man with Silas's own sharp features.
Look at him. Still flinches from the deep one's whispers.
"He'll break," declared a third.
First real test, he'll shatter like glass.
Silas tried to speak, to defend himself, but no words came. The portraits continued their judgment, voices overlapping into a chorus of condemnation. Weak, untrained, unworthy. Then DeWalt stepped down from his frame at the ballroom's far end. The painted oil became flesh and bone as he approached, every inch of the powerful archmagas who'd built this legacy of monsters and madness.
They're not wrong, you know,
DeWalt said, his voice carrying the weight of decades.
I spent 70 years learning to master what sleeps beneath this house. You've had what? 2 weeks?
I'm doing my best, Silas finally managed.
Your best isn't enough.
DeWalt circled him like a predator.
The things I bound, the contracts I made, the prices I paid. You have no idea what it cost to keep them contained. And now you think you can just waltz in and take over?
I didn't ask for this.
None of us did, but here we are.
DeWalt stepped in front of him.
The question is, what will you sacrifice to keep them leashed? Because something will be required. It always is.
The ballroom began to crack. Fissures spread across the floor, revealing depths that had no bottom. From those cracks came whispers in languages that predated human speech.
They're hungry,
DeWalt observed with academic interest.
They've been patient. But patience has its limits, even for things that exist outside time.
What do they want?
Everything.
and it was not a kind expression.
They want to return the world to the nothing that was before. And every day you delay learning to control them, they grow a little stronger.
The floor beneath Silas's feet crumbled. He was falling into depths where ancient hungers waited with infinite patience. He woke with a gasp, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Diog was immediately alert, ice-blue eyes scanning the room for threats. The wolf's presence anchored him, pulled him back from the dream's lingering dread. Just a dream, Silas muttered, though he wasn't entirely sure. Chapter 25. The Fisherman. Dawn came early after a night of poor sleep. The memory of Lana's kiss at the registry doorstep had kept Silas awake longer than any pre-match nerves. But eventually, even pleasant thoughts gave way to tactical calculations. He'd spent the hours before sunrise staring at the ceiling, replaying yesterday's match against Mark Kissel in his mind. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw Bulwark's massive stone form crashing down, felt the arena floor shake under the golem's weight. Victory had come at a cost. Diog lay curled beside the bed, breathing steadily but still showing the strain of yesterday's battle. The butcher's breakfast arrived with his usual attention to detail. Steam rose from perfectly prepared eggs, thick bacon, and bread that smelled of honey and herbs. The flesh-golem set everything down with surprising delicacy for something constructed from nightmare and sinew.
Tournament food,
the butcher rumbled, his patchwork features somehow managing to convey satisfaction.
Special preparation. Need strength today.
Silas accepted the meal gratefully. His appetite had been sporadic since inheriting the estate, but today, his body demanded fuel. The eggs were flawless, the bacon crispy without being dry. Whatever spices the butcher had used awakened his senses and cleared his head. Diog raised his head as the aroma filled the room. The wolf's ice-blue eyes tracked the movement of food from plate to mouth with the focused attention of a creature whose magical reserves were still rebuilding. Silas set aside portions of bacon and eggs, placing them in Diog's bowl. "How are you feeling, boy?" The wolf's tail gave a single thump. Tired but determined. Frost misted from his nostrils. A good sign that his elemental abilities were returning. Still weaker than normal but present. Beauregard materialized in the doorway with his usual perfect timing, carrying what appeared to be official correspondence and today's tournament schedule.
Good morning, young master. I trust the accommodations proved adequate for restorative sleep.
Adequate, Silas lied. No need to worry the skeleton butler with details about restless hours and nervous energy. Or pleasant distractions involving registry girls.
Excellent. Your quarterfinal opponent has been announced.
Beauregard's tone carried the particular satisfaction he reserved for delivering useful intelligence.
You'll be facing someone called the Fisherman.
Silas paused mid-bite. It's either very ominous or disappointingly mundane.
Indeed. The name suggests aquatic specialization, though specifics remain elusive.
Beauregard consulted his notes.
He registered 3 days ago. No previous tournament history in Bastam. His summon is listed simply as Companion of the Depths.
Mysterious. Silas finished his eggs while considering the implications. Any word on what we should expect?
Aquatic creatures typically favor environments that enhance their mobility. Pools, streams, areas with high humidity. The tournament organizers have been making modifications to Arena 7 since yesterday evening.
Beauregard adjusted his monocle.
Steam has been observed rising from the venue since before dawn.
That painted a clear picture. Water-based arena, aquatic summons, environmental advantage for his opponent. Silas's mind began working through tactical considerations. Diog's ice abilities could potentially create new terrain, freezing water features, limit his opponent's mobility. But only if the wolf had recovered enough strength for sustained magical output. How long until we need to leave?
2 hours, young master. Dale Mariku has arranged to meet you at the Copper Kettle beforehand. Something about final preparations and strategic consultation.
Silas nodded, though his stomach tightened with anticipation. Yesterday's victory had felt like validation, proof that he belonged in this tournament, that the Beckham name could mean something beyond scandal and debt. Today would test whether that success was skill or simple luck. He spent the morning in light preparation. A quick walk through the estate grounds with Diog letting the wolf stretch muscles that had stiffened overnight. The Jormanger watched their progress from its garden domain, massive head turning to track their movement with what might have been approval. The stone serpent had been more active since Silas claimed the estate, as if his presence awakened instincts long dormant. The Gemini guardians stood at perfect attention as they passed, protective, patient, ready. In the estate's restored sections, signs of life multiplied daily. Windows that had been dark for years now showed warm light. Gardens that had grown wild were slowly returning to cultivated beauty. The chittering ones had been particularly industrious, their organizational instincts transforming dusty corners into functional spaces. Nerissa called out from the fountain as they returned to the main house. "Good luck today! The water sprites are all rooting for you." "Thank you," Silas replied, though he wondered if aquatic sprite supporting him against an aquatic specialist was somehow ironic. "Just remember, flow like water, strike like ice." Her laughter bubbled through the pipes as they headed inside. The copper kettle buzzed with morning energy when Silas arrived. Merchants negotiated over steaming cups of coffee, dock workers grabbed quick meals between shifts, and a few early-rising tournament spectators discussed the day's matches with the intensity of military strategists. Dale occupied his usual corner table, but today he wasn't alone. Brick and Thatch flanked him, the two men from yesterday's post-match care studying a hand-drawn map with professional focus. Their presence meant Dale was taking today's match seriously.
"There's our quarterfinalist,"
Dale said, rising to clasp Silas's shoulder.
"Ready for the big leagues."
As ready as someone can be when they don't know what they're facing. Silas settled into the remaining chair, noting how both men assessed Diog with tactical interest.
"About that."
Dale spread the map between them, a detailed layout of Arena 7, with notes scrawled in multiple hands.
"We've been gathering intelligence since yesterday evening. Your mysterious fisherman isn't quite the unknown we thought."
Thatch leaned forward, his quick eyes serious.
"Dock workers saw him arrive 3 nights ago. Came by ship from the eastern reaches, traveling alone. No servants, no entourage, minimum baggage." "But," Brick added, tapping the map with one thick finger, "the cargo manifest listed specialized equipment requiring temperature-controlled storage."
"Cold storage?" Silas guessed.
"Or salt water," Dale said. "We checked with the harbor master. The ship's manifest included payment for maintaining aquatic environments during docking. Professional-grade stuff, not tourist equipment."
Silas studied the map more carefully. Arena 7 had been modified extensively. What were normally fixed stone surfaces now showed notations for water features, adjustable terrain, even what appeared to be a central pool complex. They're building him a custom environment, he realized.
"Exactly. This isn't someone making do with available facilities. This is someone who specifically requested arena modifications to suit his creature's needs."
Dale's expression grew more serious.
"That suggests confidence and resources."
"Or desperation," Thatch offered. "Some creatures can't function outside their preferred environments. Could be he's got something powerful but inflexible."
"Either way, it tells us something about our approach." Silas traced the water features with his finger. "Diog's ice abilities could work in our favor. Freeze his terrain, limit his creature's mobility."
"If Diog's recovered enough for sustained output,"
Brick noted, studying the wolf with a medic's eye.
"He looks better than yesterday, but magical exhaustion doesn't heal overnight."
That was the central concern. Diog had pushed his abilities to their limit against a bulwark, channeling ice magic with an intensity that had left him drained. The wolf was young for his bloodline, still growing into powers that would eventually rival legendary creatures. But today, he might be fighting at partial strength. "What's your assessment?" Silas asked Diog directly. The wolf considered the question with the gravity it deserved. He stood, paced to the tavern's small fireplace, and breathed out a controlled stream of frost. Ice crystals formed in the air, held their shape for several seconds, then dissolved naturally. Not his full power, but substantial. "Sufficient," Silas interpreted. "Not dominant, but sufficient."
"Then we plan for a tactical match rather than overwhelming force," Dale decided. "Use terrain to your advantage. Make him come to you. Preserve Diog's strength for decisive moments."
They spent the next hour refining strategy. The fisherman's creature would likely dominate in deep water but be vulnerable on land. Diog's ice could create barriers, change surface conditions, potentially trap or slow aquatic opponents. Silas's role would be positioning, keeping his partner in advantageous locations while forcing their opponents into compromising situations.
"Remember," Dale said as they prepared to leave, "this is quarterfinals. Your opponent didn't get here by accident. He's skilled, experienced, and probably has tricks we haven't anticipated."
"But so do we," Silas replied, one hand resting on Diog's head. The wolf's fur was cool to the touch, carrying the permanent chill of his winter heritage. The walk to the Colosseum felt different from previous matches. Crowds lined the streets, many wearing colored ribbons or banners supporting their favorite competitors. Silas spotted several groups sporting the blue and silver of House Beckham, colors he hadn't even known existed until Beauregard mentioned them yesterday.
"You've got fans,"
Thatch observed, nodding toward a cluster of dock workers wearing improvised blue armbands.
"Dale's been busy,"
Silas replied, though he felt an unexpected warmth at the display of support.
"Not just me," Dale said. "Word spreads fast in tournament season. You've given them something to cheer for. An underdog with teeth."
The Colosseum's fighter preparation areas buzzed with activity. Competitors made final adjustments to equipment, summoners communed with their creatures, and sponsors placed last-minute bets with the confidence of people who knew things others didn't. Silas found their assigned space, a stone alcove with basic amenities and privacy. Diog settled onto the provided cushions with obvious relief, conserving energy for the match ahead.
"How are you feeling?"
Dale asked, settling onto a bench.
"Nervous, excited, ready."
Silas checked his equipment one final time. Sword, knife, the basic gear of someone who'd learned to fight in places where magic wasn't always reliable. "It's strange. Yesterday felt like survival. Today feels like opportunity."
"That's the difference between scraping by and competing," Dale agreed. "Yesterday proved you belong here. Today determines how far you can go."
An official appeared at their alcove entrance. A young woman in Colosseum livery with the harried expression of someone managing dozens of moving pieces.
"Lord Beckham, your match is in 30 minutes. Arena 7 has completed preparation. Your opponent is already in position."
"Thank you." Silas rose, feeling the familiar pre-fight tension settle into his muscles. "We'll be ready." As the official departed, Dale stood as well.
"Any last questions about strategy?"
"What if he's better than we think? What if the fisherman has something we haven't planned for?" Dale's grin was sharp as winter wind.
"Same as always. Stay flexible. Watch for opportunities. And remember that sometimes the best strategy is making the other guy's strategy impossible."
He clapped Silas on the shoulder.
"Besides, if things go bad, you've got bigger teeth. Hopefully."
Silas allowed himself a small smile. Lana had bet on him lasting at least 10 minutes. He intended to exceed her expectations considerably. "Come on, Diog." He rose, the wolf falling into step beside him. "Time to show the fishermen what winter feels like." Chapter 26. Tide's Turn. Silas gathered his gear and headed toward the arena entrance, Diog padding silently beside him. The corridors beneath the Colosseum buzzed with activity. Staff rushing between prep areas, vendors hawking last-minute wagers, and scattered spectators trying to catch glimpses of competitors. The two glamored scarecrows fell into formation behind them, their human disguises holding perfectly despite the crowds. Silas caught sight of a small figure darting between spectators' legs, one of the chittering ones no doubt, reporting back to whatever tiny command post they'd established. A tournament official intercepted them at the tunnel entrance, clipboard in hand and the harried expression of someone managing too many moving pieces.
Beckham?
That's me.
Arena 7, North Entrance. Your opponent's already in position. Standard rules apply. First, incapacitation or surrender ends the match. Arena modifications are in effect, so watch your footing.
The official glanced down at Diog, then back at his paperwork.
Your summons cleared for entry. Any questions?
We're good. The tunnel sloped downward, tournament banners hanging from stone walls that had seen decades of combat. The sound of the crowd grew louder with each step, thousands of voices creating a rumble that seemed to make the very air vibrate. Silas felt his heartbeat steady into the rhythm he recognized from dozens of smaller fights. Beside him, Diog's ears swiveled constantly, tracking sounds from ahead and behind. The wolf's posture remained relaxed, but his ice-blue eyes held focused intensity. Natural light appeared ahead, the tournament's tunnel entrance. Beyond it, Arena 7 spread out in the afternoon sun, transformed from yesterday's standard configuration into something that belonged more in a coastal harbor than a fighting pit. Water features dominated the space. A central lake stretched nearly 40 feet across, fed by channels that branched throughout the arena like arteries. Smaller pools dotted the remaining dry ground, connected by artificial streams that would force careful movement around their edges. Steam rose from several heated sections, while other areas showed the telltale darkness of deeper water. The crowd's noise intensified as Silas stepped out into the light. Thousands of spectators filled the tiered seating, their voices creating a wall of sound that washed over the arena floor. Banners snapped in the afternoon breeze, displaying house colors and betting odds that shifted constantly on magical displays. Across the arena, the fishermen waited. The man stood at the edge of the central lake, perfectly balanced on the arena's uneven surface. Someone comfortable with shifting ground beneath his feet. Salt-stained robes hung loose on his lean frame, and weathered hands moved in subtle patterns just above the water's surface. No visible summoning equipment. No apparent weapons, just a man who looked equally ready to dive into the deepest pool or walk across its surface without making a ripple. The fisherman's eyes met Silas's across the water, and something passed between them. The acknowledgement of two competitors who understood they were both playing games deeper than the tournament organizers suspected.
Ladies and gentlemen!
The announcer's voice boomed from enchanted speakers positioned around the arena.
Quarterfinal match 2 of the Hexgear Cup.
The crowd's response was deafening. Silas felt the sound wash over him, carrying anticipation and bloodlust in equal measure.
Introducing first, from the Beckham estate, Silas Beckham and his Fenrir champion!
Cheers mixed with scattered boos. Word of his grandfather's reputation had clearly reached some spectators, while others responded to yesterday's underdog victory. Silas raised one hand briefly, acknowledging the crowd, without taking his attention from his opponent.
And his challenger, the mysterious fisherman!
The opposing section of the arena erupted. The fisherman didn't acknowledge the crowd at all, his attention focused entirely on the water at his feet. As Silas watched, the man's lips moved in what might have been words, or might have been something else entirely. The central lake began to bubble.
Competitors, prepare your summons!
The fisherman stepped forward, wading into the lake until water reached his knees. His hands moved in complex patterns just beneath the surface, fingers weaving through liquid like he was playing an invisible harp. Where his fingertips touched the water, small eddies formed, spiraling outward in geometric precision, Silas stayed on dry ground, watching for the first sign of whatever lived in those depths. Beside him, Diog's hackles rose slightly. Not a fear response, but recognition of something dangerous approaching. The bubbling intensified. Then the first crab emerged. It was small, maybe the size of Silas's fist, with a mottled brown shell and oversized claws. Nothing threatening about it individually. Just a standard summoned crustacean, probably C rank at best. Then came the second, and third. Within moments, dozens of crabs scuttled up from the lake's depths, each identical to the first. They moved with purpose, climbing over each other in perfectly coordinated waves. The fishermen's hands continued their underwater choreography, and more crabs answered the call. The creature's shells clicked against stone as they arranged themselves in precise formations. Their movements held an eerie synchronization, like dancers following music only they could hear. "That's a lot of crabs," Silas muttered, counting at least 40 of the creatures as they emerged onto the arena's scattered platforms. But something was wrong. Instead of spreading out to attack, the crabs moved toward each other. The first ones began clicking their claws in patterns, and suddenly, Silas understood what he was seeing. They weren't individual summons. They were components. The crabs locked together, claws interlocking with shells, bodies forming joints and connections that should have been impossible for living creatures. What had been dozens of separate C-rank summons became legs, then a torso, then arms that stretched 15 feet from claw to claw. The transformation was both mesmerizing and horrifying. Shells fused seamlessly while maintaining individual movement. Claws repositioned themselves to serve as joints and weapons. The clicking sounds intensified as the creature coordinated their final configuration. Within minutes, a massive crustacean construct towered over the arena floor. It stood 12 feet tall on 8 articulated legs, each one composed of 5 or 6 individual crabs working in perfect harmony. Its main body was a fortress of interlocked shells, while 2 enormous arms ended in claws that could crush stone. The crowd went insane. "What an incredible display!" the announcer shouted over the noise. "The fisherman's colony crab technique!" Silas stared up at the construct. Technically, each individual crab was probably C rank, but together, they formed something that could give B rank creatures serious problems. The fisherman hadn't broken any rules. He just found a loophole, big enough to walk a giant crab through. The construct turned toward Silas with deliberate grace, its collective intelligence evident in the coordinated movement. Steam rose from heated pools around its feet, but the creature seemed comfortable in both water and air. Dozens of small eyes tracked their movement from various points across its composite body. "Well," Silas said to Diog, "Dale was right about expecting something other than a salamander." The fisherman stood waist-deep in the central lake, his hands still moving beneath the surface. Controlling something this complex had to require enormous concentration. That was a weakness Silas could exploit. But first, they had to survive whatever this thing planned to do with claws the size of wagon wheels. The construct took its first step forward, 8 legs moving in perfect synchronization. Water splashed around its feet as it navigated between pools with the confidence of something that belonged in aquatic environments. Each footfall sent vibrations through the arena floor that Silas could feel in his bones. Diog growled low in his throat, frost beginning to gather around his paws. The wolf understood the threat as well as Silas did. This wasn't going to be a quick fight. "All right, boy," Silas said, checking his gear one final time. "Let's see how well those crabs handle winter." The construct raised one massive arm, claws spread wide enough to grab both opponents at once. The individual crabs that formed its structure clicked and chittered, creating an ominous symphony of shell against shell. "Begin!" the announcer declared. The giant crab surged forward with shocking speed. "Spread out!" Silas called to Diog. "Keep moving!" The wolf was already in motion, dark fur streaming as he bound between water features. Frost gathered around his paws with each step, leaving patches of ice on the wet stone. The construct's collective attention tracked both targets, dozens of crab eyes calculating attack vectors with mechanical precision. Without warning, the creature dove sideways into the central lake. Water exploded upward as the massive form disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only ripples to mark its passage. The fisherman's hands never stopped their underwater dance, his concentration absolute. Silas spun, scanning the interconnected waterways. The channels weren't just decoration, they were highways. Movement flickered beneath the surface of a heated pool 20 feet away, a shadow darker than the surrounding water. "Diog, incoming!" The construct erupted from the smaller pool like a nightmare launched from a catapult. Water cascaded from its shell as it landed hard, claws sweeping horizontally where Diog had been a heartbeat before. The wolf twisted mid-leap, landing in a crouch that immediately became another bound toward higher ground. The impact cracked stone where the claws struck. Silas noted how the individual crabs adjusted their grip and positioning even as the larger construct moved, each component acting independently while serving the collective purpose. He circled wide, trying to get an angle on the fisherman. The man stood motionless in the central lake, hands weaving complex patterns beneath the surface. His concentration was absolute, and that meant he couldn't dodge easily. The construct intercepted Silas's charge by slamming both claws down like hammers. Stone cracked under the impact, sending fragments flying in all directions. Silas rolled backward, feeling displaced air as massive pincers snapped inches from his head. A piece of shattered stone drew blood from his cheek, but he ignored the sting. The creature's strength was incredible, but its attacks were telegraphed. Those massive claws took time to position and strike. "Frost Fang!" Diog's attack came from the creature's blind spot. Ice-wreathed jaws clamping down on the junction where 3 individual crabs formed one of its rear legs. Frost spread instantly, coating the shells in crystalline armor that sparkled in the afternoon sun. The affected crabs couldn't move properly with their joints frozen, throwing off the construct's balance. It staggered, trying to compensate, but the mathematical precision of its movements had been disrupted. The creature stumbled, then rotated with mechanical precision. One massive arm swept after Diog, who was already bounding away across scattered platforms. Ice crackled where his paws touched wet stone, creating treacherous footing for anything trying to follow. The construct's collective intelligence was already adapting. The frozen crabs began clicking in different patterns, and Silas watched in fascination as neighboring components shifted to compensate for the damaged leg. The creature's balance steadied, though now it moved with a slight limp. Silas pressed his temporary advantage, sprinting toward the fisherman while the construct dealt with Diog's harassment. 20 feet. 15. Water spray from the creature's movements made the stone slippery, but he kept his footing. The creature dove again, this time straight down into the shallows at its feet. Water erupted as it vanished, tunneling through the connected waterways faster than something that size had any right to move. The network of channels allowed it to appear anywhere in the arena within seconds. Silas cursed, scanning the pools. There, movement in the heated section near the arena's edge. The water glowed faintly from magical warming, making the creature's shadow visible beneath the surface. He changed direction, but the construct was already rising, water streaming from its composite shell as it positioned itself between Silas and its controller. Steam bellowed around it from the heating pool, creating a dramatic silhouette against the afternoon sky. "Frost armor!" Diog's ability activated as the wolf charged the creature's flank. Ice crystals formed across his dark fur, creating protective plating that gleamed like polished silver. He slammed into one of the construct's legs at full speed, the impact echoing across the arena like an avalanche. The frozen leg shattered. Individual crabs scattered as their connections broke, some skidding across the wet stone while others dove for the nearest pools. The construct staggered, suddenly unbalanced as it lost nearly a quarter of its support structure. Shell fragments sparkled on the arena floor like broken jewels. But the remaining crabs adapted instantly, redistributing weight and reconfiguring their formation. What had been an 8-legged giant became a 6-legged one. Lower to the ground, but still devastatingly powerful. The transformation took mere seconds, the creature's collective intelligence solving the structural problem with frightening speed. The crowd roared approval as the construct swept both arms wide, forcing Diog and Silas to retreat in opposite directions. Steam rose from the heated pools as the creature positioned itself strategically, using the waterways to threaten multiple attack angles simultaneously. Silas found himself pressed against the arena's outer wall, breathing hard but grinning despite the circumstances. The fisherman's technique was impressive, but it had weaknesses. Those individual crabs were still C-rank creatures, regardless of how they connected. And ice was proving remarkably effective at disrupting their coordination. "One more time, boy!" he called to Diog. "Hit the joints!" The wolf's eyes gleamed with predatory intelligence as frost began gathering around his muzzle once again. His tail wagged once, the closest thing to a smile a Fenrir could manage. The construct adapted faster than Silas expected. As Diog bounded toward another joint, the remaining crabs shifted their formation in real time. Instead of maintaining rigid connections, they flowed like liquid armor, allowing the wolf's frost attack to slide off harmlessly. Individual shells rotated and repositioned as Diog struck, deflecting the ice assault without breaking formation. The collective intelligence was learning from each exchange, developing countermeasures with every passing moment. "Damn," Silas muttered, watching ice crystals scatter across the reconfigured shells. The fisherman's control was getting more sophisticated, adapting to their tactics in real time. The creature pivoted on its remaining legs and dove toward Silas with shocking speed. Massive claws spread wide, ready to crush anything in their path. Silas threw himself sideways into a roll, feeling the wind from the near miss ruffle his hair. Stone cracked where the claws struck, leaving deep gouges in the arena floor. But this time the construct didn't stop. It followed through with its momentum, using the mist to propel itself toward the central lake where its controller waited. The message was clear. Attack the fisherman directly, and the creature would prioritize protecting him over pursuing its original targets. Diog circled wide, frost still coating his muzzle from the failed attack. The wolf's breathing was getting heavier, ice abilities taking their toll on his stamina. They needed to end this soon, before the creature's adaptability gave it too much advantage. The construct positioned itself defensively in front of the fisherman, claws raised and ready. But its new formation sacrificed mobility for protection. Those 6 legs were locked in place, providing stability at the cost of lightning-fast repositioning it had demonstrated earlier. Silas studied the positioning, mind racing through possibilities. The heated pools, the ice, the way the individual crabs struggled to maintain connections when their joints froze. The answer came to him in a flash of inspiration. "Diog! The water!" The wolf's ears perked up, understanding immediately. Instead of attacking the construct directly, Diog bounded toward the nearest heated pool. Frost gathered around his paws as he leapt, landing in the center of the steaming water with a splash that sent vapor billowing upward. The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. Super cooled water exploded outward as Diog's ice abilities crashed against the heated pool's magical warming. Steam filled the air like a thick fog, but more importantly, a wave of flash-frozen water surged through the interconnected channels. Ice raced along every waterway in seconds, following the artificial streams like frozen lightning. The construct's legs, positioned in shallow water for stability, suddenly found themselves trapped as liquid became solid around their feet. Individual crabs clicked frantically, trying to break free from crystalline bonds that held them fast. Some managed to detach and skitter away, but the majority remained frozen in place. The creature's perfect coordination dissolved into panicked struggling. The construct could no longer move, but it could still fight. Both massive arms swept wide, trying to catch Diog as the wolf bounded between platforms. The first swing missed, claws scraping stone where their target had been a heartbeat before. The second came closer, forcing the wolf to twist desperately mid-leap. One claw tip caught Diog's hind leg, drawing a thin line of blood through his frost armor. The wolf yelped, but kept moving, adrenaline overriding pain. Silas saw the opening. With the construct's attention focused on Diog, the fisherman was exposed. The man stood waist-deep in the central lake, hands still weaving patterns beneath the surface, completely absorbed and maintaining control over his complex summon. "Now! Hit the controller!" Diog changed direction instantly, ice crystals forming around his muzzle as he prepared for a finishing charge. The wolf's powerful legs propelled him across 3 platforms in massive bounds, frost trailing behind him like a comet's tail. The fisherman never saw him coming. But the construct did. Even trapped by ice, the creature could still sacrifice itself. One massive arm broke free of its shell composite body, individual crabs separating and diving toward the central lake. They reformed mid-flight into a living barrier. Dozens of shells and claws positioned perfectly between Diog and their controller. The formation was desperate, but effective. The detached crabs had given up their role in the larger construct to protect their summoner, understanding that his survival meant everything. The wolf couldn't stop his momentum. He slammed into the improvised shield at full speed, ice and chitin exploding on impact. Claws raked across his frost armor, finding gaps between crystalline plates to draw blood. Individual crabs grabbed onto his legs and flanks, pincers biting deep into muscle despite the protective ice. Their shells cracked from the impact, but they held on with desperate tenacity. Diog's howl of pain echoed across the arena as he crashed into the lake, taking half the fisherman's remaining summons with him. Water turned pink where claws had found their mark. The wolf thrashed, trying to dislodge the creatures clinging to his body. The crowd erupted, but Silas barely heard them. His partner was down, struggling to stay afloat while scattered crabs still clung to his injured form. The fisherman's concentration finally broke. The man stumbled backward through the water, his careful hand movements dissolving into frantic gestures as his remaining crabs scattered in confusion. Without his direct control, the creatures lost their coordination, becoming individual threats instead of a unified force. "Diog!" Silas called from the platform's edge. The wolf thrashed in the water, crimson spreading where crab claws had torn through frost armor. 3 crabs still clung to his flanks, pincers buried deep in muscle. Diog's eyes found Silas, pupils dilated with pain but still focused. Even wounded, the wolf fought. His jaws snapped sideways, catching one crab and crushing it with desperate strength. Ice spread from the bite, freezing the creature solid before it fell away like a discarded shell. The second crab released its grip when Diog rolled in the water, using his body weight to scrape the creature against the pool's stone edge. Chitin cracked against stone and the crab fell away, stunned. But the third had its claws buried too deep. Every movement drove the pincers deeper into Diog's shoulder. The wolf whimpered, a sound that cut through Silas like a blade. "Frostfang!" Silas commanded, hoping Diog had enough strength left. "Everything you've got!" The wolf's eyes blazed with determination. Frost exploded from his entire body in a desperate pulse, flash freezing the water around him in a perfect sphere. The remaining crab's grip loosened as ice invaded its joints, disrupting the delicate mechanisms that controlled its claws. With a final shake, Diog dislodged the frozen creature and padded weakly toward the platform's edge. His movements were labored, but his spirit remained unbroken. The fisherman backed away through the shallows, his broken concentration leaving him defenseless. His constructs lay in pieces across the arena floor, individual crabs wandering aimlessly without unified purpose.
I healed!
The fisherman's voice carried across the arena, hoarse with exhaustion.
The match is yours!
The crowd's roar was deafening. Silas dropped to his knees at the platform's edge, helping guide Diog as the wolf hauled himself from the water. Blood seeped through wet fur despite the frost armor's protection. Tournament medics appeared with practiced speed, their healing magic already glowing around trained fingers. One knelt beside Diog while another checked Silas for injuries.
We need to stabilize him,
the lead medic announced after a quick examination.
Deep lacerations, but nothing vital damaged. The frost armor probably saved his life.
Silas sagged with relief, one hand resting on Diog's head while the medics worked. The wolf's tail gave a weak thump against the stone, injured but victorious. The fisherman approached slowly, salt-stained robes dripping with lake water. His weathered face carried grudging respect, but something else lurked behind his eyes. Something that made Silas's instincts prickle with warning.
Well fought, he said simply. Your wolf's got more than courage. He's got the will to endure.
Your technique was incredible, Silas replied, meaning it. I've never seen anything like it. The man studied Silas with calculating eyes that seemed far older than his face suggested.
You're DeWalt's grandson. I can see the resemblance now. Not in your face, but in how you think, how you adapt.
Something in his tone caught Silas's attention, but before he could respond, the fisherman smiled. It was a cold expression that belonged more to deep ocean trenches than human faces.
Enjoy your moment of victory, young Beckham. The tides turn quickly in Bastein's waters.
His voice dropped to barely above a whisper.
And some currents run deeper than you know.
The man walked away, leaving Silas with questions and the growing certainty that this match had been about more than just advancing to the semifinals. Chapter 27. Treatment. The fisherman's cryptic warning still echoed in Silas's mind as the medics guided him and the injured Diog through the tunnel system beneath the Colosseum. The crowd's roar still echoed through the stone corridors, a distant thunder that spoke of spectacle and bloodshed well received. Silas kept one hand on Diog's flank as they walked, feeling the wolf's labored breathing beneath wet fur. The fisherman's colony crabs had done their work well. Deep puncture marks where individual claws had found their mark, and darker stains showed where the coordinated strike had overwhelmed even Diog's frost armor. The metallic scent of blood hung heavy between them. Easy, boy, Silas murmured as Diog stumbled slightly on the uneven stones. We made it. The wolf's ears flicked at the sound, but his steps remained unsteady. Each movement sent fresh crimson trickling from the deeper wounds where crab claws had found their mark. His usual frost-mist breath came in ragged pants. The winter magic that defined him reduced to weak wisps. The prep area materialized ahead, its familiar stone walls offering sanctuary from the tournament's spectacle. Bryson and Rickon waited near their usual station, medical supplies arranged with military precision across a wooden table. The scent of healing herbs and clean bandages provided welcome relief from the arena's blood-soaked air. It was Yarrow who stepped forward first, his experienced eyes already cataloging injuries before Diog fully entered the room. The field medic moved with the confidence of someone who'd patched up everything from sword cuts to dragon burns, her hands already glowing with diagnostic magic.
Get him on the table,
she commanded, the authority in her voice brooking no argument.
Rickon, prepare the deep tissue kit. Bryson, I need mana stabilizers and blood-clotting paste.
Rickon's scarred hands selected instruments with practiced skill, while Bryson arranged bottles and bandages in the order Yarrow would need them. No wasted motion, no unnecessary words. Silas helped to guide Diog onto the padded examination surface, the wolf submitting to handling despite obvious discomfort. Trust radiated from those ice-blue eyes even as pain clouded them. The table creaked under Diog's weight. Sturdy wood reinforced to handle creatures far larger than the young Fenrir. Yarrow's fingers moved over the worst wounds, magical light revealing damage invisible to ordinary sight. Her expression grew increasingly grim as the examination continued, professional concern replacing casual confidence.
Physical trauma is manageable,
she announced after several minutes of careful probing.
Puncture wounds, muscle tears, some blood loss. Nothing that threatens vital organs.
Her tone carried the reassurance of someone who'd seen far worse.
But there's something else.
Relief began to flood through Silas's chest, only to freeze at her next words.
He's got severe mana exhaustion from overuse,
Yarrow continued, her tone brooking no argument.
Those ice abilities of his require enormous magical reserves, especially from someone so young. He pushed them far beyond safe limits.
She gestured to where her diagnostic magic revealed the invisible damage.
His magical pathways are completely drained. Attempting to channel power in this state could cause permanent damage to his ability to use ice magic at all.
The words hit like physical blows. Silas felt his stomach drop as the implications became clear. How long until he recovers?
3 days minimum recovery. And that's being optimistic.
Yarrow replied without looking up from her patient.
Push him before then, and you risk burning out his magical channels permanently.
3 days. The semifinals were tomorrow afternoon. Without Diog, Silas had no summon, no partner, no chance of advancing in the tournament. The borrowed summoning orb lay in pieces, sacrificed to bring the wolf into the world in the first place. Heavy footsteps announced Dale's arrival before the merchant appeared in the doorway, still carrying the excitement of their hard-fought victory. His usual jovial expression shifted immediately when he saw Yarrow working over Diog's prone form, magical energy flowing into wounds that painted the wolf's dark fur with crimson. How bad? Dale asked, approaching the table with obvious concern. His merchant's eye took in the medical supplies, the blood-stained bandages, the wolf's shallow breathing.
Bad enough,
Yarrow replied without looking up from her patient.
This wolf pushed his magical reserves past safe limits. The kind of ice surge he used in that final exchange requires power most adult Fenrirs would struggle with.
She continued her work, magical energy flowing into Diog's worst wounds as she spoke.
Physical injuries will heal overnight with proper treatment. But mana exhaustion isn't something you rush. Push him tomorrow and you risk permanent damage to his magical pathways.
Dale's face darkened as he processed the implications. His merchant's mind was clearly calculating alternatives, weighing options that might salvage their partnership. The semifinals are in 18 hours.
I'm aware of the tournament schedule,
Yarrow said dryly, her attention focused on sealing a particularly deep puncture wound.
But mana exhaustion isn't negotiable. This wolf's magical channels need time to recover, or they might never work properly again.
Silas felt the weight of crushing disappointment settle on his shoulders. Without Diog, he had no chance in the semifinals. The tournament had been their path to legitimacy, to prize money, to establishing the Beckham name as something more than a cautionary tale. Dale paced between equipment tables, his usual calm replaced by merchant's pragmatism, warring with genuine concern. Do you have any alternatives? Other contracts that could work as substitutes? Nothing, Silas admitted, the words tasting like ash. Diog's my only summon. The borrowed orb was destroyed in his summoning ritual. What about the estate's resources? Dale pressed, unwilling to accept defeat. Your grandfather was legendary for his summoning abilities. Surely there are some contracts or artifacts that could help. Most of the estate's dangerous areas are still sealed. Silas cut him off before Dale could build false hope. And I'm not about to start randomly opening doors looking for last-minute solutions. The conversation felt hollow, desperate. They all knew the truth hanging unspoken in the air. Without Diog, Silas couldn't compete. Without the tournament, he had no platform to establish himself. No prize money to address his debts, no public stage to prove the Beckham name still mattered. Yarrow continued her work in determined silence, magical light playing across Diog's fur as wounds slowly knitted closed. The wolf's breathing had stabilized, but he remained motionless, except for the steady rise and fall of his flanks. Even unconscious, exhaustion radiated from his still form.
The physical injuries will heal overnight,
she said finally, stepping back from the table.
I've sealed the worst of the punctures and stabilized his blood loss. But the mana exhaustion requires rest. Real rest in conditions that support magical recovery.
Her professional focus fixed on Silas with uncomfortable intensity.
3 days minimum for full recovery. Anything less risks permanent damage to his magical abilities.
Dale stopped pacing, his expression shifting from frustration to calculation. What if we forfeit the semifinals? Take the prize money from reaching this far and rebuild from there.
No.
Silas's response was immediate and absolute. We didn't come this far to quit now.
Then what?
Dale's frustration was evident in his voice. You can't fight tomorrow's match alone. The semifinals attract serious competitors with proven track records. Silas stared down at Diog. The wolf's eyes closed, but ears still tracking conversation around him. His first real partner. The creature that had helped him claim his inheritance and establish his place in Bastan's magical community. The thought of forfeiting felt like betrayal. There might be another way, Silas said slowly, an idea forming despite his exhaustion. The estate has other guardians, creatures that served my grandfather for decades. Dale's eyebrows rose with renewed interest. Like that butler of yours. Beauregard's impressive, and not exactly arena material. Not them. Silas's mind raced through possibilities, remembering Beauregard's warnings about sealed areas and dangerous contracts. Something else. Something my grandfather collected but never fully utilized. Yarrow glanced up from her final examination of Diog.
Whatever you're considering, remember that forcing untested magical bonds under tournament pressure is extremely dangerous, for both summoner and creature.
An awkward cough echoed from the doorway, drawing their attention. Corporal Hayes and Fletcher stood there, still maintaining their glamored human appearance, but fidgeting with obvious discomfort. Their usually perfect military bearing seemed strained.
Begging your pardon, Lord Beckham,
Hayes said, his volume control failing as usual despite the serious circumstances.
But we couldn't help overhearing about the wolf's condition.
Fletcher stepped forward with mechanical precision that somehow managed to convey genuine concern.
The estate has treatment facilities, medical chambers that Master Dwalt used for his own creatures, still functional if properly activated.
Silas blinked, processing this unexpected information. He'd sent the two corporals out earlier to avoid their awkward hovering during the medical examination, but now their knowledge might be exactly what he needed. What kind of facilities? He asked, hope flickering despite his caution.
Healing springs in the lower gardens,
Hayes replied with military crispness.
Mana restoration chambers beneath the summoning complex. Master Dwalt spared no expense when it came to creatures' care and recovery.
Dale's expression shifted from frustration to sharp calculation as he processed this information.
State-based healing could work faster than standard methods, especially if the facilities are specifically designed for magical exhaustion.
Yarrow looked up from Diog with professional interest.
Specialized magical healing environments can indeed accelerate recovery. Such facilities might reduce recovery time by a day or more.
She paused, her expression growing curious.
But even with accelerated healing, he still won't be ready by tomorrow afternoon. The magical pathways need time to fully restore themselves.
Worth trying, Silas decided without hesitation. Better than leaving him here hoping standard treatment will somehow work miracles. Dale nodded decisively, his merchant's mind already working through logistics.
I'll arrange transport back to the estate. My cart's outside and I can have cushioning arranged within minutes.
As they prepared to move Diog, Yarrow's attention settled on Silas with uncomfortable intensity.
What are you going to do about tomorrow's match?
Silas looked down at Diog. The wolf's breathing steady but shallow as Yarrow's magic worked to stabilize his injuries. 3 days minimum recovery. The semifinals in 18 hours. The mathematics were brutally simple, offering no room for hope or wishful thinking. I'll figure something out, Silas said, though he had no idea what that might be. The journey back to the estate was subdued, each bump in the road drawing soft whines from Diog despite the cushioning Dale had hastily arranged. Silas sat beside his partner, one hand resting on the wolf's side, feeling each labored breath. The glamored scarecrows flanked the cart while Yarrow maintained a steady flow of stabilizing magic. The estate gates came into view as dust painted the sky in shades of copper and violet. The Gemini Guardians straightened at their approach, their movements carrying new urgency as they recognized the cart's precious cargo. Word traveled fast through the estate's strange network of residents. Beauregard was already waiting at the main entrance, having somehow anticipated their arrival through whatever mystical awareness connected him to the estate's affairs. His eye sockets fixed on Diog's prone form and dimmed noticeably with genuine concern.
Bring him to the restoration chamber,
the butler said without preamble, his usual theatric flourishes abandoned in favor of crisp urgency.
I've already begun preparing the necessary systems.
We have a restoration chamber? Silas asked as they carefully lifted Diog from the cart.
Your grandfather installed it after a particularly unfortunate incident with a possessed hydra,
Beauregard explained, leading them through hallways Silas had never seen.
Recovery facilities were considered essential infrastructure after that regrettable episode.
They moved deeper into the estate's east wing, where the air tasted of old magic and older secrets. The restoration chamber was circular, with softly glowing runes covering every surface like a constellation of healing power. A pool of silvery liquid dominated the center, too thick to be water, too fluid to be mercury.
Place him in the pool,
Beauregard instructed with unusual gentleness.
The liquid will support his weight while accelerating natural healing processes.
Silas waded in, the liquid oddly warm against his legs. He lowered Diog until the wolf was floating, supported by the strange medium that seemed to pulse with its own life. Almost immediately, the runes brightened, casting rainbow reflections across the chamber walls.
What's this substance?
Yarrow asked, her professional curiosity engaged despite the circumstances.
Concentrated life force, essentially,
Beauregard explained while adjusting several crystals around the pool's edge.
The estate gathers ambient healing energy and stores it here for precisely these situations.
He made minute adjustments to the crystal array, each movement precise and purposeful.
It will accelerate his natural healing processes significantly, though magical exhaustion remains the primary concern.
How significantly? Silas asked, hope warring with exhaustion in his voice.
He'll be walking by morning. Fighting fit?
The skeleton's pause spoke volumes about realistic expectations.
That's another matter entirely.
Nerissa materialized from the pool itself, her watery form mingling with the healing liquid in ways that defied easy explanation.
I'll stay with him through the night. The water here responds to intent and guidance. I can direct it where he needs it most.
Her usual bubbly enthusiasm was replaced by genuine concern as she examined Diog's injuries.
Poor little warrior. He fought so bravely out there.
Thank you, Silas said, meaning it more than he could express. What's the plan for tomorrow? Dale asked, ever practical in his merchant's approach to problems. I don't know yet, Silas admitted, the weight of uncertainty crushing down on him. The semifinals require a registered summon. Without Diog, I have nothing.
We'll require a substitute,
Tiberius's voice boomed from the doorway, causing everyone to turn.
The tournament allows such things under specific circumstances. Tactical flexibility is key to victory.
The Scarecrow General stood at attention, his usual theatrical bombast tempered by genuine concern for both Silas and the injured wolf. Several of his subordinates flanked him, their straw-stuffed forms radiating military readiness. I don't have a substitute, Silas replied, exhaustion making his voice flat. Diog's my only contracted summon. Silence fell over the chamber, broken only by the soft lapping of healing liquid against stone and the quiet hum of magical energies at work.
There is one option,
Beauregard said carefully, his tone suggesting reluctance to voice the thought.
The estate's archived summoning orbs. Your grandfather collected several pre-bound creatures over the years. Nothing of mythic rank, but serviceable for tournament purposes.
No. Silas's response was immediate and absolute. I'm not replacing Diog. Not replacing, Diog corrected with merchant's precision. Borrowing. Just for one match, until he recovers.
The General concurs,
Tiberius added his support.
The Ice Wolf would understand the tactical necessity. Victory requires adaptation to changing circumstances.
Silas looked down at Diog, floating peacefully in the healing pool where Nerissa's watery form guided restorative energies to his worst injuries. The wolf's presence filled the room with quiet strength even in unconsciousness. What kind of pre-bound creatures? He asked, the words feeling like betrayal even as he spoke them.
Various options,
Beauregard replied diplomatically.
A flame salamander with impressive heat generation, a minor earth elemental capable of defensive formations, a shadow cat specializing in stealth attacks. All C rank, all trained for arena combat.
And all not Diog, Silas said flatly.
No,
the butler agreed with understanding.
But they might keep you in the tournament until he recovers fully.
I'll think about it, Silas said, which everyone in the room understood meant no.
Lad,
Dale said gently, his voice carrying years of hard-won wisdom.
I know you and the wolf are bonded. But think practically for a moment. You forfeit tomorrow, you're eliminated. All that prize money, all that reputation building, gone. And for what? Pride?
Loyalty, Silas corrected with quiet intensity. The wolf would want you to win, Nerissa said from the pool, her usual cheerfulness replaced by serious consideration. He's competitive by nature. I've seen him practice with relentless determination. He hates losing more than he hates being hurt. That much was true. Diog had the pride of his mythic heritage, even as a young pup still growing into his power. Forfeiting would wound him worse than any physical injury, especially if it meant abandoning their shared goals. I said I'll think about it, Silas repeated, though the words came out softer. Right now, I just want to make sure he's going to be okay. The others exchanged glances but didn't push further. One by one, they filed out of the chamber, Dale promising to check on tomorrow's match scheduling, Tiberius declaring he'd double the estate's patrol rotations, Beauregard mentioning something about preparing alternative summoning chambers, just in case. Finally, it was just Silas and Nerissa, watching over Diog as the healing pool worked its restorative magic. He'll be fine, Nerissa said softly, her watery form rippling with gentle currents. This pool has healed worse injuries than his. Your grandfather once put half a troll in here and got a whole one back. I don't want to know the details, Silas said automatically. Probably wise. She was quiet for a moment, her attention focused on guiding healing energies through the pool. You know, they're right about the substitution idea. I know. But you're not going to do it anyway? Silas met her understanding eyes. Would you? If it was someone you'd sworn to protect, who trusted you completely, would you just replace them because it was convenient? I'm water, Nerissa said simply, her form flowing in thoughtful patterns. I flow around obstacles rather than confronting them directly. You're more like stone in that regard. You'd rather break than bend. Stubborn Beckham pride, Silas admitted with a weak smile. Maybe. Or maybe just human loyalty. She smiled sadly, her watery features shifting with emotion. Your grandfather would have taken the substitute without hesitation. DeWalt saw creatures as tools to be used. You're already different from him. Better, I think. They sat in comfortable silence, watching Diog float in the healing pool while magical energies worked to repair the damage done. His fur was starting to regain its luster. The worst wounds already closed thanks to Yarrow's initial treatment. But his eyes remained shut, and the frost that usually misted from his breath was notably absent. Tomorrow's match loomed like a storm cloud on the horizon. An unknown opponent against what? Silas without his partner? A borrowed creature he had no bond with? Neither option offered much hope for victory. The fisherman's parting words echoed in his mind.
The tide turns quickly in Bastan's waters.
Cryptic fishermen and their ominous warnings. Silas muttered under his breath. What? Nerissa asked, her attention returning from her careful management of the healing currents. Just something my opponent said after the match, about tides turning. Silas shrugged. Probably just trying to get in my head like fighters do. Maybe. Nerissa agreed. Her tone suggested she found the comment more concerning than dismissive. But there aren't any major tidal systems near Bastan. Strange metaphor for someone called the fisherman to use. She paused, her watery form stilling. Unless he wasn't talking about water at all. Chapter 28. Cold Solutions. Nerissa's words lingered, but the restoration chamber had grown quiet except for the gentle lapping of healing liquid against stone. Silas sat cross-legged beside the pool watching the rainbow reflections play across Diog's fur. The wolf's breathing had steadied, but he showed no signs of waking. No frost misted from his nostrils. A bad sign for a creature of winter. It's not working fast enough, Silas said, giving voice to what they'd all been thinking. Nerissa's form rippled through the pool, her attention focused on guiding the healing currents around Diog's body. The physical damage is mending well, but mana exhaustion... She paused, studying the wolf more closely. Wait, something else is wrong. What do you mean? He's uncomfortable. Look at how he's positioned. Nerissa guided the water to shift Diog slightly. He keeps trying to curl away from the warmth. I thought it was just pain, but it's more than that. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, accompanied by the distinctive sound of metal implements clanging together. The butcher squeezed through the doorway, having to angle his massive frame sideways. He carried a tray laden with chunks of raw meat, each piece glittering with an unusual frost that didn't melt even in the warm chamber.
Brought food,
the butcher rumbled, setting the tray down with careful delicacy.
Special meat from deep freeze.
Nerissa perked up from her monitoring. Deep freeze? I don't remember any freezing chambers in the kitchen.
Not in kitchen.
The butcher's mismatched features arranged themselves into what might have been thoughtfulness.
Below, past wine cellars. Master DeWalt's special storage.
Silas looked up, grateful for any distraction from his helplessness. What kind of special storage needs to be past the wine cellars?
Cold storage. Very cold.
The butcher picked up a piece of the frost-covered meat, ice crystals falling from it like tiny diamonds.
Meats from other places. Beer that needs chill. Master liked things proper temperature.
But maintaining a permanent freezing enchantment would be incredibly expensive.
Nerissa mused, her watery form rippling with sudden interest.
The mana requirements alone would drain even a powerful mage over time.
The butcher made a sound that might even have been a chuckle.
Master clever, not enchantment. Door.
A door? Silas straightened. To where?
Cold place. Niflheim Ice Caves.
The butcher pronounced it carefully.
Master said, why make winter when winter already exists? So he made door instead. Easier.
Nerissa's form went completely still.
He made a permanent spatial gateway? To another realm for food storage?
And beer,
the butcher added helpfully.
Some wine, too, said proper temperature critical for taste.
Silas stared at the massive flesh golem. My grandfather opened a permanent portal to Niflheim, one of the frozen realms, just to keep his meat fresh?
Very practical,
The butcher confirmed.
no mana upkeep, just door.
Nerissa suddenly shot upward from the pool, causing small waves to lap against the edges. Silas, that's it. Diog isn't just uncomfortable, he's suffering. He's an ice elemental creature, a Fenrir descendant. This warm pool is like asking a fish to breathe air. Understanding dawned. Silas looked down at Diog, floating in the healing pool like he was being slowly cooked. He'd heal better in his natural element. Not just better, faster. Much faster. Nerissa was practically vibrating with excitement. Ice creatures draw power from cold. In a place like Niflheim's eternal winter, with that much ambient frost magic, he could recover in hours instead of days.
Can take wolf there,
The butcher offered.
know the way. Been many times for special meats.
Beauregard materialized in the doorway.
The deep freeze. I'd forgotten about that particular innovation. Your grandfather was quite proud of it, called it his practical application of theoretical spatial dynamics.
Is it safe? Silas asked. The butcher shrugged, a gesture that involved far too much moving flesh.
Safe enough. Master went often. Just stay on marked path. Storage areas only. Don't go deep into caves.
Let me guess, Silas said dryly. The deep caves have residents?
Ice elementals, frost sprites. One very large thing that sleeps. Or might be snowdrift. Never sure.
The butcher counted on his cleaver fingers.
But storage area safe. Master made agreements.
Agreements, Silas repeated flatly.
With the local frost sprites,
Beauregard explained.
they maintain the code. We don't bother them. A remarkably civilized arrangement, actually.
Nerissa had already begun adjusting the pool's flow, preparing to help move Diog. This could work, Silas. Real cold, not magical substitutes. His body would recognize it, draw strength from it. And if something goes wrong? If the door fails?
Door very stable,
The butcher assured him.
40 years. Never failed. Master built things to last.
Silas looked down at Diog again. In this warm pool, he was healing like any normal creature. But he wasn't normal. He was a being of winter itself and out of place here as a flame salamander in a bathtub. Show me this deep freeze. The butcher's face split into what was probably meant to be a smile.
Follow. We'll carry wolf friend.
With careful gentleness, the butcher lifted Diog from the pool. Nerissa guided the healing liquid to maintain a protective shell around the wolf as they moved. The procession through the estate felt surreal. Silas leading, the butcher carrying a mythic wolf, Beauregard following with his usual dignity, and Nerissa in a borrowed pitcher. They descended past the kitchen, then deeper through wine cellars that grew progressively older and dustier. The temperature dropped naturally with each level, stone walls radiating the coolness of deep earth. Finally, they reached a door that looked utterly out of place. Where everything else was aged stone and ancient wood, this door appeared to be carved from a single piece of ice. Frost patterns covered its surface in fractals that hurt to follow too closely.
Master's deep freeze,
The butcher announced proudly. He grasped the handle without hesitation. The door swung open silently, revealing not another room but a cave mouth lined with icicles like frozen teeth. A blast of Arctic air hit them with physical force. Clean, cold, pure in a way that suggested vast open spaces and ancient glaciers. Beyond the threshold, everything was white and blue and silver.
Through door is Niflheim Everfrost,
The butcher explained.
Follow blue marks on walls. Lead to storage areas. Very organized.
The moment they crossed the threshold, everything changed. Diog's eyes snapped open, not the dull, exhausted opening of before, but alert, aware, alive. He squirmed until the butcher set him down, then took a deep breath of the frozen air. Frost exploded from his fur, not weak wisps, but thick, aggressive ice that spread across the cave floor in fractal patterns. His tail lifted. His ears perked. He looked around with obvious interest, then padded deeper into the cave, each step leaving perfect paw prints of crystalline ice.
It's working,
Beauregard observed with satisfaction. They followed the butcher past racks of hanging meat, all perfectly preserved by the eternal cold. Bottles of wine and casks of beer lined carved shelves, labeled in Dwalt's precise handwriting. It was absurdly practical, using an entire magical realm as a walk-in freezer. But what caught Silas's attention was the movement in the frost itself. Diog had stopped at a particularly thick patch of ice in the far wall, sniffing intently. Then he barked, a sharp, commanding sound that echoed strangely in the frozen place. The frost began to move.
What's happening?
Silas's hand moved instinctively to his sword. The frost swirled, condensed, and suddenly wasn't frost at all. It was a tiny humanoid figure no bigger than Silas's thumb, made entirely of ice and wearing what appeared to be a miniature uniform.
Finally!
The figure squeaked in a voice like breaking icicles.
Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for someone who could actually perceive us?
Everyone stared.
Did that ice sprite just speak?
Nerissa began.
Frost Pixie.
The tiny figure corrected primly.
Guardian of the threshold, keeper of the cold, and for the past 7 years, caretaker of this facility.
More frost began to move. Soon dozens of tiny figures emerged from the ice. Frost pixies, in various states of formal dress as if they'd been interrupted during different tasks. 7 years? Silas asked, feeling familiar guilt. Another group abandoned when his grandfather died.
We've managed,
another pixie said, this one carrying what looked like a tiny clipboard made of compressed snow.
The agreement stands. We maintain optimal temperatures, ensure proper organization, prevent contamination between storage areas.
You've been maintaining the storage all this time?
Of course. We have standards.
The lead pixie gestured at the immaculate storage areas.
Everything cataloged, rotated, and preserved at precise temperatures.
The butcher looked delighted. New meat storage was special. Has helpers.
Professional helpers,
the lead pixie emphasized.
We take our duties seriously.
Diog, meanwhile, had made friends. Several pixies examined his injuries with professional interest, their tiny forms leaving glittering trails as they worked.
Show them the real freezer,
one pixie called out. The pixies swarmed toward the back wall, gesturing at what Silas had taken for a natural cave formation. But as they approached, he could see it was actually another doorway. This one opening onto a vista that took his breath away. Beyond lay the true Everfrost reaches. Mountains of ice stretched to a horizon that glowed with aurora lights. Snow fell eternally, from clouds that had never known rain. In the distance, glaciers sang in harmonies that predated human music.
This is the source,
the lead pixie explained,
where Niflheim's eternal winter meets the material plane. Your grandfather didn't just make a door. He created a stable intersection between realms.
For meat storage, Silas said, still trying to process the magnitude of it.
Best meat storage,
the butcher confirmed.
And look, Wolf Friend loves it.
Diog had ventured out into the eternal snow, rolling with abandon. Where he touched the ground, new frost flowers bloomed. His injuries were visibly healing, flesh knitting together under restored frost armor. More importantly, the exhaustion in his eyes was fading.
He needs this, Nerissa said softly. Look at his mana pathways. They're already regenerating, Hours here will do what days couldn't elsewhere. But the semifinals are tomorrow, Silas said, though he already knew what he had to do.
He'll be ready by evening,
The lead pixie offered.
Fenrir, he'll fast in true cold. Morning? Too soon.
Silas walked to where Diog played, kneeling in the snow. The wolf bounded over, pressing his cold nose into Silas's hand. You need to stay here tonight, Silas said quietly. Get better. Get strong. Diog whined softly, understanding. His partner would face tomorrow's match alone.
We'll take excellent care of him,
The pixies assured him.
He'll have everything he needs.
As they prepared to leave, the lead pixie approached Silas.
Young Beckham, thank you for treating us as professionals. Your grandfather was less formal in his interactions.
How so?
Let's just say he had very strong opinions about organization methods that he felt compelled to share. Frequently. We've maintained his system out of contract obligations, but we have extensive notes on potential improvements.
They left Diog in the capable hands of the frost spirits. The wolf was already looking better, surrounded by beings who understood his nature. Back in the estate proper, the warmth felt oppressive after the clean cold of the Everfrost.
So, Beauregard said carefully, about tomorrow's match.
I know, Silas cut him off. I need an alternative. Nerissa shifted in her picture. There is one option, but you're not going to like it. The archives? Silas gasped. The archives, she confirmed. Your grandfather's collection? Pre-bound creatures he captured but never fully contracted? Things that can be negotiated with?
Dangerous things, Beauregard added, but not mindless. They want what all creatures want. Purpose, recognition, and a chance to prove themselves.
Silas thought of Diog playing in the eternal snow, healing in the element he was born to. His partner needed this, which meant Silas needed to find another solution. Show me the archives, he said finally. Let's see what grandfather collected. The butcher clasped his shoulder with one massive hand.
Wolf friend will be safe. Pixie's very professional.
Chapter 29. Dread Ram. The butcher's reassurance echoed in Silas's mind as they left Diog in the capable hands of the frost spirits. Now, climbing the winding stairs of the north tower, each step felt heavier than the last, weighed down by the knowledge that his partner was healing in another realm, while Silas faced the semifinals with an empty summoning bond.
The archives,
Beauregard said as they climbed,
are not like the deep cells. The creatures here aren't world-ending horrors, they're simply difficult.
Difficult how?
Your grandfather was a practical man. If something proved more trouble than it was worth, he archived it. Too demanding? Too particular? Too argumentative?
The butler paused on a landing.
Or in some cases, simply too annoying to keep around.
They reached the top of the tower, where dusty furniture and covered painting suggested long abandonment. A massive grandfather clock stood against the far wall, its pendulum still despite the mechanical precision of its craftsmanship.
Through here,
Beauregard said, reaching for the clock's face. Through the clock?
Your grandfather had a peculiar sense of humor about entrances.
The skeletal butler pressed specific numbers on the clock face. 7, 3, 9. The entire faceplate swung inward with a soft click. Beyond lay not the clock's mechanism, but a stone corridor that smelled of old parchment and older regrets.
Welcome to the archives.
Beauregard beckoned forward.
Storage for the magically inconvenient.
The corridor stretched longer than the tower should have allowed. Silas stepped into the corridor, noting how the temperature dropped several degrees. Anything I should keep in mind? Silas asked. Beauregard thought for a second.
Jump scares, perhaps. Duarte was not diligent in automating feeding here. and I have not been motivated to continue to do so. Perhaps look for the one still living.
Guard.
What? They're archived for a reason, young master.
The butler's tone carried the same dismissive air he might use to discuss boiled vegetables.
Unpleasant creatures with unpleasant habits. If they've managed to survive on their own, that merely proves they're resourceful enough to be useful.
Silas stared at him. You've been letting them starve?
I've been prioritizing the estate's more pressing needs,
Beauregard replied stiffly.
The archive inhabitants were deemed problematic enough to be sealed away. I saw little reason to pamper them.
The first cell they passed housed a hissing creature with a snake-like neck and yellowed teeth that snapped at the bars when it spotted them.
Ah, yes,
Beauregard said pleasantly.
The elegant swan princess. Your grandfather was quite optimistic about that one.
That's not a princess.
No, it most certainly is not.
They moved deeper into the corridor. The next cell contained something that chittered and scuttled in the shadows, occasionally revealing glimpses of what looked like a spider with a human torso grafted onto it.
The Silk Maiden,
Beauregard announced.
DeWalt was convinced she would be the one for cold evenings in winter.
Silas watched the creature skitter along the ceiling, leaving sticky webbing in its wake. What does it actually do?
Eats flies. Eats people. Screams sometimes.
Beauregard tapped his bone fingers against his arm.
A rather disappointing conversationalist.
The third cell held what appeared to be a mermaid. If mermaids had shark teeth and tentacles instead of a tail. It floated in a tank of murky water, pressing its face against the glass.
Sea Maiden Lorelei,
Beauregard said with resignation.
Your grandfather thought he was summoning a beautiful siren with a beautiful voice.
Let me guess. She doesn't sing?
No, she sings. In her native tongue, which can't be heard by humans.
They passed cell after cell. A forest nymph that looked more like a stick bug crossed with a dying tree. A moon priestess that was clearly some sort of werebat with anger management issues. How many attempts did he make? Silas asked.
Oh, dozens. Your grandfather was nothing if not persistent in his romantic pursuits.
Beauregard's tone suggested this was putting it mildly.
Each failure only seemed to motivate him to try more.
Near the end of the corridor, they found something that actually looked promising. A pale, elegant woman in flowing robes sat reading a book by candlelight. Finally, Silas muttered.
Ah, the Scholar Maiden,
Beauregard said quickly.
I wouldn't get too close to that one.
She looks normal. Beauregard shook his head.
Isn't, young master. She eats brains. Your grandfather was lucky to have survived that one.
Silas stopped walking and turned to face Beauregard. Well, what is there here for me? You've shown me a snake-necked princess, a spider-woman, a shark mermaid, and a brain-eating scholar. Are you telling me every single creature in here is some nightmare my grandfather thought he was going to sleep with?
Not every single one, no, Beauregard replied. Some he summoned for other equally misguided purposes.
Such as?
Well, there's the mimic chest, but you've already seen that one,
Beauregard replied. Silas rubbed his temples. The semi-final was tomorrow. Diog was stuck in a frozen realm healing, and he didn't have a good lead at all. There has to be something useful in here.
Divine useful, young master.
Something that won't try to eat me, seduce me, or drive me insane. Something that could actually help in a tournament fight. Beauregard was quiet for a long moment, his skeletal fingers drumming against his coat.
There is one possibility.
Finally,
though I hesitate to suggest it.
Silas waited, but the butler seemed lost in thought. Beauregard?
Ah, yes. Well, young master, it's something of a bet your grandfather made. A wager that he didn't just try to summon for companionship.
The skeletal butler's tone carried an unusual note of reluctance.
The Dread Ram.
The name made Silas stop. That doesn't sound promising.
It's not the creature itself that's the problem,
Bonegard replied carefully.
It's quite useful in combat, actually. Aggressive, territorial. Excellent at following commands once properly motivated.
Then why do you hesitate to suggest it?
Because your grandfather summoned it on a dare from himself, you might say. He wanted to prove that not every summoning was about romance or convenience. The Dread Ram was just that.
Silas could hear something moving in the deeper sections of the archive, a sound like leather scraping against stone. And Bonegard straightened his monocle. The butler was choosing his words carefully.
The Dread Ram is what you might call a working breed, young master. Like a hunting hound or a war horse. It requires purpose, exercise, regular engagement.
The butler paused.
Your grandfather summoned it purely to prove he could control something genuinely dangerous. Once the novelty wore off, however.
Bonegard motioned with his hands. He locked it away because it was too much work?
Precisely.
Bonegard's tone carried a note of disapproval.
Dwalt discovered that the creature needed constant attention. Daily combat training, regular hunts, stimulation. Without these things, it becomes rather destructive.
They walked deeper into the archive, past more cells containing Dwalt's questionable romantic experiments. The sound of scraping leather grew louder, accompanied by a low rumbling that seemed to vibrate through the stone floor. What happens when it gets destructive? Silas asked.
Property damage, mostly. Think of a massive dog left alone for too long, but with claws and lots of raw strength.
The rumbling grew more pronounced as they approached the end of the corridor. Here the cells were larger, reinforced with thick iron bars and what looked like additional magical wards. How long has it been locked up?
10 years, give or take.
Bonegard's matter-of-fact delivery made Silas wince.
I suspect it's rather eager for some exercise by now.
They stopped in front of the largest cell. Inside, something moved in the shadows. Something big enough that Silas could make out the bulk of it even in the dim light. Red eyes gleamed from the darkness, reflecting the corridor's torchlight. The creature stepped forward and Silas got his first clear look at the Dread Ram. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, built like a cross between a ram and a nightmare. Massive, curved horns sprouted from its skull, covered in dark, weathered hide. Its body was all muscular and angular bone, designed for charging and goring. When it moved, its hooves struck sparks on the stone floor. But what struck Silas most was how it looked at them. Not with the mindless hunger of the other archive inhabitants, but with intelligent frustration. Like a prisoner who'd been waiting for someone to remember he existed. It's been alone this whole time?
Entirely.
Bonegard studied the creature through the bars.
Though I suspect it's been sustaining itself on ambient mana, perhaps.
The Dread Ram paced to the front of its cell, massive head lowering to study them through the bars. Up close, Silas could see the intelligence in those red eyes, along with something else. A bone-deep loneliness that reminded him uncomfortably of his own years in Karst's streets. It's not evil, Silas said, surprised by his own certainty.
No, young master. Merely neglected.
Bonegard's voice carried an unusual note of regret.
Your grandfather was careless with living things. He saw them as tools or entertainment, not as creatures with their own needs.
The Dread Ram let out a low sound, not quite a growl, more like a question. Its eyes fixed on Silas with unmistakable hope. If I free it, Silas said slowly, what are the chances it tries to kill us?
Minimal, I should think. Dread Rams are pack creatures when properly bonded. It's more likely to maul you on accident.
Bonegard paused. More likely to maul me on accident? Silas raised an eyebrow. That's reassuring.
I speak truthfully, young master. Unlike your grandfather's other acquisitions, this one was made for war, not romance.
The Dread Ram's head tilted, studying their conversation and leaning into the bars, his head poking out. When it spoke, its voice carried the rough edge of someone who hadn't used it in years. You're the new heir. Silas blinked. Whatever he'd expected from the creature, casual conversation wasn't it. You can talk?
Course I can talk.
The dreadram shifted weight from hoof to hoof, a restless energy radiating from its massive frame.
Been listening to you two chat for the last 10 minutes. Question is, what do you want?
Beauregard stepped closer to the bars.
The young master requires a fighter for tomorrow's tournament. Something with combat experience.
Tournament?
The creature's eyes brightened with interest.
Real fighting? Not just pacing around this stone box for another decade?
Real fighting, Silas replied. Violence and everything. The dreadram snorted.
Your grandfather thought I was a tool. Summoned me to prove he could control dangerous things. Then stuck me in here when I got inconvenient.
I'm not my grandfather.
So you say.
The creature's red eyes narrowed.
What's your offer, heir? What do I get out of this arrangement besides a change of scenery?
Silas considered the question. Around them, the archive felt heavy with the weight of Dwalt's abandoned experiments. Creatures locked away and forgotten. I'll let you stretch your legs, he said finally. Training, combat, exercise, everything you've been missing.
In exchange for?
Loyalty. Service. Fighting when I need it. The dreadram was quiet for a long moment, studying Silas with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Finally it spoke.
I want guarantees. Daily combat training, not just when it's convenient. Regular hunts. Real opponents. Not practice dummies. And if you decide you're done with me, no locked cells. Honest dismissal.
Silas felt his temper spike. 10 years locked in a stone box and the creature was making demands like it held all the cards? You think you're in a position to negotiate terms?
I think I'm the only combat-ready creature you're going to find. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
The dreadram replied coolly.
Unless you want to try your luck with the brain-eating scholar.
You'll find I'm not my grandfather. Silas thought back to Karst, and how sometimes all things led back to the same answer for a problem. Without thinking, he stepped forward and slammed his forehead against the dreadram's skull in a bone-jarring impact. Pain exploded behind his eyes, but he didn't step back. The dreadram's head had snapped back from the impact, surprise replacing the calculation in those red eyes. I'm not asking for favors, Silas growled, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. You went out of that cell? You follow me. This is my estate and I'm the master of it. The dreadram stared at him for several heartbeats. Then something shifted in its expression. The calculating weariness faded, replaced by something that looked almost like approval.
Well,
it said, shaking its massive head.
That's more like it.
Beauregard stepped forward with his keys, approval evident in his skeletal posture.
Dominance established. Most direct.
You have a name? Silas asked, wiping blood from his cut.
Barbad.
The creature's tone had changed, carrying respect where before there had been only calculation.
When do we start training?
Right now, Silas replied, stepping back as Beauregard unlocked the cell. We've got a tournament to win. The cell door swung open with a rusty creak, and Barbad stepped into the corridor for the first time in 10 years. The dreadram moved and awkwardly stretched out.
Freedom,
Barbad said, rolling his shoulders.
Forgot what it felt like.
Silas watched the creature's movements, noting how quickly Barbad adapted to the open space. The training grounds are through the estate, Silas said. We can start there. As they walked back through the archive corridor, Barbad's hooves clicked against the stone with a steady rhythm that spoke of barely contained energy. Silas noted how the other creatures reacted to the dreadram's presence. The snake-necked princess retreated to the back of her cell, while the chittering spider-woman went completely silent. "What about the others?" Silas asked, gesturing toward the occupied cells. "Should I be doing something with them?" Barbad snorted, a sound like steam escaping from a kettle.
"The ones you can dismiss, you should do so immediately. I might be the only one still alive in here you can actually put to work."
Silas stopped walking. "Still alive?"
"Your grandfather wasn't exactly diligent about maintenance," Barbad replied with casual brutality. "Half these cells contain corpses by now. The other half wish they did."
Beauregard cleared his throat, an odd sound coming from someone without lungs.
"Well, technically, yes. That would be accurate."
"You knew this?" Silas turned to face the butler.
"I mentioned the feeding situation was irregular,"
Beauregard replied with his usual unflappable calm.
"I assumed you understood the implications."
"I assumed irregular meant they were hungry, not that they were dying of starvation."
"Some are merely hungry,"
Beauregard clarified.
"Others have moved beyond such earthly concerns."
Barbad moved to peer into the nearest cell. The space was dark and no movement came from within.
"This one's gone," Barbad announced matter-of-factly. "Probably 2 years ago, judging by the smell."
Silas felt a knot forming in his stomach. "How many?"
"Let's see," Barbad continued down the corridor,
pausing at each cell like a veterinarian making rounds.
"Gone. Gone. Barely hanging on. Definitely gone. This one's just sleeping."
He paused at the brain-eating scholar cell.
"Actually, this one looks healthy. Probably feeding on the others."
"Feeding on the others?" Silas's voice cracked.
"Scholar types are resourceful," Barbad said with approval. "She's likely been extending her reach through the bars, picking off the weaker ones. Practical, really."
Beauregard nodded as if discussing proper table settings.
"The elegant swan princess likely attempted something similar."
Silas stared at them both. "You're talking about cannibalism."
"I'm talking about survival," Barbad corrected. "Your grandfather created this situation when he locked thinking creatures in cages and walked away. What did you expect to happen?"
DeWalt had summoned these creatures, imprisoned them, and then abandoned them to whatever fate awaited. "The living ones," Silas said finally. "Can they be safely dismissed?"
"Most of them, yes," Barbad replied. "Send them back where they came from. Better than leaving them to rot."
"And the scholar maiden?"
Barbad's red eyes gleamed. "That one's dangerous. Brain eaters develop a taste for intelligence. She's probably stronger now than when your grandfather first summoned her."
"Wonderful," Silas rubbed his temples. "Beauregard, can the dismissal rituals be performed safely?"
"From a distance, yes. Though I should warn you that some of the creatures may resist being sent away. Imprisonment has a way of making even miserable situations seem preferable to the unknown."
Barbad snorted again.
"The dead ones can't resist anything. Start with those. Work your way up to the difficult cases."
"This is going to take all night," Silas muttered.
"Better than letting them continue to suffer," Barbad said, then paused. "Though, if you're planning to keep that scholar maiden around, you'll need proper containment. Something stronger than these cells."
"I'm not planning to keep her around."
"Smart choice. Brain eaters make terrible conversationalists once they've had their fill."
As they reached the end of the corridor, Silas felt the weight of inherited responsibility settling on his shoulders. Another mess left behind by his grandfather. Another situation that required cleaning up. "How long will the dismissals take?" he asked Beauregard.
"Not long, young master. It won't take up much of your time."
"And I need to be fresh for tomorrow's tournament." Silas looked back at the archive, counting the occupied cells.
Can this wait until after the semifinals?
The dead ones aren't getting any deader, Barbad said pragmatically, but the living ones are getting hungrier.
Silas weighed his options, staring down the corridor lined with cells containing DeWalt's abandoned experiments. The tournament was tomorrow. Barbad needed training time, and he couldn't afford to spend the entire night performing dismissal rituals. The living ones will have to wait until after the semifinals, he decided. We can't risk losing focus now.
Fine.
Beauregard's voice had an uncharacteristic sharpness.
I'll handle it then.
The butler stalked past them, his skeletal frame radiating irritation in a way that made his usual sarcasm seem positively warm. His long coat billowed behind him as he marched toward a panel on the wall that Silas hadn't noticed before. Beauregard, what are you doing?
Young master, if you cannot spare the time to properly address a humanitarian crisis created by your predecessor, then perhaps expediency is called for.
The butler's tone carried a cutting edge that made Barbad's ears prick forward with interest. Beauregard pressed his bony palm against the wall panel, which lit up with a soft blue glow. Hidden mechanisms clicked and whirred within the stone as the panel slid away, revealing a complex array of switches, dials, and what looked like a master control system for the entire archive.
Emergency dismissal protocols, Beauregard announced. Your grandfather, for all his faults, was not entirely without forethought.
Wait, you could have done this the entire time? Silas stared at him.
Of course not,
Beauregard replied.
I would have come here to do so, and I already explained the archive was of low priority.
Silas felt heat rise in his cheeks. You let them die because it was inconvenient.
DeWalt let them die. I simply chose to spend my time on other responsibilities,
Beauregard corrected, adjusting dials.
Leaking roofs, hostile intruders, magical termites, flesh-golems, intruders, fake heirs, new heirs. It has been quite the few years for a butler without a master.
Barbad let out a sound that might have been laughter.
Your butler has a point, heir. Dead creatures don't generally demand daily maintenance.
That's horrifying.
That's practical,
Beauregard countered, flipping switches in rapid succession. Each activation was accompanied by a soft chime from the corresponding cell.
Your grandfather created this mess through careless summoning and worse management. I merely declined to compound his errors with wasteful sentiment.
Through the corridor, Silas could hear the dismissal rituals beginning. Soft pops of displaced air. The sounds grew more frequent as Beauregard worked through his checklist. Within minutes, the archive corridor stood empty save for the three of them. Beauregard straightened his coat with a flourish and executed one of his more elaborate bows, complete with a sweeping gesture of a skeletal arm.
Ta-da! All done, young master.
Barbad brought his massive hands together in a slow clap that echoed through the stone corridor.
Impressive. Your butler has style.
Silas stared at the now empty cells, feeling a mix of relief and something uncomfortably close to guilt. That was it? Minutes of work?
Your grandfather was many things, but disorganized was not among them,
Beauregard replied, closing the control panel.
Dismissing them en masse was always an option.
Then why didn't you do it years ago? The butler's skeletal frame seemed to sag slightly, his usual perfect posture giving way to something that might have been weariness. But whatever the real answer was, the butler didn't say. Well, Silas said finally, they're gone now. That's what matters.
Indeed.
Beauregard's tone had returned to its usual crisp precision.
Now then, shall we proceed to the training grounds? I believe your new companion has been patient long enough.
Barbad snorted, pawing the ground with one massive hoof.
Finally. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten the whole point of this exercise.
The point, Silas said, is winning tomorrow's tournament. Everything else can wait.
As they walked back through the empty archive, Silas tried not to think about how many other problems might be lurking in the estate's forgotten corners, waiting for someone to remember they existed. Silas paused as they reached the corridor's exit, a thought occurring to him. "What's your rank, anyway?" Barbad's hooves clicked against the stone as he considered the question.
"Technically, C, because of my species classification. Dread rams don't have inherited magic the way some creatures do, which keeps us in the lower tiers according to the guild's system."
But Silas caught the note in the creature's voice that suggested there was more to it.
"But I'm far from average for my kind." Barbad's red eyes filled with something that might have been pride. "What your human classifications would call a named elite. Individual specimens that exceed their species' normal capabilities."
Beauregard made an interested sound.
Yes. The guild's rather rigid classification system. They do struggle with exceptional individuals.
"In practical terms," Barbad continued, "I'd put myself at high B rank, possibly low A. Your grandfather didn't summon me for my horns."
Silas felt a spark of genuine optimism for the first time since learning about Diog's injuries. A high B-rank fighter would be more than capable of handling whatever the semifinals threw at them. A shoo-in. "What makes you different from other Dreadrams?" he asked.
"Experience, mostly," Barbad replied. "Most of my kind live simple lives. Territorial disputes, the occasional hunt, basic pack dynamics, fight, die, repeat. I've seen actual war."
They climbed the stairs back toward the estate proper, Barbad's bulk filling the narrow stairwell. Silas noticed how the creature moved with unconscious grace despite his size, each step placed with predatory precision. What kind of war?
"The kind your grandfather pulled me out of," Barbad replied. "Grand battlefields with fights that last decades. When you faced down an army of heroes or held a fortress gate alongside demon cavalry, tournament fighters seem rather..."
He paused, searching for the right word.
"Manageable?"
Beauregard suggested.
"Exactly."
Barbad's approval rumbled through his voice.
"Your butler understands."
As they emerged from the hidden entrance behind the grandfather clock, Silas felt his confidence building. Diog was healing safely in the Everfrost, and tomorrow, he'd have a battle-tested warrior at his side. "The training grounds," he said, heading for the door. "Let's see what you can do." Chapter 30. Controlled Violence. The estate's training grounds sprawled before them, a carefully designated area of packed earth surrounded by weapons racks and practice targets. General Tiberius stood at attention with a dozen members of the Eternal Patrol, their straw-stuffed forms arranged in perfect military formation. Silas had expected the Scarecrows to maintain their usual rigid discipline when faced with the newcomer, but as Barbad stepped into the training field, something unexpected happened. The entire formation shifted backward in unison. Not retreating exactly, more like experienced soldiers making room for something dangerous to operate. Even General Tiberius, who'd never shown deference to anything except Silas's direct authority, took several measured steps away from the Dread Ram.
"Your new ally is quite impressive,"
the general announced, his burlap features somehow managing to convey professional assessment.
"The patrol recognizes a fellow warrior."
Barbad snorted, red eyes scanning the assembled scarecrows with obvious interest.
"Military training. I can smell it on them."
"The Eternal Patrol serves the Beckham estate with honor,"
Tiberius declared.
"We have maintained combat readiness for 7 years without proper engagement."
7 years.
Barbad pawed the ground with one massive hoof.
That's impressive discipline.
Most units would have fallen apart without regular action. Silas watched the exchange with growing fascination. He'd never seen the Eternal Patrol react this way to anyone besides himself, with genuine respect rather than their usual theatrical aggression. "Show me what you can do," he said to Barbad. "I need to know what I'm working with tomorrow." The change in the Dread Ram was immediate and unsettling. His entire posture shifted, muscles coiling beneath scarred hide as predatory focus replaced casual conversation. When he moved, it was with a fluid grace that made Silas reassess everything he thought he knew about the creature's capabilities. Barbad approached the nearest practice dummy, a reinforced target designed to withstand strikes from trolls and drakes alike. Instead of charging with his horns or striking with his hooves, he raised his hands. They looked almost human at first glance, if humans had hands the size of dinner plates, but as Barbad flexed his fingers, Silas saw their true nature. Each digit extended in a claw sharp enough to punch through steel, and the knuckles were layered with horn-like ridges that transformed his fist into natural war hammers. The first strike came faster than thought. Barbad's right fist connected with the dummy's chest in a wet crack that echoed across the grounds. The reinforced target, built to withstand punishment, folded around the impact like wet paper. But the follow-up made Silas truly understand what he was witnessing. The Dread Ram's left hand caught the dummy mid-flight, snatching it from the air with casual precision. Using the momentum, he spun and slammed it into the ground with enough force to crater the packed earth. Nice. Silas managed, keeping his voice steady. What else? Barbad's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. You want a real demonstration? Without waiting for an answer, the Dread Ram moved to the center of the training ground and raised his voice. Not the conversational tone from before, but something that carried challenge across the entire field. And if you straw soldiers interested in proper exercise. The reaction was electric. Every scarecrow straightened, button eyes fixed on Barbad with sudden intensity. Their usual mechanical movements sharpened, focused. General Tiberius stepped forward, brass buttons gleaming.
"The patrol has been without worthy opposition for 7 years,"
he announced, voice carrying genuine hunger.
"We would welcome the opportunity to test ourselves."
Just remember, Silas said quickly, this is training. No permanent damage. Barbad's laugh rumbled like an avalanche. Permanent damage to scarecrows. They're made to be stitched back together.
Indeed,
Tiberius agreed.
The patrol is constructed for durability. We welcome vigorous engagement.
Silas looked between them, noting how both sides vibrated with barely contained violence. He'd seen this energy before. Usually right before fights spiraled completely out of control. Fine, he said, stepping back. But if anyone gets too carried away, I'm calling a halt.
Get him!
The Eternal Patrol moved as one, their formation dissolving into coordinated assault. 12 scarecrows converged from multiple angles, movements precise despite their straw-stuffed construction. Barbad met them like a storm hitting wheat. He spun into the first attacker, catching the scarecrow's rake and using its momentum to pivot into a devastating elbow strike. The impact sent the soldier cartwheeling across the grounds, straw trailing like a comet's tail.
Excellent technique!
Tiberius called out, even as 2 more soldiers flanked the Dread Ram. Barbad ducked a scythe swing, simultaneously driving his fist into another attacker's midsection. The scarecrow doubled over, and Barbad used its bent form as a springboard, launching himself over the ground to land behind the formation.
Adaptability! Spatial awareness!
Tiberius continued his commentary.
The Dread Ram understands battlefield dynamics!
What followed was less a fight and more a demonstration of joyful violence. Barbad flowed through the attacking scarecrows with brutal precision, each strike precisely calibrated to disable without destroying. A punch to send one tumbling, a grab to use another as an improvised club against his fellows. The scarecrows adapted quickly, setting up combination attacks and creating openings for their allies. Silas watched one feint high with a pitchfork, while his partner swept low with a sickle. Barbad leapt straight up, grabbed both attackers by their heads mid-air, and brought them together with a satisfying crack before tossing them aside.
This is glorious!
General Tiberius boomed.
The patrol fights with honor! The dread ram responds with skill!
They're having fun, Silas muttered, watching Barbad catch a thrown hoe and immediately return it with enough force to pin its owner to a fence post. Both sides radiated satisfaction. The scarecrows fought with an enthusiasm Silas had never seen, movements sharper and more creative than any training session. Even scattered across the ground, they scrambled up with obvious glee. And Barbad blazed with contentment. This wasn't just combat. It was art, expression, the purpose he'd been created for.
Regroup!
Tiberius commanded as half of his soldiers lay scattered.
Formation Delta 6!
The remaining scarecrows shifted into a new configuration, surrounding Barbad while maintaining overlapping fields of attack. Military precision despite their agricultural weapons. Barbad grinned, revealing teeth like polished bone.
Now we're talking.
The second wave came coordinated and lethal. The scarecrows moved in perfect synchronization, weapons weaving a deadly net. But Barbad flowed like smoke, always exactly where the steel wasn't. When he grabbed a scarecrow by the ankle and used it to sweep 3 others off their feet, Tiberius actually applauded.
Magnificent! Improvised weaponry!
Your soldiers aren't weapons, Silas called out.
Today they are!
Tiberius replied cheerfully. The melee continued for 10 more minutes. At one point, Barbad managed to tie 3 scarecrows together using their own implements, creating a confused knot that took several minutes to untangle. Each exchange grew more creative, both sides pushing the boundaries of their abilities without crossing into genuine destruction. Finally, only General Tiberius remained standing.
Well fought!
The general raised his sword in salute.
The Eternal Patrol acknowledges your superiority!
Barbad straightened, barely winded. Your soldiers have excellent morale. Most units would have broken after the first casualties.
The patrol does not break! We are eternal!
Around the ground, scattered scarecrows began reassembling. One reattached his own arm while discussing Barbad's grappling technique with a colleague.
That was the most fun we've had in years,
one announced, stuffing straw back into his chest.
The Dread Ram fights with proper intensity.
Indeed, he doesn't hold back.
Barbad surveyed the cheerfully reconstructing soldiers with something approaching fondness. I haven't fought opponents who enjoyed it this much since before your grandfather's hospitality. Silas felt the familiar twist of guilt, but watched their obvious satisfaction. He realized this was exactly what both needed. Kindred spirits who understood the joy of combat. Daily training sessions, he announced. You both clearly need the practice.
Excellent!
Tiberius proclaimed.
The patrol shall maintain its edge!
Finally, Barbad rumbled. Proper opponents. As the scarecrows collected their scattered weapons, Silas felt genuine confidence about tomorrow's tournament. Barbad wasn't just powerful. He was a warrior who found purpose in violence, who'd been given a second chance after years of neglect. Tomorrow, Silas said to the Dread Ram, we show Bastan what happens when you give the forgotten a chance to prove themselves. Barbad's grin widened. I've been waiting 10 years to hear someone say that. A thought occurred to Silas as he watched the easy camaraderie between Barbad and the Eternal Patrol. They'd found their element. But he needed to understand more about what he was working with. Barbad, he said, tell me about your fighting style. What should I know for tomorrow? The Dread Ram turned from where he'd been helping a scarecrow untangle a particularly knotted binding. Practical question. I fight like water finds its level.
adapt to the opponent, exploit weaknesses, and conflicts decisively.
Against magical creatures?
Magic requires concentration. Disrupt that, you disrupt the spell.
Barbad flexed his claws.
Physical trauma is excellent at disrupting concentration.
Indeed,
Tiberius interjected.
the Dread Ram employs classical shock tactics. Maximum force at the point of contact.
Barbad snorted with amusement.
Your general has a good grasp of fundamentals. Yes, shock tactics. Most summoners expect their creatures to handle physical confrontation while they coordinate from a distance. Change those assumptions quickly enough, and the whole strategy collapses.
Silas nodded, filing the information away. This was exactly the kind of practical wisdom he needed. What about defensive capabilities? You took a lot of hits during that demonstration.
Pain is information, Barbad said matter-of-factly. Damage is an inconvenience. Most tournament fighters haven't learned the difference. They treat every injury like a crisis instead of just another factor to manage.
One of the rebuilding scarecrows looked up from reattaching his leg.
The Dread Ram has excellent pain tolerance. Very educational to observe.
Thank you, Barbad replied with grave courtesy. You hit quite hard for someone stuffed with straw.
Family recipe. Still wool mixed with the traditional stuffing.
Barbad blinked. That explains the grinding sensation.
Silas found himself grinning at the casual exchange. This was what he'd been missing. Not just allies, but professionals who understood their craft and took pride in it. Final question, he asked. Anything specific I should watch for during the match? Ways to support you without getting in the way?
Stay mobile. Keep your defenses up. Don't try to micromanage my actions unless you see something I've missed.
Barbad paused thoughtfully.
And if the opportunity presents itself to win the match quickly, take it. Mercy is a luxury we may not be able to afford.
The last comment carried weight that made Silas look at him more sharply. You think tomorrow's match is about more than just the tournament?
I think you've made enemies who won't be satisfied with a simple loss, Barbad said quietly. They'll push you until you're broken, or they are. Best to settle the matter decisively.
Silas nodded slowly. He'd been thinking about tomorrow as a sporting event. Well, Barbad was right. With enemies moving against him, tomorrow's match would be a statement about what the Beckham name meant going forward. Then we'd better make sure that statement is loud and clear, he said.
We shall ensure the commander is prepared,
Tiberius declared.
The Eternal Patrol offers additional training support.
Appreciated, Barbad said. Your coordination drills will be useful. Tournament fights often involve complex maneuvering.
As the training session wound down, Silas felt something he hadn't experienced since arriving at the estate. Complete confidence in his team. Not just in their abilities, but in their commitment to success. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges, but tonight, he had seasoned warriors preparing for battle and a household that believed in him. Chapter 31. Semifinals. Silas woke to the familiar sounds of the household stirring. The butcher clanging pots in the kitchen. Water sprites chattered in the pipes, and the distant mechanical footsteps of the Eternal Patrol began their morning drills. Today was the semifinals. And instead of Diog at his side, Silas would be entering the arena with a creature from his grandfather's past. Silas dressed quickly in his tournament clothes, the practical leather armor Beauregard had selected. As he descended to the dining room, he found Barbad waiting outside the entrance, apparently unwilling to enter the domestic space without invitation. Good morning, Silas said, noting how the Dread Ram's massive frame seemed to dwarf the hallway, despite the mansion's generous proportions.
A morning, yes,
Barbad replied, his cultured voice at odds with his fearsome appearance. I trust you slept well." "Something like that," Silas responded. They entered the dining room together, where the butcher had prepared what could only be described as a warrior's breakfast. Thick cuts of meat, eggs, bread, and a few fruits covered the table.
"Made extra,"
the butcher rumbled, setting down a platter that could have fed a small army.
"Big fight needs big food."
Barbad's eyes widened slightly at the spread. "Your minion takes their duties seriously." Nerissa bubbled up from the water pitcher, her form more animated than usual. "Ooh, the new fighter. I heard all about last night's training session. The Eternal Patrol won't stop talking about it."
"Indeed we won't."
General Tiberius's voice boomed from the doorway.
"The Dread Ram provided excellent combat stimulus. Several of my soldiers are still reassembling themselves with great enthusiasm."
Barbad inclined his massive head. "Your troops fight well for constructs."
"We are not mere constructs,"
Tiberius declared proudly.
"We are the Eternal Patrol, defenders of the Beckham estate and occasional providers of romantic advice."
"Please don't start with the romantic advice," Silas muttered into his eggs. Beauregard materialized at Silas's elbow with his usual impeccable timing.
"Young master, we should discuss the logistics of today's match."
"Romantic advice?" Barbad asked, his red eyes shifting between the assembled household members with what might have been curiosity or concern. "Oh, you haven't heard?" Nerissa giggled, her water form rippling with amusement. "The whole estate has been invested in the young master's love life since he started courting the registry girl." Silas put his head in his hands.
"Operation Cupid's Arrow was a tremendous success,"
Tiberius announced.
"The patrol has extensive experience in matters of romance. We provided excellent strategic support during the dinner date."
Barbad's massive frame went very still. When he spoke, his voice carried an undertone that made Silas's survival instincts prickle. "You used the Eternal Patrol to spy on your courtship?" "Not spy," Silas said quickly, recognizing the dangerous shift in the Dreadram's posture. "More like overly enthusiastic security. They meant well."
"Indeed,"
Tiberius confirmed.
"Protection and tactical advice. The young master required both during his evening out."
The tension in Barbad's shoulders eased slightly, though his expression remained thoughtful. "Ah, a warrior's court. That makes more sense." "A warrior's what now?" Silas asked. "Among my kind, courtship is often conducted under the watchful eye of one's warband," Barbad explained, settling into a chair that creaked ominously under his weight. "The idea being that if your companions don't approve of your choice in mates, you cannot mate them." Nerissa clapped her watery hands together. "See? The scary monster gets it. Romance requires proper support structure." "I am not a monster," Barbad corrected mildly. "I am a creature of war." "What's the difference?" Silas asked, genuinely curious. Barbad considered this while helping himself to what appeared to be half the breakfast spread. "Monsters exist to terrify and destroy. I exist to fight. The distinction matters."
"Philosophical combat theory,"
Tiberius exclaimed approvingly.
"The Dread Ram understands the deeper purposes of warfare."
Beauregard cleared his throat with a sound like grinding bone.
"While this discussion of romance and martial philosophy is doubtless fascinating, we do have practical matters to address, young master. Your semi-final match begins in 3 hours."
Silas felt his stomach tighten. In all the household's enthusiastic chatter, he'd almost managed to forget about the tournament. Almost. "Right," he said, pushing his plate away despite the butcher's disapproving rumble. "What do we know about my opponent?"
"Elaine Mearson,"
Beauregard replied, producing a folder from seemingly nowhere.
24 years old, tournament veteran of 5 years of competitive experience. Her summon is called Shimmer. A snapdragon of unusual coloration and aggressive temperament.
Snapdragon? Silas repeated. That's a fire-based creature, right?
Indeed,
Tiberius confirmed.
Draconic heritage, flame breath, enhanced scales, territorial behavior. A formidable opponent.
Barbad's red eyes gleamed with interest. Fire against frost would have been an interesting matchup. With your wolf. But against me. He flexed his clawed hands experimentally. Fire requires oxygen to burn. Difficult to maintain when one's throat has been crushed. Let's try to avoid crushing anyone's throat, Silas said quickly. This is still a tournament, not a war. The difference being? Barbad asked, with what sounded like genuine confusion. Tournaments have rules, Silas explained, and judges and medical staff standing by to prevent deaths. How civilized, the Dread Ram complained. Nerissa giggled again.
Civilization has its advantages, Beauregard noted dryly. Speaking of which, young master, that is the matter of how you'll be presenting Barbad at the tournament.
Silas frowned. What do you mean?
I mean, the butler said carefully, that arriving with a massive war creature who radiates violence might raise questions. Particularly given that your registered summon is currently recuperating in another realm.
He has a point, Barbad rumbled. Your tournament officials might object to what they'd see as an unregistered combatant. Silas hadn't considered this. In his relief at finding a substitute for Diog, he'd forgotten about the bureaucratic requirements. So what do we do? Beauregard produced a familiar object from his coat. The Beckham family summoning orb gleamed with subtle enchantments.
The traditional method, of course.
Barbad's expression darkened. You want to bind me to an orb, like a common summon? It's just for appearances, Silas said quickly. You'd still be you, just portable. I've been portable since your grandfather dragged me from my realm, Barbad growled.
The binding would be temporary, Beauregard assured him. A formality to satisfy tournament regulations. You could emerge and return at will.
The Dread Ram studied the orb with obvious distaste. And if I refuse? Then I enter the tournament alone and probably lose, Silas said honestly. Which means no prize money, damaged reputation, and a bunch of disappointed estate residents who were hoping I'd prove the Beckham name still means something.
Guilt-based negotiation,
Tiberius observed approvingly.
Classical Beckham tactical approach.
Barbad snorted. Fine, but I want it on record that I find this demeaning. Noted, Silas said, trying not to smile at the Dread Ram's offended dignity. The binding process was surprisingly simple. Barbad touched the orb with obvious reluctance, and his massive form dissolved into streams of dark energy that flowed into the crystal sphere. The orb pulsed once with deep red light, then settled into a steady glow. That felt deeply unpleasant, Barbad's voice emanated from the orb. Can you hear everything? Silas asked, picking up the orb carefully. Unfortunately, yes. Your water spirit is now speculating about whether I have romantic prospects. I do not. I was just curious, Nerissa protested. You seem like such a gentleman despite all the violence. Please make it stop, Barbad requested. Silas tucked the orb into his belt pouch. Let's get to the Colosseum before this gets worse. The registration office at the Colosseum was surprisingly busy for the semifinals. Administrators rushed between desks, updating brackets and managing the 1,000 details that kept the tournament running. Silas spotted Morgraine de Blasé in her usual station, her cherry blonde hair pulled back in the same functional knot as before. Lord Beckham, she greeted him without looking up from her paperwork. Here for the semifinals, I assume? Actually, I need to register a substitution, Silas said, placing the necessary forms on her desk. That got her attention. Sharp eyes flicked up to study him. Your Fenrir is injured? Mana exhaustion from yesterday's match. He's recovering but won't be ready in time.
I see.
She pulled the forms toward her, scanning them with practiced skill.
And your substitution?
Silas produced the orb, its red glow drawing curious looks from nearby officials. Barbad, he's a dreadram.
A dreadram.
Morgaine's tone was perfectly neutral, but Silas caught the slight raise of her eyebrow.
Those are uncommon. May I?
She held out her hand and Silas passed her the orb. The moment it touched her palm, her expression sharpened with professional interest.
This binding signature,
she murmured, magical energy playing across her fingers as she examined the orb.
Recent, but the creature itself is older. Much older.
He was part of my grandfather's collection, Silas admitted. Archived, but still bound to the estate.
Archived?
Again, that neutral tone that suggested she knew exactly what that meant.
And you're certain it's safe for tournament use?
Completely, Silas lied with confidence born from years of karst street dealings. Morgaine studied him for a long moment, then returned her attention to the orb.
Classification?
C rank, verified. Silas said, remembering Barbad's own assessment from the night before.
Dreadram?
She made a note on the substitution form.
C rank verified? Very well.
She stamped the paperwork with crisp movements, then handed everything back to Silas.
You're approved for substitution. Arena 4, 1 hour. Your opponent has already checked in.
Thank you, Silas said, surprised by how easy it had been.
Lord Beckham?
Morgaine called as he turned to leave.
A word of advice.
He paused, looking back at her.
Dreadrams are pack hunters by nature. They fight differently when alone.
Her expression remained professionally neutral.
Something to keep in mind.
I'll remember that, Silas said, though he suspected Barbad's decade of isolation had already taught him everything about fighting alone. As he left the registration area, he could have sworn he heard Barbad's voice from the orb, faint but distinctly amused. Pack hunter. The dreadram scoffed. I haven't had a pack since your grandfather's time. But she's not wrong. I do fight differently alone. I fight harder. Silas patted the pouch containing the orb. Let's hope that's enough. It will be, Barbad assured him. I've waited 10 years for a proper fight. I won't waste it. The walk to Arena 4 took them through corridors packed with spectators, competitors, and vendors. The semifinals always drew larger crowds, people who wanted to see which fighter had the skill and endurance to reach the tournament's apex. Silas tried not to think about how many were probably betting against him, or how many might be hoping to collect on the bounty still hanging over his head. At the Coliseum, Dale waited in their designated preparation room, pacing nervously. His merchant's smile faltered when Silas entered alone. Where's the wolf? Don't tell me he's worse. Diog's recovering. I have a replacement. What kind of... Dale stopped mid-sentence as Silas produced the summoning orb. The red glow pulsed with malevolent light. That's not a normal summon signature. No, it's not. Silas, lad, what have you done? What I had to. Silas set the orb on the preparation table. Trust me. Dale's face cycled through several expressions before settling on resigned calculation. Well, it feels like a winner, whatever it is. The magical signature alone is making my teeth ache. What are we calling it? Barbad, Silas said. His name is Barbad. Right, Barbad the... Dale waited expectantly. Just Barbad. He doesn't need titles, Silas continued. A dreadram from the estate's archives. A dreadram? Dale's eyebrows shot up. Those are not common, or particularly friendly from what I've heard. But your new friend seems stronger than most. Through the orb, Silas felt a pulse of approval. Professional appreciation for professional respect. Your opponent's already here, Dale said, clearly deciding not to push further. Elaine Mearson.
Been doing the circuit for 3 years. That snapdragon of hers is nasty, with scales that resist most physical damage and breath hot enough to melt steel. She likes to control the battlefield with fire walls. She won't control anything with Barbad there. No, Dale agreed, eyeing the pulsing orb. No, I don't think she will. A knock at the door interrupted them. 5 minutes to match time, an official called. Silas picked up the orb, feeling its weight. Not just physical, but the weight of the bargain he'd made. The promise given and received. Any last advice? He asked Dale. Don't let anyone see you're afraid, even if you are. I'm not afraid. Of the match? Or of what you're about to unleash? Silas didn't answer. He was already walking toward the arena, the orb warm in his hand. Behind him, Dale muttered something about Beckhams and their monsters. The arena was packed. Word had spread about the heir who'd defeated Kissel and the fishermen. The crowd wanted to see what he'd do without his signature Frostwolf. Across the sand, Elaine Mearson waited. She was everything a tournament champion should be. Poised, confident, dressed in formal-fitting red leather that emphasized her athletic build. Her smile was all predator. Citizens of Bastan! The announcer's voice boomed. Welcome to the semifinals of the Hexgear Cup! In the blue corner, the rising star who's taken the tournament by storm, Silas Beckham! Mixed cheers and boos. Silas ignored them all. And in the red corner, 3-time quarterfinalist, master of the flame arts, Elaine Mearson! The crowd roared approval. Elaine waved graciously, then produced an ornate summoning orb that glowed like captured sunlight. Summoners! Call forth your champions! Elaine moved first, her orb shattering in a cascade of golden light. From the fragments rose her snapdragon, a sinuous creature that seemed part dragon, part flower. Its scale shimmered with heat distortion, and orange flames danced along its spine. Where it stepped, sand turned to glass. Your turn, Beckham, Elaine called sweetly. Let's see what you've brought to replace that puppy. Silas raised the blood-red orb. Through it he felt Barbad's anticipation, the creature's hunger. Remember our agreement, he murmured. Always, came the mental reply. I am your weapon. Command me. Silas shattered the orb. The arena temperature dropped, not from cold, but from wrongness. From the fragments of the orb rose something that shouldn't exist in civilized spaces. Barbad emerged slowly, savoring the crowd's gradual silence. He was worse in full sunlight. His hide showed scars from 100 battles. His horns caught the light wrong, making eyes water. And his movements were too fluid, too graceful for something shaped like violence given form. What is that thing? Elaine's confident smile cracked. Barbad's head turned toward her with predatory focus. When he spoke, his voice carried across the arena. I am Barbad, and you are in my way. The crowd exploded. Not in cheers or boos, but in primal excitement. They'd come for blood sport. Barbad would give them exactly that. Begin! The announcer's voice cracked on the word. Elaine's snapdragon moved first, its serpentine body uncoiling to its full length. 15 feet of scaled muscle radiated heat like a forge. With a sound like bellows, it reared back and unleashed a torrent of flame that turned the atmosphere itself orange. Pretty, Barbad observed, walking directly into the fire. But I've bathed in the pyroclastic flows of Mount Desolation. Your pet breathes candle flame. The flames parted around him like water around stone. Where fire touched his hide, it simply failed. Not absorbed or deflected, but rejected by something fundamental in the Dread Ram's nature. Impossible, Elaine breathed. No, Barbad corrected. Just expensive. Your grandfather paid well for heat-resistant specimens. The snapdragon circled, confused by its flame's failure. It tried again, this time adding the blue-white core of true dragon fire. Sand melted into glass rivers around Barbad's hooves. He yawned. Different approach, Silas suggested. Make it come to you? As you wish. Barbad sat down in the middle of the inferno, examining his claws with theatrical boredom. Though this grows tedious. Elaine's face flushed. Shimmer, physical assault, tear it apart. The snapdragon abandoned fire for fury. It charged through its own flames, jaws gaping to reveal rows of superheated teeth. At the last second, Barbad moved. Not away, but up and forward. His horns caught the dragon under the jaw, momentum carrying both creatures skyward. At the apex, Barbad twisted, using the dragon's own weight to drive it headfirst into the arena floor. The impact shook the entire Colosseum. First lesson, Barbad said conversationally, one hoof pressing the stunned dragon's head into the sand. Mass plus velocity equals victory. Your beast is fast but light. Physics favors me. The snapdragon thrashed, tail whipping around to strike. Barbad caught it in his teeth, bit down with a wet crunch, and casually tossed the severed appendage aside. The dragon's scream was pure agony. Oh, does it regenerate? Barbad asked with interest. No. Pity. Should have evolved better. Stop playing with it, Silas called. We have other business today. Spoil sport. But Barbad shifted his grip, claws finding the pressure points that would disable without killing. Surrender, or I start removing parts that don't grow back. Never. Elaine shouted, but her voice cracked. Shimmer! Eruption protocol! The snapdragon's entire body began to glow. Internal flames built toward critical mass. A final suicidal explosion that would take both creatures. Barbad said. The dramatic ending. How tedious. His tail, which Silas had thought merely decorative, suddenly straightened. The tuft at the end split open, revealing not hair, but a biological blade of compressed horn and metal. It punched through the dragon's chest, finding the flame gland with surgical precision. The building explosion simply stopped, like a candle snuffed out. Pressure point paralysis, Barbad explained to the silent arena. Your beast lives, but its fire is done, as is the match. He stepped back, letting the snapdragon collapse. It breathed in rattling gasps, alive but defeated. Elaine ran to her creature's side, hands glowing with healing magic. I yield, she whispered. Please, just let me tend to it.
Match complete!
The announcer seemed to remember his job.
Winner by surrender, Silas Beckham Barbad!
The crowd's roar was complex. Excitement mixed with deep unease. They wanted violence, but Barbad's casual dismantling of a fire dragon, his academic discussion of anatomy while inflicting precise agony, was too real for entertainment. Next time, Barbad said as they walked off the sand. Let me finish it. Mercy is wasted on tournament fighters. Mercy is never wasted, Silas replied. Fear spreads. Death just ends. Philosophical. Your grandfather collected. You cultivate. Barbad paused. I find I prefer your approach. They were halfway to the preparation area when Barbad's head snapped up. Blood scent, fresh. Human fear, sweat, and leather oil. 4 hearts beating combat rhythm. His nostrils flared. And sulfur. They brought alchemical charges. Bombs at a tournament? Silas frowned. That's not just bold, that's desperate. A tournament official ran toward them, face flushed with panic.
Master Beckham! Armed individuals in the preparation area! The guards are trying to... The explosion cut him off. Stone dust billowed from the tunnel's entrance as screams erupted. The crowd, already unsettled, began stampeding toward exits. "We're not contained," Silas said dryly. "Barbad?" "With absolute pleasure. Lethal force?" "Disable if convenient, but I need at least one functional enough to answer questions." "One conscious assassin. Understood." They moved toward the chaos with matched purpose. Through the settling dust, Silas could make out figures in dark leather, professional gear, quality weapons. These weren't common street thugs. 4, Barbad reported. "Crossbow, 2 blades, 1 hanging back with more alchemical toys. They're arguing about advancing or retreating." "Make the decision for them." Barbad flowed forward like liquid violence. The assassins had perhaps 3 seconds to register death approaching before he was among them. His horns took the crossbowman in the shoulder, spinning him into a wall with bone-breaking force. The impact left a man-shaped dent in the stone. His blade tail swept low, hamstringing one swordsman before the man could complete his draw. The third assassin, faster than his companions, managed to get his blade up. Steel met organic horn with a sound like breaking bells. The man's eyes widened as he realized his error. You don't block a charging dread ram. You redirect. Barbad's weight drove him back, through the tunnel wall. Stone exploded outward, leaving the assassin embedded in rubble. "Breathing?" Silas called. "Technically," Barbad reported, "though he seems to be rethinking his career choices." The fourth assassin, seeing his team destroyed in seconds, made the professional choice. He threw his remaining alchemical charges at Barbad and ran. The explosions were more flash than force, designed to disorient, not kill. Barbad walked through them like rain. "Pursue?" he asked. "No. Let him spread the word. The conscious one will tell us what we need." Silas approached the crossbowman, who was trying to crawl away despite a dislocated shoulder and probable concussion. Professional-grade equipment, Silas noted. Carathan leather, Mondrian steel. Someone had paid well for this attempt. "Let's have a conversation," Silas said, crouching beside the man. "Go to hell, Beckham," the assassin gasped. "Barbad? Is he being rude?" "Extremely rude." The dread ram loomed closer. "In my experience, rude people have inferior meat. More stress hormones. Affects the texture." The assassin's face went pale. "You're bluffing. You wouldn't, not here, not in public." "I just watched my partner pin a dragon by the throat while we discussed whether to let it live," Silas said conversationally. "We decided based on advertising potential. What exactly do you think I won't do?" The man's resolve crumbled. "We're contractors. Someone paid us for a public hit during the tournament." "Who?" Barbad's hoof pressed down on the man's good shoulder. Not enough to break. Just enough to promise it could. "Zidane Gunther!" the assassin wheezed. "He brokered the contract! Merchant quarter, runs from the Silver Moon Trading House. Someone paid him to coordinate the public hit." Dale arrived through the chaos, moving with the controlled poise of someone who'd navigated post-fight crowds before. His merchant clothes couldn't hide the fighter's assessment in his eyes as he took in the scene. "Gunther," he said, and his voice carried years of calculating hatred. "Should have known that carrion bird would circle this much gold." He looked at Silas. "He's a broker. Connects people who want other people dead with those willing to do the killing. Takes a cut from both sides. You know him?" "We have history." Dale absently rubbed his left shoulder. "Competed for contracts a while back when I was fighting. Then competed for trade routes when I got smart. He never forgave me for being better at both." City guards finally arrived, giving Barbad a wide berth. Silas stood, brushing dust from his clothes. "Guards, these men attacked during a sanctioned tournament event
Attempted murder of a registered competitor. I trust you'll want to question them thoroughly."
Of course, Lord Peckham,
the captain said carefully.
"Though we'll need your statement."
"Tomorrow," Dale interrupted smoothly. "After the finals. Unless you'd like to explain to the tournament committee why their newest champion couldn't compete." The captain weighed his options and chose wisely.
"Tomorrow, then."
As guards hauled the groaning assassins away, Dale watched with calculating eyes. Gunther's desperate enough to attempt this in public. Either someone's paying him enough to risk everything, or he's under pressure. Either way, he has answers I need. "He's got 3 usual spots," Dale said. "The Silver Moon's his legitimate front. Real business happens at the Jade Serpent or his dock warehouse." "Recommendation?" "Jade Serpent. Public enough the word spreads. Private enough for aggressive negotiations." Dale's smile belonged in an arena. "Plus, I know the back ways. Some habits you don't break."
"Attention!" the announcer's voice boomed. "Due to the security incident, the Coliseum is being cleared. Tomorrow's final match will proceed as scheduled."
The crowd dispersed reluctantly, many staring at Barbad with horrified fascination. Tomorrow's finals would be standing room only. "We should move," Dale said. "Gunther will hear about this within the hour. Better to catch him deciding whether to run or fight." "Agreed." Silas looked at Barbad. "Can you travel discreetly?"
"I can travel unseen. Discretion is for creatures that care about opinions."
As they left the Coliseum, Dale fell into step beside them with easy familiarity. "Should warn you, Gunther keeps pet mages. Nothing tournament level, but creative with contracts. Also favors poisoned weapons. Man has no honor." "Noted. What else?" "He likes theatrical imitation. Made an example of a competitor of mine years back. Still owes me for that." Dale's hand touched his shoulder again. "Been waiting for the right moment to collect." "And now you have it?" "Now we have it," Dale corrected. "Your name opens doors. My knowledge gets us through them. And your friend handles whatever objects."
"Direct,"
Barbad approved.
"This one thinks like a predator pretending to be prey. I approve."
Dale laughed, harsh and genuine.
5 years in the arena teaches you that only prey are those who think they're predators. Real killers know exactly what they are."
"What made you quit?" Silas asked as they walked.
"Got tired of bleeding for other people's entertainment. Realized I could make more gold moving goods than spilling blood."
His hand found his shoulder again.
That, and Gunther's champion nearly took my arm off. Decided breathing beat bleeding.
"But you kept the skills?"
"Skills like that don't fade. They just wait." Dale's smile was all teeth. "Been a while since I got my hands dirty instead of hiring it done."
They moved through Basthan's streets with shared purpose. 3 dangerous men on a hunt, while somewhere in the merchant quarter, Zidane Gunther was about to learn why smart men don't leave survivors with grudges. Chapter 32. The merchant quarter transformed as evening fell. Respectable shops shuttered their windows, while less savory establishments opened their doors. The Jade Serpent occupied a corner building where 3 streets met. Its green-tinted windows glowed with alchemical light. "Used to be a temple," Dale said as they approached, "before the merchant families bought out the priests. Now it's neutral ground for deals that need divine deniability." Silas studied the building's layout with a hunter's eye. 3 stories, multiple exits, balconies that could hide archers. The kind of place where violence was discouraged but expected. "Guards?" he asked. "4 at the main door. 2 on the roof. Probably more inside." Dale's voice carried professional assessment. "Gunther pays well for competent muscle."
"Define competent,"
Barbad rumbled from the shadows. "Good enough to slow us down, not good enough to stop us." The Dreadram's laugh was like grinding stone.
"Then they're decorations, not obstacles."
They circled to the building's rear. where kitchen staff dumped waste into the alley. Dale produced a key from his vest, rust flaking as he turned it in a service door. Still have connections? Silas asked. Some debts outlive the people who incur them. Dale pushed the door open. The cook's son needed arena training 5 years back. I provided it. The kitchen was chaos. Steam, shouting, the clash of pots. No one looked twice at 3 more bodies moving through the heat. Dale led them up narrow stairs meant for servants, wood creaking under Barbad's weight. 3rd floor, northwest corner, Dale whispered. His office overlooks the main room. Likes watching his petitioners squirm. They emerged into a hallway decorated with stolen temple art. Gilt frames held paintings of forgotten gods, their eyes scratched out or painted over with merchant house symbols. The sacrilege was deliberate, a statement about what mattered here. Voices drifted from behind an ornate door. Gunther's nasal tone was unmistakable, even muffled by wood and distance.
I don't care about your excuses. The contract specified public elimination. Your team failed.
Half my men are in custody. Another voice, desperate. The other half are being scraped off arena walls.
Then you should have sent better men.
Silas held up 3 fingers. 3 heartbeats inside, unless Gunther had silent guards. He looked at Barbad, who inhaled deeply. 3, the Dread Ram confirmed. 2 stressed, 1 calm. The calm one has eaten recently. Duck. Dale frowned. Why duck? The door exploded inward. Barbad's charge turned solid oak into splinters. His horns caught the first guard center mass, carrying him through Gunther's expensive desk and into the far wall. Plaster rained down as the man's body left a crater. The second guard managed half a shout before Dale's thrown knife found his throat. The merchant turned fighter moved with muscle memory, already reaching for a second blade. Gunther himself sat frozen behind the ruins of his desk. Middle-aged, soft from easy living, wearing robes that cost more than most families saw in a year. His face cycled through shock, fear, and calculation in the space of a heartbeat.
Beckham, he wheezed. This is neutral ground. You can't.
I can. Silas stepped through the doorway. I am. The question is whether you'll be conscious for the conversation that follows. The desperate voice belonged to a man Silas recognized from the arena. One of the assassins who'd escaped. He pressed himself against the wall, eyes wide. Sit, Silas commanded. Breathe wrong, and Barbad demonstrates why dread rams were banned from civilized warfare. The assassin sat. Gunther's hand inched toward a drawer. Barbad's hoof came down, turning furniture into kindling. Whatever weapon or escape tool lay inside was now part of the wreckage. Let's discuss your recent contract, Silas said conversationally. The one involving my very public death?
I'm a businessman.
Gunther tried for dignity despite plaster in his hair.
I broker arrangements between interested parties, nothing more.
Names.
Confidentiality is the cornerstone of...
Barbad's tailed blade touched Gunther's throat. The merchant went very still. Names, Silas repeated.
I can't. They'll kill me.
We'll kill you. Dale's voice carried years of arena pragmatism. Right now. Versus maybe later. Choose. Gunther's resistance crumbled like his desk.
Records, bottom drawer, everything's there.
Dale kicked through the wreckage, producing a leather ledger. He flipped through pages of neat handwriting, expression darkening. Found it. 1,000 gold for Silas Beckham, public elimination required. He looked up. Paid through 3 intermediaries. But the source signature. What? It's Academy script. High level. Dale's finger traced the page. This kind of magical contract requires Archmage authorization. Silas felt ice in his veins that had nothing to do with Diog's absence. An Archmage wants me dead?
Candidate,
Gunther corrected desperately.
Archmage candidate, not full rank.
Name, Barbad pressed slightly. A bead of blood appeared.
Kelso. Michael Kelso. He's standing for the 3rd seat this season.
The words tumbled out.
Paid half up front, half on completion, said the Beckham heir was a threat to magical stability.
Silas exchanged looks with Dale. Neither name nor reasoning meant anything to him. Kelso's old power, Dale explained. His family's held academy positions for generations. They're very invested in maintaining traditional hierarchies. And I disrupt those how? By existing. Dale closed the ledger. The Beckham name carries weight. Your grandfather was brilliant, terrifying, and worst of all, innovative. He challenged established magical theory just by breathing. So they want me dead before I can do the same? Or before you can claim whatever resources your grandfather left behind? Dale pocketed the ledger. The estate's just the beginning. DeWalt had fingers in dozens of projects. A commotion rose from the floors below. Shouts, running feet, the distinctive sound of weapons being drawn.
Arts!
The surviving assassin whispered.
The whole building's coming!
Good, Barbad said. I was getting bored. Wait. Silas studied Gunther, who'd gone pale at the sound of mobilization. You're coming with us. Insurance and information.
You can't. This is neutral ground. The merchant houses will...
The merchant houses will understand that actions have consequences. Silas hauled the man upright. Dale, best exit? Same way we came. Kitchen staff won't interfere if we're quick. They moved fast. Barbad left, the assassin's body slung over one shoulder as evidence. Gunther stumbled between them, Dale's knife encouraging cooperation. The stairwell filled with guards coming up as they headed down. The first man rounded the corner into Barbad's fist. Bone met flesh with a wet crunch. The guard's momentum carried him backward into his fellows, creating an avalanche of armor and profanity.
Push through!
Silas commanded. Barbad lowered his horns and charged. Guards scattered like leaves, some diving aside, others carried along by the Dreadram's mass. They burst into the kitchen amid screams and crashing cookware.
Nobody move!
Dale shouted in his arena voice.
We're leaving! Don't be heroes!
The kitchen staff pressed against walls, survival instincts overriding curiosity. Silas noted several making warding gestures as Barbad passed. The Dreadram's reputation was spreading. They hit the alley running. Behind them, the Jade Serpent erupted with activity. Guards poured from every exit, but confusion reigned. Some headed toward the Colosseum, others searched nearby streets. No one expected their quarry to stop 3 blocks away. Dale's safe house was a nondescript door between a tannery and a chandelier shop. He produced another key, this one well-oiled. Inside, quick. The room beyond was sparse but functional. Weapons lined one wall, documents covered a table, and reinforced shutters blocked the windows. It smelled of leather and old steel. You maintain this? Silas asked. Never stop being careful. Just stop being obvious about it. Dale secured multiple locks. We've got maybe an hour before they search systematically. Gunther collapsed into a chair, all pretense of dignity gone.
You've killed me. Kelso doesn't tolerate failure.
Then you'd better prove yourself useful enough to keep alive. Silas pulled up another chair. Tell me about Michael Kelso.
Academy golden boy.
Gunther's words came in defeated bursts.
Youngest candidate in 50 years. His thesis on controlled summoning revolutionized binding theory.
Ironic, Barbad observed, given what I've seen of Beckham methods.
That's the point.
Gunther looked up.
Your grandfather ignored accepted limits, summoned things that shouldn't exist, bound creatures without proper restrictions. Kelso's entire philosophy depends on rigid hierarchical control.
And I'm proof that alternatives work.
You're worse. You're proof that Beckham methods breed true.
Gunther laughed bitterly.
He wanted you dead before you could access your grandfather's research, before you could prove him wrong on a public stage.
Silas processed this. An academy candidate threatened by his mere existence, by the possibility that grandfather's chaotic methods might spread. "Where is Kelso now?" Dale asked.
Academy grounds, preparing for his elevation trial.
Gunther slumped further.
Untouchable. Archmage candidates have immunity during trials.
For how long?
3 weeks. Then he either ascends or fails.
A spark of vindictive hope entered Gunther's voice.
If he fails, immunity ends. He'd be vulnerable.
And if he succeeds?
Then you're facing a full archmage with institutional backing.
Gunther shook his head.
Either way, you're marked. This won't end with one failed assassination.
Silas stood, pacing the small room. The tournament finals were tomorrow, then 3 days until Kelso's immunity ended. 3 days to prepare for war with an academy candidate. We need the estate's resources, he decided. Whatever grandfather left behind. If Kelso fears Beckham methods, then Beckham methods are what we use.
The sealed areas,
Dale said quietly.
You're thinking of opening them.
Some of them, the useful ones. Silas looked at Barbad. You've seen war? What do we need?
Allies, intelligence, weapons that make enemies reconsider.
The Dreadram's eyes gleamed.
Your grandfather collected all 3.
A knock shook the door. Not the violent hammering of guards, but 3 measured raps. Dale's hand found his knife.
I'm not expecting anyone.
3 more knocks, then a voice muffled but familiar.
Silas Beckham, I bring word from the estate. The Frozen One has returned.
Silas's heart leapt. Diog?
Recovered and irritated and missing the entertainment.
The voice carried dry amusement.
Beauregard suggests you return immediately. It seems we're preparing for war.
Dale opened the door carefully. A brownie stood in the alley, tiny form wrapped in what looked like a miniature traveling cloak. Despite the size difference, it radiated the same professional competence as the estate's other residents. How did you find us? Silas asked.
Followed the destruction.
The brownie's tone suggested this was obvious.
Also, Mildred bet you'd choose violence over negotiation. She won 3 buttons and a very nice thimble.
Even facing assassination and academy politics, Silas found himself smiling. Tell Beauregard we're coming with a guest who needs secure accommodations.
The murder broker?
The brownie studied Gunther with distaste.
The butcher will be pleased. He's been requesting fresh ingredients.
Gunther whispered. Alive, Silas clarified. He has information we need.
Pity. The butcher made a list.
The brownie produced a scroll longer than its body.
Very detailed, with illustrations.
Maybe later.
I'll tell him to keep it warm.
The brownie vanished with practiced ease. Barbad threw Gunther over one shoulder like luggage. The merchant had stopped protesting, resigned to whatever fate awaited. The finals are tomorrow, Dale reminded them as they headed for the estate. You'll need to be ready. I'll have Diog back. Relief colored Silas's voice. That's all I need. After that, when Kelso comes for real, then we remind the Academy why they feared the Beckham name. The merchant quarter fell behind them as they made their way toward the estate. Chapter 33. Hunger. The Beckham estate came into view at the end of the road with every light on after what had been a very full day. The Gemini Guardians straightened as Silas approached, their movements carrying new purpose. Word traveled fast in the estate. Their lord had drawn blood in the city and the household prepared for war.
Welcome home, Lord Beckham,
the Bronze Guardian intoned.
The butler awaits. He seems enthusiastic.
Silas raised an eyebrow. Beauregard and enthusiasm rarely occupied the same sentence. The front doors swung open before they reached them. Beauregard stood framed in golden light, and for the first time since Silas had inherited, the skeletal butler looked genuinely pleased. Dust coated his usually immaculate jacket. Scorch marks decorated his gloves. Something that might have been blood, or worse, stained his monocle.
My lord,
Beauregard executed a bow that belonged in a royal court.
I trust your negotiations bore fruit.
You could say that. Silas gestured to Gunther's limp form draped over Barbad's shoulder. He knows things. Academy things.
Excellent. Nothing looses tongues quite like our wine cellar's ambiance.
The butler's eye sockets brightened.
But first, we have a situation requiring your immediate attention.
They moved through the foyer with purpose. Silas noted changes. A new ward anchor glowed in corners, shadows that moved without light sources, a general sense of the house holding its breath. Report, Silas commanded as they walked.
3 infiltration attempts since you left. 1 magical scrying from a journeyman fool who's now missing several important memories. 2 physical intrusions.
Beauregard's tone carried deep satisfaction.
The chittering one's 8-1. The scarecrows are still playing with the other.
Playing?
Military terminology for advanced interrogation through recreational dismemberment.
The butler paused at a junction.
However, these were merely probes, testing our defenses. The real assault will come with proper force.
Dale shifted uncomfortably. How proper are we talking?
Academy-sanctioned mercenaries, professional mage killers, the sort who bring specialized equipment and backup plans.
Beauregard turned down a corridor Silas didn't recognize.
Our current defenses, while enthusiastic, lack a certain finality.
The air grew colder with each step. Not winter cold. This was the chill of places that had never known warmth. Stone walls gave way to blocks of black granite that radiated a dark energy. Where are we going? Silas asked.
The deep vaults.
Beauregard produced a key that looked more like a contained scream than metal.
Your grandfather's most ambitious acquisitions required special storage.
Barbad rumbled approval. Smart man. The best weapons are the ones that terrify you to use. They descended stairs carved from single blocks of stone. No seams, no mortar, as if the passage had been melted from solid rock. Runes covered every surface. But looking at them too long made Silas's eyes water. I thought the deep areas were off limits, he said.
Most remain so. However, recent events require exceptional measures.
Beauregard stopped before a door that shouldn't exist. It was absence given form. A gap in reality outlined by warnings in dead languages.
One of our residents has been surprisingly reasonable about negotiating new terms.
Resident? Dale's voice cracked slightly.
Oh, yes. Your grandfather collected many things. Not all of them were pleased about it.
The butler inserted his nightmare key.
This one, however, has developed perspective during its captivity.
The door opened onto pure darkness. Not the darkness of night or closed rooms. This was darkness with weight, with hunger, with intelligence. It pressed against Silas's mind like a physical thing, testing his barriers, tasting his resolve. Then the wall breathed. What he'd taken for carved stone shifted. Faces emerged from the surface, hundreds of them, pressing outward like drowned souls breaking the water's surface. Human faces twisted in eternal screams. Beast faces frozen in death rage. Things that might have been either, or neither, or both. Each face was perfectly preserved. Each told a story of consumption. Fuck me, Dale whispered. The wall's attention shifted. Every face turned toward them with horrible synchronization. Eyes opened, human, animal, things that had no right to have eyes. They studied the intruders with ancient patience. Barbad stepped forward, showing the first genuine interest Silas had seen from him. Demon wall. Now that's proper old magic. A sound emerged from everywhere and nowhere. Stone grinding against soul, hunger given voice.
Dread Ram.
The voice came from every mouth at once.
Battle Beast. Oath Breaker. You smell of endings.
And you smell of beginnings that never were. Barbad inclined his massive head. Still collecting?
Always.
The faces rearranged, forming expressions of terrible amusement.
The darkness feeds but never fills. Each soul a droplet in the ocean of need.
Silas found his voice through sheer will. You're bound here? Every eye fixed on him. The weight of that attention was physical, pressing against his barriers like a testing hand. He felt his bloodline respond, Beckham's stubbornness meeting ancient hunger.
Bloodbound. Soul sworn. Chained to stone until the last Beckham breath.
The wall's tone shifted, becoming almost conversational.
You carry the scent, barely. Dwalts get, but so much weaker.
I'm getting stronger, Silas said flatly.
Yes,
the wall sounded pleased.
I can taste it. Each victory adds flavor. Each kill deepens the vintage. Soon, you might even be worth collecting.
Charming. And you want to help us why?
Want?
Laughter like crypts opening.
I want to devour nations. I want to drink oceans of terror. I want to grow until I am the only wall between life and void.
The faces shifted again.
But I am bound. So I settle for smaller hungers.
Beauregard cleared his throat.
The demon wall has agreed to patrol our perimeter. Any unauthorized intrusion will be addressed.
Addressed?
Consumed.
The wall's pleasure was palpable.
Flesh and bone are appetizers. I feed on the spark itself. Nothing remains. Not even echoes.
Gunther whispered from Barbad's shoulder. One of the wall's faces tracked the sound with predatory interest.
That one fears beautifully,
it observed.
Season him in the cellar. Terror improves the vintage.
He's for interrogation, not consumption, Silas said firmly.
Pity. Broker flesh has such complex notes, such layered guilt and compromised ethics.
The wall sighed, a sound like wind through graveyards.
But I am patient. Others will come.
Beauregard produced a scroll that hurt to look at directly.
The binding contract, your grandfather's work, but requiring your personal seal.
Silas studied the parchment. The system interface flickered to life before him. The state guardian contracted, the demon wall. An elder horror of the deep vaults has accepted your terms of service. This entity feeds on fear, suffering, and the essence of intruders. Would you like to formally bind the demon wall to a state defense? Yes, Silas said without hesitation. Binding in process. Warning. The demon wall is an SS rank aberration with autonomous feeding requirements. This entry will defend the estate perimeter but requires regular sustenance. Defensive capabilities include complete consumption, soul devouring, fear manifestation. Special note, this creature's loyalty extends only to the Beckham bloodline. Confirm binding? Silas felt the weight of what he was accepting. This wasn't like the other estate guardians. This was something far older, far hungrier. But the academy moving against him? He needed every advantage. Confirm. He pricked his thumb, letting blood fall on the contract. The parchment ignited without heat, burning with colors that shouldn't exist. The demon wall has been bound to the Beckham estate. Elder horror, rank SS defensive construct, bound. Perimeter defense protocol, active. Consumption rights. Authorized for hostile intruders. Achievement unlocked. Keeper of nightmares. Successfully contract an entity that predates human civilization. Warning. Maintain adequate food supply or entity may seek alternative sources. The wall shuddered, faces flowing into new configurations. Bound. It whispered with terrible satisfaction. The hunger serves. The darkness obeys. Until the last breath, as written, as sworn. Welcome to the household, Silas said. Oh, this will be delicious. They retreated from the deep vaults as the demon wall began its work. Darkness flowed like water through the estate's bones, seeping into corners, pooling in shadows. By the time they reached the main floor, Silas could feel it everywhere. A constant presence just beyond perception. The shadows throughout the estate pulsed once, acknowledging the formal bond. Gunther was deposited in the wine cellar with minimal ceremony. Beauregard promised to begin interrogation after sufficient marination in despair. The broker's whimpers echoed up through the floorboards. Silas found himself in the study, exhaustion hitting like a physical blow. Tomorrow's tournament finals felt distant, abstract. Win or lose, Michael Kelso would come. At least now when he did, he'd find the estate had grown teeth.
My lord, Norris's voice bubbled from a vase. There's a rider approaching. Fast. Registry colors.
Lana. At this hour, that meant trouble. Clear her for entry. Full protection.
Already done? The wall was very interested, but I explained she's family.
Nerissa giggled.
It asked if it could have just a small taste. I said no.
Silas made his way to the foyer, noting how shadows seemed to part before him now. The demon wall knew its master and showed respect in its own disturbing way. The front door burst open before he reached it, and Lana stood framed in moonlight. Her usual composure shattered. Hair escaped its pins in wild strands. Her riding dress bore the dust of hard travel, but it was her eyes that stopped him, wide with the kind of concern that came from knowing too much.
Silas.
She crossed the space between them in quick strides, hands reaching for his.
Thank all the gods you're alive. The Jade Serpent, half the city guard, is hunting for you.
I'm fine. He caught her trembling fingers. What's wrong?
Everything.
Her gaze darted around the foyer, taking in Barbad's looming presence and shadows that moved wrong.
Grandmother sent me. The academy called emergency session an hour ago.
Ice formed in Silas's gut. Kelso?
Worse.
Lana's voice dropped.
They're voting on resolution of censure. Complete magical exile for the Beckham name.
The words hit like physical blows. Magical exile meant more than banishment. It meant being cut off from the flows of power that made civilization possible. Unable to practice trade or even exist within academy jurisdiction.
They can't do that without cause, Silas said. Tonight gave them cause. Violence in neutral territory, public disruption, threat to magical stability.
Lana squeezed his hands harder.
Grandmother thinks you have 2 days, maybe less.
2 days? Silas pulled away, pacing the foyer. Above, Dwalt's portrait watched with painted disapproval. His grandfather had faced the academy before, had won through brilliance and brutality. But DeWalt had decades to build his position. Silas had hours. What would grandfather do? He asked the portrait.
Burn their towers and salt their gardens,
Beauregard said immediately.
DeWalt had no patience for institutional overreach.
That's what got him killed, Lana pointed out.
Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply grew complacent.
The butler's tone carried old knowledge.
Your grandfather won too often. He forgot that even archmages bleed.
The shadow shifted. The demon wall made its presence known without manifesting. A whisper of hunger at the edges of perception.
Troubles, little Beckham?
Politics, Silas answered the darkness.
Ah.
Amusement like grinding stone. The bloodless warfare. More complex than killing, but the solution remains universal. Devour those who oppose you. I can't eat the entire academy. Cannot or will not. The shadows deepened. Your grandfather understood. Power respects only power. Everything else is negotiation toward inevitable consumption. Lana shivered, pressing closer to Silas. What is that? New security system. Don't worry, it's on our side. Our side being defined how, exactly? Anyone I say doesn't get eaten. That's reassuring. Beauregard coughed delicately.
Perhaps we might adjourn to the lounge. The lady has traveled far with dire news. Refreshments seem appropriate.
They relocated to the sanctuary room, where layers of protective wards held the demon wall's presence at bay. Lana accepted tea with hands that had steadied, though she kept glancing at corners where shadows gathered. The tournament finals, Silas said, settling into his grandfather's chair. Public venue, magical authorities present. If I win decisively? You become too visible to exile quietly, Lana finished. Public opinion matters, even to the academy. And if I lose? Then exile becomes the merciful option. Silence settled over them, broken only by the soft sound of steam rising from the teapot. Somewhere in the walls, the chittering ones had gone quiet. Even the estate's chronic gossips recognized when matters turned grave. There's more, Lana said finally. Grandmother wanted you to know. Kelso's not acting alone. He has backing, old families who remember your grandfather too well. Afraid of another DeWalt? Terrified. You've shown the bloodline breeds true. First the estate, then the tournament, now public violence. She set down her teacup with deliberate care. They see patterns. Beckham ascending to power through chaos and brilliance. So they'll strike before I can establish myself. Or turn you into an example of why the old ways must die. Lana met his eyes directly. Either you kneel to their authority or they destroy you utterly. From beyond the wards came the demon wall's laughter, low and hungry. Little Beckham grows interesting. The cattle seek to pen the wolf. This never ends well. For whom? Silas asked. For someone. That's what makes it entertaining. Lana studied Silas with eyes that cataloged changes. The street rat who'd registered for the tournament was gone, replaced by something harder. Something the academy was right to be cautious of. You're not backing down, she said. Not a question. Would you? No. But I'm not the one with a 1,000-year-old murder wall as a pet. It's not a pet? More like an invested observer. That's worse. Probably. Silas reached for her hand again. You could walk away. No one would blame the registry for distancing itself from a censured name. Her fingers interlaced with his, grip firm. Grandmother might appreciate the political coverage, but I've never been good at abandoning things I care about. Even if it costs you your career? Careers recover. Dead lovers don't. She leaned forward, eyes serious. Whatever's coming, whatever you have to become to survive it, I'm not walking away. The kiss tasted of desperation and promise. When they separated, Silas saw his own determination reflected in her eyes. Stay tonight, he said. The estate's the safest place in Bastan now. Safe being relative when you have monsters in the walls? Are monsters. That makes all the difference. She laughed, tension breaking. Your life has gotten very strange, Silas Beckham. Says the woman kissing the strange man. Someone has to keep you grounded. She rose, smoothing her skirts. I'll send word to grandmother. She'll want updates after tomorrow's match. Assuming I survive it. You'll survive. Her confidence was absolute.
You have too many people invested in your continued breathing. As if in agreement, the house itself seemed to shift. Walls settling, wards humming, shadows arranging themselves in protective patterns. The Beckham estate knew its master and would not surrender him easily. They left the sanctuary room together, finding Beauregard waiting in the hall with his usual impeccable timing.
"I've prepared the blue guest suite for Miss Lorna," he announced. "The one with functional locks and no murdered grandfathers."
That's very specific, Lana observed.
"We've learned to be precise about our accommodations."
The butler's skull somehow managed to look pleased.
"Also, young master, Master Diog has returned from his therapeutic sojourn."
Silas's heart leapt. He's back?
"Waiting in your chambers, along with several dozen frost pixies who refuse to leave. Apparently he's something of a celebrity in their culture now."
Of course he is. Lana shivered beside him. What just happened? Official paperwork, Silas said dryly. The system likes its contracts. They climbed the stairs to his chambers, and even through the door, Silas could feel it. Winter had come to his room. Frost patterns decorated the wood, delicate crystalline structures that spoke of Diog's presence. He pushed open the door to find his chambers transformed. Snow drifted gently from nowhere, dissolving before it touched the floor. The fireplace blazed with blue-white flames that radiated cold instead of heat. Ice sculptures of impossible beauty decorated every surface. Frozen flowers that had never existed in nature, geometric patterns that hurt to follow too closely. And everywhere, frost pixies. Dozens of them, each no bigger than Silas's thumb, flitted through the air on wings of crystalline ice. They wore elaborate uniforms that seemed to denote different ranks or positions, and all of them were busy with various tasks. Some polished ice crystals, others arranged frost patterns on the windows, and a small group appeared to be taking measurements of the room with tiny ice rulers. In the center of it all, sprawled across Silas's bed like he owned it, lay Diog. The wolf had grown. Not dramatically, but noticeably. His shoulders broader, his frame filling out with lean muscle. His midnight fur gleamed with health, and frost misted from his mouth with each breath. When he raised his head at their entrance, his ice-blue eyes blazed with power. But it was his tail wagging that made Silas's throat tight. "Hey, boy," Silas said softly. Diog bounded off the bed in one fluid motion, crossing the room to press against Silas's leg. The wolf's joy was palpable, his entire body vibrating with happiness. Frost spread from where his paws touched the floor, creating delicate patterns that sparked in the strange cold light. "I missed you too," Silas murmured, burying his hands in Diog's fur. The cold didn't bother him. It felt right, like touching winter itself.
Ahem!
A tiny voice piped up. One of the frost pixies, wearing what appeared to be a miniature military uniform complete with medals made of ice chips, fluttered forward.
Lord Beckham! Frost Major Crystalline, reporting for duty!
Silas blinked. Frost Major?
Indeed.
The pixie saluted sharply.
The Eternal Winter Collective has assigned a full support complement to your young master Diog. We're here to ensure optimal frost-aligned environmental conditions.
You're here to take care of Diog?
Negative.
Another pixie zoomed forward, this one wearing what looked like a tiny lab coat.
We're here to optimize his combat potential. I'm Frost Theorist Shiver, specializing in ice-aspected enhancement metrics.
More pixies swarmed forward, each introducing themselves with increasingly elaborate titles. Frost Quartermaster Icicle, who managed crystalline resource allocation. Frost Medic Snowdrop, specializing in cryogenic healing applications. Frost Historian Verglass, keeper of ancient winter warfare traditions. How many of you are there? Lana asked, watching the swarm with fascination.
3 current deployments stand at 43 active personnel.
Frost Major Crystalline announced proudly.
The minimum required for proper support of a Fenrir-class frost entity.
Diog huffed, sending several pixies tumbling through the air. They giggled as they recovered, clearly used to their charge's moods.
They wanted to come,
Barbad said from the doorway. The Dreadram studied the frost pixies with professional interest.
Packed a bond. The wolf claimed them as his, so they came.
Claimed us?
Frost Major Crystalline sounded offended.
We volunteered. Do you have any idea how rare it is to serve a true Fenrir lineage? This is a career-making opportunity. Also,
Frost Medic Snowdrop added,
he's very fluffy. Excellent for napping.
Several other pixies nodded enthusiastically at this vital intelligence. Silas looked at Diog, who managed to project an air of dignified innocence, despite the pixie currently braiding tiny ice crystals into his ear fur. You brought back an army of tiny ice fanatics? Diog's tail wagged harder. The message was clear. Yes, and they're wonderful.
Young Master Diog's recovery was remarkable,
Frost Theorist Shiver announced, pulling out a tiny notepad.
Mana pathways restoration at 340% expected rate. Frost attunement deepened by a full magnitude. Physical maturation accelerated by approximately 6 months.
He's stronger, Silas translated.
Significantly.
The theorist buzzed with excitement.
We estimate combat effectiveness increased by... Intruder alert!
Frost Major Crystalline suddenly shouted.
Unknown magical signature detected!
Every pixie instantly shifted into combat mode. Tiny ice spears materialized, miniature barriers formed, and the temperature dropped by 20 degrees in seconds. Stand down, Silas said quickly. That's just our new security system. As if summoned by the mention, shadows in the corner deepened. The demon wall's presence made itself known, not fully manifesting, just acknowledging. The air grew heavy with ancient hunger. The frost pixies huddled together, wings chiming with nervous energy.
Big, scary shadow thing,
one murmured.
Very big. Very scary,
another agreed.
I like it,
a third announced, earning shocked looks from its fellows.
What? If it eats our enemies? That's just efficient. Tactical assessment indicates alliance potential,
Frost Major Crystalline said slowly.
Though recommended interaction distance is significant.
The shadows pulsed with amusement before withdrawing. The temperature rose back to merely chilly.
Your estate has gotten interesting, Barbad observed. Frost spirits and elder horrors. Your grandfather would be confused.
Probably, Silas agreed. He turned to Diog. You ready for tomorrow? The wolf's answer was to pad over to Barbad, sit down and stare at the dread ram with focused intensity.
What's he doing?
Lana asked.
Sizing up the competition, Barbad rumbled. Smart pups. Wants to know who's been fighting in his place.
The two creatures studied each other. Diog with his winter fury, Barbad with his ancient violence. After a long moment, Diog chuffed and wagged his tail once. Approval? Silas gasped.
Acceptance,
Barbad corrected.
He knows I kept you alive. That matters to Pack.
Battle Brother acknowledgement detected,
Frost Major Crystalline announced.
Initiating joint tactical assessment protocols.
Please don't, Silas said quickly.
Too late.
The pixies swarmed to Barbad, taking measurements, discussing violence optimization metrics, and generally treating the ancient dread ram like a particularly interesting research project.
They're very small,
Barbad said carefully, clearly unsure how to respond to tiny beings poking at his horns with ice rulers.
But numerous,
Frost Quartermaster Icicle said proudly.
Quantity has a quality all its own.
Lana laughed. The sound bright in the winter-touched room.
Your life just keeps getting stranger,
says the woman standing in a bedroom full of frost pixies next to a dread ram while shadow monsters patrol the walls.
Fair point.
She touched his arm gently.
I should go. Grandmother will want a full report, and you need to rest before tomorrow. Stay, Silas said. The blue suite, like Beauregard said. Please? She studied his face, reading the concern there. All right, but only because your butler promised no murdered grandfathers.
Very specific promises are the best kind,
Beauregard said from the doorway.
I'll escort you, Miss Lorna. The demon wall is still learning which shadows it's allowed to inhabit.
As they left, Silas found himself alone with Diog, Barbad, and 43 increasingly organized frost pixies.
Night schedule commencing,
Frost Major Crystalline announced.
Sleep optimization positions.
The pixies scattered throughout the room, taking up what were apparently assigned posts. Some settled on the headboard, others claimed the windowsill, and one particularly brave soul nestled directly on Diog's head. This is my life now, Silas said to no one in particular. Could be worse, Barbad noted. Could be boring. Chapter 34. A Butler's Holiday. Silas turned toward Lana in the darkness, finding her awake and watching him with those clever green eyes that had first caught his attention in the registry office. Around them, the room had finally settled into something approaching quiet. The frost pixies had taken up positions along the windowsill and headboard, their tiny forms dim but vigilant. Diog lay curled at the foot of the bed, his breathing slow and even, occasionally exhaling small puffs of frost. Can't sleep? She whispered, shifting closer on the pillow. Too quiet now, Silas murmured back, though that wasn't entirely true. Lana's fingers traced along his collarbone, following one of the newer scars. You're thinking too much. Occupational hazard. She smiled at that, the expression soft in the firelight. Street rat turned estate lord? Still can't believe it sometimes. Makes two of us. Silas caught her hand, pressing her palm flat against his chest. Now I've got a whole estate and its residents to take care of. They're very invested in your happiness, Lana said solemnly. Nerissa gave me a lecture about proper romantic safety. She what? Instead of answering, Lana leaned forward and kissed him, slow and deliberate. When they broke apart, Lana rested her forehead against his. Better than thinking about tomorrow? Much better. Silas kissed her again, deeper this time, his hand tangling in her dark hair. That was when the first scream echoed up from the floors below. It wasn't a sound of simple pain. It was a wet, choked-off shriek of pure terror, followed by a sound like something large being torn apart. Silas's muscles locked tight, every instinct screaming alert. Diog's head snapped up, ice-blue eyes blazing. The frost pixies mobilized instantly, tiny ice spears materializing as they took defensive positions.
Perimeter breach detected!
Frost Major Crystalline shouted from the windowsill.
Hostile signatures throughout the estate!
Before Silas could react, a polite, almost delicate knock sounded at his bedroom door.
Master Silas, Miss Lana.
Beauregard's voice carried the epitome of calm professionalism.
My sincerest apologies for the late hour, but it appears we have uninvited dinner guests. 37 of them, to be precise, and they've neglected to send word ahead.
Beauregard, there are assassins in the house! Silas yelled, grabbing his sword and pulling on his trousers.
Yes, I am aware, young master. That is precisely why I am knocking.
A pause.
The door appears to be locked and barred. How wonderfully prudent of you.
Another scream echoed from somewhere below, high and piercing before it was cut off with a sickening crunch. Beauregard, get away from the door!
Nonsense, young master. The door is in my way.
The solid oak door, bound with iron and reinforced by a heavy dresser, did not simply open, it ceased to exist. The entire doorframe blew inward in a cloud of splinters and pulverized wood. Through the gap strode Beauregard in full crimson plate armor, his bone-white skull visible beneath a spiked helm that belonged in a nightmare. His massive two-handed sword dripped with something that definitely wasn't rust. What the hell, Boner Guard? Silas shot upward, yanking the sheet to cover himself and Lana. You could have just asked me to open it. The skeletal butler scoffed, a sound like grinding millstones mixed with aristocratic disdain.
And waste precious seconds that could be better spent on vigorous therapeutic violence. Really now, young master, one expects a certain level of ingenuity in estate security, not mere inconvenience.
He executed a flourish with his gore-slicked sword that sent questionable droplets splattering against a nearby wall hanging.
Besides, trivialities such as locks become moot when one can simply persuade the wall to allow entry.
Lana sat up beside him, clutching the blankets to her chest, her eyes wide, but her voice impressively steady. Why are you here? And more importantly, why are you dressed like that?
Oh, yes, Miss Lana, my apologies.
Beauregard clasped his gauntleted hands together in delight.
Today is a true butler's holiday. There are intruders in the estate, young master.
Silas blinked. Intruders? How many?
37 at last count. Well, 34 now. The demon wall has been quite busy. Bless its insatiable appetite.
Beauregard practically bounced on his metal-clad feet.
It's been simply ages since we've had a proper home invasion. I was beginning to worry the estate's reputation for inhospitable lethality had suffered.
Wait, Lana said slowly, processing this with admirable calm. You're excited about this?
My dear Miss Lana, do you have any idea how therapeutic a well-orchestrated home invasion is?
Beauregard's voice was sparkling with pure joy.
This is a chance to let my metaphorical cufflinks down. A proper crisis, with actual corpses. Such a refreshing change from battling wine imps and dusting, wouldn't you agree?
A distant scream echoed through the walls, cut short by a wet tearing noise that made Silas's stomach clench.
Ah!
Beauregard tilted his skull toward the noise.
That would be the demon wall working on its third victim. Such enthusiasm. They'd even tried a new swallow them whole and spit out the boots technique. Terribly messy, but points for creativity.
Another scream. This one closer, ended with disturbing finality.
And there goes their mage,
Beauregard noted with professional appreciation.
Tried a chain lightning spell against a sentient wall composed of damned souls. The audacity. The wall found it rather tingly.
Silas stared at his butler's obvious joy. You do realize people are dying, right?
The people who broke into our home with the clear intent to murder you in your sleep are hardly people, young master. The distinction is important.
Beauregard's skull turned toward the window as the sound of splintering wood drifted up from the gardens.
Oh, that must be Barbad, engaging the garden infiltrators. He truly is a creature of diligence. I believe he just used one of them as an improvised bludgeon against another. Resourceful.
This is your idea of stress relief? Lana asked.
Indeed, and speaking of which,
Beauregard's voice took on a conspiratorial tone.
I should mention that I may have given the Gemini Guardians and our magnificent Yormonger their night off.
Silas stared. You what?
They handle so much of the day-to-day perimeter work, young master, tirelessly, and I so rarely get the chance to truly enjoy myself anymore.
He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper.
Besides, the Gemini are so efficient, they never leave anything interesting for the rest of us. No artistry, no finesse. Where's the satisfaction in that?
So you intentionally let armed assassins bypass our primary defenses so you and the murder wall could have fun?
Precisely. Consider it a team-building exercise with corpse disposal benefits.
Beauregard straightened.
Now I must return to the festivities. Do stay here until I finish the cleansing.
With that, he strode into the hallway and began to sing, his resonant baritone echoing through the estate.
Oh, they sneak in the night with their daggers and ropes, ignoring the warnings and foolish high hopes. They smudge all the windows and track mud on the floor, which really does vex their skeletal host. And what's more...
A scream of, "My leg!" was cut short by a sickening crunch.
They trip on the carpets and scuff up the stone, and leave messy corpses of muscle and bone. Oh, the trouble with villains, it's always the same. They've no sense of tidiness, it's really a shame.
Silas crept to the doorway, peering down the corridor. Diog padded silently beside him, frost misting from his jaws. Beauregard moved like a crimson specter of death, parrying a clumsy sword strike from one intruder, spinning and using the pommel to shatter the man's kneecap before nearly decapitating him.
They thought they were clever, they thought they were grand, to take the life of the lord of this land. But they didn't count on the butler so keen, who finds their intrusions profoundly obscene.
He cornered the last hallway intruder, a large brute with an axe who swung wildly in desperation.
Your axework is sloppy, your footwork a bore. You're bleeding all over my clean marble floor. Your armor is tacky, your helmet's askew. There's really no end to the problems with you.
Beauregard disarmed the man with a flick of his wrist, then impaled him with artistic satisfaction. He pulled his sword free, wiped it meticulously on the dead man's tunic, and continued toward the grand staircase. I am never getting on his bad side, Lana stated firmly. At the main foyer, Beauregard found a single intruder trying to pry open the doors. The man's hands shook badly, his eyes wild. The demon wall had apparently let one through as a courtesy. Beauregard stood over the man, sword raised, his head tilted in thought.
A lyrical impasse.
The intruder whimpered.
They thought that their planning was cunning and grand,
Beauregard cited,
to silence the air with a swift, bloody band. But their stealth was a failure, their courage a front, and now they all face a skeletal.
He trailed off, frustrated.
Front? The meter is all wrong.
He looked down at the cowering man.
I require your literary assistance. A rhyme for front that speaks to your impending doom.
Blunt? The man stammered.
Blunt? That's nonsense. Try again.
Hunt? The intruder shrieked. A skeletal hunt! Beauregard went still.
Oh, that's quite good, actually. Simple, elegant, predatory. Excellent.
He raised his greatsword.
Thank you for your contribution. You see, perfect is the enemy of good enough.
The sword came down, ending the man's contribution to literature. Beauregard stood for a moment, then sang his completed verse.
So you lock all your windows and bar every door, lest Beauregard comes calling for more, more, more.
From somewhere in the walls came a satisfied rumbling. The demon wall was pleased with the night's work. Beauregard examined his sword, noting a small chip in the blade with the expression of a craftsman discovering a flaw in his work.
Oh dear. That last one's helmet was harder than expected. Really, the quality of modern metallurgy has declined terribly. In my day, a proper skull cleaving required finesse, not brute force.
He began walking back toward the stairs, humming tunelessly while wiping gore from his armor with a monogrammed handkerchief. The sound of his metal boots on marble created a steady rhythm, punctuated by the occasional squelch as he stepped over scattered remains.
Blood is so difficult to remove from marble,
he mused aloud.
Perhaps a nice acid wash tomorrow. The chittering ones do produce such lovely organic compounds.
A gentle knock came from the ruined doorway. Thresher peeked his straw-stuffed head around the corner. Young master! The scary horned one says we can help with cleanup. Can we use the corpses for the rose garden? Just put them in the usual place, Thresher. The compost heap or the aesthetic arrangement grounds? Silas considered this. Make it tasteful. The scarecrow saluted and clattered away. From the walls came another satisfied rumble, followed by what sounded distinctly like a belch. Beauregard paused at the foot of the stairs, his armored form casting grotesque shadows in the flickering torchlight. He turned his skull upward, addressing the ceiling with formal courtesy.
Demon Wall, my compliments to your performance this evening. A most efficient work, particularly your handling of the mage. That backward swallowing technique was both innovative and appropriately horrifying.
A pleased murmur seemed to emanate from the stones themselves.
The pleasure was entirely mine, distinguished butler. Quite the vintage they brought. The one who wet himself had particularly complex notes of despair.
Excellent. I do so appreciate quality in all endeavors.
Beauregard adjusted his monocle, which had somehow remained perfectly positioned throughout the entire slaughter.
Do save room for breakfast, won't you? The butcher's planning something special, and your appetite assists with portion control.
Always considerate, Beauregard. Your grandfather would be proud.
My grandfather was a bastard who sold me to a necromancer for drinking money,
Beauregard replied cheerfully.
But I appreciate the sentiment.
He continued up the stairs, his singing resuming at a lower volume.
Oh, the blood on the walls and the scream in the night make a butler's work truly a pure, clean delight. For there's nothing quite like a good massacre's end, to make tidy quarters and foes comprehend.
His voice faded as he reached the upper landing, leaving Silas and Lana staring at each other in the relative quiet. Your household, Lana said carefully, has some very specific ideas about entertainment. I'm starting to realize that. Silas ran a hand through his hair. Should I be concerned that my butler enjoys murdering this much? Only if he starts enjoying it more than serving you, Lana pointed out pragmatically. Right now, murder appears to be how he serves you, which is actually rather sweet, in a completely terrifying way. A cheerful whistle echoed from somewhere in the mansion, accompanied by the sound of something heavy being dragged across stone. The cleanup had officially begun. Diog padded back to the bed and flopped down with a huff, apparently deciding the excitement was over. The frost pixies remained at their posts, but their posture had relaxed from combat-ready to merely vigilant. All clear! Frost Major Crystalline announced from the windowsill.
Hostile signatures eliminated. Threat level minimal. Recommend returning to sleep optimization protocol.
I need a drink, Silas announced. Make that 2, Lana added. Very large ones.
The wine cellar remains fully stocked, young master,
Beauregard called from somewhere down the hall, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a job well done.